9 Sun God King Chapter 2227 to Chapter 2282. Xianxia truly believes that refining a world extermination spirit will not have any heavenly tribulation. Xiaoyuemei also said before that there is no risk. But now, she said that she was going to cross the tribulation. Yuemei, didn't you say that there is no risk? Xianxia looked at the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. The world extermination spirit has not been refined yet. That's right, it's just crossing tribulation, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Xiaoyuemei felt that it was nothing and said with a casual smile. How is it not difficult? This is heavenly God desolate. If we encounter heavenly punishment in this kind of place, if the lightning tribulation descends, it will be very strong. Xianxia suddenly became somewhat nervous. Xiaoyuemei said with smile, brother, what are you afraid of? We can definitely get through it. It's just a minor lightning tribulation, what's there to be afraid of? Xianxia pinched her face and said unhappily, Yuemei, this is near the blue sky, it's not good to make too much noise. Furthermore, the deity desolate's lightning tribulation is definitely not a trivial matter. Since it's coming, it's useless to say anything now. Xiaoyuemei took out her small mirror and said with smile, face it calmly. Don't be afraid, let this big sister go out and bear the lightning. This little lightning is nothing to this big sister. Sit down, let me go. Xianxia grunted. Xiaoyuemei did not listen to Xianxia at all, she eagerly ran out. Xianxia wanted to chase after it, but he discovered that the world extermination spirit inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron has become even more berserk. Xiaoyun, it might be because of the divine universe purple sun's energy, that's why the world extermination spirit is so strong. Lingyaner excitedly said, this is very good. Why don't you put the world extermination soul into the divine universe purple sun after you're done refining it? Let's talk about it after I refine it. Xianxia can't leave because he has to suppress the world extermination spirit. Although the soul creation heavenly cauldron is powerful, it can't suppress the world annihilation soul. If Xianxia doesn't use all his strength to suppress it, all his efforts will be in vain. The world destroyer soul would escape directly. If it escaped, it would not be able to block the heavenly punishment and would definitely be destroyed. Xianxia doesn't know what's happening outside. He hasn't sensed the world annihilation soul's heavenly punishment yet. Strange, why don't I feel the pressure of the thunder tribulation? Is Yuemei teasing me? Xianxia was puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a deafening explosion suddenly came from outside. The sound wave penetrated downwards, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Damn it, it really is the thunder tribulation. Xianxia hurriedly hugged the soul creation heavenly cauldron because the cave he was in had already cracked and could collapse at any moment. An incomparably terrifying pressure of thunder and lightning came along with the shockwave. Xianxia carried the soul creation heavenly cauldron, and just as he ran out, the mountain collapsed. Thick clouds covered the sky, and purple lightning flashed continuously. From time to time, a huge purple lightning would strike down. Xiaoyuemei took out her small mirror, faced the incoming lightning bolt and slapped it back. Seeing this, Xianxia is secretly shocked in his heart. Xiaoyuemei is indeed very strong. Such a powerful purple lightning bolt was actually deflected to another direction by her mirror. Brother, don't be afraid, I can block it. Xiaoyuemei looked at the sky. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked at the jet-black dense cloud in the sky. He sensed that there is a purple energy condensing inside. The purple energy shot out lightning, which transformed into runes and formed a great formation. Moreover, it is a great formation formed by heavenly rune. Thunder heavenly rune? Xianxia is amazed in his heart. He can only see the surface of it. But looking at the naturally formed formidable thunder heavenly rune, he can roughly understand how the thunder tribulation is formed. Purple energy, it should be the divine universe purple energy? Could it be that the operation of this heaven's law is maintained by the divine universe purple energy? Boom, another incomparably huge violent lightning bolt struck down. Xiaoyuemei is still using her mirror to block. She looks very relaxed, but Xianxia knows that after a few more strikes, her mirror will not be able to block and might even crack. Yuemei, retreat! Xianxia suddenly shouted, then rushed over and released Sun Heavenly Shield. The purple lightning bolt landed on the Sun Heavenly Shield. Xianxia's arm immediately became numb, He can feel how dreadful the tribulation lightning is. Brother, I can do it. Xiao Yuemei angrily said. Xianxia held spirit creating heavenly cauldron with one hand and released sun heavenly shield with the other. He said in deep voice, Yuemei, this thunder tribulation will only become stronger and stronger. Just now I saw the composition of the thunder tribulation, there are at least 30 more lightning strikes. He made this judgment based on the divine universe purple energy. Ah? How come there are so many? I thought there would only be 10. Xiao Yuemei's beautiful face changed color, she said in amazement. Xianxia handed over spirit creating heavenly cauldron to her and said, your mirror can block at most 10 more, leave the rest to me. Xiao Yuemei tightly hugged the trembling spirit creating heavenly cauldron, not letting the world extermination spirit come out. Xianxia took out myriad heaven divine saber and suddenly rushed towards the sky. He wants to end this quickly because people from powerful races will arrive very soon. They have not entered the blue heavenly cosmos yet, they are waiting for the blue heavenly cosmos to open. The commotion here is very big, it will surely attract them over. Boom, while Xianxia is rushing towards the sky, another violent lightning bolt fell down. Xianxia used sun heavenly shield to block it. Now he has already rushed into the pitch-black clouds. Break for me. Xianxia slashed at the incomparably huge divine cosmos purple gas. Blue heavenly blood crazily roared out from his body, heavenly might tyrant body trembled, 9 meridians divine power indifferently rushed out along with the saber. Incomparably ferocious heavenly might transformed into saber wind and chopped towards the divine universe purple energy. Heavenly extermination 9 style, heavenly berserk, this incomparably tyrannical saber energy contains heavenly might that is on par with heavenly thunder. Even Xiao Yuemei who is below feels very dreadful. Rumble, Xianxia's saber slashed and directly destroyed the divine universe purple energy, destroying the heavenly thunder's energy source. Hoo, in the sky, the divine universe purple energy whistled and exploded, madly attacking in all directions, giving rise to incomparably large gale. Those people who are rushing over are now unable to move forward. Xianxia arrived beside Xiao Yuemei with void step, grabbed her waist with one hand and quickly left this place with her. The spirit creating heavenly cauldron in Xiao Yuemei's embrace also gradually calmed down. Not long after, Xianxia and Xiao Yuemei left this place and arrived at a secluded mountain forest. Xiao Yuemei returned the spirit creating heavenly cauldron to Xianxia and said with smile, brother, you are so awesome. You directly destroyed the heavenly tribulation. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there would be such a strong heavenly tribulation? If you did, I would have also prepared for it. Xianxia pinched Xiao Yuemei's exquisite nose and said with smile. Xiao Yuemei stroked her ponytail hair and said with charming smile, brother, you are so awesome, what are you afraid of? How am I afraid? I am just worried that there will be trouble. Xianxia patted the spirit creating heavenly cauldron and said with smile, this world extermination spirit is truly not simple, I wonder what kind of effect it will have. Let's give it a try and we will know. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Xianxia took out the world extermination spirit, it looks like a black and red flame intertwining together, it is filled with suffocating destruction power. Xianxia placed the world extermination spirit into his nether sun and let it absorb it. He did not place it into his divine cosmos purple sun because he is worried that it will absorb it. Brother, now that you have the world extermination spirit, will you be able to use 9 sun world extermination scripture smoothly? Ling Yunar asked. Perhaps. Xianxia said, among the 9 sun world extermination scripture, the easiest to master are the 3 tribulation and 6 calamities. The most difficult is 9 calamities, I have not completely comprehended 6 calamities and 9 calamities. As for the 3 tribulation, I only have a vague idea of how to unleash world extermination divine power. Xianxia sensed the nether sun and discovered that even the nether sun cannot fuse with the world extermination spirit in a short time. If everything goes smoothly, he will be able to unleash the power of one of the 3 tribulation after fusing with the world extermination spirit. Brother, we still can't enter the blue heavenly universe. There is a large door in the blue heavenly universe, we can only enter after the door is opened. Xiao Yuemei said. Yuemei, do you have any mission to enter the blue heavenly universe? Xianxia asked. It can't be considered a mission, myriad worlds divine sun wants to repay me. After I enter, I will become even stronger. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, don't worry, I have the protection of Myriad Worlds Divine Sunday. With me leading you, you will surely be able to do very well in the blue heavenly universe. Qinyan said, Yuelan is also here, can she also obtain the secret help of Myriad Worlds Divine Sun after entering the blue heavenly universe? Big sister is here? I also don't know if she can obtain help or not. Let's go find big sister, I miss her. Xiao Yuemei pulled Qinyan. She is inside Divine Moon Clan's ship, I am a man, I can't go in. Qinyan said, you can go. It's not a big deal. Brother, I will turn you into a cute little girl and then bring you in. Xiao Yuemei waved the small mirror, wanting to release transformation power. Don't act recklessly. Qinyan hastily screamed. Don't worry, turning into a little girl is nothing, I will turn you back. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, brother, just let me change once, it will be much easier for me to bring you into Divine Moon Clan's ship. Qinyan rubbed her face and scolded with a smile, I heard that Divine Moon Clan's women dress very casually inside, some don't even wear clothes. If I am discovered by them, I will be beaten until shit comes out. Isn't that even better? Brother, I will bring you in to feast your eyes. I guarantee that you won't be discovered. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said. Fill your head, your brother, I am a proper and honest person. Qinyan said unhappily. Xiao Yuemei thought for a moment and said with smile, then how about turning me into a little child? I want to see what you looked like when you were a child. Alright, but you have to promise not to turn me into a girl. Otherwise, in the future when I have delicious food, I will give it to Little Black Donkey and Pippy Pig. I won't leave anything for you. Qinyan said. Got it. Xiao Yuemei's small mirror shot out a white light that shone on Qinyan's body. Qinyan's body began to shrink, very quickly he turned into a 3 or 4-year-old child. Big brother little guy. Xiao Yuemei laughed loudly, then pinched Qinyan's pink and chubby little face. Aren't you making me too small? Quickly. Turn me into a 10-year-old, hurry up. Qinyan urged and yelled. Xiao Yuemei was just about to cast a spell when several formidable auras arrived. Qinyan turned into a tiny dot and was held in Xiao Yuemei's embrace. He stood on a branch of a huge tree, hidden in the dense foliage. He struggled slightly, trying to break free from Xiao Yuemei's embrace. He is a Grand Nine Sun Palace king, being hugged by a little girl is not comfortable at all. Wretched girl, quickly change me back to my original appearance. Qinyan said with sound transmission, it's not convenient for me to hold a saber like this. Xiao Yuemei rubbed Qinyan's little face a few times and then placed him on a branch. She made him grow a lot bigger, turning him into a 12 or 13-year-old youth. Even though he has turned into a youth, Xiao Yuemei still pinched his face. Qinyan is speechless as he slapped away Xiao Yuemei's hand and said with sound transmission, Yuemei, those guys are nearby. Take a look at where they are, let's go take a look. Xiao Yuemei looked at her small mirror and discovered that there are many light dots gathered together. Her small mirror can sense the location of nearby spirit bodies. Over there. Xiao Yuemei pointed in a direction. Qinyan immediately brought Xiao Yuemei to conceal themselves, then gently landed on the ground and went over from underground. Just now, there were many auras coming towards them but they did not come over. Instead, they stopped not far away. They shouldn't be coming for us. Xiao Yuemei said with sound transmission, brother, do you think the 3 races are together to discuss something? Divine Moon Race, Divine Sun Race and Nine Sun Heavenly Race are all strong races. If they want to secretly join forces, it is normal. This can prevent them from entering Blue Heavenly Universe and being ambushed by other strong races. I don't know, I feel that they must have secretly joined forces a long time ago. Qinyan said, let's go and eavesdrop on them. Qinyan brought Xiao Yuemei and walked underground for a while. Then, he passed through the roots of a large tree and entered the inside of the tree. Qinyan controlled the divine tree totem, he can easily enter the tree and see the situation outside from inside. Xiao Yuemei has tree martial spirit, she can also see. They are at the top of a huge tree and looking down at the flat ground. There are more than 10 people there, there are 3 divine moon race women. They are all wearing white clothes, their bodies are graceful and their faces are covered with white veils. The divine young race members were all dressed in golden armor. There were a total of 4 of them, an elder and 3 youths. The Nine Sons Heavenly Clan had the most people. There were 5 of them, 2 elders and 3 youths. They gathered here, holding a compass-like device in their hands, which could detect something. Just now, we clearly sensed that there were people here. A lady from the Divine Moon tribe said doubtfully. We also sensed that there were people here. However, they suddenly disappeared. Could it be that they discovered us? The elder from the Nine Sons Heavenly Clan said. That was the breaking sun sky lightning tribulation just now. Who could trigger such a powerful lightning tribulation? The divine young race elder's expression was serious. Could something have escaped from the blue sky? Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other inside the tree. The great tribulation triggered by the world extermination spirit has indeed alarmed many people. The elder from the Nine Sons Heavenly Race suddenly took out 3 talismans and said, "Let me take a closer look. There must be more people nearby." The 3 talismans suddenly floated up. Golden light flickered and rippled. The light rippled in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, the 3 talismans suddenly flew towards the tree where Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are. We have been discovered. Xiao Yuemei immediately sent voice transmission to Qin Yan, "Brother, we will deceive them, you come, I will cooperate with you." Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuemei immediately brought Qin Yan out. Seeing that there are really people nearby, the 3 powerful races immediately became vigilant and prepared to fight at any time. However, they soon saw that there were people. The people who appeared were a lovely woman and a young boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old. Qin Yan has turned into a young boy. His appearance is handsome and his skin is white. He looks like a kid who is still wet behind the ears. Xiao Yuemei also looks like a very pure and innocent girl. She does not look like an evil person at all. When the divine moon race woman saw Xiao Yuemei, she felt that she looked somewhat familiar. She even sensed a trace of a special aura. Nine Sun Divine Lady? The divine young race elder said in shock. These powerful races can actually recognize that Xiao Yuemei is the Nine Sun Divine Lady. This caused Qin Yan to be very surprised. Xiao Yuemei's appearance is very beautiful and charming, but now she is very imposing. She said, "I am from the Heavenly Moon Snow Palace, I am the Supreme Heavenly Moon Divine Lady. This is my little disciple, her name is Xiao Mao. My purpose for coming here is the same as everyone else, I was attracted here by the Great Tribulation just now." Heavenly Moon Snow Palace? Heavenly Moon Divine Lady? The divine moon race woman looked at Xiao Yuemei with frown. The other 2 powerful race elders also looked at each other in dismay because they have never heard of this Heavenly Moon Snow Palace. Of course they have never heard of it because Xiao Yuemei made it up. Qin Yan is very unhappy, he does not like the name Xiao Mao. He immediately sent voice transmission to Xiao Yuemei to express his dissatisfaction. "You are the Nine Sun Divine Lady?" the divine moon race woman asked. "Indeed, I am the big sister of the Nine Sun Divine Lady." Xiao Yuemei replied. "This is not a lie. Heavenly Moon Snow Palace? Is this a sect? How come we have never heard of it?" The Nine Sun Heavenly Race Elder has a doubtful expression. Heavenly Moon Snow Palace is the strongest sect in the Heavenly Moon Divine Realm, and the Heavenly Moon Divine Realm is located above the 9 heavens. It is normal that you have never heard of it. Xiao Yuemei said. Heavenly Moon Divine Realm? What is this place? The Divine Moon Race woman is very interested because they feel that this might be related to the Divine Moon Race. It is the strongest realm above the 9 heavens, and this seat is also the strongest expert of the Heavenly Moon Divine Realm. What you are seeing is only 10% of this seat's strength. Xiao Yuemei said with a confident expression. Qin Yan really did not expect that Xiao Yuemei would not know how to restrain herself at all. Even if she is making things up, there must be a limit. People from powerful races have never heard of the Heavenly Moon Divine Realm, let alone the Heavenly Moon Snow Palace. Xiao Yuemei looked at the Divine Moon Race woman and said, "This seat can see from your aura that you are from the Divine Moon Race." This seat also heard that the mortal heaven's Divine Moon Race has some relationship with our Heavenly Moon Divine Realm. What kind of relationship? The Divine Moon Race woman's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise and curiosity as she promptly asked. It is a long story. The origin of the divine moon race and the heavenly moon divine realm can be considered a branch of the heavenly moon divine realm. Xiao Yuemei replied with the attitude and tone of an expert. If it was someone else, these people from 3 powerful races would definitely think that Xiao Yuemei is making things up. However, Xiao Yuemei is the 9th Sun Divine Maiden, so they believe half of it. The Divine Sun Race old man asked, "Then what do you think about the Great Tribulation just now?" The Great Tribulation just now should have been caused by the birth of a heaven-defying strong spirit. The sun-breaking heavenly lightning tribulation mainly targets powerful spirit bodies. Xiao Yuemei said indifferently, "If this seed is not wrong, that strong spirit was born because of the influence of the blue dragon heavenly universe." "Senior, will that strong spirit be a threat to us?" the divine moon race woman asked softly. Her attitude also became somewhat humble. "Yes, if it was an evil spirit, it would definitely be very strong. But to this seat, it is nothing," Xiao Yuemei said. At this moment, another powerful aura surged forth. It is the aura of the divine star race. There are 2 people from the divine star race, an old man and a young man. Their expression is filled with arrogance. After they arrived, they swept their eyes over everyone without the slightest scruple. That kind of expression is very rude. "Who are you 2? The divine star race old man looked at Qin and Xiao Yuemei. "What does it have to do with you who we are?" Xiao Yuemei said with sneer. Soon after, the 9 Sun heavenly race introduced Xiao Yuemei's identity to the divine star race. The 2 people from the divine star race can vaguely see that Xiao Yuemei is the 9 Sun divine maiden, but they did not expect her to be some heavenly moon snow palace's heavenly moon divine concubine and even come from some heavenly moon divine world. What bullshit heavenly moon divine world, I don't believe this kind of nonsense. A strong spirit was born here, it is a strong spirit born from heaven and earth, I can sense that it is here. The old man stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. This divine star race old man can actually sense that the world extermination spirit is inside his body. Xiao Yuemei's expression became cold. She took out her small mirror and said in deep voice, "This is my disciple Xiao Mao. This is his first time coming to mortal heaven. He has never provoked anyone. What do you want to do to him?" "I can sense that the strong spirit is inside his body." The divine star race old man said with sneer, "That strong spirit was born from heaven and earth. It is very likely to be a star spirit. It should belong to our divine star race." The young man looked at Xiao Yuemei and said with sneer, "It is true that you are the 9 Sun divine maiden, but you are just a little girl. What heavenly moon divine concubine? What heavenly moon divine world's strongest expert? This is simply bullshit. Are you trying to fool a child? Shut your dog mouth." Xiao Yuemei's small mirror flickered with multicolored light and covered that young man's mouth. That young man's mouth suddenly turned into a dog's mouth. Moreover, it is a toothless mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone is greatly shocked. Casually turning someone's mouth into a dog's mouth, this kind of technique is indeed very strong. The divine star race old man jumped in fright. He promptly released a barrier to defend himself. He is worried that he will also be turned into a ghostly thing. "Grandfather. I. That young man's appearance is very handsome, but now his black dog mouth has become very unsightly. He is both angry and terrified." Divine moon race, divine sun race and 9 Sun heavenly race people now believe that heavenly moon divine concubine is truly formidable. They are also secretly shocked that the strong spirit is actually inside that young man's body. The divine star old man's face is filled with anger. He released a very strong barrier and glared at Xiao Yuemei with eyes filled with malice. It seems like he is ready to attack at any moment. "She is 9 Sun divine maiden. If you attack, you must consider the consequences," the divine moon woman said. Everyone is very clear about the consequences of attacking 9 Sun divine maiden. Up until now, all those who attacked 9 Sun divine maiden have been severely punished. If someone from an ancient race attacked 9 Sun divine maiden, the consequences would be even more severe. "Grandpa, what about me?" the divine star youth screamed miserably. Everyone wanted to laugh when they saw this, but they didn't. They are also very afraid in their hearts because just a casual look from Xiao Yuemei's small mirror can make people grow a dog's mouth. This caused everyone present to want to protect their own mouths. They are afraid that Xiao Yuemei will act recklessly and turn them into dogs' mouths. The divine star old man naturally knows that attacking 9 Sun divine maiden will be very troublesome. However, he is also a ruthless person, he does not want to let this matter rest. A powerful divine power burst forth. The old man from the divine star race had made his move. It must be said that this divine star old man's strength is also very formidable. His body suddenly moved and arrived behind Xiaoyuemei in a flash. Then he took out a very large pouch and quickly covered Qin Yun. After the divine star old man covered Qin Yun, he quickly sealed the pouch and said with sneer, "Little girl, quickly heal my grandson, otherwise that brat is dead for sure." Xiaoyuemei immediately became furious. She wanted to attack but she saw the pouch suddenly inflate. The divine star old man laughed loudly and said, "How can this little brat open my divine sealing pouch? Don't struggle, just obediently stay in there." Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred. The divine sealing pouch exploded. After Qin Yun jumped out, he quickly sent a palm attack towards the divine star old man's back. Qin Yun condensed a set of formidable runes and poured them into the old man's body through his palm. The divine star old man's expression greatly changed because he sensed an incomparably formidable and berserk divine power suddenly drilling into his body, causing him to be unable to move. This is Qin Yun's body securing rune. "Yuemei, kill him." Qin Yun suddenly moved to the side and sent sound transmission to Xiaoyuemei. Xiaoyuemei already wanted to take action. After she jumped over, she pointed the mirror in her hand at the old man and turned him into a bat. Then she released a fire. The bat was instantly ignited and burned to ashes. A sacred god of the divine star race had died just like that. The process didn't look very intense, but it was extremely frightening. This was because the old man had first turned into a bat before being burned to ashes. "Grandpa!" The young man with the dog mouth cried out in fear. "Go accompany him." Xiaoyuemei pointed her mirror at the youth and turned him into a flying insect. Then, the mirror spewed out flames and set the flying insect on fire. The flying insect was too small and was burned into nothingness in an instant. This move made the scalps of the people from the other three powerful clans go numb. Qin Yun is also secretly astonished. A long time ago, Xiaoyuemei's transformation technique required that person to cooperate with her and not be able to resist her power. But now, she can change people as she wishes. Qin Yun was turned into a fart-sized child by her earlier, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Xiaoyuemei delicately groaned, looked at the people from the other three powerful clans and said, "You all saw it just now, this is the result of being my enemy." "Just now, we didn't see anything," an old man from the divine sun race said with a calm expression. "Senior, do you want to go to our divine moon race's large ship?" a woman from the divine moon race asked respectfully. "No need, I still have important matters to attend to. Just send my regards to divine moon clan's Dijia. Back then when she was still a little girl, I met her once and even gave her pointers. It can be said that we met once by fate." Xiaoyuemei said coldly. This caused the women from the divine moon race to be extremely shocked. When their clan emperor was a little girl, she actually received pointers from this heavenly moon divine concubine. Even the people from the divine sun race and the nine sun heavenly race felt an indescribable pressure. They found it hard to believe that the little girl in front of them is a powerful race's clan emperor. However, when they thought about how she casually turned people into flying insects and bats, they had no choice but to believe it. Divine sun race, nine sun heavenly race, right? You don't know about me but your clan emperor definitely knows. Go back and send my regards to them. Xiaoyuemei said again. The people from the divine sun race and the nine sun heavenly race respectfully nodded their heads. "Xiao Mao, let's go." Xiaoyuemei pulled Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun used transcending void step and directly pierced through space to leave. And the people from the other three powerful races all believe that this is Xiaoyuemei's ability. Directly piercing through space to leave Divine Desolate is a very powerful ability. Because Divine Desolate is still growing and constantly developing space laws are constantly changing. There are very few people who can control space laws. Even if they can, it would be very difficult to pierce through space and leave at any time. Qin Yun and Xiaoyuemei left that place and entered a cave. "Yuemei, do you think they will really tell their clan emperor? If they go back and tell, you will be exposed." Qin Yun said with smile. "Brother, Heavenly Moon Divine World, Heavenly Moon Snow Palace, Heavenly Moon Divine Concubine, this is not something I made up, it really exists. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Qinyan caressed her face and said with smile, little girl, back then you followed me to swindle people. Your cultivation is too shallow, don't think of swindling me. This seat is truly Heavenly Moon Divine Concubine, the #1 expert of Heavenly Moon Divine World, a female expert whose name shakes the 9 heavens. Xiao Yuemei crossed her arms in front of her chest and put on a very cool and imposing appearance. This delicate and charming Xiao Yuemei caused Qinyan to be unable to restrain his laughter. He can't help but extend his hands to rub her face. Little brat, I also want to pinch you. Xiao Yuemei giggled and rubbed Qinyan's face. The two of them played around like this, making Qinyan feel as if he has returned to his childhood. After Qinyan turned into a young boy, he is shorter than Xiao Yuemei by a head. His appearance is also very handsome. Moreover, his face is very young and immature, very different from when he was an adult. However, people who are familiar with him can still recognize him from his expression. Qinyan looked at the mirror and said with smile, Yuemei, your transformation technique is becoming more and more awesome. Brother, the transformation technique I used on you is the time reversal transformation technique. I can't just randomly use it. Xiao Yuemei said. Is it time manipulation? Qinyan said in amazement. My current time manipulation technique can only be reversed. My future prediction time is not very long, only about 1 or 2 breaths. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Then what other transformation technique do you have? Qinyan asked. I can change into something I have seen before. Xiao Yuemei said. Then can you change into other people? Qinyan curiously asked. I can change, but the transformation is not very good. Who do you want me to change into? I will give it a try. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Let me think. Qinyan thought for a bit and said with smile, change into Mangshu. Xiao Yuemei laughed loudly, white light suddenly appeared on her body and in the blink of an eye, she changed into Hong Mingshu's appearance. Although Hong Mingshu is petite and exquisite, she has a kind of cold and arrogant aura around her. Her beautiful oval face is very beautiful and moving. Xiao Yuemei is very similar to Hong Mingshu because she is very familiar with her. Qinyan pinched her face and said with smile, your face is also different. It is not as good as yours, quickly change back. Of course, my face is the best to pinch. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Xiao Yuemei very quickly changed back to her original appearance. Qinyan secretly sensed the situation of the world extermination spirit, the fusion has not been successful. This time the world extermination spirit is very strong, it will take some time to completely fuse with it. Brother, I can sense that you have mastered a lot of inscription spirits. Do you think I can record them in my mirror? Xiao Yuemei said while holding the mirror. How about, we give it a try? Qinyan said. All right. Xiao Yuemei pointed the mirror at Qinyan's head and began recording. Very soon, she recorded the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. However, it is only the Sun Emperor inscription spirit, she has not recorded the Heavenly Venerable inscription spirit. It should be because her current strength is not enough to record the Heavenly Venerable inscription spirit. Having the Sun Emperor inscription spirit is already very good. Qinyan said with smile, does this mean that we can refine a Sun Emperor inscription spirit? Then let's give it a try. Xiao Yuemei is already very restless, she said with smile, Sun Emperor inscription spirit is very rare. If we can refine it, it will be very expensive and can be exchanged for a lot of delicious food. Qinyan patted her head and said with smile, Sun Emperor inscription spirit can only be exchanged for food? Xiao Mao, you are my disciple, you are not allowed to touch master's head. Xiao Yuemei suddenly said very earnestly. I also want to touch your face. Qinyan said with smile. Xiao Yuemei and Qinyan began playing around again. After the two of them played enough, Xiao Yuemei said seriously, brother, let's start refining the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. This is a good thing. No, if we refine this thing, there might be even stronger heavenly tribulation that will descend and destroy us and the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. Qinyan said solemnly, we can't refine it now. All right. Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, then let's try it later. They were chatting in the cave when they suddenly felt a faint tremor. What's the situation? Qin Yan quickly walked out of the cave. There is a blue light shining down from the sky. That blue light is coming from the blue sky. Could it be that the entrance to the blue sky has opened? Xiao Yuemei shouted in alarm. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuemei and flew high up in the sky. The gigantic blue sky originally had a corner facing the ground, but at this moment, this cube was hovering in the air, facing the ground, releasing a dazzling blue light. It's really opened? Qin Yan said with a frown. Just as he was about to go over, a dragon roar came out and a huge blue dragon flew out from the direction of the blue light. That dragon is very powerful. Its body spewed out waves of powerful divine power, forming a blue gale that blew in all directions. Qin Yan looked at the blue dragon that suddenly ran out. He can feel the formidable divine universe power. This kind of dragon power and might is stronger than any divine universe dragon he met before. Brother, this divine universe heavenly dragon is very powerful. Luckily it is not savage, otherwise we would have been exterminated. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yan nodded his head. Although the divine universe heavenly dragon that ran out from the blue sky has a very powerful aura, it is not that kind of ferocious dragon. The divine universe heavenly dragon flew out from the blue sky, coiled around the huge blue square body and let out a series of roars. It is unknown what he is doing. The elders of the powerful races around the blue sky are now looking at the blue sky. Seeing this powerful blue dragon, their hearts surged with emotion. They all recognized that this is the divine universe heavenly dragon. Moreover, they also know that the divine universe heavenly dragon back then was not very strong. Especially in the eyes of those powerful races, it could only be considered a beast pet. But now, the divine universe heavenly dragon has become so strong, it is very clear that he obtained the inheritance from beyond the heavens. While Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are looking at the blue sky, a burst of white mist suddenly floated over and then turned into an old man with a long beard that can reach the ground. Yunlong has arrived. Shopkeeper Yunlong, why did you come so late? Qin Yan is not surprised to see Yunlong previously. He used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to summon Yunlong many times. Yunlong looked at the formidable Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon and said with sigh, I heard that this Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon went to ancient Desolate back then and was bullied unbearably. I didn't expect that he would become so powerful now. Xiao Yuemei saw that Yunlong's beard is very long and ran over to stroke it. Yunlong's beard is formed from clouds and mist, so it is impossible to stroke it. Then roughly when can we enter the blue sky? Qin Yan asked. Yunlong glanced at Xiao Yuemei and said with smile, Little girl, my beard is not fun. Xiao Yuemei also took out a very long cloud and mist beard and placed it on her chin. Then she very happily played with it. Yunlong looked at the blue sky and said, We should be able to enter now. However, I heard that if we want to smoothly enter the blue sky, we need a crystal card. Qin Yan took out his crystal card and said with smile, I have this thing. Let me see. Yunlong extended his hand to take it but Qin Yan immediately put it away. There's nothing to see here. Qin Yan chuckled and said, Manager Yunlong, don't tell me you don't have this kind of crystal card in your heavenly Dao pawn shop? Yunlong laughed heartily and said, Nine Yang Palace King, you have always been a generous person. There's nothing wrong with letting me take a look. I promise I won't take you. Shopkeeper Yunlong, don't cheat an honest person like me. Qin Yan could tell with a glance that Yunlong wanted to take away his crystal card. At this moment, Xinyu Tianlong suddenly said in a rough voice, The heavenly law universe has opened. Please enter in an orderly manner. Soon, a large group of people, as well as various large ships, flew towards the square from below. However, just as he approached, the Xingyu Sky Dragon's massive dragon tail swept down like a berserk heaven-splitting axe, bringing with it a violent gale and thunder. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of explosions rang out. At least 10 giant ships had been destroyed, and the fate of a large group of powerful clans was unknown. This scene caused the hearts of those watching from afar to palpitate. Apart from Qin Yan and a few others, most of the people who have arrived here are from powerful clans. The people who rushed in like a swarm of bees just now are also from powerful clans. They thought they would be able to smoothly enter but before they could even approach the entrance, they were attacked by Xinyu Tianlong. So awesome! Xiao Yuemei said in low voice. Xinyu Tianlong, what are you doing? A furious shout came from a star far away. It is a Duke of Divine Star race. Please enter the Heavenly Law universe in an orderly manner. Since you can come here, how can you not know that you need to obtain qualifications to enter the Heavenly Law universe? There are so many of you, could it be that all of you have Heavenly Law Divine card? Xinyu Tianlong's cold and hoarse voice arrived. I think you are abusing your position to avenge a private grudge. Divine Sword Race's Duke furiously yelled. Back then, Xinyu Tianlong was bullied by powerful clans in Ancient Desolate and felt very sullen. And just now, Xinyu Tianlong only swung his dragon tail and heavily injured at least 2,000 people from powerful clans. If they say that Xinyu Tianlong is abusing his position to avenge a private grudge, it is indeed possible. A leisurely and pleasant voice came from Divine Moon Race's ship. We all know that we need to use cards to enter the Heavenly Law universe. It is just that some people are used to acting like tyrants, that's why they don't follow the rules. Most of the people who rushed in front were from Primal Chaos Race and Divine Star Race. There are also some from Divine Sword Race. Heavenly Devil God Race's Duke said with smile, although we are called Heavenly Devil God Race, we still follow the rules. We will go in first. A middle-aged man wearing black armor flew towards the blue Heavenly Law universe along with dozens of people. They all had blue crystal cards in their hands and very smoothly entered the Heavenly Law universe. Soon after, Divine Moon Race, Divine Sky Race, Nine Sun Heavenly Race, Divine Sun Race and other people flew in one after another. Qinyan also saw Yu Huaxue, Xiao Yuelan and others enter the Heavenly Law universe together. Among them, Xiao Yuelan, Lui Shuyan and Bing Xing do not have blue crystal cards. Qinyan suddenly realized that they are all Nine Sun Divine Maidens. It is possible that they don't need them. Brother, we should also quickly enter. Xiao Yuemei said, I don't need crystal card to enter. Qinyan looked at the crystal card in his hand and thought of Xiao Wufeng and Divine Martial Judge. He said, if we don't use crystal card, how can we enter? If we don't use crystal card, we can only think of a way to avoid Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's attack and enter. If we succeed, we can enter. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, brother, don't tell me you want to give it a try? Yun Long suddenly said, Nine Sun Palace King, how about this, you give me that crystal card and we will make an exchange. What is there to exchange? I don't lack anything. Qinyan said with smile. I have Divine Universe Purple Dragon's Dragon Ball, do you want to exchange? Yun Long said with mischievous smile, I know you are collecting 9 Divine Universe Dragon Balls, Divine Universe Purple Dragon? Qinyan suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, is this Dragon Ball very powerful? Divine Universe Purple Dragon absorbed Divine Universe Purple Sun's power, it can be said to be a very powerful dragon. Dragon Ball is naturally not weak. Yun Long said with smile, if you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to exchange for it in the future. Qinyan's 9 altars form the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it is very strong but it is not invincible. If he added 9 more Divine Universe Dragon Balls, it would be even more powerful. Even if those strong races used heavenly talismans, it would not be easy to stop the formation. Qinyan considered for a moment and said, alright, I will exchange. Soon after, Qinyan pawned his crystal card and exchanged it for a Divine Universe Purple Dragon Ball. After Yun Long obtained the crystal card, he eagerly flew towards the blue heavenly universe. Brother, you should be able to pass through Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's trial. Xiao Yuemei also knows that Divine Universe Purple Dragon Ball is very important to Qinyan, so she did not object. Qinyan said with mischievous smile, of course. Not everyone in the powerful clans had crystal cards. Only a few people have them. In other words, if others want to enter, they must pass through Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's trial. Majority of people who have crystal cards have already entered the blue heavenly universe. Now, there are also people who want to forcibly enter. Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon is indeed very powerful. He is coiling around the blue heavenly universe. Whenever he sees someone approaching the entrance, he will launch a very powerful attack. A few strong races' sacred deities have their skin and flesh lacerated by the formidable dragon power. They can only leave with serious injuries. There are also a few sacred deities who can forcibly charge through but they are more or less injured. Yuemei, you go in first. Qinyan said, you go find Yuelan and the others first, I will take a look at the situation before going in. Alright. Xiao Yuemei originally wanted to wait for Qin Yan to enter before following him. This way, they can take care of each other. Indeed, Xiao Yuemei very easily entered. She did not take out her crystal card. These 9 Sun Divine Maidens are truly enviable. Qin Yan sighed in his heart. He waited outside for a while and saw experts from strong races rushing over one after another. When the sky turned dark, Xia Wufeng and Divine Judge rushed over. Seeing them arrive, Qin Yan informed them of the situation here. After hearing, Divine Judge said, I will immediately notify the Myriad Realms Divine Court and let them spread the news. This way, even more people will know the location of the Blue Heavenly Universe. When the time comes, everyone will have to rely on their own ability to enter. Qin Yan nodded. According to my observation, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon has a sense of propriety, he won't kill anyone. The premise is that you have to go alone. If there are many people, his attacks will be very heavy. Then I will go first. Xia Wufeng said. Boss Xia, be very careful. Qin Yan warned. After Xia Wufeng flew over, he took out his origin sword. Originally, he wanted to use his sword to destroy Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's thunder. However, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon did not attack and instead let Xia Wufeng enter. Qin Yan is secretly amazed. Many strong races people recognize Xia Wufeng, this one-armed sword god. Seeing that he can enter without using crystal card, they all complained about how unfair it is. It's my turn. Divine Judge took out Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flags and quickly flew over. When he flew over, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon did not attack. Isn't that the Divine Judge of the Myriad Realms Divine Court? Could it be that this is his privilege? Someone said with jealousy. Maybe Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon is asleep. Someone said and then immediately rushed over. Just as he approached the entrance, he was struck by a violent thunder and fell to the ground. This caused a group of people to be shocked and burst into laughter. Boss Xia and Divine Judge, why are they being treated specially? I wonder if I will be treated specially? Seeing that no one is going over, Qin Yan immediately flew over. He has been turned into a young boy by Xiao Yuemei. Seeing a young boy fly over, everyone is extremely shocked. What caused people to be astonished is that when Qin Yan flew over, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's body suddenly exploded with violent thunder. His eyes suddenly turned purple and shot out 2 purple thunder. Soon after, a large area of violent blue thunder and lightning fell down. It is like a waterfall of thunder and completely enveloped Qin Yan. Qin Yan released the Sun Heavenly Shield and immediately blocked the berserk attacks. Sun Heavenly Shield is after all powered by Divine Cosmos Purple Sunday. Divine Cosmos Dragon's power is not as strong as Divine Cosmos Purple Sun's, so Qin Yan can easily block it. This guy, he looks scary but his power is only SOSO. Qin Yan has a rough understanding of Xinyu Tianlong's power. After blocking Xinyu Tianlong's attack, Qin Yan sped up and rushed towards the entrance. He wanted to enter the universe of heaven and earth. However, at this time, Xinyu Tianlong's voice appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Do you want my dragon pearl? If you want it, then don't go in. Qin Yan is startled. He promptly followed Xinyu Tianlong's mental fluctuation and asked, how can I obtain your dragon pearl? Obtaining Xinyu Tianlong's dragon pearl is naturally the best. If Xinyu Tianlong and the others find other dragon pearls, they will be more or less complete. Attack me. Xinyu Tianlong said, as long as you can break any one of my dragon scales, I will give you the dragon pearl. Break a dragon scale? Qin Yan thinks that he misheard because he feels that this is very easy for him. He looked at Xinyu Tianlong's dragon scales, each one is very big, it looks like a small plaza. He feels that if he uses Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and 9 Veins Divine Power, breaking a dragon scale will be a piece of cake. You are not allowed to use any weapons. Xinyu Tianlong said again, you can only use your power to attack. If you can do that, then I will give the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl to you. Xinyu Tianlong, why are you doing this? Do we know each other? Qin Yan asked. 9 Sun Palace King, we met once before. I learned from Brother Ice Dragon that you lack dragon pearls, so I will give you a chance. Xinyu Tianlong said. So they know each other, but Qin Yan is very unhappy. They clearly know each other, yet he gave him such a big greeting gift. If he can't block it, he will be beaten until he can't even take care of himself. Then will you attack me? Xianxia asked again. Of course I will. You can't prove your strength, why should I give you the dragon pearl? Xinyu Tianlong said. They are using mental power to communicate, others can't hear them. The people in the distance could only see Qin Yun hovering motionlessly in front of the entrance. While they were curious, they were also shocked, because this young man was actually able to survive just now and not be killed. If I were to take away your dragon pearl, would it affect you? Qin Yun said, if it would affect you greatly, then forget it. You are Ice Dragon's big brother after all, I can't let you suffer such a huge loss. It won't affect me. With my current cultivation level, the dragon balls are dispensable. Moreover, I can cultivate them again in the future. Xinyu Tianlong said, Nine-Yang Palace King, if you obtain my dragon pearl and enter the Heaven Law universe, it will be much more convenient. Qin Yun was even more tempted when he heard that. The Heavenly Law universe was definitely very, very big, and there might even be other people inside. As for the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl, it was highly likely that it was a form of identification. If he could obtain the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl and enter the universe of heaven and earth, he might be able to obtain a better inheritance. Qin Yun thought for a moment and agreed. He said, what if I can't break a single one of your dragon scales? Then not only you won't be able to obtain my dragon pearl, you won't even be able to enter the universe of heaven. Xinyu Tianlong said with smile. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to take away your dragon pearl. Qin Yun is very confident and asked again, can I use something to defend? You can't. You just used a tool to defend, you can't use it again. Xinyu Tianlong replied. Without using Nine Sun Divine Soul Sun Heavenly Shield, it will be very difficult to block Xinyu Tianlong's attack. Therefore, he must be even more careful and absolutely cannot be hit. Although the difficulty is high, Qin Yun has already decided to agree to Xinyu Tianlong's request. This is a chance to obtain the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl, he cannot miss it. Alright. Qin Yun said. Just as he agreed, Xinyu Tianlong's huge dragon tail swept over like lightning. Qin Yun cursed in his heart, he promptly used space crossing step and used spatial teleportation to dodge and arrived high up in the sky. Xinyu Tianlong is extremely bewildered in his heart because it is very difficult to use spatial power to teleport inside Heavenly Divine Desolate. Qin Yun stored a lot of Little Ant Queen's spatial power inside his nether sun, so he can now also use spatial power. Naturally, Xinyu Tianlong doesn't know about this, otherwise he would think that Qin Yun is cheating. Xinyu Tianlong's body is very big but his reaction is not slow at all, he is also very nimble. Just as Qin Yun arrived above Xinyu Tianlong, he sensed a very strong power fluctuation attacking him. It is a dragon claw grabbing at him. That huge dragon claw can easily crush 100,000 zhang tall mountain. It is bringing along a violent blue lightning waterfall, it arrived as fast as lightning, its imposing manner is very dreadful. Those experts in the distance repeatedly exclaimed in admiration because they did not expect that there would be someone fighting against the formidable Xinyu Tianlong. Moreover, it is a very young boy, Qin Yun is also here for the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl, otherwise he would have already entered the universe of heaven. Too slow. Qin Yun dodged Xinyu Tianlong's attack in a short while. Qin Yun is very nimble, he can use Transcending Void Step to cross space, there is no way to deal with him. It must be known that just now Xinyu Tianlong's claw attack caused space ripples to appear, it was to prevent Qin Yun from crossing space. Qin Yun is using spatial divine power from the Little Ant Queen, this kind of mystical creature, so he is not afraid of being blocked. Let's see how you break my dragon scales. Xinyu Tianlong's blue dragon scale suddenly trembled and a burst of energy appeared. This energy barrier is very thick, moreover it has condensed into a transparent crystal. This is body protecting dragon handle barrier? Qin Yun is startled in his heart. Xinyu Tianlong has already given up on attacking Qin Yun because he can't hit Qin Yun who is on guard. Qin Yun deeply inhaled a mouthful of air and said in his heart, I will let you experience my 9-sun world extermination scripture. He is already more or less fused with the world extermination spirit. Now he has also comprehended one of the 3 tribulations of 9-sun world extermination scripture. Suddenly a huge purple gold light ball appeared in the sky, it looks like a small sun, it is flickering and spewing raging flames. A mighty heavenly might suddenly surged out. 9 huge dragons appeared around the small purple-gold sun. They revolved around the purple-gold sun and roared. Those dragon roars are filled with formidable dragon might, they are accompanied by heavenly might as they attacked the heaven and earth. An energy wave filled with destruction aura surged and churned violently within the heaven and earth. Along with heavenly might's momentum, it blew and roared in all direction. This is 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation, a powerful race member shouted in alarm. What's going on? Isn't this heavenly punishment Great Tribulation? Sun-breaking heavenly lightning tribulation appeared before, why is there another 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation now? These heavenly punishment Great Tribulation caused all the powerful race members to be endlessly horrified. They immediately hid far away, afraid that they would be affected. This 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation is precisely Xianxia's doing, one of the 3 tribulations of 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. He experienced this 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation before, that's why he can use it so quickly. Boom boom boom, 9 dragons roared, accompanied by the purple gold sun attack. That heaven and earth extermination aura caused even Xinyu Tianlong to feel fear. Those powerful race members who were bombarded by Xinyu Tianlong to the point of crying. For their parents are now incomparably shocked, because they can all see that the 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation was released by that young boy. That young boy is actually attacking Xinyu Tianlong. Who exactly is this divine being? He can use the 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation and even dares to fight Xinyu Tianlong. This is an incredible character. Xinyu Tianlong's huge body was attacked by the purple-gold small sun. The power of destruction erupted, burning with gold, red and black tricolored flames. Below the blue heavenly dome, a sea of fire suddenly appeared within several thousand li radius, instantly transforming into a sea of lava. This kind of scene is like the sun destroying the world. The fierce and arrogant destruction heavenly might is still surging, accompanied by the roar of the fire waves. Several dragon scales on Xinyu Tianlong's body have cracked and are burning with purple-gold flames. Although he was hit, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Xianxia let out a long sigh and sent voice transmission to Xinyu Tianlong. I did it, you won't act shamelessly, right? Xinyu Tianlong looked at Xianxia, opened his mouth and condensed a frantic dragon might. Everyone immediately felt that the young boy is finished, he will be blown to pieces by Xinyu Tianlong's thunder. Xinyu Tianlong's mouth shot out a lightning, but it is very small. Xianxia can see that inside the lightning there is a pearl. It is the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl. Xianxia arrived in a flash, grabbed the Divine Universe Sky Dragon Pearl and put it away. You have mastered 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. I hope you can properly use it. Xinyu Tianlong said, I wish you good luck. Heavenly Dragon, what do I need to pay attention to inside the Heavenly Law Universe? Xianxia asked. Don't provoke the Heavenly Law Pavilion. Of course, if they provoke you first, then don't be polite. No matter where you go, strength speaks. You possess formidable strength, everyone will submit to you. Xinyu Tianlong said. All right. Many thanks for your dragon pearl. Xianxia is truly grateful. You are welcome. Although we only met once, you have indirectly changed my fate. Perhaps I should thank you. Quickly go in. Xinyu Tianlong said. Xianxia's heart is filled with doubt as he flew into the Heavenly Law Universe. Those experts are all dumbfounded. That young boy attacked Xinyu Tianlong and destroyed several dragon scales, yet nothing happened to him. Moreover, he is still leisurely flying into the Heavenly Law Universe. After Xianxia passed through the entrance, he sensed that he is inside the water. He quickly floated up and discovered that he is inside a boundless ocean. Xianxia floated on the seawater and wanted to fly into the sky. However, before he could fly very high, he was suppressed by a force, preventing him from flying too high. At this moment, he could only fly a few meters above the surface of the sea. Moreover, as he flew, he encountered a strong resistance, causing him to be unable to increase his speed. What kind of power is restraining him? Xianxia raised his head to look at the vast river of stars in the blue sky. He discovered that the river of stars was most likely formed from runes. Just how many inscriptions were needed to form such a shocking and majestic galaxy? Xianxia sighed inwardly. In order to speed up his journey, he could only return to the sea and take out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle was a gourd. Although it couldn't fly, it could float. On the surface of the sea. The little ant queen's spatial divine power should be able to be used. I don't have much left, so I need to use it sparingly. Xianxia had previously used quite a number of spatial divine power beads. The little ant queen could absorb the divine universe purple sun's energy from the 9-yang divine soul, but her speed was limited. She needed a certain amount of time to condense it. After entering this heavenly law universe, it is very likely that he will face unknown dangers. Therefore, Xianxia wants to keep those spatial divine power beads and use them in a more dangerous situation. Xianxia injected a large amount of solar flame liquid into the heavenly leaping shuttle. The sun flame liquid burned and spewed out a strong stream of air. It was spat out through the mouth of the gourd, allowing the heaven leaping shuttle, a white gourd, to move quickly in the sea. This speed is not bad, it's about the same as me flying in the air. Xianxia sat in the main control room and looked ahead. He took out a few soul-chasing talismans, they are for Xiao Yuemei and the others, then there are Xia Wufeng's talismans. Boss Xia is in another direction. Yuemei did not go to find Yuelan. Xianxia looked at the direction pointed by the soul-chasing talisman and muttered. He previously told Xiao Yuemei to go in to find Xiao Yuelan and the others, but this little girl is not with Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan and the others are with the Divine Moon clan, I don't need to worry about them. Where did that wild girl Yuemei go? Xianxia decided to find Xiao Yuemei first to prevent her from causing trouble in this heavenly law universe. The heaven leaping shuttle spewed out flames, allowing the heaven leaping shuttle to move very fast, but at the same time, it would also release a very powerful aura. Xianxia couldn't care less. He just wanted to leave the ocean as soon as possible. Although I came in later, the time between me and them is not very long. Xianxia looked at the soul-chasing talisman and felt somewhat depressed. Because he feels that he is very far away from Xiao Yuemei. Could it be that everyone's position is different when they enter? Ling Yin'er said, if that's the case, then it's not that Yuemei didn't go to find Yulan, it's just that the distance is too far. Maybe so. But why are Yulan, Sister Shuyan and Sister Bingxing together? Xianxia said doubtfully. They entered at about the same time. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, don't worry about Yuemei. This little girl is very naughty, nothing will happen to her. It's because she's too naughty, that's why I'm worried. Xianxia held the soul-chasing talisman and waited patiently. Maybe she is also very worried about you. Ling Yin'er smiled tenderly and said, because you are also very naughty. Xianxia looked at the majestic star river in the sky and said with sigh, this heavenly law universe's inheritance from beyond the heavens is very powerful. It won't be easy to obtain it. Xiao Yun, the clan emperors of those powerful races have not come, even the kings have not come. Only the dukes have come. Ling Yin'er said. As for the specific reason, I will have to ask Yuelan and the others. Xianxia now only dares to contact Divine Moon race people. Although he knows people from Nine Sun Heavenly Race and Heavenly Devil God Race, he doesn't want them to know that he has entered Heavenly Law Universe. If they leak out information, they might do something detrimental to him. It must be known that Qin Yun is the enemy of Primal Chaos Race, Divine Sword Race and Divine Star Race. Before Qin Yun understands the situation of this Heavenly Law Universe, he doesn't want to fight with them. What a pity, Divine Moon Race's clan emperor did not come in. If he came in, he would have flirted with her and made her help you fuse with Divine Moon bloodline Divine Origin. Ling Yin'er giggled and said, Divine Moon Race's clan emperor is also a great beauty. Yuelan told me about this. Don't forget that Yuelan is a female rogue just like you. Who knows if she is lying to me to make me go conquer Divine Moon Race's clan emperor. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. If Yuelan wants to make a move against Divine Moon Race's clan emperor, she should go herself. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, if it was me, I wouldn't tell you, I would go and flirt with Divine Moon Race's emperor myself. Qin Yin said with confident smile, that's because Yuelan doesn't have the confidence to take down Divine Moon Race's emperor, so she wants to trick me. If this palace king personally takes action, there won't be any problem. Bullshit. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Don't think of provoking me to take down Divine Moon Race's emperor. This palace king is a peerlessly honest person, I won't deceive other people's feelings. Qin Yin laughed and said. The heaven leaping shuttle sped through the sea, the mouth of the gourd spewed out a long flame. In the night, it looks like a meteor streaking across the pitch-black water. Nighttime, Xianxia can see the heavenly divine moon. Inside the heavenly law universe, the heavenly divine moon is the same as the one outside. They are all very huge. The only difference is that the stars inside the heavenly law universe are different from the stars inside the heavenly law universe. At night, the star river in the sky is even more spectacular. In the boundless night, there are several bright and resplendent star river passing through. Moreover, it can be seen that the star river is flowing. Some star river is silver, some are gold, some are blue. From time to time, there are also huge stars flickering with light inside the star river. Xianxia is inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, looking at the spectacular and beautiful star river. He suddenly has a strong desire to fly inside and roam. However, it is very difficult to fly inside the heavenly law universe, and it is unknown how far the star river is. Wanting to go to those star river is definitely very difficult. How do I obtain the inheritance from beyond the heavens? Xianxia only knows that the heavenly punishment inheritance is some kind of heavenly law divine rune. It is definitely an even more powerful rune that can allow people to obtain even more formidable power. The sky slightly brightened, one big and one small myriad worlds divine sun rose up. It is as if the entire ocean has been dyed bright and dazzling. Xianxia has been rushing through the night. At daybreak, he saw a small island. This small island is rather special. It is round and completely white. It is slowly moving. Finally found something. Xianxia is very excited. He immediately slowed down and took out the soul-chasing talisman to check. Xiaoyuemei is still very far away. It means that she is not on that strange island. The small island is several thousand meters wide. It is moving very slowly and is not emitting any aura. After approaching, Xianxia can see that there are several 100-meter-tall transparent crystal pillars erected at the edge of the round island. Formation pillar, crystal pillar? Xianxia immediately opened his heavenly eye and looked at those crystal pillars from far away. The crystal pillars are transparent, no runes can be seen on them, but they are made into very strong formation pillars. Could it be that they are all dark runes? Xianxia is becoming more and more alarmed. After approaching, he can feel that the island's formation is very strong, so he can't sense any aura at all. Crystal pillars are very rare. When making formation pillars, if they are all dark runes, not only will it be very difficult, it will also limit the speed at which the runes can absorb energy. Usually, it is half dark runes and half bright runes. This way, it will be more balanced. Xianxia is also unable to see the dark runes through his heavenly eye. He quickly released Momo. After the cute little fairy Momo came out, she very seriously looked at the crystal pillar in the distance. Big brother, it might be too far. I can't see anything, but I can feel that the runes are very, very strong. Momo is also somewhat excited because she has recorded enough runes to make her stronger. Then wait for me to get closer, then I'll let you come out and take a look. Xianxia stroked Momo's long hair with his finger. All right. Momo tenderly smiled and then was placed back into the nine-sun divine spirit by Xianxia. After approaching the small island, Xianxia stored the heaven-leaping shuttle and stealthily swam towards the small island. He originally thought that he would have to hide, but not long after he approached, a few people suddenly flew out from the small island. Those people are all wearing white armor and the spears in their hands are all made of transparent crystal. They are all wearing a mask made of transparent crystal. Through the mask, one can see that most of them are young people. Only the leader is a middle-aged man. This should be a patrol squad. Could it be that I've been discovered? Xianxia is secretly alarmed. Just as he was about to dive into the water, the middle-aged captain of the patrol squad waved his hand and shot out a talisman. The talisman shot towards Xianxia like a ray of light. When it hit, it turned into a net that enveloped Xianxia. Talisman tool. A very powerful talisman tool. After Xianxia was trapped, he is extremely alarmed. The talisman tool still has a soul body and consciousness. If it sensed that he was resisting intensely, it would release a very strong electric current to hit him. Xianxia only needed to resist a little before he could feel a strong electric current. It's not difficult for me to break free, but it will arouse their disgust. Xianxia is secretly rejoicing that Xiaoyuemei turned him into a young boy. This way, people will be less vigilant. Greetings, big brothers, I am from Divine Desolate. Qin Yan promptly said, I have no malice. He can also see that the patrol squad is not very aggressive. They only captured him, otherwise they would have directly killed him. Where is your family's adults? The patrol captain asked. I came in by myself. Qin Yan replied, I really have no malice. He only has divine power of profound God, he is not even a great God, yet he can come in? Shinyu Tianlong is guarding the door, he should not have let people with this kind of cultivation in, it will only kill them. A young man said. I was lucky, I passed through Shinyu Tianlong's trial. Qin Yan saw that these people's attitude is not bad and felt a lot more relieved. The middle-aged man waved his hand and stored the net. The net once again turned into a talisman and returned to the middle-aged captain's hand. Qin Yan was brought to the small white island. The people here are rather polite. They know that he came from the Divine Desolate. They are only curious about the Divine Desolate's situation and asked a few questions. After a simple chat, Qin Yan found out that this blue sky should be considered a super huge ship. They call this ship the Arkansas. The blue sky is very mysterious and strange. There is a continent inside, it is called the Heavenly Law Universe. As for who built the blue sky, no one knows. They only know that when this blue sky roams, it will pass through many huge god realms similar to the Divine Desolate. There are a total of 6 star rivers in the sky. Those star rivers are taken from different heavens by the blue sky, meaning that it passes through 6 heavens. When passing through these 6 heavens, it attracted many people. Some people don't want to go out after entering the Heavenly Law Universe. They plan to stay here and follow the blue sky to other heavens. People inside the Heavenly Law Universe are not allowed to go to other heavens. And what they need to do in the Heavenly Law Universe is to study and comprehend the rune laws of the Heavenly Law Universe. From there, they can master even stronger runes and constantly break through their own limits. The people on the White Island that Qin Yan is on are all from the White Sun Divine World. Their White Sun Divine World is also a combination of many spaces. They have a huge white divine Sunday. According to their description, it is more than 10 times bigger than the current Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin Yan looked at the Myriad Realms Divine Sun in the sky and imagined it according to their description. He can't help but exclaim in surprise. It can be seen that Bai Yang is truly powerful. Qin Yan followed the patrol team back and was left on the island. They told Qin Yan not to cause any trouble. He can explore the island alone and with his strength, he can survive. These people are pretty good. Qin Yan walked on the island and entered a market. This place is similar to the market where humans gather in the Divine Desolate, there is no difference. The only difference is the architectural style and the style of dressing. The people here are from the White Sun Divine World. Therefore, their clothing is mainly white. The architectural style is also mostly white. Many people dyed their hair white or made their eyebrows and nails white. Therefore, when Qin Yan walked on the street, he often saw many people dressed in white. This island was also called the White Sun Island. According to the captain, the people of the White Sun Sacred World had been here for 3,000 years, and their population had grown to millions. White Sun Island was only one of the gathering places, and there were very few people gathered there. Most of them were on land. The people of White Sun Island had another special characteristic. Most of the men had very long, straight hair that reached their waists and were dyed white. There were also black-haired people here, but there were only 3 out of 10 people. Therefore, a black-haired youth like Qin Yan did not seem out of place. This is probably the custom of different places. Qin Yan was not surprised by this. There were people from all over the world gathered in the Divine Wilderness. Some people even had different skin colors. There were also people with strange shapes and sizes. People like White Sun Island were much more normal than most of the weirdos in Deity Desolate. White Sun Island only had a few tens of thousands of people, it was the gathering place with the least number of people in the White Sun Sacred World. The main reason is because White Sun Island is floating in the ocean. Its purpose is to research and explore this ocean. Because this ocean hides many secrets and many mysterious sea beasts. The sea beasts in the ocean are very strange, they have runes on their bodies and those runes are the focus of their research. While walking on the street, Qin Yan took out Xiao Yuemei's soul-chasing talisman and looked at it. He discovered that the direction the island is floating in is the same direction as Xiao Yuemei. Therefore, he felt relieved and stayed on the island. The captain of the patrol team also said that because White Sun Island was maintaining the Great Formation, it became very slow. After the maintenance, White Sun Island's speed became very fast. Xianxia is very interested in the dark runes inside the Crystal Formation pillar. Moreover, there is no one guarding the Crystal Formation pillar. In this place, no one dares to destroy the Crystal Formation pillar. The consequences of destroying the Crystal Formation pillar are very serious. Furthermore, the Crystal Formation pillar itself has very strong defensive power. It is extremely difficult to destroy it. Before it is destroyed, it might cause a great commotion. Xianxia strolled around the block before coming to the bottom of a crystal pillar. He reached out his hand and touched the Crystal Formation pillar. He can feel a very strong energy fluctuation. This Crystal Formation pillar itself is a very strong energy crystal. Furthermore, it can constantly absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Xianxia said in his heart, right now, it is absorbing a very strong myriad realms divine sun divine power to maintain the operation of the Great Formation. The advantage of doing this is that there is no need to replenish energy. Ling Yin'er said, the people of the White Sun divine world have really good materials. This kind of energy crystal must be very precious, but they have a lot of it. They even made such a huge Crystal Formation pillar. Xianxia let Mo come out and placed her under his collar. He let her poke out her small head to look at the dark runes inside the Crystal Formation pillar. The Crystal Formation pillar is so huge, there must be a lot of dark runes inside. It is not realistic to record them all. Xianxia only let Mo see if there are any dark runes inside. Moreover, he recorded a very small part for him to study. Mo's progress is very smooth. She can see the dark runes inside. She only recorded a part of it and then transmitted it to Xianxia through her mental power. In Xianxia's mind, a small part of the runes also immediately appeared. After he let Mo return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul, he sat down on the spot and closed his eyes to carefully study the small part of the runes. Xianxia extracted a small part of it and then used the method of inscription battle technique to carve it in the air. Although it is not a complete rune, it can still display a strange ability. These runes are very special. They should be god-level runes. The difference between them and the Divine Desolate is that these runes have a kind of regeneration power and a very strong memory. Xianxia tried to destroy a little of the runes he carved. After destroying a little, they immediately regenerated. Then he used his powerful mental power to bend and disturb the runes. However, the runes quickly recovered by themselves. In that case, those runes have spirituality? Ling Yin'er said, but you were the one who carved them. Why is it like this? I suspect that those runes are operating according to a kind of law that we can't see. They are affected by the power of that law, which is why they have such a reaction. Xianxia also felt that it is very magical. The strength of this kind of rune is that it is difficult to destroy. It must be known that all the runes he has mastered now, if they encounter a powerful attack, they will be easily destroyed and then the entire set of runes will become ineffective. Therefore, those who want to carve powerful runes need to have sufficient protection. During battle, they also need to be careful at all times to prevent the runes inside the divine tools and divine weapons from being destroyed. Once they are destroyed, their power will be greatly reduced. In serious cases, they can even lose all their abilities. Xianxia thought about it carefully and his expression suddenly turned grave. He said with worry, the runes of the inheritance from beyond the heavens are very brilliant. In that case, they will have more ways to deal with my Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. He immediately realized that the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation would face even more threats, so he needed to master more of these Heavenly Law Divine Runes. Heavenly Law Divine Runes operate based on the unknown and mysterious Heavenly Law. They can have even stronger energy and be even more tenacious and difficult to destroy. Only by mastering more Heavenly Law Divine Runes would Xianxia be able to improve the runes needed by the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. This way, he would be able to upgrade the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Xianxia sat beside the crystal pillar for an entire day. He mainly wanted to sense the changes in the runes inside the crystal pillar and gain a deeper understanding of them. After he sat for an entire day, an old granny walked over. The old granny has straight white hair and her face is only slightly wrinkled. Her plump face made her look like jade, and she doesn't look that old. She is wearing a white robe, which is a very typical attire of people from the White Sun divine realm. The only difference is that the white robe on her body is engraved with silver white runes. When Xianxia saw those runes, he is secretly alarmed because those runes are a type of heavenly law divine rune. This old granny is an inscription master. She came to the side of the pillar, and when she saw Xianxia, she smiled kindly at him. Then, she pressed her hand on the pillar and sent a ray of white light into it. Xianxia immediately sensed a very strong power of the blood soul spreading out. This old granny is inspecting the crystal pillar. Logically speaking, the heavenly law divine runes inside the crystal pillar have a very strong self-healing ability and are extremely tough. They do not need to be inspected and maintained. By doing so, it meant that this kind of heavenly law divine rune had other flaws. Momo said that the dark runes she saw were not Daoyan runes. Could it be that heavenly law divine runes are unable to undergo Daoyan? Xianxia is puzzled. The runes that underwent Daoyan would flow and change, releasing even stronger power. The weakness was that once it was damaged, it would be very difficult to repair. "Granny, what are you doing?" Xianxia asked curiously. He has the appearance of a young man and he is very handsome. Therefore, from his appearance, he gives off a very good impression. The old granny said with a smile, "I'm checking the runes to see if they are still there." "Ah? Runes can run?" Xianxia said in surprise. "These heavenly law divine runes can run. Every once in a while, we need to appease them and not let them run away." The old granny said with a smile. "Why do they run?" Xianxia asked. The old granny also patiently replied, "Because they can grow on their own. When they grow to a certain stage, they will have a higher goal. They want to cultivate independently and then go through heavenly tribulation. In the end, they can become humans or beasts." Inscription transformation. Xianxia is not surprised. The inscription beast from before was formed from inscription, but that was a very rare situation. And these heavenly law divine runes turning into life seemed to happen from time to time. It could also be said that it was very common. This is a very big discovery for Xianxia. Giant sea beast? How big must it be to cause such a commotion in the White Sun Island? Xianxia said in astonishment and then looked at the sea. The White Sun Island is still trembling, but the people on the island are relatively calm. Clearly, they are already used to this kind of thing. The old granny looked at the sea and said, "It might not be a giant sea beast." "Not a giant sea beast? Then why can it cause such a huge commotion?" Xianxia also saw several patrol teams rushing towards the sea. Those patrol teams all have the ability to fly at low altitude. Although they can't maintain it for long, they can still go forward to investigate the situation in a short period of time. A few patrol teams have tools in their hands. After they take those tools and investigate the situation, they immediately return to the White Sun Island. At this moment, Xianxia also saw the crystal pillars suddenly flicker with white light. The most powerful formation protecting the White Sun Island suddenly activated. After the patrol team returned, they immediately rushed to the center of the island. "Granny, where are they going?" Xianxia asked. The White Sun Island is still trembling slightly. They will report the situation to the island master and let the island master arrange for people to go out and fight. The old granny rubbed Xianxia's head and said, "Little guy, did you just come to the White Sun Island?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I just came here not long ago. I came from the heavenly divine desolate." "You came here to learn," the old granny said in surprise. "I want to learn the heavenly spell divine runes." "Granny, can you teach me?" Xianxia feels that this old granny is a very good person and her inscription level is also very high. This is mainly because he saw that the old granny's blood soul power is very strong, so he was able to determine that. "I can, but you need to have talent in this area." The old granny hesitated and said, "Little guy, what's your name?" "Xianxia." Xianxia replied, "I am also an inscription master. I have the foundation of an inscription master. I never accept disciples, but I can teach you some heavenly spell divine runes. I am Granny Tang, follow me from now on." Granny Tang said with smile, "Whether you can learn it or not is your own business." "Thank you, Granny," Xianxia said happily. At this moment, More than 100 people wearing white battle armor and transparent crystal helmets rushed out holding large crystal sabers. They exited from one of the White Sun Island's exits. Each of them stepped on a small crystal boat and quickly sailed forward. "Granny, are they also going to capture sea beasts?" Xianxia asked. That sea beast took the initiative to attack the White Sun Island. It definitely wants to destroy the White Sun Island. We need to intimidate the sea beast. If we can capture it, that would be the best. We can learn the heavenly divine runes from the sea beast. Granny Tang said. Hundreds of powerful warriors were riding on small boats as they sailed through the sea. They were not afraid of the powerful beasts hidden in the sea at all. White Sun Island kept trembling. This left Xianxia rather puzzled. This was because it did not seem like the island had been struck. Instead, it was constantly trembling from a powerful force. "Grandma, what are those transparent crystals made of?" Xianxia asked. "They look very powerful." "Those are the materials we obtained after the crystal divine sun shattered." Granny Tang said. "Most of the powerful materials come from divine sun, divine star, and divine moon. So that's how it is." Xianxia could tell that the crystals contained a very strong energy. Furthermore, they were very sturdy. Divine star is definitely the most abundant. Then, are the materials inside the divine star the weakest? Xianxia asked. Although he had traveled to many heavenly domains, he had never seen the best materials inside the divine star. In some powerful stars, there were also divine universe golden stones. As for powerful materials, they were relatively rare. The materials inside the divine star are also very strong. That's not necessarily the case. Granny Tang kept looking at the 100 warriors on the sea. Xianxia also looked over and asked, "Is that sea beast about to come out? How big is it?" "It might not be a giant sea beast. If it was a giant sea beast, it might have already overturned the White Sun Island. It was just a false alarm." Granny Tang said. "That sea beast can release a vibration power, that's why it can cause the White Sun Island to tremble." Walala, a huge wave suddenly rose up on the sea. In the blink of an eye, the 100 warriors were covered by the huge wave. These warriors are all very experienced. Very quickly, they broke through the huge wave and continued to fly steadily on the sea. The small crystal boats under their feet are clearly very strong divine tools. Roar, a furious roar accompanied by a vibration wave arrived. A completely oval black thing emerged from the sea. It is a sea beast, but its shape is very strange. It is oval-shaped and has no legs or limbs. Its body is dark and rough. From time to time, many white light threads would appear on its thick black skin. "It's coming out." Granny Tang immediately took out a telescope and looked at the white threads on the surface of the sea beast. The sea beast is more than 10 meters long. Compared to the White Sun Island, it is very small. However, it can cause the White Sun Island to tremble unceasingly. This is the heavenly spell divine runic beast. Not good, that guy is very strong. We should withdraw the warriors. Granny Tang suddenly shouted, "Quickly withdraw." The warriors did not listen to her and continued to attack the sea beast. They released talisman tools that can transform into nets and trap the sea beast layer by layer. Just as the warriors thought that they had captured the sea beast, a sharp whistling sound was suddenly heard. It is very ear-piercing. That sound seems to be accompanied by a very strong vibration wave that entered their eardrums, causing their ears to feel a slight stinging pain. The vibration wave rushed over. Although Xianxia and Granny Tang are inside the barrier, the flesh on their faces still trembled because of the vibration wave. The dozens of divine net talisman tools that surrounded the sea beast were all torn apart. The surrounding White Sun warriors were all sent flying by the vibration wave. Fortunately, they have very strong defensive equipment. Otherwise, they would have been shattered long ago. Now, they are only vomiting blood. "Quickly come back!" Granny Tang shouted again. The White Sun warriors did not retreat. They are still fighting with the sea beast. Xianxia's expression is grave as he said in his heart, "Those warriors should be heavenly god realm cultivators." More than 100 heavenly gods of this level, relying on powerful equipment, are actually unable to capture that sea beast. "Xiaoyun, what is this Granny Tang's cultivation?" Ling Yin'er asked. "I'm not too sure. Maybe Holy God Realm. I can sense a trace of Holy God Realm aura, but I'm not sure. She hid it too well, Qin Yan said in his heart. While Qin Yan and Ling Yaner were talking, Granny Tang suddenly rushed out. She can actually pass through the barrier. Granny, be careful. Qin Yan is very worried that something will happen to Granny Tang. This is a very kind old granny. He is worried that this kind old granny will be killed by the sea beast. After Granny Tang rushed out, she threw out a very large crystal leaf. Then, she stood on the crystal leaf and glided over with a gust of wind, charging towards the huge sea beast. Is the White Sun Island gone? How can we let an old granny go up and save people? Qin Yan looked around but did not see anyone. He suspects that the reason why the White Sun warriors did not retreat is to force the sea beast to release more heavenly spell divine runes. When the sea beast attacked, a very strong white heavenly spell divine rune would appear on the surface of its body. And in the distance, there must be someone using a telescope to record the heavenly spell divine runes on the sea beast's surface. Xiao Yun, that sea beast is very strong. Ling Yaner said, I wonder if Granny Tang can block it. Just as Granny Tang went over, the oval-shaped sea beast jumped out of the water. The surface of the sea beast's body is no longer rough and thick skin. Instead, it has become glossy black crystal. White heavenly spell divine runes appeared within the crystal. The heavenly spell divine runes suddenly shone with a strong light. The strong light turned into waves of fluctuations, forming a very strong shockwave that spread out in all directions. Roar, the sea beast opened its mouth and roared, shooting out a strong light. The strong light carried a very strong shockwave. It turned into a fan-shaped light wave that vibrated forward. The white shockwave was very fast, it instantly rippled out. Dozens of White Sun warriors who were hit by the shockwave suddenly had their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This scene caused Qin Yan's scalp to go numb. The armor worn by the White Sun warriors was undamaged, but the flesh within the armor was crushed by the strong shockwave. The sea surface was immediately dyed red with blood. The sea beast's shockwave power has a very strong penetrating power. It easily penetrated all kinds of defensive divine armors. Quickly retreat. Granny Tang angrily rebuked the group of White Sun warriors. She could see that the sea beast was very difficult to deal with, so she told them to retreat early. However, they did not listen, so dozens of them died in an instant. The White Sun warriors finally knew fear because the armor on their bodies could not withstand the sea beast's powerful attack. The White Sun warriors quickly retreated. As for Granny Tang, she was still entangled with the sea beast. When Qin Yan saw that no one was helping Granny Tang, he immediately ran out quietly. He stood on the white jade gourd and quickly rushed towards Granny Tang. After Granny Tang participated in the battle, the situation on the sea surface became even worse. Huge waves surged into the sky and the waves were ferocious. Qin Yan stood on the white jade gourd and entered the ferocious sea. It was difficult for the people on the island to see him. Granny Tang can't beat that guy, Qin Yan immediately determined. He could see that not only is the sea beast very strong, it is also very scheming. At the beginning, the sea beast did not display a very strong strength. Then, it erupted with a very strong power and killed dozens of White Sun warriors in an instant. Now that an important inscription master like Granny Tang had gone over, she would definitely stimulate the sea beast to become even stronger. After Qin Yan rushed over, the oval-shaped sea beast suddenly changed shape. It turned into a bull-shaped beast covered in black crystal scales. The runes on its body were originally white, but now they have turned golden, making it look even stronger. Qin Yan is now outside the vibration domain. He can see that Granny Tang's face is filled with discomfort. If her body was not strong enough, her bones would have been shattered. Granny Tang! Qin Yan suddenly shouted, then immediately used mysterious penetration divine ability and directly went inside. When Granny Tang heard Qin Yan's voice, she felt apprehensive and even more worried. In her eyes, Qin Yan is only a young boy, but now he rushed in to save her. She is very touched by this but also blamed Qin Yan for being too reckless. I will eat you, the bull-shaped sea beast roared. Granny Tang is standing on top of the crystal lotus flower. Her body is being attacked by vibration divine power from all directions, making it hard for her to move. But she is still an inscription master. In a flash, she released a very strong rune. This is Heavenly Law Divine Rune. This is also a kind of inscription battle technique. A group of Heavenly Law Divine Runes suddenly appeared and formed hundreds of small stars spiraling around. Boom, the bull-shaped sea beast rushed over and collided with the Heavenly Law Divine Rune, creating a fierce collision. The bull-shaped sea beast was shaken away, but the vibration domain is still there. This vibration domain is formed by a very strong Heavenly Law Divine Rune. It is invisible and hidden inside the seawater. Little guy, quickly run! Granny Tang anxiously shouted. Xianxia has already arrived, he has no intention of leaving. The bull-shaped sea beast saw someone come in, moreover a young boy. It did not put him in its eyes. It roared again and pounced towards Granny Tang, opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow her whole. The Heavenly Law Divine Rune that Granny Tang released just now was prepared for a long time, now she cannot release it again. Xianxia promptly used Transcending Void Step to grab Granny Tang, then quickly used Transcending Void Step to avoid the bull-shaped sea beast's bite. Just now, Granny Tang thought that she was truly going to be eaten, but in the blink of an eye, she was saved by a young boy. Even Xianxia found it difficult to escape from this vibration domain. He is mainly relying on Little Ant Queen's spatial divine power. Because that kind of vibration power is truly too strong, even his nether son became very unstable. If not for his powerful body being able to resist most of the vibration power, his body would have been deformed by the vibration. After feeling the power of the Heaven Law Divine Rune beast at such a close distance, Xianxia was still in a state of shock. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. This domain is a barrier. It's very difficult to break it. The only way to escape is to rush out. As Xianxia spoke, he rushed out of the vibration domain with Granny Tang. Not long after he left, the bull-shaped sea beast chased after him. After Granny Tang got rid of the vibration domain, the formidable power of the blood soul within her body suddenly surged out. I'll exterminate you. Granny Tang raised her hand and shot out dozens of large crystal lotus flowers. The crystal lotus was as big as a table. As it flew out, pink runes flickered on the inside. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beautiful pink crystal lotus. In that instant, Xianxia sensed that these crystal lotuses are extremely dangerous. The pink runes inside them contain a dreadful destructive power. 36 crystal lotuses flew out like lightning and surrounded the bull-shaped sea beast, forming a large formation. Open! Granny Tang's expression was solemn as she shouted in a deep voice. The crystal lotus flower suddenly flickered with an intense pink glow. Then, it exploded like a star shattering. Rumble, a burst of loud sound echoed, the sea waves became even more turbulent. Scorching heat waves rushed over, accompanied by a suffocating destructive power. Xianxia is extremely alarmed in his heart. Because he can see that the reason why these crystal lotuses are so powerful is because of the runes inside them. The power of these runes can release a very strong destructive power. He suspects that it might be a kind of Heavenly Law Divine Rune. The bull-shaped sea beast let out an angry scream, the vibration became even more intense. Granny Tang took out 2 slender crystal swords. Under the control of her formidable mental power, the crystal swords broke through layer upon layer of huge waves and attacked the center of the vibration. Along with 2 miserable screams, the center of the vibration gradually calmed down. Granny Tang and Xianxia are standing on the crystal lotus flower, looking ahead. Little guy, wait for me here. Granny Tang stepped on the water and dived into the water. Not long after, the sea began to undulate again. They are fighting underwater? Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and saw that there are indeed energy fluctuations below. Granny Tang's 2 swords are not simple. Just now, they must have hit the bull-shaped sea beast's vital points. That bull-shaped sea beast is now making its final struggle. Ling Yin'er said. N. Xianxia patiently waited. If the bull-shaped sea beast was captured, he would be able to study those powerful Heavenly Law Divine Runes. That kind of Heavenly Law Divine Rune with intense vibration power is something Xianxia likes very much. If he can master it, his vibration power will definitely reach a higher level. What made Xianxia puzzled is that no one from White Sun Island has come to help even after the battle has reached this stage. He stood on the crystal lotus flower and waited for a while. Granny Tang finally came out of the water and ran to Xianxia's side. Granny, has that thing been caught? Xianxia asked in low voice. N. Don't tell anyone about this. Granny Tang said in low voice, let's go back. Granny Tang is very grateful to Qin Yun. If not for Qin Yun suddenly bringing her out of the vibration domain, she would have been swallowed by the bull-shaped sea beast. Although she wouldn't die after entering its stomach, her situation would have been even more dangerous. Xiao Yun, it was really dangerous just now. It's all thanks to you. Granny Tang is also very surprised by Qin Yun's power to cross space, but she did not ask much. You're welcome. If Granny was in danger, no one would teach me Heavenly Law Divine Rune. Qin Yun said with smile, oh right Granny, why didn't anyone come to help? Those cowards, they don't dare to come. Granny Tang groaned a few times in a very bad mood. They quickly returned to White Sun Island and entered a carriage. Those dozens of White Sun warriors also surrounded the carriage to express their thanks. If not for Granny Tang's help, they would have been annihilated. Qin Yun is in the carriage. Granny Tang asked him if he was injured or something. She looks very worried about him. Granny, I'm fine. What about the big bull monster? Qin Yun said with smile, can I learn the Heavenly Law Divine Rune on its body? Of course you can. But the premise is that you have enough perception. Otherwise, even if you spend a long time learning, it will be difficult to master. Granny Tang said with smile, Xiao Yun, don't go around talking about me capturing that big bull monster. Qin Yun nodded. Because those White Sun warriors all thought that Granny Tang only slipped away and did not kill the big bull monster. Granny Tang also has her own selfish motives. She doesn't want to hand over the bull-shaped sea beast. Qin Yun followed Granny Tang and arrived at her residence. It is a 3-story wooden building located in a garden, close to the center of White Sun Island. In this garden, there are many other people living in such houses. At this moment, Qin Yun also understood that although Granny Tang is an inscription master, her status is not too high. Otherwise, those White Sun warriors would not have disobeyed her. She is in charge of maintaining the array pillars. This is a hard job and she needs to run everywhere. Therefore, she is not a top-level powerful inscription master in White Sun Island. Although Granny Tang said that her status is not high, Qin Yun can tell that she has mastered many powerful things. Therefore, this Granny Tang must have other identities. Of course, Qin Yun did not ask too much about these things. He only wanted to learn the Heavenly Law Divine Rune in peace and then find Xiao Yuemei in passing. Granny Tang brought Qin Yun to an underground secret room. The secret room is very spacious, enough to release the bull-shaped sea beast. Granny, wait, don't release it yet. Qin Yun suddenly said. Why? Granny Tang wants to release the corpse of the bull-shaped sea beast. Only by releasing it can she study it more carefully. I remember that those patrol squads from before had a tool in their hands that could sense the existence of sea beasts. Qin Yun said, if you release it and someone happens to pass by here and sense that there are sea beasts here, won't you be exposed? That's right. Granny Tang thought about it carefully and felt that she was too careless. She chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, you are just a child, yet you are already so crafty. What will happen when you grow up? Granny, actually I am not a child. I was just turned into a young boy by a naughty little sister. Qin Yun said with a smile, I am also a character in the Divine Desolate. I told you, a young boy who is only at the profound God realm can come to the Heavenly Law universe. He is definitely not simple. Granny Tang chuckled and said, maybe you are an old fox even older than me. No, even if I return to my original appearance, I will still be a young boy. Qin Yun said with a smile. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from above. Someone is coming. Granny Tang promptly left the basement with Qin Yun and arrived above. Qin Yun hid inside a room while Granny Tang went to open the door. After opening the door, a white-haired woman entered the room. Her appearance is extremely beautiful, she is wearing a white long skirt. After she came in, her beautiful eyes looked all around and said with a very bad tone, I heard that you fought a sea beast and even used your 36 heavenly star lotus. Indeed, in order to protect myself, I had to give up my 36 heavenly star lotus. Granny Tang did not look at the woman with a good expression and said in cold voice, Fan Ling Hui, did the island master send you here? Indeed, the island master originally wanted to personally see you but I told him not to come. After all, you are not injured. Fan Linghui suddenly said with a very sharp and unkind tone, "Old woman, no matter what, I am still the island master's second wife, you should be a bit more respectful to me." "I am fine, you can leave now." Granny Tang coldly groaned and said. "Your island master's son asked me to ask you, did you catch that sea beast?" Fan Linghui said and took out a disc. "It is a probing tool." She said with sneer, "Old woman, did you see that? I have a tool to detect sea beast's energy fluctuation in my hand, don't think you can fool me." Qin Yun, who was hiding in a room, also knows that this woman is one of the wives of Granny Tang's son. He knows that Granny Tang has another identity, but he did not expect her to be the island master's mother. Granny Tang did not want Fan Linghui to know that Qin Yun is here. Because Fan Linghui's heart is like a snake or scorpion, always thinking of ways to harm the people around Granny Tang, so Granny Tang is worried that Fan Linghui will target Qin Yun. While Granny Tang is worrying, Qin Yun is very calm. He pushed open the door and went out. Just as Fan Linghui was about to open the door, she saw a handsome young boy, which scared her. Qin Yun looked at Granny Tang and said, "Master, you're back?" I just came." Granny Tang was stunned. After a while she responded naturally. "Master? Old woman, didn't you say that you won't accept disciples anymore?" Fan Linghui sneered, "You accepted disciples again?" Qin Yun pretended to be puzzled and asked loudly, "Master, who is this aunt?" Aunt? When Fan Linghui heard Qin Yun describe her like this, she suddenly froze as if she was struck by lightning. Although she has lived for a long time, she used a lot of resources to keep herself young and beautiful. But this young boy in front of her actually called her aunt. "Hello, aunt." Qin Yun politely smiled. Fan Linghui suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She wished she could immediately look at her own face to see if there are wrinkles or something. Why did this little demon call her aunt? Granny Tang also did not expect that Qin Yun would do this. She is surprised, but at the same time, she is also very happy in her heart. She secretly praised Qin Yun for being a sensible child. You damned wimpy kid, who is your aunt? Don't randomly call me that." Fan Linghui's eyebrows suddenly rose, she angrily shouted with a fierce look. Qin Yun quickly walked behind Granny Tang, made a face at Fan Linghui and said, "Aunt, when you are angry, you look so ugly, like a monkey's butt." Fan Linghui's eyes suddenly appeared thick, killing intent. She stared at Qin Yun like a vicious viper, wishing she could pinch Qin Yun to death. "Little demon, you are tired of living." Fan Linghui shouted loudly. "Fan Linghui, enough, you are also a character, how can you compete with a child?" Granny Tang coldly said, "Hurry up and leave." Fan Linghui just used a tool and did not detect the sea beast. She was disappointed and also full of anger, so she left full of anger. Granny Tang hurriedly went to close the door. She sighed in her heart, that was close. If she had released the bull-shaped sea beast's corpse into the underground chamber, its aura would have definitely leaked out and would have been detected by Fan Linghui's tools. At that time, she would not be able to hide it and would have to hand it over to Island Master. Although the Island Master is her son, her relationship with him is not good. This is mainly caused by Fan Linghui. "Granny, that woman wants to kill me." Qin Yun faintly smiled. He can sense Fan Linghui's intense killing intent. Qin smiled and said, "I will be dead in 3 days, I will be." Qin Yun can feel that. "Tang, Yu Yin can amang Linghui, I will not do you." Qin Ling Ji Ji Tang, Qin and Yun's. Tang 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 will Ling. I want Yun will to be. Granny Tang's expression suddenly became cold. She said, "Xiao Yun, you must stay by my side for the next few days. Don't run around, she thinks you are my disciple, she will think of a way to kill you." "Granny, did you have a disciple before?" Qin Yun asked. Dead, killed by Fan Linghui." Granny Tang's solemn face is filled with sorrow, her eyes are filled with hatred. "Then why didn't you kill her to take revenge?" Qin Yun frowned, he did not expect that Granny Tang would have this kind of experience. "My son is the Island Master, he is very obedient to that fox spirit and I have no evidence to prove that she killed him. It was also because of this matter that I had a falling out with my son." Granny Tang sighed and said, "Besides, I don't have the strength to kill her." Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, "Later, did that woman splash dirty water on you everywhere? Did that cause you to become so miserable?" Granny Tang let out a long sigh and helplessly said, I was harmed by that woman. My disciple was killed by her and my son doesn't trust me and even hates me. There is nothing more sorrowful than this in life. Xianxia originally planned to properly study Heavenly Law Divine Runes in White Sun Island, but now that his enemy has appeared, he naturally has to kill the enemy first. There are some other things, although Granny Tang did not say it, Xianxia can see that Granny Tang must have grasped something, that is why Fan Linghui did not kill her. Fan Linghui's strength is not weak and she definitely has a lot of power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to successfully make Granny Tang so miserable. Increasing strength is the only way out. Xianxia revealed a smile and said, Granny, let's study that big ox monster. I can't release the big ox monster now, it will be detected. That woman is very cunning, she must have sent people to keep an eye on me. Granny Tang shook her head and said, I was careless before, luckily you reminded me Xiaoyun. Xianxia smiled and said, if we do it inside a space magic tool, it will be isolated from the outside world, it won't be detected. Large-scale space magic tool and can even let people in? You have one? Granny Tang said in astonishment. Isn't this kind of space magic tool very normal? Granny, can't your space magic tool also store the big ox monster? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Space magic tools that can store people are very rare, at least I can't refine them. Many inscription masters of White Sun Island also can't make them. This kind of space magic tool involves a very complicated level, it requires very complicated structure of space runes to be able to store people inside. Granny Tang said. That is for you. In Divine Desolate, this kind of magic tool is very common. You just need to add a set of slightly complicated space runes, I will teach you. Xianxia said with smile. Soon after, Granny Tang and Xianxia went to the basement. Xianxia took out his heaven-leaping shuttle and brought Granny Tang into the large warehouse inside. After entering, Granny Tang sighed repeatedly because this kind of space magic tool that can store people is very rare in White Sun Divine Realm. After Granny Tang sighed, she immediately took out the ox-shaped sea beast's corpse. The ox-shaped sea beast is already dead, there are still 2 swords stabbed into its body. It's already dead, won't those Heavenly Law Divine Runes disappear? Xianxia is somewhat worried. They won't, the Heavenly Law Divine Runes have already transformed into flesh and blood, they are inside this body. Granny Tang pulled out her 2 crystal swords. It must be said that those 2 crystal swords are very powerful, they can actually pierce through the black scales of the ox-shaped sea beast. What surprised Xianxia is that after the crystal swords were pulled out by Granny Tang, the 2 large holes suddenly healed themselves. Did it come back to life? Xianxia is shocked, he immediately took out the floating cloud rod. No, this is the Heavenly Law Divine Rune self-healing ability. Granny Tang said, the Heavenly Law Divine Rune has already transformed into a body. As long as there is energy, the Heavenly Law Divine Rune can absorb energy to recover. Xianxia also studied a small part of the Heavenly Law Divine Rune before, he knows that it has very strong self-healing ability. Granny Tang has already taken out an octagonal mirror. The mirror's surface released a white light that shone on the ox-shaped sea beast's body. Since the Heavenly Law Divine Rune can heal itself, can the sea beast be resurrected? Xianxia said in astonishment. Yes, I just destroyed its consciousness. And the Heavenly Law Divine Rune can very quickly produce its own consciousness, so I need to constantly pay attention to prevent the Heavenly Law Divine Rune from producing consciousness. Granny Tang seems to be using the mirror to prevent the sea beast from resurrecting. Xianxia thought for a moment and then released Momo. Granny Tang is not surprised to see Momo. She only feels that this little guy is very cute, she doesn't know what kind of magical fairy she is. After Momo saw the sea beast, she became very excited and said in low voice, Big brother, I can control this big ox. Ah? Really? Xianxia said in surprise. Momo nodded and said, Can I try? Granny Tang is also very doubtful and asked, Little fairy, can you really control this big ox monster? Granny, can I control it? Momo asked. Of course you can, go and give it a try. Granny Tang also agreed. Momo's beautiful and cute eyes shot out 2 beams of light that entered the ox-shaped sea beast's body. The ox-shaped sea beast immediately opened its eyes. This scared Granny Tang so much that she immediately took out two crystal swords and looked at the ox-shaped sea beast with incomparable vigilance. "Momo, this big ox can produce consciousness, will it devour you?" Xianxia knows that Momo is a magical fairy, so he is not too surprised. He is just somewhat worried. "It won't, I am this big ox's consciousness." Momo seems to be very happy, she is controlling the big ox monster to run around. "Little fairy, you are so awesome. Can you make this big ox's runes appear? I need the runes inside this big ox's body." Granny Tang said. "Of course I can." After Momo finished speaking, the ox-shaped sea beast suddenly released white light. The sea beast that was originally covered in black scales suddenly turned into many white runes. Countless white threads weaved into a ball and transformed into this ox-shaped sea beast. Seeing this scene, Xianxia is very shocked in his heart. Because this is the composition of heavenly runes. However, it is much more complicated and also a bit bigger than heavenly runes. Xianxia has seen a few heavenly runes before. Those heavenly runes are all interweaved into a ball. And the one before him is the beast form of heavenly runes. Now he roughly understands the heavenly law divine rune, it is the evolved form of heavenly runes. What made him puzzled is that Momo was previously unable to control heavenly runes, but now she can control this powerful heavenly law divine rune. He suddenly thought that this might be related to him obtaining the Empyrean inscription spirit. After so many years, he and Momo have been together, maybe they have already established some kind of connection. Therefore, when his strength increases, Momo can also become stronger. Xianxia feels that he must have established some kind of contract with Momo. That is why Momo can share the power of his Empyrean inscription spirit. As Granny Tang controlled the mirrors to record, she laughed excitedly and said, "Xiaoyun, you little elf are really amazing. The inscription masters of your heavenly god Desolate must be very strong, right?" "That's not it. There aren't many fairies like Momo. Only I have fate with her, that's why we met." Xianxia said. "Granny, why do you look so excited? Calm down." Granny Tang's face was filled with smiles, she was grinning from ear to ear. If it was in the past, it would have taken a lot of effort to obtain this kind of heavenly law divine rune beast's runes. Now it's so easy to do it, it's really great. Is it really that difficult to obtain? Xianxia thought that the process would be relatively easy. And it will take at least 8 to 10 years. Moreover, it will have to be obtained bit by bit. It will also need to be constantly reorganized. However, it is impossible for a single inscription master to complete it. It will require the cooperation of many inscription masters in order to proceed smoothly. Granny Tang said. Xianxia now knows that heavenly law divine runes are very powerful, but it is not easy to obtain them. Even people who have stayed in the heavenly law universe for many years will not be able to grasp many heavenly law divine runes. Granny Tang quickly recorded that set of heavenly law divine runes and sighed, "This is the only complete set of heavenly law divine runes that I have grasped. The ones I had before were all fragmented. You can even use bits and pieces of heavenly Dharma divine runes?" Xianxia was somewhat alarmed. He had seen Granny Tang's strength. The 36 celestial star lotus was very powerful. It can be used, but it's not strong enough. For example, the set of heavenly law divine veins that we have now is complete. If we were to obtain a small part of it, the vibration power that we release would not be strong enough. Granny Tang said. Momo was still controlling the cow to jump around. Granny Tang had also agreed to give the cow to Momo. Xianxia placed Momo inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul and let her play with Yang inside. He also warned Yang not to eat the cow. This set of Heaven's Law divine grain is the Heaven's Law of shaking. If it isn't complete, it won't be able to unleash the power of the ox beast, right? Xianxia remembered that the white light shockwave that the big bull monster had unleashed could shatter dozens of white sun warriors. Granny Tang nodded and said, "Those dozens of white sun warriors were wearing very powerful divine armors, but they were still killed through the armor." From this, one could see how powerful the art of shaking heavens was. And that domain full of vibrations. "Granny, I've seen those people use talisman tools that can release a net. Is that also a heavenly law divine rune?" Xianxia wanted to learn that kind of talisman tool. It's the Heaven's Law's divine grain. It was obtained from a type of sea spider. It's not complete, but it's not bad. I just happened to grasp a small portion of the heaven's law's divine grain. Granny Tang smiled and said, I haven't taught you anything yet. Instead, it's because of you that I've gained a lot of benefits. Qin Yan and Granny Tang walked out of the heaven-leaping shuttle and went to the basement outside. They communicated and learned from each other here. Granny Tang is very interested in the spatial runes that can store people. Qin Yan also very generously taught her. This kind of rune is not unique to the god Desolate. After half a day of mutual learning, Qin Yan also grasped the refining method of the net talisman tool. He obtained a few types of heavenly law divine runes. Although they were incomplete, it was enough. Granny Tang grasped a unique type of heavenly law divine glyph, which was also the secret to refining the heavenly star lotus. That kind of divine mark was related to the stars. The formidable part of the heavenly star lotus is that after carving this kind of star heavenly law divine rune, it can condense very strong star power inside and condense it into a star nucleus. After it is released, it will erupt with very strong might. When 36 heavenly star lotus is released, it will form a large formation and its might will be even more formidable. Granny Tang also passed on this kind of heavenly law divine rune to Qin Yan. After this exchange, Granny Tang realized that Qin Yan's inscription level is in no way lower than hers. In fact, it is much higher than hers. Xiaoyun, to be honest, although you have the appearance of a young boy, I always feel that you are an old ghost. Granny Tang said with smile. I am really very young. Qin Yan laughed and said. I am worried that you are clearly an old guy, yet you call me Granny. I am really at a disadvantage. Granny Tang scolded with smile, you must be a bit more sincere, don't swindle me. Qin Yan said with smile, I am really not swindling you. While Granny Tang and Qin Yan were chatting and laughing, two very strong auras suddenly arrived from above. The smile on their faces immediately disappeared. One of the auras is very familiar to them, it is Fan Linghui. My island master's son is here. This guy, I don't know if he is head over heels in love with that little slut or if he has some grudge against me. Granny Tang let out a long sigh and said to Qin Yan, Xiaoyun, after we go up, help me take a look at my son's character. Maybe it is because I am closely involved that I am unable to see through him. Qin Yan solemnly nodded his head. This is the grudge between mother and son, he must make an accurate judgment. Granny Tang brought Qin Yan from the basement to the small living room. Qin Yan saw the island master, he looks very young. From his appearance, he looks rather delicate. However, his eyes and aura are filled with the majesty of an island master. Especially when he saw Qin Yan, he exerted a very strong pressure on Qin Yan. This is to show off his strength to Qin Yan. The island master is still staring at Qin Yan. On his delicate face, a pair of sharp eyes are filled with ice-cold and faint killing intent. The island master is not deliberately revealing his killing intent. Instead, he is trying his best to conceal his killing intent. Qin Yan has always been very accurate at reading people. As soon as he met the island master, he determined that the island master is not captivated by Fan Linghui but rather a ruthless character. The island master's name is Xianxia. When he saw Granny Tang come out, he quickly got up and walked over. His voice is filled with concern, Mother. Anxiao, what are you doing here? Granny Tang's voice is cold, her eyes are filled with cold light as she glanced at Fan Linghui. I heard that you fought against sea beasts and lost 36 heavenly star lotus. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I specially came to see you. Zhang Anxiao's tone is very calm, it seems like he is truly concerned about Granny Tang. I am fine, you can leave now. Granny Tang waved her hand and said, quickly leave. Zhang Anxiao looked at Qin Yan, his eyes flashed with faint killing intent but it disappeared in an instant. He asked, Mother, you accepted another disciple? This little disciple looks pretty good, what is his background? What does it have to do with you if I accept a disciple? Quickly leave. Granny Tang kept urging her son to leave. Mother, this little youth looks like a monkey spirit, we are worried that he will harm you. Fan Linghui also said with concern. Auntie, you are worrying too much, how could I harm Master? On the other hand, when you came today, you kept calling Master an old granny. Qin Yan promptly said. What nonsense are you talking about? Fan Linghui angrily rebuked. Brat, don't try to sow discord among our family. Xianxia coldly said to Qin Yun. All of you scram for me. Granny Tang can sense Fan Linghui and Xianxiao's killing intent towards Qin Yun. Mother, before we figure out this brat's origin, you must guard against him. Xianxiao exhorted with concern and then left with Fan Linghui. After they left, Qin Yun closed the door. Xiao Yun, what do you think of me as your son? Granny Tang sighed and sat on a chair. Granny, you know better than me. You just can't accept the result, so you keep deceiving your own heart, forcing yourself to believe that your son was deceived by a scoundrel. Qin Yun said. Granny Tang nodded and said, it seems like my previous disciple was really killed by this husband and wife pair. Qin Yun spread out his hands and said with smile, next, they will kill me. Granny, do you want me to set up a trap? Don't act recklessly, if they want to kill you, they can really kill you. Granny Tang said anxiously, Xiao Yun, although we haven't known each other for long, we can be considered as life and death friends. I don't want you to be killed. It is precisely because Qin Yun saved Granny Tang's life that she trusts Qin Yun very much. Since you said so, I will also impolitely remind you. Qin Yun said, Granny, what do you have on you that they really want? They killed your disciple because they are worried that you will pass that thing on to your disciple. Granny Tang's expression changed, she said, I do have a very important thing but no one knows that I have it. But they definitely know that you have it. Qin Yun said, Granny, the one you need to worry about is not me but yourself. If you force them into a corner, they will really attack you. Granny Tang remained silent. After a while, she said, Xiao Yun, wait until White Sun Island reaches shore, I will take you away from this island and go to White Sun Heavenly City on land. Granny, if we leave White Sun Island now, by the time we reach shore, we might not even have a corpse left. Qin Yun said. Alright, I will go pack my things and leave immediately. After Granny Tang realized her situation, she became somewhat flustered. Qin Yun sat in the living room, waiting for Granny Tang to pack her things. He closed his eyes and released a strand of his soul. It flew out of the house and wandered around. Granny Tang's house is in the garden, there are also other houses around it. However, Qin Yun discovered that the positions of the houses around Granny Tang's house had changed. It seems like Granny's house has been monitored very closely. Now the positions of the houses around it have changed, even the trees are changing. A formation must be about to be activated. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. Only the island lord, Xianxia, could secretly arrange all of this. Even if we leave now, it won't be that easy. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, there might be a fierce battle. Qin Yun very calmly took out the Divine King Spear and checked the powerful bullets inside. Then he checked the Space Divine Power Pearl to see if it can erupt with Space Divine Power normally. Granny Tang came out of her room and saw Qin Yun sitting there with his eyes closed. She cannot help but feel astonished. She is an experienced and knowledgeable person, she can naturally see what this young man is doing in this state. It is an expert adjusting his state before a great battle. The moment Qin Yun opened the door, he sensed a faint killing intent rushing over. Xianxia must have wanted to attack his mother for a long time. He did not attack because he had some misgivings. Now that he learned that Granny Tang's 36 Heavenly Star Lotus was used, he decided to attack. When Qin Yun thought of this, he felt that Granny Tang would be besieged. In addition, Fan Linghui hated him to the bone, which would cause them to attack ahead of time. Granny, be careful. Qin Yun said in low voice. I know. Granny Tang's heart is completely cold. She really can't believe that her son would attack her. Previously, she could not accept that her disciple was killed by Xianxia. But now, she has completely sobered up. Fortunately, Granny Tang is already old, she can accept many things. Now she has to be serious because she has something very important to do. She has to ensure that Qin Yun can safely leave White Sun Island. She can't implicate an innocent outsider like Qin Yun. Furthermore, Qin Yun is her savior. After Qin Yun walked out, he sensed a very strong fluctuation of barrier power. Many of the houses and trees around Granny Tang's residence have been arranged to form a formation. When the formation was activated, it formed a barrier, trapping Qin Yun and Granny Tang. In this way, he could seal them here and deal with them slowly. Granny Tang is very angry, but she has to force herself to calm down. She must be very careful when dealing with the enemy. What she wants to do is not to take revenge but to leave safely with Qin Yun. As for revenge, she does not have the strength to do so. Qin Yun is very curious about what exactly Granny Tang has in her hands to make her island master son want it so much. Something that can make mother and son turn against each other must be very extraordinary. She even lost a disciple because of it. Qin Yun held a small pistol in his hand. After walking out of the house, he walked on the small path with a natural expression. Granny Tang's expression is very natural, but she is extremely vigilant. Qin Yun walked on the small path, and not long after, he bumped into a barrier. It is a transparent energy wall. Just by touching it a little, Qin Yun can see that this barrier is very strong. However, he is not worried at all because he can break this barrier. The only thing he is worried about is how to break through the encirclement. Many of the people on White Sun Island are experts from the White Sun Divine Realm. They have been here for many years and are very familiar with the usage of Heavenly Law Divine Runes. Therefore, Qin Yun was not very familiar with the overall strength of this place. Did Xianxia ask you to do this? After sensing the barrier, Granny Tang's expression turned incomparably grave. Granny Tang, we're just protecting you so that you won't run around. A voice rang out. Hurry up and remove the barrier, I want to get out. Granny Tang shouted in a low voice. Unless the Island Lord gives the order to retreat, we can only retreat. A voice came from afar. Qin Yun looked at a small house in the distance. The voice came from inside. What if I force my way out? Granny Tang sneered, do you really think that this barrier can stop me? Loud laughter came from the hut. Granny Tang, if you have the ability, then go ahead and try. However, even if you can break the powerful barrier that we have set up, you won't be able to leave. This barrier can't stop me. Granny Tang walked towards Qin Yun and extended her hand to sense the barrier. She could tell that the barrier was very strong, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. After she reached out and touched it, her expression became even more serious. Haha. Granny Tang, what do you think of our barrier? The middle-aged man's laughter came from the hut. He is filled with pride. This is the Heavenly Law Divine Rune we obtained from the turtle beast? Granny Tang coldly snorted and said, you said that there was a problem with the turtle beast's corpse, causing the Heavenly Law Divine Rune to disappear. You actually dared to lie to me. I lost a lot to take it down. Granny Tang is extremely angry. She struck the barrier with her palm. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and said, Granny Tang, you are a woman, why do you always want to become so strong? Your talent in inscription is not bad, but it is still slightly lacking. You have mastered so many Heavenly Law Divine Runes, it will only distract you. You bunch of bastards. Granny Tang gritted her teeth and cursed. She continuously bombarded the barrier. Don't waste your energy, the Island Lord has ordered that you are not allowed to leave this garden. He wants to trap you for a period of time. The middle-aged man in the hut sneered and said, Granny Tang, the Island Lord is your son. You should reflect on how he treats you. Reflect? You bunch of bastards, I will exterminate you. Granny Tang is extremely angry. She frantically attacked the barrier. Qin Yun suddenly transmitted his voice to Granny Tang. Granny, I can leave. Get ready. Granny Tang suddenly calmed down and nodded at Qin Yun. Qin Yun pulled her along, used void transcending step and directly pierced through space. After they left, killing intent suddenly surged in all directions. The people lying in ambush have been staring at Granny Tang and Qin Yun. But in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The middle-aged man in the hut rushed out with a huge crystal axe in his hand and cursed in low voice, that damned brat, what is his background? They hurriedly took out their equipment and went to investigate the situation around them. The middle-aged man is the most shocked because he discovered that Qin Yun and Granny Tang are near him. Go to hell. Granny Tang's pair of crystal longswords flew out. The middle-aged man with the huge axe reacted very quickly. He quickly dodged and fled. He is a heavenly god. If he were to face Granny Tang alone, the pressure would be very great. But just as he ran a few steps, his body became very heavy. Qin Yun released a very strong gravity domain that surrounded the surroundings. Within this gravity domain, he and Granny Tang are not affected. What kind of power is this? The middle-aged man is extremely alarmed. Granny Tang is also secretly alarmed. She quickly controlled the pair of crystal longswords to stab at the middle-aged man. The longswords flew over, bringing along Granny Tang's formidable blood spirit power. They pierced through the middle-aged man's head and heart. Right at this moment, more than 10 middle-aged and old men flew over. Yuner, help! Qin Yun shouted in his heart. Ling Yuner also promptly transferred her small nether sun's power to Qin Yun. Qin Yun's 9 meridians divine power completely opened, combined with the twin nether suns, he released an even stronger supergravity. After those middle-aged and old men approached the gravity domain, they discovered that there is a very strange domain in front of them. They knew that the domain must be very dangerous. They immediately stopped their steps. Qin Yun expected that they would stop, so he immediately expanded the domain and enveloped them in a short while. Granny, hurry up! Qin Yun gritted his teeth and shouted, I can't hold on for long, there are 2 sacred deities over there. Granny Tang is alarmed. The pair of crystal longswords flew over and she also rushed towards those people and picked up a huge crystal axe. Qin Yun aimed the divine king spear in his hand at a person who was taking out a divine talisman and shot a bullet, shattering that person's arm. The sacred deities from the White Sun divine realm were able to struggle free from Qin Yun's full power gravity domain. Moreover, they were able to release very strong divine power to use their weapons to resist. Granny Tang is not someone to be trifled with. She is currently in a fit of anger. She rushed over and started a massacre. Combined with her nimble flying swords, she killed more than half of the assassins in a few moves. And the 2 strongest sacred deity old men were seriously injured by Granny Tang's crystal axe. I can't take it anymore, let's go. Qin Yun's energy consumption is very fast. Seeing that they have the advantage, he promptly stopped. If this continues, he will be completely exhausted. The 2 sacred deities have very strong defensive divine armors on their bodies. Although they are being suppressed by the supergravity, they crazily urge their divine armors to resist, forming a very strong defense to protect their lives. Even Granny Tang can't kill them in one go, she can only seriously injure them. After the supergravity was withdrawn, the 2 sacred deities fled in panic. They fled very quickly and even used a very high-level divine talisman. It is impossible to catch them. Apart from the 2 old men, all the other middle-aged assassins have been killed. Xianxia is here. Granny Tang's eyes are red from killing. She angrily looked towards a certain direction. Qin Yun can sense Xianxia and Fanling Hui's aura. Apart from them, there are dozens of powerful sacred deities. Let's go. Granny Tang grabbed Qin Yun and started running. She very much wants to kill Xianxia, but the risk is very high, so she can't bring Qin Yun to take the risk. Granny Tang brought Qin Yun and charged straight through the bustling streets. In a short while, they arrived at the edge of White Sun Island. Xianxia and Fanling Hui brought a group of experts to chase and kill. It alarmed many people. Why didn't they have this kind of speed when I was fighting the bull-shaped sea beasts? Granny Tang cursed in low voice and then jumped off White Sun Island with Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Granny Tang are standing on the crystal lotus flower. They are traveling very quickly in the sea. Xianxia and his group did not give up and chased after them. I told you to chase. Qin Yun fired several shots at the people chasing after them with his God King spear. Each bullet fired is like a star exploding. Although they are rather precious bullets, Xianxia and his group can block them and not get injured. Only they are covered in dust and their speed has been slowed down by a lot. Qin Yun fired a few shots behind him and set off a few intense flames. Then he took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and brought Granny Tang inside. The heaven-leaping shuttle submerged into the water and very quickly entered the depths. Because space is isolated, those people can't detect them. Those probing tools are mainly used to detect soul fluctuations. It is very difficult to avoid. If they enter a spatial container, the space will be isolated and soul fluctuations won't be transmitted out. After submerging into the deep sea, Qin Yun changed direction and flew towards Xiaoyuemei. We are safe. Qin Yun revealed a smile and said. Xiao Yun, this time it is all thanks to you. Granny Tang said with bitter smile, if not for you, I would have fallen into that little bastard and fox spirit's hands. Qin Yun asked, Granny, which direction is White Sun Island going? White Sun Heavenly City. White Sun Heavenly City is on the shore. Most of the White Sun Divine Realms people in the Heavenly Law universe have been summoned back. Granny Tang said. On the sea surface, a group of people are passing through a sea of fire. They are holding tools in their hands and searching for Granny Tang's whereabouts. After a while, they all gave up. White Sun Island's Xianxia furiously roared and threw the tool in his hand into the sea. An old man jumped into the water and fished up the tool with heartache. Husband, that old woman and that damned brat ran away. Don't tell me we are just going to watch them run away like this? Fan Linghui very angrily said, that damned brat, he was the one who used that damn thing to stall us. They had all seen Qin Yin stand on Granny Tang's crystal lotus flower and shoot several bullets that exploded with intense flames at them. That damned old woman will most likely go to White Sun Heaven City. Xianxia said coldly, we are also heading to White Sun Heaven City now. We will see her sooner or later. But after we go to White Sun Heaven City, can we make a move against her? Fan Linghui's expression is filled with worry. She said in low voice, if that damned old woman gives up, won't we not be able to get it? She regards that treasure as her life, she won't let it go so easily. As long as I go to White Sun Heaven City, I will be able to capture her. Zhang Anxiao's eyes flickered with ruthlessness as he looked towards the direction of White Sun Heaven City. Fan Linghui is still very worried. She shook her head and said, it won't be easy for us to make a move in White Sun Heaven City. Zhang Anxiao said with sneer, don't worry, I know the king's mansion in White Sun Heaven City. I will go there and make some arrangements, there won't be any problem. That damned old woman doesn't know about my connections in White Sun Heaven City, so she thinks that she will be safe there. Husband, how is the investigation of that brat going? I want to personally tear off that brat's dog mouth. Fan Linghui said fiercely. Recalling Qin Yan's face, the words auntie, auntie, auntie kept reverberating in her mind. Every time she thought of Qin Yan calling her auntie, she felt like throwing things. That brat was brought up by a patrol team, he came from God Desolate. Blue Sky Universe landed in a newly born God Realm. The reason why White Sun Sky City gathered the people of White Sun God Realm to return this time should also be because of this matter. Zhang Anxiao said. Is the guy from Divine Desolate very strong? Fan Linghui said with a frown, I have heard of this. I just didn't expect that the gods Desolate would attract such attention from White Sun Sky City. Zhang Anxiao shook his head and said, the Divine Desolate Heavens isn't strong. However, I heard that within the Heavenly Law universe, there are forces that want to rush out and occupy the Divine Desolate Heavens. Fan Linghui was startled, rush out? We are from the White Sun Divine Realm, can we also go out? We can only leave the Blue Sky Universe when it descends into the White Sun Divine World. We can't go to other divine worlds. Zhang Anxiao's expression was solemn as he said, the current Indigo universe is different, so many forces within the Heavenly Law universe are tempted to rush out. Rumor has it that the Desolate Gods is a newly born god world, and it's very special. It's a big fat piece of meat. Fan Linghui's eyes lit up, does that mean White Sun City also has the same idea? That's why White Sun City wants to gather us. I am the White Sun Island Master, I also have a position in White Sun City. When the time comes, dealing with that damned old granny will definitely not be a problem. Zhang Anxiao laughed proudly. Husband, you are so awesome. When the time comes, remember to leave that little demon to me. I want to ruthlessly kill him. Fan Linghui laughed sinisterly. Qin Yan and Granny Tang are resting inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is already far away from White Sun Island. Qin Yan ignited the sun flame liquid and released a scorching hot stream of air, propelling the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to quickly travel across the sea. It is like a meteor, dragging a long tail of light as it sped across the sea. It is much faster than White Sun Island and can reach White Sun Sky City earlier. Granny, is White Sun Sky City really reliable? Qin Yan asked with some worry. Zhang Anxiao won't dare to act recklessly in White Sun Sky City. Granny Tang said, in short, White Sun Sky City is very strict. If Zhang Anxiao acts recklessly, he will be punished. Then I am relieved. Qin Yan said. White Sun Sky City has gathered the people of White Sun Divine World in the Heavenly Law universe, I wonder why. Granny Tang said, no matter what, I have to go take a look. Xianxia knows that Granny Tang has some kind of secret treasure on her, that is why Xianxia is eyeing her. He did not ask what it is, after all, it is a very important secret treasure on her body. Granny Tang looked at Qin Yun taking out the soul-chasing talisman from time to time and asked, Xiao Yun, is the talisman in your hand used to track a friend? Qin Yun nodded and said, I have a naughty little sister, she might be in White Sun Sky City, the direction is over there. Granny Tang said with smile, you said that you were turned into this by that little sister. Then can you make that little sister also change me and make me younger? This? I have to see her first. Qin Yun laughed and said, it should be possible. Don't worry, I will definitely thank her heavily. Granny Tang said. Qin Yun recalled the previous battle and said, Granny, you obtained a crystal battle axe before, can you let me take a look? Granny Tang promptly took out the crystal battle axe and handed it over to Qin Yun. She said, I'll give it to you, it's useless to me. Qin Yun did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Then he began to study the composition of this crystal material. After studying it for a bit, he discovered to his astonishment that inside this crystal material, there is a certain amount of divine universe power fluctuation, however it is very weak. In other words, this material is formed very close to divine universe golden stone. Divine universe golden stone or divine universe amethyst are usually found in the center of huge celestial bodies. This kind of crystal material is very hard and very difficult to refine. It requires a very strong flame to melt. Granny Tang saw that Qin Yun is earnestly studying it and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, you must know that I have a secret treasure on me. Granny, you don't need to tell me this. Qin Yun said with smile, this is your secret, don't tell anyone. Granny Tang very sadly sighed, sometimes, it is still outsiders who are worthy of trust. That little bastard Xianxia, I'd rather raise a dog than raise him. What a waste of my hard work to raise him and yet he treats me like this. Granny, we are all cultivators, we have very long lifespans. It's good to let go of this kind of thing. As long as we can continue to cultivate and become stronger, all the pain we have experienced is just fleeting clouds. Just treat it as a kind of tempering of our mental state. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, it seems like you are also a person who has experienced many hardships. Granny Tang said with smile, you must have experienced many hardships. Qin Yun nodded and said, previously, I almost couldn't get over it and became a devil. Later on, I got over it and it's over. Getting over it, it's easier said than done. Everyone understands this principle but it's really very difficult to do. Granny Tang's mood is extremely depressed. Then walk around and broaden your horizons. This will allow you to quickly forget some things. Qin Yun said with smile. Granny Tang nodded and said again, Xiao Yun, wait until we get to White Sun Heavenly City and see your little sister. Change my appearance and I'll tell you about the secret treasure. Granny, you don't need to tell me. Qin Yun said. No way, I want to tell you so that I don't encounter any mishaps. Granny Tang laughed and said, it's settled. White Sun Heavenly City is completely white, it is very large and it is located on the coast. Ferocious and violent waves roared along with the wind and battered the huge white city wall on the coast. The barrier of the city wall burst out with formidable energy, shaking the waves that battered the city wall and sending them flying, producing hua 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 sound. When approaching the coast, a white gourd suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, it is several meters long. Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle flew on the sea for 2 days and finally arrived at the coast. The heaven-leaping shuttle rushed to the beach along with the waves. It is still some distance away from the White Sun Heavenly City. Looking at the White Sun Heavenly City from afar, one can still feel a kind of oncoming shock. The White Sun Heavenly City is like a white super-huge dragon coiled on the coast, it has a kind of grand and magnificent aura. It seems like my little sister is in the White Sun Heavenly City. Through the soul-chasing talisman, Qin Yun can confirm that Xiao Yuemei is nearby. We will arrive at the White Sun Island very soon, let's enter the city first. Granny Tang said, I want to clearly understand why the White Sun Heavenly City summoned us to return to the Heavenly City. Qin Yun followed Granny Tang, lightly stepped on the sand on the coast and rushed towards the White Sun Heavenly City. Not long after, they arrived in front of the White Sun Heavenly City's gate. The gate is wide open, there are no obstructions, anyone can enter and exit at will. After entering the White Sun Heavenly City, there is an incomparably spacious main road that leads straight to the center of the city. On both sides of the 100-meter-wide main road, there are identical white tall buildings. Those white tall buildings look like white jade, they are very beautiful. The main road leads directly to the White Sun Heavenly City. The city master is in charge of the White Sun Heavenly City, but the strongest person is still the White Sun Prince. The White Sun Prince Mansion has a very large villa in the center of the city. Standing at the city gate, one cannot directly see the villa because it is still very far away from the city gate. However, one can see the huge white tall building in the center. At the top of the white tall building, there is a very large white ball emitting waves of white divine light. It looks like a white sun. That is the White Sun Prince Mansion's tall building. White Sun Prince is ranked 5th among the top 10 experts in the heavenly law universe. He is neither strong nor weak. Granny Tang said to Qin Yun in low voice. Inside the White Sun Heavenly City, white attire is very common. Most of them are people from the White Sun Divine Realm. There are also some people with black hair like Qin Yun. It is not very rare, it also won't attract other people's attention. Qin Yun held the soul-chasing talisman and said with frown, Granny, my little sister seems to be over there. The direction he is pointing at is the White Sun Prince Mansion. Then let's go there now. She is definitely not in the White Sun Prince Mansion. It is very difficult to enter the White Sun Prince Mansion. Granny Tang said. Qin Yun and Granny Tang are walking on the street. Along the way, they can see the first floor doors of the tall buildings on both sides of the street. Next to the signboard above, there is a small imprint. That imprint is the imprint of the White Sun Palace. It means that it is the property of the White Sun Palace. Qin Yun doesn't care about the White Sun Palace at all. He only wants to quickly see Xiao Yuemei and ensure that she is fine. Xiao Yuemei came to the White Sun Heaven City alone. Qin Yun is very worried that she will cause trouble everywhere and then be captured by the experts of the White Sun Palace. Qin Yun saw the strength of Xianxia's group before. They are from the White Sun Divine World, they are very strong. Although Xiao Yuemei has pretty good strength, if she were to face many experts, it would be very dangerous. Especially inside the White Sun Heaven City, this is the gathering place of the White Sun Divine World, there must be many experts from the White Sun Divine World. Along the way, Qin Yun has been holding the soul-chasing talisman. Originally, Qin Yun and Granny Tang didn't think that Xiao Yuemei would be in the White Sun Palace. But now, they have been moving forward and haven't seen Xiao Yuemei. The direction of the soul-chasing talisman is precisely the White Sun Palace. More than half a day passed, the direction of the soul-chasing talisman still hasn't changed. Is this little girl really in the White Sun Palace? Qin Yun looked ahead, they are very close to the White Sun Palace. Xiao Yun, what's going on with your little sister? She can actually enter the White Sun Palace. Granny Tang said in shock. It seems like we have underestimated her. Qin Yun bitterly laughed. In front of them is the huge white gate of the White Sun Palace. It looks like white jade. The magnificent gate is carved with many exquisite carvings, mainly dragon carvings. The tightly closed grand gate looks like a work of art. Standing in front of the gate is like standing in front of a white jade mountain. The exquisite white jade dragon carvings are lifelike and also very imposing. This White Sun Palace is very difficult to enter. Granny Tang said with frown, let's stay in the vicinity first. Qin Yun probed the barrier of the White Sun Palace a bit and realized that it is indeed very difficult to penetrate. Even if he used Little Ant Queen's spatial power, he still wouldn't be able to pass through. Previously, he had thought that even the spirit formation of Duke Whitesun's mansion was not much stronger than the one on White Sun Island. After arriving at the entrance of the White Sun Palace, he realized that he was wrong. The barrier of the White Sun Palace was much stronger than the barrier of the White Sun Island. If this little girl knows that I am here, she will definitely come out to find me. Qin Yun looked at the soul-chasing talisman. Xiao Yuemei also has a soul-chasing talisman. If she is not naughty, as long as she sees the soul-chasing talisman's reaction, she will definitely come out to find Qin Yun. Granny Tang brought Qin Yun to stay in a medium-sized inn. They asked for a suite with 2 rooms and a small living room. When trading in the White Sun Sky City, they used something called the White Sun Divine Crystal. It looked similar to the Sun Divine Crystal, but it was white. Granny Tang is an inscription master. Although she is not the best, she is still very rich. Xianxia waited in the inn for an entire night, but Xiao Yuemei did not come to find him. He cannot help but become anxious, worried that Xiao Yuemei would be captured. "Granny, I want to intrude into the White Sun Palace." Xianxia came out of his room at daybreak and asked after seeing Granny Tang. Granny Tang was so frightened that she almost screamed. She hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Little Yun, it's very dangerous for you to barge into the White Sun Mansion. We can't even deal with Xianxia and his group on White Sun Island, let alone the experts in the White Sun Mansion. I am worried that my little sister will be captured." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "I am not afraid, I should be able to enter. Xiao Yun, how about this? I'll contact an old friend and see if he can help us find out some information. You must be patient and wait for me to come back." Granny Tang warned, "Don't do anything stupid, otherwise I don't know how to save you." "Alright, I will definitely wait for you to return." Xianxia nodded and said, "If there is no need to take any risks, it is naturally better not to take any risks." Granny Tang left in a hurry. She did not let Xianxia wait for long and returned after an hour. "Granny, what did you find out?" Xianxia hastily asked. "My old friend is more greedy for small gains. He wants to exchange something with me and is willing to help me find information." Granny Tang said. "Exchange what?" "I will give." Xianxia hastily said. "Xiao Yun, don't be anxious. That guy is now demanding an exorbitant price. He wants 5 heavenly law divine runes before he is willing to help me." Granny Tang cursed in low voice, "This bastard is too much." After Xianxia heard this, he also frowned because 5 heavenly law divine runes is considered a lot. For example, Granny Tang has only mastered 10 or so heavenly law divine runes. Although those heavenly law divine runes are not complete, they are all very good and can unleash very strong power. "Take me to see him," Xianxia said. "Alright, I will have him come here again in the afternoon to talk to me." Granny Tang nodded and said. In the afternoon, Xianxia and Granny Tang are waiting for that person in the hall. Granny Tang does not know much about that person. He is a friend she met many years ago and it is said that he has some relationship with the city lord. Not long after, that person arrived. He is an old man with a wide forehead, a hooked nose and a pointy face. Although he is wearing ordinary white clothes, he has a very imposing manner. With a glance, one can tell that he is an old man with extraordinary strength. Sacred God realm. Moreover, his body is very strong and his mental power is also very strong. Xianxia is secretly alarmed, this guy is an extremely high-level inscription do master. He might be at the level of inscription do king. The old man's name is Bai Xianxia. After he came in, he said with a grin, "Granny Tang, is this your grandson?" "He is my friend, he wants to enter the Wang Mansion." Granny Tang said. "Friend? For this young man to be able to become your friend, he must have something extraordinary about him." Bai Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said with a smile. "Senior, can you let me enter the Wang Mansion?" Xianxia asked. "I can't. Your cultivation is too low, you have to at least be a heavenly god to be qualified to enter the Wang Mansion." Bai Xianxia sensed Xianxia's profound god aura and shook his head. "Then help me gather information," Xianxia said. 3 heavenly law divine runes. Bai Xianxia looked at Granny Tang and said with a smile, "This is my biggest concession." Granny Tang gritted her teeth. Thinking that Xianxia is her savior, she accepted it. Just as she was about to agree, Xianxia suddenly called out to her. "Granny, don't give it to him." Xianxia said, "You spent many years to collect those heavenly law divine runes. You cherish them very much, you can't give them to this guy. His inscription level is too low, he is not worthy of your heavenly law divine runes." Bai Xianxia frowned, his expression turned cold and said, "Little demon, what right do you have to say that I am not worthy of Granny Tang's heavenly law divine runes? You are not even as good as me, what right do you have to have Granny Tang's heavenly law divine runes?" Xianxia curled his lips and said. I have not seen such an arrogant little demon for many years." Bai Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "What right do you have to say that I am not as good as you?" Xianxia took out a talisman paper, it is a divine talisman paper. He said, I will draw a set of runes on the talisman paper. If you are unable to decipher the runes within half an hour, this divine talisman will explode. You want me to decipher the talisman? Bai Qiangshu faintly smiled. This kind of thing like divine talisman is not difficult for me. Forget about divine talisman, even heavenly talisman is nothing. Qin Yan said, what if you can't decipher it? Bai Qiangshu laughed heartily and said, if I can't decipher it, then it proves that you are right. I am not worthy of Granny Tang's heavenly law divine runes. But that is all. Don't even think about making me agree to your conditions. Qin Yan promptly took out the floating cloud divine needle and began carving on the talisman paper in a very natural and smooth manner. His speed is very fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he has finished carving the bright and dark lines. Then he handed over the talisman to Bai Qiangshu. Bai Qiangshu took it and looked at it. He said with smile, I thought it would be very strong but it is only so. Watch how I decipher this talisman. Please. Qin Yan said, after deciphering the talisman, it must be in perfect condition. You can only erase a portion of the runes, you must not destroy the talisman paper. When I decipher the talisman, your grandfather might still be wearing diapers, you don't need to remind me. Bai Qiangshu said with proud smile. Soon after, he concentrated his mental power on the divine talisman. He originally thought that it would be easy to decipher but he discovered that the runes on the talisman are not simple at all. Not only the finesse of these runes have reached a certain level, they also don't have the slightest bit of order, they don't have any rules. This divine talisman is an attack-type divine talisman that can explode. Generally, the runes on this kind of talisman follow a certain rule. However, he can't understand the runes on Qin Yan's divine talisman. He has never seen these runes before. He also doesn't know what kind of runes they are. At first glance, it looks like a child's blindly drawing. But looking carefully, it is filled with an indescribable charm. What shocked Bai Qiangshu the most is that the finesse of these runes are very high. This talisman has sun runes, star runes, and moon runes. The finesse of these three kinds of runes are very high. Moreover, they were created very quickly. Moreover, they are perfectly compatible with each other without any conflict. This is a very brilliant technique. Star Lord, Moon Lady, and Sun Emperor, Qin Yan has all three kinds of inscription spirits. Bai Qiangshu can't see a few heavenly runes. These heavenly runes have been carved by Qin Yan in the form of dark lines, so it is very difficult to see. However, Bai Qiangshu can feel the fluctuations of heavenly runes but he can't figure them out. If he can't solve it, the talisman will explode in an hour. If Bai Qiangshu can't solve it, it means that he has lost to a young boy. Bai Qiangshu doesn't dare to randomly try. If he carelessly erases the runes, it will only cause the talisman to explode in advance. Qin Yan is standing on a chair, knocking his legs and looking at Bai Qiangshu with a grin. Bai Qiangshu is already sweating profusely. He is currently analyzing the seemingly shallow runes on the surface of the talisman but he can't figure anything out. Brother, is it very difficult? Granny Tang said with a smile. Granny Tang, what is the background of this little demon? Bai Qiangshu has already given up. He threw the talisman to Qin Yan and said, I only lost half because I am not familiar with his runes. This little demon is definitely not from the White Sun divine realm. Qin Yan had previously learned from Granny Tang that different god realms had different runes. It is not strange that Bai Qiangshu can see through it. Therefore, Qin Yan and Granny Tang are not surprised. Brother, you are actually the city lord? Congratulations. Granny Tang said with smile, you are already the city lord, why are you still haggling over a small favor for me? I don't want you to owe me a favor. Bai Qiangshu chuckled, then looked at Qin Yan and asked, Little demon, are you from the Divine Desolate? Your inscription technique is indeed very strong. I can't decipher it mainly because I am not familiar with your runes, it is not because I am inferior to you. Qin Yan said with smile, City Lord Bai, how about this? Give me a talisman and I will decipher it. I am also not familiar with your White Sun Divine Realms runes. If I can decipher it, it will prove that you are inferior to me. Alright, even if I am inferior to you, I won't lose anything. Bai Qiangshu said with smile, even if you are stronger than me, I won't help you with anything. Qin Yan and Granny Tang can see that Bai Qiangshu is a guy who plucks feathers from wild geese. If they want his help, they must give him some benefits. This should be his style. After all, he is the city lord, his position in White Sun Heaven City is also very high. Being able to see the city lord of White Sun Heaven City is already very good, let alone asking him to do something. Alright, I am not asking you to do anything, I just want to prove that you are not worthy of Granny Tang's heavenly law divine rune. Qin Yan said with smile. Bai Qiangshu laughed and then took out a transparent paper. It looks like a thin membrane, it is a kind of crystal talisman paper. This crystal material is a special product of the White Sun Divine Realm. Bai Qiangshu used a snow-white rune knife and released a very strong light ball that wrapped around the rune knife and the crystal talisman paper. Then he began carving runes, not letting Qin Yan see his runes. If he used the crystal talisman paper, he would most likely have to completely hide the runes. At that time, there would only be dark runes and no bright runes. Nothing can be seen, there is no way to decipher it. Brother, it is not good for you to bully a child like this. Granny Tang said with frown. He was the one who tried to be brave, he wanted to compete with me. Bai Qiangshu said with smile, just now he used runes that I am not familiar with to trick me. I was bullied by him, now I am just bullying him back. Qin Yan watched with a faint smile. He looked confident. He felt that the city lord was very interesting. Bai Qiangshu's inscription speed was relatively slow. After all, they were all dark inscriptions. He could not complete a talisman as quickly as Qin Yan. Qin Yan and Granny Tang waited for him for a full half an hour. After Qiangshu finished, Qin and Xianxia handed Qin, Tang, Qin Yan and Qin Tang Tian Xianxia Tian. After Qin Tang Tian Chang talisman paper, Tian Chang Yun can see that their Yun can talisman runes. I've already activated this talisman. It will explode in an hour. The rules for undoing the talisman are the same as before. You can't destroy this talisman, but you have to successfully undo the talisman. You can't let this talisman explode after an hour. Bai Qiangshu smiled proudly and said, Little devil, you're still too inexperienced compared to me. Qin Yan very calmly looked at the talisman and took out the floating cloud divine needle. You want to take action so soon? Bai Qiangshu said in surprise, if you fail, the talisman will explode but don't worry, it won't be very powerful. Qin Yan used the floating cloud divine needle and began carving runes on the talisman. He also carved dark runes. The runes he carved are nether sun totems. As he became stronger and stronger, he mastered more and more nether sun totems. The nether sun totem he carved has a kind of devouring ability. Nether sun totem can devour other runes, this way it can destroy the dark runes inside. Qin Yan carved nether sun totem on the surface of the talisman, it won't penetrate inside. He can't see the dark runes but nether sun totem can sense them. As long as it can sense them, it can quickly devour them. If it is a huge formation pillar or barrier, this technique can also be used to break the formation. However, it is very complicated. There are many nether sun totems that need to be carved, they also need to pour in a lot of energy to make the nether moon totem become active. There are many steps and it is very easy for people to detect. And it is done on a small talisman paper, it is a lot faster. Qin Yan has the Sun Emperor inscription spirit, so he can carve the nether sun totem very quickly. After he finished, he secretly activated the invisible nether sun totem. The nether sun totem's devouring power appeared and began devouring the runes inside the crystal talisman. Runes are a kind of energy, they are condensed from blood spirit power. As long as it is energy, it can be devoured. Qin Yan used runes to devour runes. This way, Bai Qiangshu's runes won't reject each other and won't explode while undoing the talisman. Otherwise, if he directly used devouring power to devour the runes, the talisman would be stimulated by external energy and explode. Bai Qiangshu also finds it strange because Qin Yan has been carving his crystal talisman for a long time, yet it still hasn't exploded. This is very abnormal. Qin Yan waited for a while and sensed that there is only a small part of the nether sun totem inside the crystal talisman. I am done. Qin Yan returned the talisman to Bai Qiangshu. How is this possible? You must be playing with me. Bai Qiangshu took the talisman and secretly examined it. He is shocked to discover that the runes he carved have completely disappeared. Instead, they have become someone else's runes. The runes he carved have fluctuations of his blood spirit power, and now the runes inside are Qin Yun's blood spirit power. When Granny Tang saw Bai Qiangshu's expression, she realized that Qin Yun has succeeded. Bai Qiangshu held the talisman and carefully examined it a few times. He is crying out in his heart. Someone can actually decipher his talisman. This is unbelievable, because this is simply impossible to do. The runes inside his crystal talisman cannot be seen. It means that there is no way to decipher them, even if Qin Yun can see them, because they are runes from the White Sun Divine World. He is not familiar with them. It will be very difficult for him to decipher them, but miraculously, not only did Qin Yun decipher them, he even replaced them with his own mysterious runes. This kind of technique is simply godly. It has reached the pinnacle of perfection. City Lord Bai, you are truly not worthy of obtaining Granny Tang's heavenly law divine rune. Qin Yun said with smile, with this level of skill, don't be a city lord, properly study in seclusion. Bai Qiangshu's eyes are wide open as he looked at Qin Yun. If he was ridiculed like this in normal times, he would definitely fly into a rage. But now he is unable to refute Qin Yun. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of temper. This little youth before him caused him to feel fear towards Divine Desolate. Are you really a little demon? Bai Qiangshu solemnly asked. Of course not, I was turned into this by my little sister. My original appearance was that of a young man. Qin Yun said with smile. Young man? Then what is the difference between you and a little demon? Bai Qiangshu is startled. In his eyes, as long as someone is not an old thing, they are all little demons. City Lord Bai, it is getting late, please go back. Qin Yun said. Wait, I still don't know who you are. You should be a big shot in Divine Desolate. Bai Qiangshu revealed smile, we are both inscription masters, it is not a bad thing to have more exchanges. I am Qin Yun, I can be considered a big shot in Divine Desolate. My cultivation is not high but my inscription level is still pretty good. Qin Yun said. Are there many inscription masters like you in Divine Desolate? Bai Qiangshu promptly asked. I also don't know because Divine Desolate is too big and it has just been formed. Qin Yun said with faint smile, however, up until now, none of the inscription masters I have met are better than me. Alright then, I will definitely make you my friend. Bai Qiangshu laughed loudly and said. But I feel that you are not worthy to be my friend. Qin Yun said with smile. What do you mean by that? It's fate that we got to know each other. I'm from the White Sun God World, and you're from the Desolate God World. It's impossible for two God Worlds of this size to merge together, but we met here and now. Don't you think it's fate? Bai Qiangshu is from White Sun Divine World, he only has white hair, his eyebrows and beard are not white and he is not dressed completely in white. Since we are friends, I want you to help me with some small matter and even accept benefits. Granny Tang said with smile, what kind of friend is this? Alright, I won't accept benefits, however, little brother Qin, you have to help me with a small matter. Bai Qiangshu said with smile, it won't be too difficult. No problem. Qin Yun said. Then I will help you deal with your matter first. I will say this in advance, you can't enter the Wang Mansion because I do not have the final say in the Wang Mansion. I am only the city lord, I am in charge of the trivial matters of White Sun Heavenly City. Bai Qiangshu said. I have a little sister in the Wang Mansion, her name is Xiao. Uma. Can you help me ask around? Qin Yun asked. What? Uma? Bai Qiangshu cried out in alarm, she is your little sister? Did she get into some kind of trouble? Qin Yun asked immediately. No, she is the one who saved our White Sun King. Now she is his favorite person and has been conferred the title of Princess Uma. This matter is only known by our Wang Mansion's inner circle. Bai Qiangshu exclaimed in admiration, this little girl actually came from Heavenly God Desolate and she is your little sister. How can the youngsters of your Heavenly God Desolate be so powerful? Knowing that Xiao Yuemei is fine, Qin Yun immediately felt a lot more at ease. He said with smile, City Lord Bai, is she doing well in the Wang Mansion? Of course she's doing well. I only know that White Sun King is in seclusion with her and wants to pass down some secret techniques to her. Bai Qiangshu said, "Little brother Qin, when I see White Sun King next time, I will definitely mention this matter to him." "Brother, is White Sun King male or female?" Granny Tang asked. "Female, to be honest, I have never seen her true appearance. In short, she now views Princess Yuemei as her own daughter and dotes on her very much. I don't know if White Sun King recognizes Princess Yuemei's older brother or not." Bai Qiangshu said. Qinyan nodded, "It doesn't matter, I just want to confirm that she is safe." Bai Qiangshu said with smile, "Little brother Qin, I have already helped you and provided you with the information you want to know. Can you help me now?" When Qinyan heard about the small treasure chest, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Bai Qiangshu said with a smile, "Little brother Qin, don't have any ideas about my small treasure chest. In this White Yang heavenly city, it's best if you don't have any ideas. Brother, you actually can't open that small treasure chest. How do you know it's a small treasure chest? Don't tell me you know what's inside?" Granny Tang is also very curious. "That small treasure chest was bestowed to me by King White Sunday. She lost the key and was unable to open it. Since I am an inscription master, she thought that I could open it, so she gave it to me." Bai Qiangshu said. Qinyan said, "Didn't King White Sun tell you what's inside?" "Seriously, she gave someone a gift and it was actually locked. This is too torturous. Little brother Qin, don't say that about King White Sunday. It's not her fault. It's mainly because I was too cocky at that time. I was very confident that I could break any seal, so she gave me that small treasure chest." Bai Qiangshu laughed self-deprecatingly. "In the end, I became a laughingstock." Granny Tang could not help but laugh out loud and said, "Brother, you really love to pretend. Since you can't open it, why don't you just go find King White Sun and ask her to help you open it?" Bai Qiangshu shook his head and sighed, "She can't open it either. She only said that there's a divine universe white jade inside and it's useful to me. However, I still can't open that box." Divine universe white jade. When Qinyan heard these words, he felt that it was definitely something similar to divine universe golden stone and divine universe amethyst. Divine universe amethyst was even rarer than divine universe golden stone and its energy was even more powerful. And the divine universe white jade was definitely not simple. Did King White Sun say how that small treasure chest came about? Qinyan asked, "What use does the divine universe white jade have to City Lord Bai? I once suffered serious internal injuries, and my soul and body were almost destroyed. Now, I've only recovered my physical body, but the injuries to my soul haven't completely healed. From time to time, my soul will feel as if it's being burned by fire. This requires the nourishment of the divine universe white jade to allow my soul to completely recover." Bai Qiangshu sighed. "Soul injury? Can I take a look?" asked Qinyan. "There's no need to look, that's because of the cultivation method I cultivate. As long as I continue to cultivate that cultivation method, it's impossible to avoid my soul being burned." Bai Qiangshu said, "Only the divine universe white jade can help me." Granny Tang felt very puzzled and said, "Since there was such a precious thing inside the small treasure chest, why was White Sun Prince so careless and lost the key? Did she do it on purpose?" Bai Qiangshu shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, "I'll tell you the truth. That key is actually a talisman. That day, I tried to be brave and said in front of a group of old fellows that I could open the small treasure chest, so I destroyed the talisman myself. However, I was unable to open it in the end." Ha ha ha. Granny Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Then why did you say that it was White Sun Duke who lost it? You really deserve it, you reap what you sow." It turned out that Bai Qiangshu had destroyed the key to the small treasure chest, but he was unable to open the small treasure chest afterwards. This was simply too pretentious. I knew you would laugh at me, so I decided to hide it. Bai Qiangshu curled his lips. "Brother, don't mind it. This is too funny, I can't help it." Granny Tang continued to laugh. "It doesn't matter. It's not the first time I've been laughed at on this matter. Every time White Sun Duke sees me, he uses this matter to make fun of me." Bai Qiangshu's expression is gloomy. He looked at Qin Yun and said, "Little brother Qin, I don't expect you to be able to open it. Why don't you give it a try?" Qin Yun also found it rather funny. He said, "Let me take a look at the small treasure chest." Bai Qiangshu immediately took out the small treasure chest. The small treasure chest is white and is a box. It is very light in the palm of his hand, it can be said to be weightless. Upon coming into contact with this material, Qin Yan recalled the chest that contained a large amount of divine universe golden stones. That was the gravity divine stone. This small white treasure chest's material was also added with gravity divine stone. This meant that the divine universe white jade inside was a very heavy material. Let me see. Granny Tang walked over and touched it with her hand. She said in surprise, so light, it doesn't have any weight at all? What material is this? She gently threw it into the air and the small treasure chest slowly floated down. Gravity divine stone was added inside. Qin Yan said. Little brother Qin, you are truly experienced and knowledgeable. If King White Sun did not tell me personally, I wouldn't have known that it was gravity divine stone. Bai Qiangshu said in pleasant surprise. Gravity divine stone is very sturdy and special runes were added to it. If you forcefully break it open, it will cause the things inside to suffer severe gravitational pressure. The space inside will collapse and the things inside will fall into the tyrannical space. Qin Yan said again. Most of the things preserved in this way are very precious. It can also prevent them from falling into enemies' hands. Bai Qiangshu repeatedly nodded, his eyes are filled with shock. He said, King White Sun also said the same thing, so I don't dare to forcefully break it open. Qin Yan took the small treasure chest and said again, City Lord Bai, even if you forcefully break it open, you might not be able to open it. This material is very special, the person who refined this box must be very strong. And this box was given to her by King White Sun's father. King White Sun's father is a very powerful inscription master in the White Sun divine realm. Bai Qiangshu said. Qin Yan carefully looked at the box. He feels that he can use the previous method, Nether Sun Totem devouring method to devour the runes inside. The reason why the box is tightly closed is mainly because the runes are operating. Because there is something like divine universe white jade inside, it can provide endless and formidable energy to the runes. Therefore, the power produced by the runes is very strong and can form a sealing barrier. I can't see any runes. Granny Tang said with frown, Xiao Yun, do you have any method? This is very thorny. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and said, I do but I need some time. Bai Qiangshu is slightly excited, he promptly said, Little brother Qin, if you can truly help me open this box, I will greatly thank you. Someone who can open this box must have heaven-defying ability. No matter what, he is someone worth befriending. Although Bai Qiangshu is stingy, he knows how to expand his network. Qin Yan used the floating cloud divine needle and began earnestly carving Nether Sun Totem on the small treasure chest. The runes carved on the chest are also invisible. Very soon, Qin Yan entered a very serious state. His eyes are blue, heavenly eye is open, this will allow him to have even stronger control over runes when carving runes. Furthermore, heavenly eye can allow him to sense the reaction of the runes inside the small treasure chest while carving runes. This way he can avoid stimulating the original runes and cause the small treasure chest to self-destruct. Qin Yan's blood spirit power overflowed out and formed a blue-colored light. This kind of faint blue light makes Bai Qiangshu and Granny Tang feel very familiar but they can't say where they have seen it before. Is it the same as the blue-colored light in the sky? Granny Tang said in low voice. It seems so. This little demon, what is his background? Bai Qiangshu exclaimed in admiration in low voice, this person must be a great character in Divine Desolate. He is pretending to be a little youth, isn't this to swindle people? Truly a treacherous guy. 2 hours later, Qin Yan finally finished. After he finished, he used the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to draw out the Divine Universe Purple Sun's Divine Universe Purple energy. Then combined it with the formidable Nether Sun devouring power, he poured it into the small treasure chest and activated the Nether Sun Totem. The Nether Sun Totem needs formidable Divine Universe Purple energy to be activated to be able to devour the original sealing runes of the small treasure chest. The small treasure chest's original sealing runes are operated by absorbing the Divine Universe White Jade. Qin Yan's divine power is not enough to contend against it, it might take a very long time. After drawing out the Divine Universe Purple energy, not long after, the small treasure chest's lid loosened and issued a caw sound. Done. Xianxia faintly smiled, wiped his sweat and handed over the small treasure chest to Bai Qiangshu. Bai Qiangshu is extremely excited, he immediately ran over and took the small treasure chest. After opening it, an intense white light rushed out and hit Bai Qiangshu's face. The power of the attack caused his face to turn red. Very strong. After Bai Qiangshu closed the box, he repeatedly thanked Xianxia. He is grinning from ear to ear. Granny Tang walked over, poked Bai Qiangshu's waist and said with smile, "Old brother, you said that you would heavily thank him." Bai Qiangshu suppressed his excitement and said with smile, "Little brother Qin, you should not be lacking anything, just a few heavenly law divine runes, right? I'll give you 5, how about it?" "All right." Qianxia said with smile, "City Lord Bai, there seems to be quite a few divine universe white jades, can you give me one?" "A few? I didn't see it clearly just now, let me take a look." Bai Qiangshu opened the small treasure chest again. This time the light is very intense but he is prepared and can see it clearly. There are indeed 5, they are as big as corn grains but they are pure white. Bai Qiangshu wanted to take out one but found it very heavy. He said with frown, "I can't take it out, I can't put it into storage magic tool." "Let me try." Granny Tang reached out her hand to pinch the divine universe white jade but she really can't pick it up. Xianxia walked over and said, "I'll do it." He released a very strong supergravity and condensed it on his finger. Then he pinched the divine universe white jade and put it into his storage magic tool. "Little brother Qin, you are truly an evil little demon." Bai Qiangshu exclaimed in admiration, "Your cultivation is clearly not high, how can you be so awesome?" Granny Tang is also very amazed. After Bai Qiangshu closed the small treasure chest, he could put it into the storage magic treasure. When he opened it, he couldn't put it in. Xianxia said with smile, "City Lord Bai, your heavenly law divine runes should be very good, right? Isn't it too much of a loss for you to give them to me?" "It's not a loss, it's not a loss. But little brother, you must keep it a secret for me, you must not tell anyone that you opened the small treasure chest for me." Bai Qiangshu said with mischievous smile, "I was made fun of for a long time before, now I can finally hold my head high." "Old brother, you should change your bad habit." Granny Tang said with smile. Xianxia and Granny Tang are both speechless. Bai Qiangshu is a city lord yet he still loves to show off. "Brother, it's better if you keep a low profile. Just let them know that you can open the small treasure chest. Don't be too ostentatious and don't let them capsize again." Granny Tang said with smile. It's fine, it's fine. If I don't brag, they will look down on me." After Bai Qiangshu sat down, he crossed his legs and said, "You should all know that the most powerful force in White Sun Sky City is the Wang Mansion. Although I am the city lord, in the eyes of those old guys in the Wang Mansion, I am just an errand boy." "City Lord Bai, your position in White Yang Heaven City is not high?" Xianxia is somewhat surprised. He thought that as a city lord, his position should not be so low. Bai Qiangshu drank a mouthful of tea and said, "So to speak, in the eyes of many people, I naturally have a very high position. The number of people who want to see me can line up from the Wang's gate to the Heaven City's gate, however, I'm only at the middle level in the White Sun Mansion. The hierarchy in White Sun Mansion is very strict, and there are many guys above me. They would give me a bad look from time to time, or deliberately make things difficult for me." "Why didn't you report this to King White Yang?" Granny Tang said. "I reported it to King White Yang and those guys were reprimanded by him. Then I offended them and they will definitely make things difficult for me in the future." Bai Qiangshu promptly waved his hand and said, "Sometimes it is really hard to get along. There are always some vile people who rely on their little bit of power to give you attitude or make things difficult for you. Making things difficult for you is to deliberately make things difficult for you, unless you kneel down and lick their boots." Granny Tang curled her lips and said, "That's because you didn't curry favor with those people. You didn't handle your relationship well, so they will naturally make things difficult for you." Bai Qiangshu bitterly sighed and said, "Sister Tang, you don't understand, you don't understand. There are several factions in the Wang's mansion that don't get along with each other. I curry favor with one side but the other side always targets me. And the people I curry favor with want to help me but they want to take benefits from me. And I often have to do things for them. Then why am I still a fart city lord? I quit, I'll do it myself." Granny Tang said somewhat angrily, there are so many things to do as the city lord and you have to suffer so much. What kind of bastards are those in the mansion? Why are you so despicable? They are all very strong fellows. What can I do? Bai Qiangshu said, I want to be the city lord because I can obtain the resources given by White Sun King. As long as I have those resources, I can become stronger. After becoming stronger, I won't need to look at their faces. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. He had seen such things many times. When Granny Tang saw Qin Yan smiling, she asked, Xiao Yun, what do you think? If it was me, I would directly tell White Sun King. Could it be that those fellows will kill you? If they continue to make things difficult for you, you should continue to report to White Sun King. Qin Yan said with a smile, City Lord White, if you want to curry favor with someone, you should curry favor with the strongest King White Sunday. Who would dare make things difficult for you? Bai Qiangshu wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He sighed and said, that's what I thought before. That's why I'm planning to show off and crack that small treasure chest. This way, White Sun King will look at me in a different light, and then I'll be put in an important position by him. So, you're still going to pretend? Granny Tang snorted and said, the person who opened the small treasure chest is Xiao Yun. It's not good for you to continue lying. If you get seen through, you'll only continue to make a fool of yourself. When Bai Qiangshu heard this, he felt very conflicted. He looked at Qin Yan and asked, little brother Qin, give me an idea. Regardless of whether it was Bai Qiangshu or Granny Tang, they both felt that Qin Yan had a better idea. Qin Yan said with a smile, just tell them that the small treasure chest has been opened. But you don't have to say who opened it. As for the principle behind opening it, you can also explain it in a simple manner. Don't brag that you opened it yourself. Speak ambiguously and leave yourself a way out. If you're exposed in the future, just bring me out. I'll help you out. Bai Qiangshu smiled and said, little brother Qin, I'm relieved to hear your words. How about this, you become my guest elder and help me deal with some matters regarding inscriptions. I'll give you a certain amount of compensation. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Bai Qiangshu took out 5 crystal pieces and handed them to Qin Yun. He said, these are 5 heavenly law divine runes. Little brother Qin, please accept them. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. We'll contact each other again. Qin Yan obtained 5 heavenly law divine runes. They are all in segments. Not a single heavenly law divine rune is complete, but each segment has a very strong power. After discussing with Granny Tang, Qin Yan also knew that the greatest use of these heavenly law divine runes is to combine with other runes. But no matter what, mastering fragments of heavenly law divine runes can increase one's understanding of heavenly law divine runes. Brother, these 5 heavenly law divine runes all have a killing intent. Granny Tang said with a frown, this kind of heavenly law divine rune is not suitable for me. They are all weapon type. Qin Yan looked at the complex runes inside the 3 crystal pieces and said, these 3 heavenly law divine runes should be saber type and the other 2 should be sword type. This kind of heavenly law divine rune is very complicated. Granny Tang said with a frown, it's very difficult to master. Even I would need a very long time to figure it out. Qin Yan felt that he could fuse these heavenly law divine runes into saber runes or sword totems. The runes that Granny Tang passed on to him before were all relatively mild. For example, wind, water, fire, light, and so on. Then there are lotus and star. Although they are only a small segment, they are very powerful and require a very long time to learn and master. Qin Yan stored the heavenly law divine runes and handed them over to Momo for her to study. Momo, this fairy, studied the incomplete heavenly law divine runes and made a great discovery. She could make the incomplete heavenly law divine runes become complete, but it would take a very long time. Previously, with Momo's help, Qin Yan was able to repair many damaged runes, allowing the damaged runes to form a whole. These heavenly law divine runes have a very strong regenerative power. Why did they turn into segments? Qin Yan is very puzzled about this. After the heavenly law divine rune is broken, every small part will grow on its own and then transform into a human or beast. If that small part of the rune is free, it will grow and evolve into different heavenly law divine runes. Granny Tang said. Is it that magical? Qin Yin said in astonishment. That's right, if it's a sword heavenly law divine rune, then there will be many different types. These are all small parts of sword heavenly law divine runes. In different environments and with other factors, they will have different growth and evolution directions. Granny Tang said. Therefore, the same type of heavenly law divine rune can have tens of thousands of different types. Qin Yin exclaimed in admiration, this is a very good evolution method. That's right, just like us humans. We are also humans, but because I come from the White Sun divine realm, I am different from you. Granny Tang said with smile, our White Sun divine realm civilization is very different from your divine desolate. Qin Yin said with smile, but we can become friends. By the way, are the people from the other god realms here friendly? Not too friendly. In short, they often argue but they don't dare to fight. If it gets too big, the people from the Heavenly Law Pavilion will intervene. Granny Tang said. Heavenly Law Pavilion? Qin Yin heard Xinyu Tianlong mention it before. Where is the Heavenly Law Pavilion? Qin Yin asked. Granny Tang pointed up and said, in the sky. Those few star rivers belong to the Heavenly Law Pavilion. I don't know the specifics. There are actually people above the star rivers of the Heavenly Law universe. Xiao Yun, don't think too much. Your little sister is fine now, so we can be at ease. Granny Tang said with smile, I said before that I have a secret treasure, do you want to take a look? Let's take a look, Granny, you are not an outsider anyway. Qin Yin said with smile. Let's go, follow me. Granny Tang said. It's not on you. Qin Yin is somewhat surprised. It's in my daughter's hands. I hid her in the White Sun Heavenly City. I will take you to see her. Granny Tang said. Granny, you have a daughter? Qin Yin said with smile, I thought you only had one son, Xianxia. Don't mention that bastard, I would rather give birth to a piece of pork than him. Speaking of her unfilial son, Xianxia, Granny Tang is filled with anger. She said, luckily I gave birth to a good daughter. My life can be considered happy. Qin Yin followed Granny Tang out of the inn. It must be said that Granny Tang keeping the secret with her daughter is indeed very wise. However, Qin Yin is somewhat worried that her daughter would be discovered by Xianxia. Granny Tang's husband died early, he was killed by sea beasts, he was the original White Sun Island master. Their relationship as husband and wife was not good, so they separated early and lived their own lives. Also, after they separated, Granny Tang got together with someone else and gave birth to a daughter. Xianxia did not know that Granny Tang had a daughter. The reason why Granny Tang stayed in White Sun Island is to find an opportunity to avenge her little disciple, but she did not succeed in the end. Qin Yin and Granny Tang are sitting in the same carriage, listening to Granny Tang talk about these matters. All these years I've been in White Sun Island, I haven't been able to avenge my disciple. Granny Tang sighed regretfully and said, I might not have the chance in the future. That guy is the White Sun Island master, it's very difficult for me to do anything. Granny, who gave birth to your little daughter? Qin Yin asked, did she follow her father? How are your arrangements? Xianxia won't find her, right? I asked Brother Bai Changshu to take care of her. I saw her before, she lived a peaceful and stable life. Granny Tang said, her father, let's not talk about him. Qin Yan's eyes flickered, he thought of something but did not say it out loud. When Granny Tang saw Qin Yan's strange expression, she waved her hand and said, Xiao Yun, you should have guessed that my little daughter is Bai Changshu's child. After interacting with Qin Yun for the past few days, Granny Tang knew that this person who looked like a young man was very reliable. Furthermore, he was very secretive. Originally, Granny Tang had been very cautious about her secret treasure. She didn't want outsiders to know about it, but now she knew that Xianxia was about to arrive at White Sun Sky City. Xianxia was the White Sun Island Lord, so he definitely had some status. The other one was the vixen beside Xianxia, Lin Hui, who came from the White Sun Sky City's Fan clan. The Fan family was one of the 3 great families under the prince's mansion. At that time, if Fan Linghui knew about Granny Tang's secret treasure and her daughter, she would definitely use her family's power. Granny Tang didn't want to cause trouble for her old flame by Changshu, so she planned to ask Qin Yin for help when the time came. In addition, Granny Tang felt that Qin Yan was much more reliable than Bai Qiangshu. Qin Yan sat in the carriage and immediately saw through Granny Tang's thoughts. Granny, Governor Bai is your old lover and also a governor. There are some things that you should discuss with him. Qin Yan said, for example, I think he should know about your daughter. He is after all a father. Granny Tang shook her head and said, Xiao Yun, Bai Qiangshu only has sons, he doesn't have a daughter. If he suddenly has a daughter, then he will definitely treat her very well and pour all his resources into my daughter. I'm afraid that his sons will harm my daughter. Granny Tang was traumatized by the death of her little disciple. She couldn't protect her disciple, so she didn't have the confidence to protect her daughter, which was why she was so worried. What is that artifact? How did Xianxia and Fan Linghui know? Qin Yan doubtfully asked, didn't you say that you didn't tell anyone? That secret treasure. Granny Tang did not continue speaking. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. That secret treasure came from the Heavenly Law Pavilion. I suspect that the Heavenly Law Pavilion is looking for it. Secret treasure of Heavenly Law Pavilion? Qin Yan is even more puzzled. He asked, Xianxia and Fan Linghui are from Heavenly Law Pavilion? Are they looking for that artifact? I suspect that the Heavenly Law Pavilion is behind them. Of course, it was impossible for them to enter the Heaven Law Pavilion, but they might have been entrusted by the Heaven Law Pavilion. Xianxia is my son, I watched him grow up, I know his capabilities very well, but he suddenly became so strong, this is very strange. Granny Tang said. Xianxia and Fan Linghui were not weak, and they had a lot of power in White Sun Island. When Qin Yan heard what Granny Tang said, he also felt that Xianxia was very likely a lackey of the Heaven Law Pavilion. I don't know what that secret treasure is. I only know that it's very powerful and very important to the Heaven Law Pavilion. Granny Tang said in a low voice. Since the secret treasure is in your daughter's hand, Xianxia has a probing tool in his hand, he shouldn't be able to find you. Qin Yan said. They don't have any detection equipment. I suspect that they used some secret technique to deduce that the secret treasure is in my hands. Because I killed a fellow from the Heaven Law Pavilion and snatched the secret treasure. Granny Tang transmitted her voice. Qin Yan revealed a look of astonishment as he hurriedly asked, the fellow from the Heaven Law Pavilion was killed by you? Were they really that easy to kill? At that time, it was a fight between two guys. Both of them were seriously injured in order to snatch that secret treasure. I killed one, and the one who survived was seriously injured. I fought with half my life to kill that guy. Granny Tang said, I didn't want to fight, I just watched from a distance. That's right. After that bastard was injured, he wanted to capture me and devour me, so he rushed over to kill me. Qin Yan nodded, he suddenly became even more interested in the secret treasure. Something that two experts from the Heaven Law Pavilion fought over, it must be very important. When did this happen? Qin Yan asked. It's been many years, my daughter has not been born yet. Granny Tang shook her head, I still don't know what that thing is, I only know that it's very powerful. Not long after, Granny Tang and Qin Yan's car stopped outside a residential area near Wangfu. There are many small houses here. Qin Yan and Granny Tang got off the car and walked inside. They arrived at the east side, there is a small river there. There are several small buildings by the river, one of them is painted red, it is completely out of place with the other white buildings. Granny, is that red building your daughter's? Qin Yan cannot help but ask. It's hers, she painted it herself. Granny Tang said with a speechless expression, we White Sun Divine Realm people naturally like white, but that girl is different, she likes red very much. She even dyed her hair red, it's like she's a freak. Granny Tang and Bai Qiangshu both have the bloodline of the White Sun Divine Realm, but their daughter likes red, this is very abnormal. Qin Yan previously learned that the people of the White Sun Divine Realm like white, not because they follow the crowd but because they like it innately. Only a few people are normal, their hair is black and most of them have white hair and white eyebrows. Qin Yan thought of something but he is not sure, so he did not say it to Granny Tang. Instead, he followed her to the red building. There is a small courtyard in the building, the door to the courtyard is not closed. After Granny Tang entered, she lightly shouted, girl. When he came, Qin Yan also learned that Granny Tang's daughter's name is Bai, her name is Bai Jinghong. The inside of the red building suddenly trembled, followed by a loud explosion. With the explosion, the door was directly blown away. What's going on? Xianxia immediately became vigilant. He released his formidable mental power and at the same time opened his heavenly eye to check the situation inside the building. This damned girl is messing around again. Granny Tang cursed in a low voice and then walked in. Xianxia said with a frown, "Granny, there might be danger inside." Granny Tang waved her hand and said, "There's no danger, that damned girl is messing with her damned thing." After Xianxia followed her in, he smelled a very strong fragrance. The fragrance is very fragrant but it also carries a faint poison. Poison? Xianxia said in low voice. I know. Granny Tang nodded and said, "Xiaoyun, this bit of poison shouldn't be enough to knock you down, right?" After entering, the small hall was blown into a mess, a faint red mist floated in the air. Soon after, a graceful oval-faced woman walked out. Her face is filled with hidden bitterness, she puffed up her fragrant cheeks and said in a low voice, "I failed again." This woman has a pair of red braids hanging in front of her chest, she is wearing a pointy hat on her head, her beautiful eyes are filled with sadness. "Mother, I failed again, I want to cry." Bai Qinghong's eyes are moist, she threw herself into Granny Tang's embrace. "Don't cry. Don't cry, if you fail, you can try again." Originally, Granny Tang was also full of anger, but seeing her daughter so sad, she could only comfort her. But not long after, Granny Tang sternly reprimanded, "Damned girl, what are you doing? Every time I come, your house is always blown into a mess." "Mother, I just failed, I am very sad, don't scold me," Bai Qinghong said in low voice. After she saw the handsome young boy Xianxia, her beautiful eyes lit up, she quickly jumped over, pinched Xianxia's face and said with charming smile, "Mother, is this your illegitimate child? Such a cute, handsome young boy. Damned girl, don't act recklessly. He is not my illegitimate child." Granny Tang promptly slapped Bai Qinghong's hand away and said in a bad mood, "Not your illegitimate child? Then who is it? Could it be?" Bai Qinghong suddenly became excited and said, "Mother, you found me a little husband, right? Very good. I like him very much. Go away." Granny Tang saw Bai Qinghong's hands and feet moving, she promptly slapped her hand away and reprimanded, "Damned girl, this is a great character, he is. He is a very awesome inscription master, his level is above mine." Bai Qinghong's fingers curled around her braids, she looked at Xianxia and said with charming smile, "Mother, I am not a child, don't try to trick me. He is just a profound god, moreover he is a little boy, how can his level be above yours? Really, even City Master Bai is very respectful towards him," Granny Tang said with frown, "Girl, quickly call him Senior Qin." "City Master Bai? My dead old man father is not as good as this little boy? Mother, your joke is not funny at all." Bai Qinghong mischievously jumped behind Xianxia, then extended her hand to rub Xianxia's face from behind. Xianxia really did not expect that he would meet someone who has the same hobby of rubbing face as him. However, the one suffering is him. You know that Bai Changshu is your father?" Granny Tang said in amazement. "I am not stupid, how can I not see it?" Bai Qinghong mischievously smiled and said, "My dead old man father is quite good to me." Granny Tang is very speechless, she really did not expect that this little girl would be so crafty. "Sister Qinghong, your red hair is very beautiful." "I am Xianxia, you can call me Xiaoyun," Xianxia said with smile. Granny Tang secretly despised Xianxia in her heart, he is clearly an old guy but he is pretending to be young. Great minds think alike, I also think that my red hair is very beautiful but my mother and that dead old man father said that I am neither fish nor fowl. Bai Qinghong seems to have found a bosom friend, she giggled and said, "Xiaoyun, are you really some kind of inscription master?" N. Xianxia said, "Sister Qinghong, what are you fiddling with? You look very awesome." "Elder sister, I am learning a kind of magic, I just made a magic potion, if I can master it, it will be very awesome. I also know magic formation, I will teach you some other day." Bai Qinghong said. "Little girl, where's the secret treasure I gave you? Take it out and let Xiaoyun take a look, he is an expert," Granny Tang said. Bai Qinghong let out an "oh" sound and took out a box. After opening the box, there is a red stone inside. It is emitting red light. It looked like a red stone, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was actually formed from a red liquid. Bloodline. Xianxia said with frown, this is a kind of bloodline. Xiaoyun, you are right, this is indeed a kind of bloodline. Bai Qingheng giggled and said, I already knew this secret. When Xianxia heard the word magic, he felt that it is very familiar. He remembered that he once stayed in a heaven domain where magic prevailed. The so-called magic is actually the control of the power of heaven and earth. Is this the secret treasure of Heaven Law Pavilion? Xianxia looked at the red ball and said, magic bloodline? What will happen after fusing? Granny Tang is very surprised and asked, girl, what the hell is this magic? It can make you so strong? Yes, I am very strong now. Bai Qingheng chanted an incantation, waved her hand and shot out a fireball. She shouted, this is fireball technique. The fireball is very small, it is completely red and flew towards Granny Tang. Granny Tang promptly waved her hand, wanting to open the fireball. What she did not expect is that after the fireball exploded, the flame adhered to her palm and started burning fiercely. What the hell is this? It's so hot. Quickly get rid of it. Granny Tang shouted. Now you know how awesome it is. Bai Qingheng laughed and quickly took back the flame. Xianxia used Heavenly Eye to look at the flame just now and discovered that there is a special red energy inside the flame. That is why the flame adhered to Granny Tang's palm and started burning fiercely. This red energy should be the power of the so-called magic bloodline. Sister Qingheng, how did you fuse with this magic bloodline? After fusing, did your body get stronger? Xianxia asked. He is not very interested in this magic, he just wants to know if this magic bloodline can make people's body stronger or not, like those powerful ancient race bloodlines. I just took a little bit and ate it. I only ate a little bit and obtained a magic inheritance. My mind suddenly became filled with many magic-related inheritances. Bai Qingheng said. Xiaoyun, don't believe this girl, don't randomly eat it. Granny Tang hastily said. It's okay, I'm just trying, there won't be any problem. Xianxia carefully took out a small part, it is the size of a thumb. He can take it out with mental power. This seems to be a very special blood spirit power. Xianxia sniffed, there is no smell of blood. Quickly try it. Bai Qingheng urged, if you can awaken the magic bloodline, I won't be lonely anymore, ha ha ha. After Xianxia ate it, he immediately felt two types of energy rush into his body and soul. One of the energies rushed towards his soul, but it was unable to fuse with his soul. In the end, it could only flow within his body. Not long after, Xianxia felt a burning pain in his body. It is not very uncomfortable, he can completely endure it. How do you feel? Do you feel like fireworks are going off in your head? Bai Qingheng can see that Xianxia's handsome face is very good-looking when he is serious, she can't help but reach out her hand to touch it. Xianxia shook his head and said, no, I didn't obtain any magic inheritance, but my body has changed. His physical body was becoming stronger. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The magic bloodline was the same as the bloodlines of those powerful races. It could strengthen a person's body greatly. Then you should be able to obtain a magic body, which means that other people's magic won't have much effect on you. Bai Qingheng said, I'll try to burn you later. If I can't burn you, it means that magic is useless against you. Can anyone have a magic body? Xianxia asked. Not really. Anyway, I can awaken a magic body and magic inheritance. Bai Qingheng said, according to the inherited memories I obtained, many people can only awaken the ability to sense magic elements at most. Granny Tang said with some disappointment, this secret treasure only has this little ability? What kind of mess is this? What kind of magic is this? Mother, didn't you see my fireball technique just now? That's magic, it's very powerful. Bai Qingheng muttered, if I could master concocting magic potions or magic formations, I would be even stronger. Does that damn father of yours know about this? Granny Tang asked. He doesn't know. Bai Qingheng curled her lips and said, Mother, why is that damn father of mine so stingy? I asked him for some white sun divine crystals but he refused to give them to me. Give me some, I've spent them all. It's all been spent so quickly? Granny. Tang shook her head again and again. She could only take out a storage bag and hand it to Bai Qinghong. She said, use it sparingly. My father is the city lord. If I acknowledge him, he definitely won't acknowledge me. He's so stingy, he's afraid that he'll have to compensate me. Bai Qinghong sighed and said, a child without a father truly has a bitter life. Granny Tang thought carefully and said, girl, do you want to acknowledge that damn old man as your father? If he can give me a sum of wealth, I still want to acknowledge him. Bai Qinghong said in a low voice, I'm very lacking in white sun divine crystals right now. Damned girl who has eyes for wealth. Alright, I'll go talk to him. You guys wait here and don't run around. Granny Tang sighed helplessly and could only go find Bai Xianxia. Qinyan doesn't need that secret treasure anymore. That magic bloodline is very special. After fusing with a bit, it will be enough. He returned the rest to Bai Qinghong. After Granny Tang left, Bai Qinghong caressed Qinyan's handsome face and said with a smile, Xiaoyun, how do you feel now? Not bad. Qinyan said, I should be considered to have fused with that magic bloodline. Alright, I'll give it a try. Bai Qinghong released a fireball towards Qinyan. The red fireball hit Qinyan's body and burst into a ball of flame. That ball of flame enveloped Qinyan. Bai Qinghong screamed in alarm, but in the blink of an eye, the flame crazily penetrated into Qinyan's body. Qinyan stood in place and said, what happened? I didn't do anything. He only felt that the magic flame entered his body and was absorbed by his body and transformed into energy. Magic body is indeed immune to magic. If you meet powerful magicians in the future, you won't have to be afraid of them. Bai Qinghong felt a lot more at ease and said with smile, Xiaoyun, there are very powerful magicians in the Heaven Law universe. They definitely can't do anything to you. There are other magicians here? Have you seen them? Qinyan asked. I have, they are in the city. They are from the Heaven Law Pavilion. There is a devil court inside the Heaven Law Pavilion. Their magic bloodline is very important. My mother obtained it by chance and they are looking for it everywhere. Bai Qinghong giggled and said. Sister Qinghong, you know everything. Qinyan grinned, why don't you tell your mother? My mother, she is too stupid. Moreover, her ability to accept new things is very low. It is still young people like you who are easy to communicate with. Bai Qinghong suddenly pulled Qinyan's hand and said with smile, come, big sister will take you out for a walk. I will also buy some materials to concoct magic medicine. Granny told us not to wander around. Qinyan said. What are you afraid of? We are in the White Yang Heaven City, who dares to bully us? If this matter gets out of hand, my dead old man father will come out to take responsibility. He is the city master of the White Yang Heaven City. Bai Qinghong is a bit proud when talking about her father. Alright. Qinyan also did not expect that Granny Tang's daughter would be so mischievous. Bai Qinghong brought Qinyan out of the residential area and walked on the street. She has a head full of red hair that is tied into a pair of red braids. She is wearing a red dress and her beautiful oval face is filled with lively sunshine. She is a beauty filled with youthful vigor. Compared to the majority of women, she is rather unique. Therefore, she is especially eye-catching on the street. Qinyan doesn't mind at all. He followed Bai Qinghong to a tall building. This place sells all kinds of medicinal ingredients. It is also a business of the Wang Mansion. After arriving, Bai Qinghong promptly took out a piece of paper with the medicinal ingredients she wants written on it. Originally, she was very happy, but now she was told that the price has increased. Shopkeeper, yesterday I didn't raise the price, why did it double today? Bai Qinghong said very anxiously, can you lower it a bit? Sell it to me at yesterday's price. This is the price, do you want to buy it or not? The middle-aged shopkeeper said impatiently. I'll buy it. Although Bai Qinghong is very unhappy, she still gritted her teeth and bought it. She wants a lot of medicinal ingredients and the amount is also very large. Although the shopkeeper did not leave a single bit, Bai Qinghong is after all doing big business, so he arranged for someone to bring her to a VIP lounge inside to wait. Qinyan and Bai Qinghong are in the VIP lounge, patiently waiting for them to deliver the batch of medicinal ingredients. Not long after, a young man came in. This young man has a head of very long and elegant white hair. His appearance is also passable and the white clothes he is wearing look very luxurious. There are even some white gems hanging on his body and he is holding a sword and a white scabbard in his hand. He has the air of a noble descendant of an aristocratic family. It's you, blind Bai. Bai Qinghong said unhappily when she saw the man. I am Bai Xia, the hero of chivalry, the hero of chivalry. You red-headed woman, why don't you have a good memory? Bai Xia coldly snorted, what are you doing here? I'm here to buy something, can't I? Bai Qinghong glared at Bai Xia fiercely and shouted, you still owe me 10,000 white sun divine crystals, you blind Bai. Bai Xia said angrily, I owe you 10,000 white sun divine crystals? It's clearly you who owes me. Bullshit, you lost the bet, you owe me. Bai Qinghong said. You cheated and caused me to lose. I was the one who won. Bai Xia placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said with a sneer, red-headed woman, let me catch you here today. I'll teach you a lesson. This pharmacy is very big. It's the Wang Mansion's pharmacy. You dare to make a move here? Bai Qinghong's face is filled with no fear. Red-headed woman, you don't know this young master's background, right? Let me tell you, I am the third son of the city lord. I am in charge of supervising the shops of the Wang Mansion on this street. Do you think I would dare to make a move? Bai Xia said. What? You are Bai Xianxia's son? Bai Qinghong is startled. She had inquired about Bai Xia but she did not know that he was Bai Xianxia's son. This meant that he was her brother. I am his youngest son. I am a low-key person, so very few people know about this. It's fine to tell you today. Bai Xia laughed loudly, red-headed woman, if you repay my debt, I'll let you go this time. At this time, the shopkeeper hurriedly walked in. Seeing that Bai Xia and Bai Qinghong were arguing, he hurriedly said, young master Bai, she is a big customer. Don't sell it to her. Bai Xia said. Yes sir. The shopkeeper is also afraid of Bai Xia. Bai Qinghong glared at Bai Xia and said with a cold snort, what, don't tell me you want to force me to stay? Bai Xia rolled up his sleeves and laughed a few times. He said, red-headed woman, you should be clear about my strength. If I want to keep you here, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Bai Qinghong immediately took out a red gigantic axe and carried it on her shoulder. With one hand on her waist, she shouted fiercely, white blind, if you want to stop me, then I'll die with you. Yo, you're really not afraid of death. This makes me have a whole new level of respect for you. Bai Xia also pulled out his sword and said with a sneer, not to mention you alone, even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be able to last 2 moves against me. Bai Xia is at the heavenly god realm, his divine power is very strong, close to the sacred god realm. In comparison, Bai Qinghong is far inferior. Although she is also at the heavenly god realm, she is only at the middle stage. Bai Xia is at the late stage of the heavenly god realm, there is a huge difference. In addition, Bai Qinghong has been researching that magic all day, which has wasted a lot of her time and energy. Xiao Yun, you leave first. Big sister can take care of him. Bai Qinghong said, don't be afraid, with big sister here, he won't dare do anything to you. Although Bai Qinghong was very carefree, she was very loyal, and had a kind of heroic spirit among women. Bai Xia glanced at Qin Yun and said with a sneer, this is your little brother? Red-headed woman, you're good, you tricked such a little guy to be your little brother. White blind, let him go. Bai Qinghong also does not want to implicate Qin Yun. Let him go? No way. Unless you return my white sun divine crystal. Bai Xia chuckled and said, otherwise, both of you will suffer physical pain today. You. Bai Qinghong glared at Bai Xia fiercely and said angrily, you clearly lost to me. You can't afford to lose. Not only did you not give me 10,000 white sun divine crystals, you even want to bite me back. How can you be so shameless? Bai Qinghong also knows that the person in front of her is her half-brother. She felt uncomfortable all over when she thought that she was related by blood to such a brother. Cut the crap, you only have 2 choices. Either you give me the white sun divine crystal or you get beaten up. Bai Xia said. The middle-aged shopkeeper stood behind him, not daring to say a word. Qin Yin was very calm because Bai Xia was nothing to him. He was only thinking about how to deal with Bai Xia. After all, Bai Xia was Bai Qiangshu's son, so he couldn't be too heavy-handed. This could be considered giving Bai Qiangshu some face. If he went easy on Bai Xia, Qin Yin was worried that he had not taught Bai Xia a sufficient lesson. This put him in a difficult position. After thinking about it, he still decided to act according to the situation. Even if he hit hard, it would be fine. It would be good to teach this white hero a deep lesson. Bai Qinghong said solemnly, "Xiao Yun, go out, if he tries to stop you, I will stop him. Don't be afraid. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely let you leave safely." Ha ha ha. Red-headed woman, did you see that? Your little brother is scared stiff. He doesn't dare to react at all. He can only stand there in a daze. I'm afraid that even if I told him to leave, he wouldn't dare leave. Bai Xia said. If you want me to leave, I will. Qin Yin said indifferently. Io, are you forcing yourself to calm down? When Bai Xia saw the young Qin Yin speak, he laughed loudly. All right, I'll let you leave, quickly leave. Qin Yin really took a step forward and walked towards the door. However, just as he took a few steps, Bai Xia's sword moved horizontally and blocked Qin Yin's path. He laughed loudly and said, Little demon, I told you to leave, so you really want to leave? I was just messing with you, ha ha ha. Qin Yin is expressionless. He glanced at Bai Xia and then tightened his palm. Like a palm blade, he condensed a very violent absolute yang divine power. After he turned into a young boy, his palm also became much smaller. At this moment, he suddenly raised it and chopped down. The aura that erupted out is as terrifying as a peerless divine saber. Hoo! An extremely powerful gale burst out, whistling and exploding. Qin Yin slightly used the Heaven Annihilation 9 style's Heaven Berserk style. He used his palm as a blade and chopped at Bai Xia's sword. Rumble, the explosion was like thunder. The entire VIP lounge trembled. The tables, chairs, and murals inside were all shattered. The walls of the VIP lounge cracked from the impact of the aura just now. The sword in Bai Xia's hand was also heavily struck by Qin Yin and fell to the ground, embedding itself into the floor. As for Bai Xia's hand, it trembled in pain. His face is filled with shock. The middle-aged shopkeeper and Bai Qinghong are also greatly frightened. Their expressions changed greatly. Especially Bai Qinghong, her beautiful eyes are wide open as she looked at Qin Yin in disbelief. She did not believe her mother's words before, but now she believes it. Her mother did not lie to her. This young man is truly an expert. This sword is not bad, it didn't break. Qin Yin looked at the sword on the ground and picked it up. Bai Xia stood there, not daring to move. He is very clear about how terrifying Qin Yin's divine power is. He also finds it hard to believe. Qin Yin's divine power aura only has the characteristics of Xian divine power. And the divine power auras of Great God Realm, Heavenly God Realm and Saint God Realm all have obvious characteristics and are very easy to distinguish. However, Qin Yin's Xian divine power is so ferocious. Just like that, under Bai Xia's eyes, Qin Yin stored the white sword into his storage magic tool and then looked at Bai Xia. When Bai Xia made contact with Qin Yin's seemingly calm but hidden gaze, he could not help but shiver and his body trembled slightly. Give me the scabbard, Qin Yin said. Bai Xia clenched his teeth and actually threw the scabbard over. Qin Yin's aura is too strong, so strong that Bai Xia does not dare to resist. Qin Yin said, Give me that sword, not if you agree. Bai Xia hurriedly nodded. Following that, Qin Yin looked at the middle-aged shopkeeper and said, Take out all the medicinal ingredients that Sister Qinghong ordered and give them to her. The middle-aged shopkeeper is also extremely afraid because the strength that the youth displayed just now was enough to fight against the sacred god. This 20,000 white sun divine crystals, the middle-aged shopkeeper said in a low voice. He also threw a storage bag to Bai Qinghong. Counted on Bai Xia's head. Qin Yin looked at Bai Xia and asked, Do you admit it? Yes, yes. Bai Xia hurriedly nodded. She is as timid as a dog. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Qin Yin said indifferently. Then, he gave Bai Qinghong a look, indicating for her to follow him. Bai Qinghong put away the axe on her shoulder and quickly walked behind Qin Yin. She followed him out of the VIP lounge. Just now, Bai Qinghong was completely dumbfounded. this was blatantly robbing the pharmacy, and this pharmacy belonged to the Prince Yu's mansion. Although Bai Qinghong is usually quite mischievous, she never expected that this young man would be even more excessive than her. Not only did he snatch Bai Xia's good sword, he even put the medicinal ingredients on Bai Xia's head. After Qin Yun and Bai Qinghong left, Bai Xia's entire body went limp and she sat on the ground. "Young Master Bai, is this considered a robbery?" the middle-aged shopkeeper asked in fear. "Why not? That damned brat and the red-headed woman, I won't let them off." Bai Xia regained his confidence and said in a deep voice, "Shopkeeper, don't report this matter to the Wang mansion. I'll take care of it. I'll bring people to find the red-headed woman." "Yes, sir." The shopkeeper did not dare to make this matter public. He was worried that it would infuriate Bai Xia. Bai Xia is so scared that his entire body is drenched in cold sweat. Because just now, he felt as if he was about to die. To be able to give him this kind of feeling, not only is he powerful, he is also someone who has taken many lives. This is also the reason why Bai Xia admitted defeat earlier. Although he is usually arrogant, when it is time to be afraid, he will still be afraid. After all, his life is more important. Bai Xia is filled with anger as he hastily left the pharmacy. Qin Yan and Bai Qinghong returned to the small red building in the residential area. Along the way, Bai Qinghong did not dare to speak because she truly believes that this young man is a very powerful person. In addition, she was very vigilant and nervous along the way. She was worried that Bai Xia would bring people to chase after them. Only after returning to her own house did Bai Qinghong feel a lot more at ease. "Xiao Yun, you are so awesome. You. Could it be that you are not a child?" Bai Qinghong looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, "Don't tell me you are an old guy. You are clearly an old guy, but you call me big sister. Aren't you calling me old? I am at a bit of a disadvantage." Qin Yun said with smile, "Sister Qinghong, just treat me as a young man." Bai Qinghong said, "Are you really an expert?" "How can I be considered an expert?" Qin Yun said with smile. "A very powerful person." Bai Qinghong thought that Qin Yun is very approachable and relaxed a lot. She said with a smile, "It seems like you really are an otherworldly expert who hides himself deeply. How about this, we go and rob that blind man again. He will come knocking on our door very soon." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, "All right, when the time comes, we will rob him again. I really didn't expect that the son taught by my dead old man father would actually have this kind of virtue. I really don't want to recognize him." Bai Qinghong stomped her feet. A special woman like Bai Qinghong is quite famous in this area. After all, her red attire is very unusual. Therefore, Bai Xia came to find them very quickly. Qin Yan and Bai Qinghong returned for more than an hour and Bai Xia brought more than a dozen people to find them. Most of them are middle-aged people, there are also 2 old men among them. With a single glance, one can tell that these 2 old men have profound cultivation and profound power. They arrived at Bai Qinghong's small building and directly broke the door and entered. Then they surrounded Qin Yun and Bai Qinghong inside the living room. Bai Qinghong saw that these people are all very strong. There are even heavenly saints and gods. "Brat, return my sword to me first, then I will settle the debt with you just now." After Bai Xia arrived, he took out a very large chair and sat down. In this group of people, he was the only one sitting, which made him feel like a boss. He brought enough people, moreover there are 2 sacred god realm old men, so Bai Xia's confidence has increased a lot. "I don't owe you anything, please leave," Qin Yun said. Seeing Qin Yun's attitude, Bai Xia is a bit afraid in his heart. But thinking about the 2 formidable sacred god elders behind him, he immediately sat up straight and said with imposing expression, "Brat, a great calamity is upon you, you still dare to be arrogant here? Quickly return my sword to me and this young master will let you go." Bai Qinghong also saw the 2 formidable sacred god elders, so she has no confidence in Qin Yun. She is worried that Qin Yun won't be able to handle them, so she promptly took out her red battle axe. She placed the battle axe on her shoulder, this will make her look more domineering and increase her imposing manner. "Bai Xia, this matter is clearly your fault. As the son of City Master Bai, you shouldn't use the City Master's position to act like a tyrant, you will affect him," Bai Qinghong said. "Red-headed woman, this young master is very low profile, I never told anyone that I am the city master's son. Did I say that when you saw me last time? Bai Xia said with sneer, it is because you bullied people intolerably that I had no choice but to bring up my father. Bai Xia doesn't dare to fight back because his sword is still in Qin Yan's hand. That sword is very precious, if he loses it, his father will beat the shit out of him. Qin Yan also knows that the sword is very powerful, it is not an ordinary item. That is why he deliberately snatched it away, this way Bai Xia will have some misgivings. If you want your sword back, it is not a problem. Let your father personally come and take it. Qin Yan said. My father is the city master, he is very busy, how could he have time to meet a small character like you? Bai Xia said with sneer, brat, if you don't return my sword, I will attack. Qin Yan's expression suddenly sank, although he looks like a young boy, his expression is filled with fearsome ferocity. Combined with his heavenly eye, this kind of heavenly Dao ferocious aura is extremely terrifying. Bai Xia cannot help but feel scared when he is being stared at by Qin Yan. He forced himself to remain calm and said, I brought 2 sacred gods, if you have the guts, then attack me again. Qin Yan coldly swept the 2 sacred gods and said, you two should be the city master's subordinates, can you inform the city master to come over? No. An old man said, you are not worthy to see the city lord. Another old man sneered and said, forget about you, even for us, it's very difficult to meet the city lord. Not only is the city lord powerful, he is also a very powerful inscription master. Many people have requests from him, so it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to meet him. White Hero sneered, brat, do you know how powerful my father is now? Even the old seniors of the Saint God realm couldn't meet him easily. But I can arrange for them to meet my father. It was also because of this that Bai Xia could summon these seniors. Qin Yan frowned. He felt that the lesson he had given Bai Xia was not enough. It was mainly because he had not been heavy-handed. At this moment, he had to teach Bai Xia a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be completely afraid. Young Master Bai, for the sake of City Lord Bai, I'll give you a chance. If you leave this house, you'll be spared from physical pain. Qin Yan said coldly. I should be the one saying those words to you. If you return the sword to me and apologize to me, you'll be spared from physical pain. Bai Xia said loudly. Qin Yan suddenly took a step forward and arrived in front of Bai Xia. His sudden attack caught those people unprepared. By the time those 2 powerful Saint God old men reacted, they saw Qin Yan's palm is already pressing on Bai Xia's abdomen. Ah! Bai Xia immediately screamed miserably. Qin Yan poured unending stream of suffering divine ability power into Bai Xia's body, bringing incomparably unbearable pain to his body and soul. Save me! Bai Xia shouted loudly. Don't move, otherwise I will directly shatter his life crystal. Qin Yan shouted in deep voice. Don't move, don't move. Bai Xia is scared to death, he screamed miserably in pain. If his life crystal shatters, it will take him a very long time to cultivate again. Qin Yan said in cold voice, quickly call the city lord over. If he doesn't come, the pain he will suffer will not end. Bai Xia promptly took out a jade pendant and threw it to an old man. He shouted loudly, quickly call my father over. That Saint God realm old man promptly took the jade pendant and left in a hurry to find Bai Xianxia. Other people don't dare to leave. They stayed here to ensure that Bai Xia won't be killed. Those 2 Saint God realm old men also realized that the youth in front of them is not simple at all. Just now Qin Yan suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xia. That kind of movement technique is too brilliant, they were unable to guard against it. The most important thing is that kind of courage. Even in a situation where he is surrounded, he still dared to suddenly attack. Moreover, as soon as he attacked, Bai Xia, the city lord's son, lost the ability to resist. Bai Qinghong is standing at the back and watching in a daze. She once again admired Qin Yan. Facing 2 powerful saint gods, he is not the least bit afraid and even dared to attack and torture Bai Xia. The pain Bai Xia is suffering now is the most painful experience he has ever experienced. The pain he experienced during this period of time is several times more than all the pain he experienced since he was a child. It can be said that he will never forget it for the rest of his life. Half an hour passed, Bai Xia's voice is hoarse like a duck, but the pain is making him cry non-stop. It is a pain that comes from both the soul and the body. The people watching from the side all felt their scalps go numb. Although they don't know what kind of pain Bai Xia is suffering, they are afraid of Qin Yun. At this time an old man shouted, "The city lord is here. My father is here, you are finished." Bai Xia's tears turned into laughter and he shouted loudly. The white-haired and white-bearded Bai Qiangshu suddenly walked in. He saw the red building from afar and knew that it is Bai Qinghong's house. Thinking of the things that the Saint God Realm old man said, he knew that his son provoked Bai Qinghong and Qin Yun. Seeing Bai Qiangshu arrive, Qin Yun immediately stopped. After Qin Yun stopped, Bai Xia frantically crawled away from the large chair and shouted, "Quickly take him down, quickly take him down." Those two Saint God Realm old men and the other dozen or so middle-aged heavenly gods all mobilized their powerful divine power and prepared to attack. "All of you stop!" Bai Qiangshu shouted loudly, causing the entire building to tremble. Those people are so scared that they don't dare to act blindly without thinking. "Father, I am going to be tortured to death by him. That little demon is very strange. Not only did he steal my sword, he also wants to torture me," Bai Xia cried while lying on the ground. Qin Yun took out the beautiful white scabbard sword and handed it over. "City Lord Bai, this is a good sword, you must take good care of it." Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone is stunned because it seems like Qin Yun knows Bai Qiangshu. Bai Qiangshu's expression became extremely unsightly seeing his son being so disgraced. But seeing Qin Yun return the sword, his face is filled with smile. He walked over and said with smile, "Little brother Qin, I am usually very busy and did not discipline my son enough. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I will apologize on your behalf. This brat will apologize to you." The White Sun Sky City Lord is actually so respectful to a little youth. This made Bai Xia and those two Saint God Realm old men suddenly think of something. Only the descendants of those experts in the Wang Mansion can make Bai Qiangshu lower his attitude. This little youth is from the Wang Mansion. Bai Xia felt despair in his heart. He never expected that he would actually provoke someone from the Wang Mansion. Others may not know, but he, Bai Xia, is very clear that those people from the Wang Mansion are very arrogant. Therefore, Bai Xia did not dare to expose his father's identity as the city lord because he was worried that he would kick the iron plate that is the Wang Mansion. He knew that the red-headed woman Bai Qinghong does not have any backing. He also thought that the little youth beside her should be a lackey or something. After all, his cultivation is not high. But no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect that it would be someone with a strong background. "Damn thing, quickly admit your mistake." Bai Qiangshu walked over and ruthlessly kicked Bai Xia. Bai Xia promptly crawled in front of Qin Yun, cowed out and shouted, "Sir, I know I was wrong." Bai Xia said a long string of apologies. He is now extremely afraid. Not only did he apologize to Qin Yun, he also apologized to Bai Qinghong. "Bring him back," Bai Qiangshu said. "Next time, don't mess around with this brat. How many times have I told you, you must learn to keep a low profile in White Yang Heavenly City. Consider yourself lucky this time." Bai Xia regarded Qin Yun as a noble of the Wang Mansion. Not to mention him, even his father, the city lord, is suppressed by the Wang Mansion. After Bai Xia was taken away, Bai Qiangshu apologized to Qin Yun again. Bai Qinghong did not believe that Qin Yun's inscription level is higher than Bai Qiangshu's. Now she believes it. "Where is my mother?" Bai Qinghong asked. "Granny Tang went to look for you, is she not with you?" Qin Yun also promptly asked. "She was injured, the person who did it, has a great background, I can't afford to offend them, so I could only save her." Speaking of this matter, Bai Qiangshu's expression became incomparably grave. Qin Yun's expression changed, anger rose in his heart. He immediately thought of Xianxia and Fan Linghui. The Fan family behind Fan Linghui is extremely powerful, even the city lord has to give them face. In White Yang Heavenly City, someone who dared to directly attack Granny Tang must have a great backer. "Who injured my mother, I'll kill him," Bai Qinghong shouted in anger. "Is it the Fan family?" Qin Yun pulled Bai Qinghong's hand to calm her down. "I know that Fan Linghui is her enemy, but Fan Linghui's position in the Fan family is not high, she shouldn't be able to get the Fan family to attack." Bai Qiangshu shook his head and said, "The person who attacked is wearing a mask, they are all very arrogant, they all have the Wang Mansion's command medallion. Qin Yan said coldly, Granny Tang is my friend, no matter who attacked her, I won't let her off. I suspect that it was the Fan family who attacked her, there is a faction of the Wang Mansion supporting them from behind. The reason why the Fan family helped Fan Linghui to deal with Tang's sister, it means that Tang's sister has something they are looking for. Bai Qiangshu said solemnly. Prince White's son and Xiao Yuemei went into seclusion together and now they have come out. Qin Yan feels that Xiao Yuemei will come to find him very soon. Now that Granny Tang was being attacked, the attacker must have a close relationship with the Wang family. The powers within the king's mansion were very complicated. Even Bai Qiangshu didn't know much about them. Furthermore, it involved the upper echelons of the king's mansion, so Bai Qiangshu didn't dare to investigate. With Xiao Yuemei's help, it will be a lot more convenient for Qin Yan. Qin Yan and Bai Qinghong sat in King White's son's carriage and arrived at a very large building. This place is a bit far from the king mansion. This tall building was Bai Qiangshu's own property. As a city lord, he had his own business, so it was not surprising that he owned such a tall building. After Qin Yan and Bai Qinghong entered the building, they thought that they would go to a very high floor. They did not expect that Bai Qiangshu would actually bring them to the underground floor. There were more than 20 underground floors beneath the building. Granny Tang is very well protected here. Bai Qiangshu himself is a very powerful inscription master. The formation barrier he set up is also very strong. It will not be easy to break through. On top of that, there were many experts here. Even if the people who attacked Granny Tang knew she was here, they wouldn't dare to attack rashly. If this matter were to be blown up and reported to White's Sun King, the consequences would definitely be severe. Granny Tang's injuries weren't light. After she ate some pills, her haggard face regained some color. She was lying on the bed, her aura very weak. Beside her were a few women and an old female alchemist looking after her. Mother! Bai Qinghong entered the room. Seeing her mother like this, she felt sad and angry. Lass, I'm fine. Seeing that Bai Qinghong was safe, Granny Tang felt a lot more at ease. She was worried that those people would make a move on Bai Qinghong. After Bai Qiangshu let the others leave, he said with a grave expression, Sister Tang, just who did you provoke? Originally, Granny Tang had gone to find Bai Qiangshu to discuss the matter of them reuniting as father and daughter. However, after being ambushed, Granny Tang had been seriously injured and hadn't had the time to speak. I don't know who attacked me. Granny Tang shook her head. It's a complicated matter. Let's talk about it after I've recovered. At this time, Qin Yan also consciously walked out of the room, letting the family have a good talk inside. The alchemist and the other women were waiting outside. After Qin Yan came out, he greeted them and asked about Granny Tang's injuries. The old woman said, that kind of injury is very strange, there is a very strange kind of divine power aura, and also an extremely strong lightning power. I can't tell what it is. Qin Yan immediately thought of the magic Bai Qinghong was learning. The ones who came to find Granny Tang were probably from the Magic Academy of the Heavenly Law Pavilion. The power they used should be magic. Qin Yan had come into contact with magic before, so he knew that this kind of magic had special divine power. It was stronger than the divine power cultivated by most ordinary people. That was one of the scarier aspects of magic. While Qin Yan and the old woman were talking, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. Someone was coming. The person who came is a handsome man with a head full of elegant long hair. Furthermore, he is wearing white luxurious clothes. This man is the white hero who was tortured by Qin Yan earlier. Bai Xia came by himself. After he saw Qin Yan, he let out a strange cry and quickly turned around, wanting to escape. Wait! Qin Yan shouted. Expert, please spare me. I really know my wrongs. Bai Xia shouted with a bitter expression. The old woman and the other women all know that Bai Xia is the youngest son of the city master Bai Qiangshu. Therefore, when they saw Bai Xia, they all saluted him. However, the youngest son of the city master is now so afraid of a young boy. What are you doing here? Are you here to find your father? How did you know he is here? Qin Yan asked. The shopkeeper above told me, I just came to discuss something with my father. Bai Xiao saw Qin Yan's calm expression and felt a lot more relieved. He quickly replied. Qin Yan laughed and asked, have you recovered well? Bai Xiao also revealed a trace of smile and quickly said, this is all because Expert was lenient, he didn't injure me, he just made me suffer a bit. Qin Yan said, what do you want to discuss with your father? Is it important? Bai Xiao's expression is somewhat awkward. He said in low voice, Expert, I want to borrow that sword from my father. I am going to participate in a gathering, I want that sword to put on a show, I can't let others look down on me. Qin Yan found it funny in his heart. This Bai Xia is the same as his father, they both love face very much. If you don't use that sword, you will be looked down upon by others? This is your own inadequacy. You should improve your own inadequacy and not rely on external objects. Qin Yan said. Yes. Expert is right, I will definitely change in the future, but isn't the situation urgent now? Not long after that White Sun Island master and his family's concubine returned, they held a gathering. There are also a group of young masters from the Wang Mansion. Even people from the Heavenly Law Pavilion came. This is a very high-level gathering. Bai Xia sighed and said, they invited me, how can I not go? The old woman at the side asked doubtfully, White Sun Island master. He can invite the young masters from the Wang Mansion? Even the youngsters from the Heavenly Law Pavilion came? Bai Xia hurriedly nodded and said, I also think it's strange. That's why I want to go and take a look. This is an opportunity to make friends with those people, I can't miss it. Qin Yan's eyes flickered as he calculated in his heart. Soon after, Bai Xia mysteriously said, I heard that there is also a mysterious big shot from the Wang Mansion. I suspect that it is very likely that Princess Yuemei will come. Who said that? Qin Yan is alarmed and asked. Expert, are you from the Wang Mansion? Bai Xia asked in low voice, didn't you get any news? I'm not from the Wang Mansion. Qin Yan answered truthfully and said with smile, but, I know Princess Yuemei. Ah? Is this true? Bai Xia said in astonishment. The few women and old woman beside her also revealed expressions of astonishment. When Qin Yan saw their expressions, he knew that Xiao Yuemei's status must be very high. Bai Xia, when you attend the gathering, bring me along. Qin Yan patted his shoulder and said, I'll have your father bring that sword to you. That's great, thank you big brother. Bai Xia promptly bowed and said, I will definitely bring big brother along. At this moment, Bai Qiangshu opened the door and saw that Qin Yan and Bai Xia are outside. Moreover, they are chatting happily. He immediately felt a lot more relieved. Qin Yan and Bai Xia also entered the door. Bai Qiangshu looks very happy because he finally recognized his daughter. He has been taking care of Bai Qinghong for a long time and in his heart, he rather likes this unconventional woman. Little brother Bai Xia greets big sister. After Bai Xia entered, he promptly bowed and saluted Bai Qinghong. He doesn't know that he is Bai Qinghong's older brother. He is so respectful towards Bai Qinghong because of Qin Yan. It can be seen that Bai Xia is completely terrified. Bai Qinghong crossed her arms over her chest and coolly stood there. She looked at Bai Xia in a rather domineering manner, nodded and said, no need to be overly courteous. Let's write off our previous grudges. Many thanks for big sister's forgiveness, little brother can't thank you enough. Bai Xia promptly said with smile. Bai Xia, this is Qinghong's mother, she is also my old lover. Therefore, this girl Qinghong is my biological daughter, she can be considered your little sister. Bai Qiangshu said with mischievous smile. What? Bai Xia opened his eyes wide and looked at Bai Qinghong. He really did not expect that this red-headed woman is actually his little sister. And just now, he called Bai Qinghong big sister, this made him feel incomparably embarrassed. Since you like to call me big sister, then I will be your big sister from now on. I don't mind being called old by you. Bai Qinghong laughed loudly and said. This. Bai Xia suddenly feels that he has lost several 100 million, he clearly belongs to his big brother. Bai Xia knows that Qin Yan cares a lot about Bai Qinghong, so he can only cower. His face is filled with smile and he said, big sister, as long as you are happy, little brother doesn't care. City Lord Bai, he is going to participate in a gathering, give him the sword first. Qin Yan said. What gathering? Bai Qiangshu promptly asked. A rather large high-end gathering. Qin Yan said with smile, I will go with him. Bai Qiangshu immediately took out the sword and handed it over to Bai Xia. He also warned him a few words. After all, his son is going out to show his face, naturally he can't be too shabby. Having a powerful divine sword will give him a lot of face. White Sun King has summoned us, I want to go to his mansion. Bai Qiangshu said. I will stay here to accompany my mother. Bai Qinghong said. Sister Qinghong, I plan to take you to that gathering, won't you come? Qin Yan said because people from Heaven Law Pavilion and Devil Court might come. Bai Qinghong studies magic, maybe she can discover something. My mother is injured, I want to accompany her. Bai Qinghong stuck out her tongue and said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, if there's a chance, let's go together. All right. Qin Yan nodded, then patted Bai Xia's shoulder and said, Third young master, let's go. Just like this, Qin Yan, Bai Xia and Bai Qiangshu left the underground floor together. Bai Qiangshu rushed to the mansion. Qin Yan and Bai Xia continued to stay in the building. The gathering was tonight, and it was to be held in a restaurant owned by the Fan family. After Qin Yan and Bai Xia dressed up, they boarded a carriage and headed towards the west side of White Sun Heaven City. That side is the Fan family's power. Qin Yan is wearing a white inscription master robe, it doesn't match his young appearance. Big brother, what is your background? My father seems to be very afraid of you. Bai Xia very curiously said. I am from Myriad Heaven Divine Desolate. I am an inscription master. Qin Yan said with smile. Myriad Heaven Divine Desolate? I heard that many great powers of God World and Heaven Law Pavilion who entered Heavenly Law Universe want to join hands to break Heavenly Law Universe's barrier, then rush out and enter Myriad Heaven Divine Desolate. Bai Xia hastily said. White Sun Divine World's overall strength is not weak. If they were to be placed in Divine Desolate, they might be as strong as at least 2 ancient races. In the Heavenly Law Universe, there were quite a few such colossal existences. In addition to the Heavenly Law Pavilion, if they were to join forces and attack the various powers in the deity desolate land, a great war would definitely break out. Big brother, how strong is Divine Desolate? Are they all as strong as you? Bai Xia said worriedly, I don't want to be enemies with you. If we fight, I will hide far away. Qin Yan said, don't worry, they won't fight. Divine Desolate is very big, it is enough to accommodate other powers of Heavenly Law Universe. Really? How big is it? Heavenly Law Universe has a total of 6 Divine Worlds people. Adding Heavenly Law Pavilion, there are 7 factions. Is Divine Desolate enough? Bai Xia asked. Forget about 7 factions, even 70 factions are enough. You will know when you go to Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said with smile. Divine Desolate has always been growing, constantly becoming bigger and bigger. It can be said that it is boundless. Even the primordial clans in the Divine Desolate Heavens didn't know how big the Divine Desolate Heavens was. Qin Yan is not at all worried that Divine Desolate will be forcibly occupied by Heavenly Law Universe's factions because they can't occupy such a big Divine Desolate. Furthermore, there must be even more powerful races inside Divine Desolate. It is just that they have not come into contact with them yet, so they don't know of their existence. Qin Yan also knows that there is a very powerful mysterious race hidden inside Myriad Realms' Divine Sunland. That is the most dreadful thing. Bai Xia sighed and said, Heavenly Law Universe is fine, I really didn't expect it to be destroyed. I hope it is just a rumor. Heavenly Law Universe should have a core that provides energy to the entire Blue Sky Universe. Qin Yan said, do you have any information about this core? Bai Xia shook her head and said, I don't know about this, White Sun Prince should know. Oh that's right, have you heard of Xinyu Tianlong? Qin Yan also doesn't know what Xinyu Tianlong is doing outside, is he still guarding the entrance? Xinyu Tianlong is from the Heavenly Law Pavilion's Dragon Hall. Of course I've heard of him. He is a famous expert. Our White Sun King once fought with Xinyu Tianlong. Bai Xia was rather proud when he talked about this. Why is King White Sun fighting Xinyu Tianlong? Asked Qin Yan. Duke White Sun is now Xiao Yuemei's godmother. Qin Yan also wants to know more about Duke White Sunday. I heard this from my grandfather. My grandfather is very old. He said that White Sun King wanted to obtain an item from Heavenly Law Pavilion, so he and Xinyu Tianlong fought over it. In the end, it seems like he also managed to snatch it. Bai Xia said. Qin Yan also planned on asking Xinyu Tianlong in the future what it was that made King White Sun snatch it. Are you going to let Xinyu Skydragon off just like that after his item was snatched? Said Qin Yan with a smile. Is Xinyu Skydragon that gentle? White Hero shook his head and said, that's not it. It's mainly because Xinyu Tianlong is no match for our White Sun Monarch. Furthermore, that thing was taken away by Heaven Law Pavilion from our White Sun realm, so White Sun Monarch only went to get it back. Heavenly Law Pavilion and White Sun Monarch's relationship isn't good? Qin Yan's eyes lit up. It wasn't good in the past, but it's hard to say now. It's not good nor bad. In short, I can't afford to offend the disciples of Heavenly Law Pavilion and White Sun Palace. Bai Xia looked at the sword in her hand and said, this sword belongs to my grandfather, it can be considered as my family's heirloom. Qin Yan has seen how powerful this sword is. It is indeed very good, it is a rare divine sword. No wonder Bai Xia brought this sword to the gathering. This is equivalent to their family's glory. Bai Xia, what is Princess Yume's status like? Qin Yan is very curious and asked, White Sun Monarch treats her very well. Indeed, she is equivalent to White Sun Monarch's daughter. In the entire White Sun Palace, other than White Sun Monarch, she has the highest status. Bai Xia said in low voice, Big brother, do you really know Princess Yume? Have you seen her? Of course I have. Qin Yan said with a smile, I am very familiar with her. So that's how it is, then have you seen White Sun Monarch? Bai Xia asked again. I haven't seen him, have you? Qin Yan is also very curious about White Sun Monarch. Of course I haven't seen him but my grandfather has. My grandfather said that White Sun Monarch's position in the White Sun Divine Realm is extremely high. She is the daughter of the White Sun Divine King. Bai Xia said with emotion, it is said that White Sun Monarch left the White Sun Divine Realm because he didn't want to grow up under his father's protection. That's why he went out to roam the world. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. The White Sun Divine Realm is definitely as powerful as the Divine Desolate. To be able to become a Divine King in the White Sun Divine Realm, he must be very powerful. Bai Xia, how many Divine Kings are there in the White Sun Divine Realm? Qin Yan asked. 3. They are all old monsters. In short, they are all very strong. My grandfather said that if those 3 Divine Kings were to fight, the entire White Sun Divine Realm would be destroyed. Bai Xia's face is filled with yearning as she said with smile, if only I could become that strong one day. The White Sun Divine Realm is such a powerful space yet it was destroyed by the joint efforts of 3 Divine Kings. Qin Yan can roughly determine how strong those 3 Divine Kings are. Big brother, how strong are the Divine Kings of the Divine Desolate? Bai Xia asked. About this. At present, there are no true Divine Kings because the Divine Desolate is a newly formed Divine Realm. Qin Yan said. Although he was once a Divine King, he doesn't believe that he is a true Divine King now. Qin Yan and Bai Xia chatted and learned a lot about White Sun Monarch and the White Sun Divine Realm. He also learned about the status of the White Sun Island Master. The White Sun Island Master's status is not very high but for some reason, that Xianxia suddenly has a very good reputation. Not only is he very close to the young masters in the mansion, he also has the protection of the Heavenly Law Pavilion. Bai Xia is very puzzled. Qin Yan believes that Xianxia must have curried favor with the people of the Heavenly Law Pavilion's Devil Court, which is why he has his current status. The large carriage arrived at a large building. After Qin Yan and Bai Xia entered the building, they were brought to a very spacious hall. There are already several hundred people in the hall. The center of the hall is very spacious. There are no tables or chairs, only some food and drinks are placed around the hall. In the hall, everyone is dressed luxuriously, drinking wine and chatting. After Qin Yan entered, he did not sense Xianxia and Fanling Hui's aura. Xianxia's strength is not weak but Qin Yan is not afraid of him. If they were to really fight, Qin Yan could rely on the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to fight. White Sun Monarch has already come out of seclusion and this restaurant is very close to the mansion. If they were to fight, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. When the time comes, White Sun Monarch will definitely come personally. Qin also asked Bai Xia on the way. No one dared to fight here because they could not bear the consequences. Especially since White Sun Monarch has come out of seclusion, no one dared to act recklessly. Bai Xia brought Qin to the hall and immediately started exchanging pleasantries with the others. The people here all look very young. Most of them are famous people in the White Sun Sky City. And many people here do not know Bai Xia because not many people know that he is Bai Qiangshu's son. Bai Xia was indeed very low-key before. He did not use his father's banner everywhere. He used his temperament and the sword in his hand to make a name for himself. At this moment, many people came over to greet him. White Sun Island Master and his wife are here, someone suddenly shouted. Qin immediately looked towards the door. Xianxia and Fan Linghui, the adulterous couple, brought with them a faint arrogance as they walked in with a group of people. Fan Linghui is holding Xianxia's arm. After walking in, she immediately greeted some of her friends. Qin also learned that Fan Linghui's position in the Fan family has increased by a lot. This gathering is supported by the Fan family from behind. Therefore, many people from the Fan family came, especially the young disciples of the Fan family. At this moment, they are all warmly greeting the guests. Bai Xia is also standing at the side of the hall, looking at the lively place in front of him. Xianxia and Fan Linghui are surrounded. Many people are warmly greeting them. It can be seen that many people here want to curry favor with them. Soon after, the people from the Wang mansion arrived. There are a total of 3 young masters, but they brought very strong followers with them. Their ostentation is also very big, they even want to suppress Xianxia and Fan Linghui. When Xianxia and Fan Linghui learned that the 3 young masters from the Wang mansion have arrived, they immediately walked over to welcome them. The last one to appear is the person from the Heavenly Law Pavilion. He is a handsome blue-haired man, there is not even a bit of smile on his face. He is wearing luxurious blue and white clothes, there are several rings on his hand, he has a very aloof appearance. However, Xianxia, Fan Linghui and the 3 young masters from the Wang mansion are striving to be the first to greet this man. It must be said that the status of the Heavenly Law Pavilion is very high in the Heavenly Law universe. That blue-haired man has a scowling expression, but Xianxia and his group are not the least bit disgusted. Instead, they are trying to curry favor with him with a smiling face. What made Qin pay more attention is that the 5 black-clothed men brought by the blue-haired man are all wearing masks. Their masks are very unique, there are no holes on their white masks and there is a 6-pointed star pattern on their forehead. These guys are the masked men who attacked Granny Tang. Qin's heart suddenly surged with faint killing intent. Granny Tang said that the people who besieged her had a 6-pointed star pattern on their masks. This also left a very deep impression on her. Sure enough, it was the Heavenly Law Pavilion who attacked them. They all have the Wang Mansion's command medallion on them. Were those command medallions given to them by some big shot in the Wang Mansion? Qin carefully observed the 5 masked men from a distance. Could it be King White Sun? Ling Yin'er said. It shouldn't be. City Master Bai said that those command medallions are not King White Sun's. City Master Bai definitely knows whose command medallion it is, but he doesn't dare to tell me. Qin said in his heart. Qin is not standing together with Bai Xia at this moment because Fan Linghui and Xianxia might discover him. At that time, if they make a ruckus, Bai Xia will be implicated. And what he did not expect is that the trouble did not come to find him first but went to find Bai Xia. After the blue-haired man from the Heavenly Law Pavilion finished talking with a young man from the Wang Mansion, he looked at Bai Xia. Bai Xia saw that group of people looking over. Moreover, they said that his father saved an old woman. He immediately thought of Granny Tang. He doesn't know why Granny Tang was injured. He only knows that she is Bai Qinghong's mother, his father's old lover. Now that he heard the blue-haired man's words, he realized that Granny Tang was saved by his father. Xianxia, Fan Linghui, the 3 young masters of the Wang Mansion, as well as the blue-haired man, immediately led their people towards Bai Xia. Everyone opened up a path. They are secretly shocked that the city lord's son is here. Moreover, the city lord has offended people from the Heavenly Law Pavilion. There are about 1,000 people here, all of them are disciples of famous sects in the White Yang Heaven City. Normally, they would be very respectful towards the city lord's son. But now, they all feel that Baixia is finished. Everyone knows that the relationship between the Heavenly Law Pavilion and the big shots of the Wang Mansion is very good. Especially the three young masters from the Wang Mansion, they have an extremely good relationship with the blue-haired man. Therefore, those masked men all have the Wang Mansion's command medallion on them. This kind of medallion allows them to handle matters in the White Yang Heaven City very easily. Humph, a little city lord actually dares to obstruct the Heavenly Law Pavilion from capturing people, truly a dog's guts. Xianxia said with sneer. Brat, do you know who your father offended? This young Master Ling is the devil of the Heavenly Law Pavilion, the son of the court's dean, Ling Lanyu. Fan Linghui also hates Granny Tang to the bone. Originally, the Heavenly Law Pavilion's people were about to capture Granny Tang, but unexpectedly, she was saved by the city lord, Bai Qiangshu. Because Bai Qiangshu is the city lord and his attitude was very unyielding, those masked men did not dare to make a big deal out of this matter. The main reason is that they are afraid of alarming the White Sun King, so they could only let Bai Qiangshu take Granny Tang away. When Fan Linghui and Zhang Anxiao learned of this matter, they became very angry. Baixia cursed his father in his heart. He is usually very cautious because he is worried that he will harm his father. But now, he has been cheated by his father. Qin did not go over, instead, he quietly watched from a distance. He felt that if they made a scene on such an occasion, it would have a negative impact. Whether it was the child of the prince's mansion or Ling Lanyu of the Heaven Law Pavilion, they would all have some concerns. If Ling Lanyu really made a move, he would also help Baixia. Brat, do you know where your father is hiding that old woman? Zhang Anxiao asked coldly after walking over. I don't know. Baixia was relatively calm and shouted loudly. Of course he knew, but he didn't dare to say it. He had previously seen that Qin Yun and Granny Tang had a good relationship, and Qin Yun was in the hall. If he were to betray Granny Tang, his image in Qin Yun's heart would be completely destroyed. You really don't know? Ling Lanyu's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. This Ling Lanyu from the Heaven Law Pavilion did not conceal his killing intent at all. Everyone present was secretly shocked, and they all felt that Hero Bai was about to die. Baixia was scared to death. She held her scabbard tightly and shouted, even if I know, what can you do to me if I don't tell you? The crowd burst into an uproar. They didn't expect Hero Bai to be so bold as to talk back to Ling Lanyu like that. You're courting death. Ling Lanyu shouted angrily. A gust of wind gushed out of his body and blew Baixia a few steps back. Zhang Anxiao sneered and said, your father is just a small city lord, yet you are so arrogant. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Fan Linghui coldly shouted, hurry up and tell us where that old woman is hiding. Otherwise, my Fan family will not let you off. Try and touch me. My father has already gone to see King White Sunday. If anything happens to me, my father will definitely tell King White Sun. Hero Bai shouted. He thought that his father, the city lord, must have some status if he could meet King White Sunday immediately. He became much more confident. Yo, do you really think that just because your father is the city lord, you're amazing? The city lord is about the same as a housekeeper, only slightly better than a dog. A young master from the Wang Mansion laughed loudly. That's right, how can you not understand King White Sun? King White Sun only treats your father as a housekeeper. Another young master from the Wang Mansion also sneered. Zhang Anxiao sneered and said, I won't kill you, but I can capture you, right? We have the Heaven Law Pavilion, the Fan family and the 3 divine generals from the Wang Mansion behind us. King White Sun definitely won't say anything. Ling Lanyu waved his hand and shouted, capture this guy. Hero Bai originally thought that by participating in this kind of high-end gathering, he would be able to make some friends. He never expected that they would deliberately invite him to capture him. He is extremely angry and also very afraid. He knows that Qin Yun is here and he also knows that Qin Yun is very capable. However, he doesn't have much hope because he believes that even Qin Yun wouldn't dare to offend the divine generals of the Wang Mansion, the Heaven Law Pavilion and the Fan family. Other than King White Sun, the few divine generals in the Wang Mansion are the most powerful. They have formed a few powerful forces in the Wang Mansion. Those 3 young masters are the sons of 3 of the divine generals. The few masked men behind Ling Lanyu immediately surrounded Hero Bai. Hero Bai is angry and afraid, making him feel that he has fallen into incomparable despair. I'll fight it out with you. Hero Bai immediately unsheathed his sword. That divine sword of his was still very powerful. The moment the divine sword was unsheathed, a cold air spread out in all directions. The sharp aura was accompanied by a gust of wind. The sword wind is like a biting cold wind, causing people to feel uncomfortable. Good sword, I want it. Ling Lanyu's eyes are filled with greed. He sneered, capture this guy and let his father exchange for that old woman. That sword made all the youngsters present extremely envious. Even Ling Lanyu of the Heaven Law Pavilion doesn't have this kind of divine sword. The few masked men surrounded him. Hero Bai clenched his teeth and tightly gripped his sword. He is already prepared to fight with his life on the line. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly flashed over. He is not beside Hero Bai, instead, he arrived behind Ling Lanyu. Qin Yan held a small pistol in his hand and pressed it against the back of Ling Lanyu's head. At the same time, he released tree vines and roots to bind Ling Lanyu. All of you stop! Qin Yun shouted. Seeing the young Qin Yun, Fan Linghui and Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Especially when they saw the small pistol, their expressions became even more unsightly. Everyone is also extremely shocked. Someone actually dared to attack someone from the Heaven Law Pavilion. This is equivalent to provoking the Heaven Law Pavilion. You. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Ling Lanyu shouted. He also felt that the tree vines are very powerful. They are constantly releasing a kind of power into his body, dissolving his condensed power. Ling Lanyu can't condense his power, nor can he break free from the tree vines. Of course I know. Qin Yan said, don't move, the thing behind your head is very powerful, be careful. Young Master Ling, it was this person who helped that old woman escape from White Sun Island. Fan Linghui shouted while gnashing her teeth. The pistol in Qin Yan's hand immediately aimed at Fan Linghui. Boom, a deafening sound burst out, a bullet carrying a scorching hot aura shot out and shot towards Fan Linghui. Fan Linghui has a soft armor to protect her body. After sensing the danger, a shield immediately appeared. However, the bullet still pierced through the shield and hit Fan Linghui's left arm, shattering one of her arms. Originally, Qin Yan aimed at Fan Linghui's head, but unexpectedly, Fan Linghui's reaction was very fast, so he could only hit her arm. Everyone present is dumbfounded. He directly made a move and he even attacked a member of the Fan family. Even Bai Xia was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. Other than admiration for Qin Yun, there was only admiration in her heart. This is simply a guy who is not afraid of heaven or earth. Qin Yan's expression is indifferent as he said to Ling Lanyu, tell your subordinates to stay away from Bai Xia. You should know that the thing in my hand can explode your dog head, so you better cooperate a bit. The muzzle of the gun is once again pressed against the back of Ling Lanyu's head and it is still burning hot, causing Ling Lanyu to tremble in fear. Xianxia and Fan Linghui are also frightened. Although they are angry, they don't dare to say another word. They really did not expect that this young man would be so daring as to directly make a move in White Sun Sky City. There are a lot of people here. Qin Yun can only focus on dealing with Ling Lanyu. As long as he can take down Ling Lanyu, he is not afraid of being besieged. Bai Xia, come here. Qin Yun shouted, if they dare to touch you, I'll chop off this blue hare's arm. Bai Xia also mustered up her courage and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Yun. The few masked men did not dare to stop Bai Xia. They were worried that Ling Lanyu would be killed. You're dead, you won't be able to walk out of White Sun Heaven City. Ling Lanyu said coldly, my senior has just met White Sun Monarch. Even if I kill you here, White Sun Monarch won't say anything. Don't try to use White Sun King to pressure me. If King White Sun wants to attack me, I won't let her off. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he ruthlessly struck Ling Lanyu's lower back with his palm. Ah! Ling Lanyu screamed. Qin Yan's suffering divine power poured into Ling Lanyu's body, the pain almost made him faint. Beside Qin Yun, Bai Xia fiercely shivered. Because he was tortured by that kind of painful power before, but it was relatively light. Meanwhile, Ling Lanyu was suffering a lot from the power of God art. It was so painful that his face was distorted. Granny Tang is my friend, you injured her, I will not let you off. Qin Yan said, immediately pointed the Divine King Spear's muzzle at Xianxia. This time, when he pointed his gun at Xianxia, he controlled a force of gravity to rush over and press down on Xianxia. Boom, the might of this spear is extremely great and it was shot out with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The sun-suppressing divine arrow shot out from the muzzle and turned into a very large arrow. Xianxia never expected that Qin Yan would attack again and he would even use such a powerful thing. Completely defenseless, his abdomen was directly penetrated by the sun-suppressing divine arrow and his life divine crystal shattered. Qin Yan's sun-suppressing divine arrow has the ability of 10,000 devour. When it rushed over, it devoured the energy within Xianxia's body and then released that energy. Boom, another explosion shook out, directly causing Xianxia's body to split open and the people beside him were also sent flying. What's terrifying is that the impact caused the entire building to shake violently. Xianxia's body was pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he rolled on the ground and held. He once again underestimated Qin Yan's courage. He did not expect Qin Yan to dare to make a move on such an occasion. Just now, Fan Linghui was almost killed. Even though she defended and dodged in time, one of her arms was still broken. Now that she saw Xianxia's appearance, she felt extreme fear in her heart. She only hoped that the older generation of the Fan family would arrive quickly. The young masters of the 3 divine generals of the Wang mansion all came with some powerful followers. However, those followers are also extremely worried at the moment. They saw that the things Qin Yan used just now were all very powerful. If he really attacked the young master they were protecting, it would not be easy to defend. Everyone began to release their barriers to protect themselves, lest a hole suddenly appear in their bodies. Ling Lanyu's body also began to tremble. He was beside Qin Yan and could clearly feel Qin Yan's terrifying killing intent. You, don't act recklessly, I am from the Heaven Law Pavilion. If you kill me, the Heaven Law Pavilion will not let you off. Ling Lanyu said with a trembling voice, if there's anything, we can discuss it. You injured Granny Tang. Not to mention that she is so seriously injured, you still plan to continue to capture her. Qin Yan said with a sneer, it's already like this, what's there to discuss? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yan's muzzle suddenly moved down to the back of Ling Lanyu's waist. Don't. Ling Lanyu screamed in fear. Boom, Qin Yan fired a shot, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the muzzle and pierced through Ling Lanyu's waist. The life divine crystal in Ling Lanyu's abdomen was directly destroyed by Qin Yan's shot. This scene caused everyone present to tremble, their bodies to sway and their hearts to be filled with extreme fear. The son of the Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Quartz Dean also had his life divine crystal destroyed. Ling Lanyu, who had a cold and arrogant expression just a moment ago, now has a face full of pain, screaming and wailing. The few masked men are very angry but they don't dare to make a move. Ling Lanyu only had his life divine crystal destroyed, he was not killed. Bai Xia, who is beside Qin Yan, is also sweating all over. He realized that he still underestimated the ability of this big brother. Even when facing the people from the Heavenly Law Pavilion, he was not afraid at all. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Ling Lanyu cried, when my father comes, you'll definitely die. Qin Yan immediately released the 9 altars. The altar became very small, about the size of 9 tables. After it flew out, it surrounded the masked men. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin array was released by Qin Yan. The great array was activated, forming a barrier. The masked men were trapped in the 9 dragons' heaven origin formation. It was you who attacked Granny Tang, since she is seriously injured, I will also make you seriously injured. Qin Yan finished speaking and activated the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation's killing formation. Rumble, the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation released a violent rumble of thunder. Lightning flashed within the formation, piercing through the masked men's bodies. The masked men screamed miserably again and again. Their abdomens were all pierced through, and their life origin divine crystals were shattered. Those were people from the Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Court. They were all very strong, but now, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They didn't dare to attack, they also didn't expect Qin Yan to have such a powerful formation. That's why they were caught unprepared by the powerful killing formation. After the 3 young masters from the Wang mansion came into contact with Qin Yan's ice-cold gaze, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. We don't have any enmity with you, yet you want to attack us? We are the sons of 3 divine generals. If you attack us, it will be very miserable, one of the sons of divine generals said in cold voice. If you attack us, don't even think of leaving White Sun Heaven City. What's more, our Wang Mansion's experts will arrive very soon. You are finished. Humph, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Although the 3 young masters from the Wang Mansion are afraid of Qin Yun in their hearts, they still want to save face. They also feel that this is White Sun Heaven City, the Wang Mansion is nearby, it is their territory, so they can't be afraid, otherwise they will be laughed at by others. Qin Yun looked at the 3 young masters from the Wang Mansion, waved his hand and withdrew the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Originally, I didn't want to attack you but now. Qin Yun sneered, his figure flashed and arrived in front of them in a flash. Pow! With a crisp sound, Qin Yun's palm struck out with explosive vibration power and landed on the faces of the 3 young masters, directly causing their faces to explode. The young masters from the Wang Mansion's 3 divine generals were actually beaten up. Bai Xiao's legs trembled. He is very clear about how powerful those divine generals are. His father, the city lord, is often bullied by those divine generals to the point that he doesn't even dare to fart. And in front of him, Qin Yun actually ruthlessly slapped the sons of 3 divine generals. After Qin Yun finished, the 3 young masters' followers immediately attacked but they did not hit Qin Yun. Qin Yun has already returned to Ling Lanyu's side and said with a sneer, I crippled the Heavenly Law Pavilion's blue hair. I've already caused such a big trouble, I'm not afraid of provoking more. Do you really think you're something? Ling Lanyu is tied up by the tree vines and continuously shouted. The few masked men also fell to the ground and began to tremble. Their Heavenly Law Pavilion is a supreme existence in the Heavenly Law universe but now they are so sullen. Princess Shumei is downstairs. She brought King White Sun's White Sun War God squad. Suddenly, an old man hurriedly walked in and said in a low voice. Princess Shumei is here. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. The White Sun War God squad is here. That bastard is dead for sure. A young master said with a laugh. Princess Shumei is indeed doted on by King White Sunday. He actually sent the White Sun War God squad to protect her. This is great, no one can save that evil brat. Bai Xia is suddenly very worried. He heard Qin Yun say that he knew Princess Shumei but he did not believe it. There is also the White Sun War God squad. They are the elite war gods selected by King White Sun's most powerful White Sun War God army. Even the divine generals of the Wang Mansion are fearful of those elite war gods. Those who are familiar with the Wang Mansion's war god squad quickly retreated to the wall. In their eyes, Qin Yun is like a dead man. Ling Lanyu also suddenly laughed loudly and said, You damned little bastard, you are dead for sure. King White Sun's war god squad is an existence that even our Heaven Law Pavilion fears. If you hit us, the war god squad will definitely not let you off. The princess is here, someone suddenly shouted. Xiao Yuemei came over. She is wearing a white dress and a mask on her face. Her hair is also white. From her aura, Qin Yun can confirm that it is Xiao Yuemei. On the way here, Xiao Yuemei heard that something big happened here. She has the soul-chasing talisman in her hand and also knows that Qin Yun is in this direction, so she is sure that it was Qin Yun who did it. Of course, after she arrived, she did not bat an eyelid. The 3 divine general young masters whose faces were smashed to pieces quickly ran over and bowed to Xiao Yuemei. Behind Xiao Yuemei, there are 10 people wearing white armor and white helmets. From their figures, it can be seen that they are all women but their auras are very strong. They should be the war god squad. Princess, it's that little bastard who injured us, a young master shouted. Quickly help me up. Take me to Princess Yuemei to pay my respects. Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, quickly shouted and asked 2 people to help him over. Princess, you must uphold justice for us. Fan Linghui also cried. Princess, I am Ling Lanyu. We met in the Wang Mansion before. I was injured by this bastard, quickly save me. Ling Lanyu, who is tied up by tree vines, shouted loudly. The 10 White Sun War gods behind Xiao Yuemei all released their powerful auras and prepared to take action. Just as everyone was waiting for Xiao Yuemei to speak, they saw her walking towards Qin Yun. Princess, be careful. A white sun warrior quickly shouted. It is indeed a woman. Everyone is secretly astonished. The war god squad is actually made up of women and they are so powerful. I'm fine. Xiao Yuemei said softly. She gently flew in front of Qin Yun and pinched his handsome little face. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. Qin Yun has the appearance of a young boy and is much shorter than Xiao Yuemei. At this moment, Xiao Yuemei is pinching his face like a big sister bullying a little brother. Xiao Yun, what exactly happened? Xiao Yuemei asked with a light smile. Then, she said to the 10 white sun war gods behind her, don't be afraid, this young boy is my little brother. Little brother? Xianxia and Fan Linghui are immediately dumbfounded. Ling Lanyu and the 3 divine generals all opened their mouths wide, speechless. Bai Xia and everyone present are also dumbstruck. Just now, Xianxia and the others were hoping that Princess Yuemei would avenge them. However, Princess Yuemei is indeed that young boy's older sister. This immediately caused a chill to rise in their hearts, because the one who will be finished is not Qin Yun, it is very likely that it will be them. Qin Yun pulled her hand away and said with light snort, they injured my friends inside the White Sun Heaven City. Moreover, they are not willing to give up and continue to capture my friends. Tell me, isn't this their fault? They can't fight inside the White Sun Heaven City. Of course, if there is someone behind them, as long as they don't provoke Prince White Sun, nothing will happen. The reason why Ling Lanyu and the others dared to make a move is because they have the support of the 3 divine generals and Fan family. And now, Princess Yuemei knows about this matter and will definitely bring up Prince White Sun to reason. At that time, Qin Yun will not be punished at all. Furthermore, the people who made a move inside the White Sun Heaven City might also be punished. So that's how it is. Xiao Yuemei looked at the White Sun war god behind her and lightly shouted, capture these guys and bring them back to the White Sun Heaven Palace. Investigate this matter thoroughly. They actually dare to make a move inside the White Sun Heaven City, they are truly not putting Prince White Sun in their eyes. Qin Yun's hands are behind his back, his face is full of smile as he watched Xianxia and Fan Linghui being captured. Bai Xia doesn't even dare to breathe loudly. He knows that Qin Yun is a very awesome person but he never expected that his background would be even more awesome. He is actually Princess Yuemei's younger brother. Xiao Yun, how long have you been in the White Sun Heaven City? Why didn't you come to find me? Xiao Yuemei pinched Qin Yun's face again. That city master Bai said that my cultivation is too low and I am not qualified to enter the White Sun Heaven Palace. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed, I am only at the Xian God realm, I am indeed too weak. Xian God realm? Weak? The group of people who were beaten up to the point of crying for their parents were all Heavenly God realm and Sacred God realm. Fan Linghui, Zhang Lanxiao and others have been injured and now they are being taken to the palace by the White Sun War gods. This matter is rather serious because it involves divine generals, Fan family, and Heavenly Law Pavilion. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are not worried at all. They are from Divine Desolate, if the matter becomes too big, they can just return to Divine Desolate. Divine Desolate is so big, even if the powerful factions of Heavenly Law Universe chase after them, they won't be able to do anything to them. White Hero also followed behind Qin Yun and left the restaurant. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are sitting in a large carriage. Xiao Yuemei told the 10 White Sun War gods to return first. She and Qin Yun want to talk alone, they will not immediately return to the palace. Brother, you really came in smoothly. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, I was really worried that you wouldn't be able to enter. You are looking down on me. Qin Yun mischievously laughed, pinched Xiao Yuemei's face and said, quickly change me back. No way, I think you are pretty good like this. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Even if you don't change me back, I have my own way to change back. It will just be a bit tiring. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Brother, you should stay like this for now, wait until we meet White Sun Prince. Your current appearance will make her relax her vigilance. Xiao Yuemei said. Yuemei, rumor has it that White Sun Prince is your godmother, is that true? Qin Yun asked. It can be considered so, her full name is Bai Suxin, I call her Xinyang. Xiao Yuemei sweetly smiled and said, she is very good to me, she also knows that I am 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Qin Yun entered Heavenly Law Universe rather late, he has many doubts about it. After Xiao Yuemei came in, she was able to come in contact with a powerful existence like White Sun Prince, so she must know a lot about Heavenly Law Universe. I heard that the great factions and Heavenly Law Pavilion are preparing to break the restriction and go to Divine Desolate. Is this information reliable? Qin Yan asked. It's true. There were clans from 6 different god worlds here. When Lan Tianyu had descended upon those god worlds, they had entered the universe of heaven and earth and stayed here. They originally thought that the blue sky would return to their divine world, but when the blue sky landed in the gods' wilderness, they felt that the blue sky was about to self-destruct. Therefore, they began to discuss how they should work together to break through the restrictions and leave the blue sky to head to the divine wasteland. I heard that many people from the other heaven realms and the Heaven Law Pavilion advocated for dominating the divine wasteland. Xiao Yuemei can't help but laugh. Those fools don't know how powerful Divine Desolate is. I entered the Heavenly Law universe and collected many Heavenly Law divine runes. There is even a complete one. Qin Yan narrated his experience to Xiao Yuemei. The God inscription of Heaven's Law is only the most basic inheritance. In the universe of Heaven's Law, there is a huge secret hidden. If we can find it, we will know who created the blue sky. Xiao Yuemei said, Xianxia has always been looking for an answer. She wants to know who created Blue Sky Universe. What about the Heavenly Law Pavilion? What kind of existence is it? Asked Qin Yun. Heavenly Law Pavilion, those guys are humans from the Heavenly Law Universe, they originally existed here. Xiao Yuemei said, they were originally good, they were in charge of passing down all kinds of outer heavens inheritances. But later they stopped passing down the inheritances and instead wanted to dominate the Heavenly Law Universe. Qin Yan said, Xinyu Tianlong is from the Heavenly Law Pavilion, what is his attitude? I heard that he fought with White Sun King before, and they were fighting over something. Xinyu Tianlong is pretty good. The Heavenly Law Pavilion wants to attack and occupy the Divine Desolate, but Xinyu Tianlong doesn't agree. Of course, Xinyu Tianlong has already left the Heavenly Law Pavilion, he should be returning to the Divine Desolate now. Xinyu Tianlong originally belonged to the Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said, Yuemei, how much does that White Sun Prince understand about the Blue Sky Universe? For example, how many Heavenly Law Divine Runes does he have? Heavenly Law Divine Runes are actually a kind of Law Divine Rune. For example, Water Attribute Heavenly Law Divine Rune, originally there was only one. Later on, through the Water Attribute Heavenly Law Divine Rune, many other Water Attribute Heavenly Law Divine Runes were derived. And Water Attribute Heavenly Law Divine Runes fused with other Attribute Heavenly Law Divine Runes and underwent all kind of evolution. Then it became ever-changing, more and more, just like living beings, different species appeared. Xiao Yuemei simply explained the existence of Heavenly Law Divine Runes. In that case, as long as the luck of the people who come here is not too bad, they can all master many Heavenly Law Divine Runes. Qin Yan said. Xianxia said that she feels that the Blue Sky Universe is a space for experimentation. Using Heavenly Law Divine Runes to transform into species, making the world even more colorful. However, there is a problem, the species transformed from Heavenly Law Divine Runes are very strong, they can easily destroy the world. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed and said. Therefore, the Blue Sky Universe must self-destruct. Qin Yan is secretly astonished and said, who is doing this kind of thing? Those guys must be very strong, right? This made him think of the nameless old man. Back in Sacred Desolate Sun Sacred Land, he spent a very long time to create Primal Divine Sunday. He experimented but failed in the end. Therefore, Qin Yan always felt that the nameless old man is not simple, he is not an ordinary person from an ancient race. Xianxia also doesn't know who created the Blue Sky Universe, so she wants to understand. Xiao Yuemei said, brother, although there are many Heavenly Law Divine Runes here, they are also divided into strong and weak. Those good Heavenly Law Divine Runes are very strong. The Heavenly Dharma Divine Runes Qin Yan grasped were mostly in small segments. There was only one complete oscillation rune. How strong is it? Qin Yan asked. I also don't understand. In short, Xianxia said that those good Heavenly Law Divine Runes can be carved into soul and body. Xiao Yuemei said. This is very normal for runes. Qin Yan said with smile, most runes can do this. Xiao Yuemei shook her head and said, this is very different from the runes of our myriad heavens divine desolate. Xianxia said that heavenly law is equivalent to a spell. After being carved into the body, one can instantly release a powerful spell. Moreover, each person can only fuse with one heavenly law divine rune. This is something that Granny Tang and Bai Qiangshu never told him before. It indeed sounds very different. It must be a very complete heavenly law divine rune. If it is not complete, then the heavenly law divine rune will split and cause the body to split apart. It is very terrifying. Xiao Yuemei said again, brother, do you really have a complete heavenly law divine rune? What? Is it very difficult to obtain a complete heavenly law divine rune? Qin Yan said with frown. And, it is very difficult to obtain. Xianxia only has 3 and they are all very ordinary. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, if you have Momo's help, it should be very easy to obtain. Granny Tang also told Qin Yan about this matter. A complete heavenly law divine rune is very difficult to obtain because even if one can capture a complete heavenly law divine rune beast, it is very difficult to obtain a complete heavenly law divine rune. But to Momo, it is a very simple and easy matter. Is White Sun King that powerful? She has never caught a complete heavenly law divine rune beast? Qin Yan is very doubtful about this. Catching it is one thing, it is hard to say whether or not you can obtain it. Inside a heavenly law divine rune beast, there are many heavenly law divine runes. Moreover, there are many messy heavenly law divine runes mixed inside. When taking it out, if the speed is too slow, the heavenly law divine rune will split apart. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yan closed his eyes and recalled the vibration rune. Momo has already transmitted this set of heavenly law divine rune to him and it appeared in his mind. I should have more or less mastered the complete set of heavenly law divine rune. Qin Yan laughed and said, Yuemei, then tell me, am I the most awesome inscription master in the heavenly law universe? Of course, my brother is that awesome. Xiao Yuemei giggled and rubbed Qin Yan's face again. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuemei to meet Granny Tang and Bai Qinghong. They stayed in that building for the entire night and only went to the Wang mansion after daybreak. Bai Qinghong is also a wild girl, she and Xiao Yuemei are birds of a feather. The two girls have only known each other for a short period of time and they are already discussing how to roam the world. Qin Yan sat in the carriage and followed Xiao Yuemei to the Wang mansion. The matter of Xianxia and the others being beaten up has been fermenting for an entire night and has spread like wildfire in White Sun Sky City. White Sun King and the generals in the Wang mansion naturally know about this matter. Because those people were all captured by White Sun War God and brought to the Wang mansion. After an entire night of investigation, they will definitely be able to find out the truth. Therefore, Xiao Yuemei waited for an entire night before bringing Qin Yan into the Wang mansion. This way, she wouldn't need to explain so much to Qin Yan. The Wang mansion's barrier is very heavy. Xiao Yuemei has the command medallion and she is Princess Yuemei, so when she brought Qin Yan in, there is no problem at all. The large carriage entered the Wang mansion and went straight to the manor in the middle of the Wang mansion. That is White Sun King's residence. While Qin Yan is in the carriage, he can see from afar that there are a few mountains in the middle of the manor. There is also a beautiful silvery white river flowing on top of it. It looks very dreamy. In the middle of the few mountains, there is a pure white, beautiful huge tree that looks like white jade. The silvery white heavenly river passes through a hole in the huge tree trunk. Xianxia lives on top of that tree. Xiao Yuemei said, brother, do you see the big hole in the tree root? There is a large hall inside, there are many white stalactites, it is very beautiful. Xianxia and others are having a meeting inside. Qin Yan nodded and said, I see, this White Sun King is truly an interesting woman. She created this kind of dreamy environment to live in. Xianxia is very beautiful. Moreover, she has many fantastic ideas but she is not an inscription master, so it is very difficult to achieve. Xiao Yuemei said. Xiao Yuemei brought Qin Yan into the Wang mansion. Then from another small tree hole, they quietly entered the inside of the big tree. The trunk of the big tree is like a huge building and the tree flesh inside is made of white jade like glowing stones. Therefore, the passage is very bright. Not long after Xiao Yuemei brought Qin Yan into a small tree hole, a mass of white water suddenly appeared on the ground. That mass of water quickly transformed into a beautiful woman wearing white skirt. Xiao Yuemei gently stuck out her tongue and asked in a low voice, "Sister Tree, why is Xingyang angry? What is the situation in the main hall?" Sister Tree sighed lightly and said, "I also don't know. In short, I can sense that Sister Sushin's mood is somewhat bad. I also don't know what she is angry about." "Alright, I will go to the main hall now," Xiao Yuemei said. "Do you want me to send you there?" Sister Tree glanced at Qin Yun. In her eyes, Qin Yun is only an ordinary young boy. "No need, we will go over," Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. "Sister Tree, this is my little brother, his name is Qin Yun, he is very awesome." "Hello," Big Sister Tree greeted Qin Yun and said with a faint smile. "Hello Sister Tree," Qin Yun also said with smile. "Brother, Sister Tree is a complete heavenly law divine rune. Moreover, she has evolved several times, she is very awesome." Xiao Yuemei giggled and then said to Sister Tree, "My brother is a very awesome inscription master." "That's great, we will have a chance to discuss it in the future," Sister Tree said and urged, "Yuemei, quickly go see Sister Sushin." Qin Yun immediately pulled Qin Yun and ran through the passage. On the way, Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. This tree is actually a heavenly law divine rune. It might even be a tree-type heavenly law divine rune. Not long after, Qin Yun followed Xiao Yuemei to the main hall. The main hall is filled with sharp stalactites that emit white light. They look like white jade or white crystals, they are very beautiful. Dozens of people are standing in the spacious main hall. Most of them are old and middle-aged, they are all experts of the Wang Mansion. Heavenly Law Pavilion's people and Bai Changshu are also here. Apart from them, there are also 20 to 30 white sun war gods. Zhang Lanxiao, Ling Lanyu, Fan Linghui, as well as the 3 young masters of the Wang Mansion's divine generals are all here. Their complexions are very haggard. After all, they have been seriously injured. After they saw Qin Yun, they all revealed expressions of hatred. As soon as Qin Yun entered, he indifferently glanced at the group of people and then looked towards the front of the main hall. There is a crystal bead curtain separating the area, only a white chair can be seen and a graceful woman is sitting on it. Beside the chair, there are several white sun war gods wearing white armor. White Sun Duke was behind the crystal curtain and couldn't see her face. But in the main hall, he could feel her powerful aura. She was indeed a very powerful woman. Qin Yun secretly used his heavenly eye. A blue light pulsed in the depths of his pupils as the threads penetrated the crystal curtain. He originally thought that he could see Bai Sushin's face, but Bai Sushin was wearing a mask behind the curtains. If he used the more powerful third eye, he would be able to see through the mask and even see everything under the clothes, but it was very immoral to do so. As the 9-yang divine king, he had a powerful inheritance like the heavenly eye. He would not use it to do such a wretched thing. Ling Yuner often urged him to do it, but he did not do it. Bai Changshu had been standing here for an entire night because this matter had a lot to do with him. When he heard about what had happened at the gathering, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. From the bottom of his heart, he was filled with admiration for Qin Yun. He actually dared to make such a big fuss out of this matter. The reason why Qin Yun did not kill Ling Lanyu back then was because he wanted them to make things clear in front of King White Sunday. From Xiao Yuemei, he found out that Bai Sushin is a very understanding and reasonable woman, so now he is very relieved. There are 3 powerful old men present, their eyes are not kind, they are filled with viciousness as they swept Qin Yun's body. They are all divine generals, yet their sons were ruthlessly slapped by Qin Yun in front of everyone. The Dean of Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Court is an old man. He is wearing a pointed black magic hat and black magic robe. In his hand he is holding a magic staff made of crystal skull. This old man wearing magic attire is Ling Lanyu's father, he is also the Dean of Devil Court. His eyes are gloomy as he stared at Qin Yun. There is also an old man wearing luxurious golden embroidered clothes, he is Fan family's patriarch. Now his eyes are also filled with viciousness as he stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun is actually very calm, he is treating them as if they do not exist, he is looking at Bai Sushin behind the curtain. Mother Xian, I am back. Xiao Yuemei is worried that Bai Sushin will be angry, she said in low voice. This is my little big brother, Ling Lanyu and others are startled, yesterday it was little brother, today it is Big Brother? Xiao Yuemei did not lie in front of King White Sunday. This matter has been investigated. Yuemei, your little big brother is not in the wrong, you can be at ease. Bai Suxin's calm and gentle voice can be heard. Originally this voice sounded very comfortable, but it also contained a hidden power. This kind of power can only be obtained by someone who has been in a high position for many years. This kind of power is very natural, it is not aimed at anyone, it is something that can only be formed after many years. If it was someone else, they might be scared by this kind of power. But Qin Yun, who has been the Nine-Sun Palace king for many years, also has this kind of king's power. However, he is very good at restraining it, so others cannot sense it. If one wants to compare this kind of power, Qin Yun is not any weaker than King White Sun, he is even stronger than her. King White Sun is still unable to restrain this kind of power, but Qin Yun can completely restrain it. This is the disparity between their realms. Thank you, Mother Xian. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Quartz Dean is called Ling Lei. At this moment, he is very dissatisfied, he said with a voice filled with resentment, King White Sun, this brat's attack is so heavy, he directly shattered other people's life divine crystal. His actions are so ruthless, don't tell me we are letting him off just like that? Your Majesty, this brat is too arrogant. The sons of our 3 divine generals only said a few words to him, yet he slapped our faces to pieces. This person is very vicious. Princess Yuemei is Princess Yuemei, this brat is this brat, we have to look at them separately. We can't protect him just because of the princess. He hit my son, this matter is his fault, right? My son only spoke harshly to him, but that doesn't mean he can hit people. Those 3 divine generals do not want to let Qin Yun off just like that. Fan family's patriarch said, Your Majesty, Ling Hui's arm was crippled by him, her life crystal also cracked because of this, she is seriously injured. He can even attack a woman so heavily, he is truly too vicious. Qin Yun's expression is calm, he said with sneer, those masked men have command medallions from the King Mansion. Without these few command medallions, would they dare to be so arrogant in White Sun Sky City? Who do those command medallions belong to? The life crystal of the masked men was shattered by Qin Yun, they were also brought back by White Sun War God. We gave them the command medallions to make it convenient for them to act. If anything happens to them, it has nothing to do with us. One of the divine generals said coldly, Brat, don't mix these 2 things together. You hit the sons of our 3 divine generals, how are we going to settle this? Qin Yun waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I will settle this with you later. He looked at the Fan family's patriarch and said, Fan Ling Hui killed one of Granny Tang's disciples, I only injured one of her arms, so this debt is not settled yet. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, he used Void Step and instantly appeared beside Fan Ling Hui. The myriad heaven divine saber already appeared in his hand, the divine saber slashed out, the space suddenly surged and fluctuated violently. This is the most difficult move among the 9 styles of heaven extermination, void fragmentation. It can break the void. This move requires the support of an extremely strong spatial power in order to be able to use this move. This move was created by Yang Shiyu by combining Qin Yun's Nether Sun and the Star-Breaking Palm Dao technique. It combined the essence of the Star-Breaking Palm and only he could use it. Qin Yun's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. After all, the people in this hall are all extremely powerful people. The Fan family's patriarch shouted angrily and quickly released a burst of divine power to form a powerful barrier to protect Fan Ling Hui. The reason why Qin Yun used the void fragmentation move was to cross space and directly attack Fan Ling Hui. Even though there was a powerful barrier blocking it, it could not stop Qin Yun's power to cross space. The void fragmentation power arrived in an instant and landed on Fan Ling Hui's body. Hua, the power to shatter space was like the sound of waves. After Fan Ling Hui was hit, her body twisted and disappeared. Qin Yun was able to use this move because he relied on the powerful Nether Sunday. The Nether Sun itself has a kind of power that can distort everything. Fan Ling Hui is gone, her body gradually disappeared amidst the distortion. This kind of destructive method caused all the experts present to be alarmed. Even King White Sun and those White Sun War gods are extremely shocked. This is the first time they have seen this kind of power. He killed as he said he would, his attack was extremely sudden. What is even more terrifying is that even those experts were unable to block Qin Yun's attack. Seeing Fan Ling Hui's death, Xianxia and Ling Lanyu's body trembled once again and they quickly hid behind some elders. You. Fan family's patriarch pointed at Qin Yun and shouted angrily. He also did not know what to say. If you don't accept it, then come and kill me. Qin Yun said coldly, Fan Ling Hui killed my friend's disciple, I am only avenging my friend. A divine general said in a deep voice, revenge should be done outside the White Sun Heavenly City. You attacked in the main hall, you are truly reckless. You really don't put our King White Sun in your eyes. Another divine general narrowed his old eyes under his white eyebrows. When he opened his eyes, killing intent burst out from his eyes. Xian Yang. Xiao Yuemei immediately shouted. Yuemei's little brother, you have indeed crossed the line. Bai Suxin's voice arrived. A semicircle crystal cover suddenly flew out from behind the curtain. It looks like a transparent crystal bowl turned upside down and covered Qin Yun. Xiao Yuemei also knows that this is Bai Suxin protecting Qin Yun to prevent others from suddenly attacking. Furthermore, it is also to prevent Qin Yun from attacking again. Your Majesty, this person killed people in the main hall, how do you want to deal with him? Fan family's patriarch is very angry. Although Fan Ling Hui's death is not a loss to Fan family, she was killed in front of him, this is very shameful. What does how I deal with this person have to do with you? Bai Suxin's voice became somewhat cold. Fan family patriarch's expression slightly changed, he promptly said, I took the liberty to ask too much, please forgive me. When everyone saw Bai Suxin trapped Qin Yun, they all relaxed a lot. They are just curious as to how Bai Suxin will deal with Qin Yun. They feel that even if Bai Suxin punishes Qin Yun, she will not be heavy-handed because he is related to Xiao Yuemei. If Xiao Yuemei pleads for leniency in front of Bai Suxin, she will definitely be lenient. This is my palace hall. Attacking here means that you are not putting me in your eyes. No matter who it is, you will have to bear the consequences. Bai Suxin's light and graceful voice is somewhat ice-cold. She is indeed somewhat angry. Qin Yun attacking just like that makes her feel very awkward. If she attacks Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei will definitely be dissatisfied. If she doesn't attack, where will her prestige as Prince White Sun go? Prince White Sun, you were the one in the wrong first. Qin Yun probed just now. His spatial power can be transmitted out, it means that he can use transcending void step to leave this bowl at any time. What, saying that Prince White Sun was in the wrong first, the divine generals in the palace hall, as well as the armored White Sun war god, are all furious. In an instant, Qin Yun sensed several angry gazes looking at him. The people in the palace hall are all very strong and have very high status. Apart from Bai Qiangshu and Xiao Yuemei, everyone else is very angry. These are offensive words to Bai Suxin, it is equivalent to provoking her, the high and mighty Prince White Sun. Bai Suxin is also somewhat angry but she still used a calm and graceful voice to ask, what did I do wrong? Your Majesty, don't talk nonsense with him, let us go beat him to death, a divine general shouted in anger. This brat thinks that by relying on his relationship with the princess, he can do whatever he wants. He is so arrogant in front of your Majesty, we cannot let him off lightly. When those divine generals spoke, they did not dare to look at Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei also did not say anything, she just stood there and calmly watched. She is completely at ease with Qin Yun, she also knows that Bai Suxin will not harm Qin Yun. Prince White Sun, you should know about this matter very well. Then you must know that it was Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Courts people who attacked Granny Tang, right? And behind them, Fan Ling Hui, Zhang Anxiao, as well as Fan family's people added fuel to the fire. Qin Yun said, don't talk nonsense. Fan family's patriarch angrily said. Qin Yun ignored him and said with a sneer, King White Sun, these people are causing trouble in your territory and injuring my friend. If you don't give me an explanation, then I can only ask them for an explanation myself. When I was in the hotel, I didn't kill them and let you come here, I gave you some face and let you deal with them. Otherwise, I would have already killed them. But you let me down. You didn't punish them, so I had to do it myself. You? You think you are the great king's face? Qin Jin with you? Also, do you know what kind of existence the Heavenly Law Pavilion is? The Heavenly Law Pavilion has special treatment here. Naturally, we have to be cautious. The Dean of the Sky Law Pavilion's Demon Court, Ling Lei, sneered. This kid is really ignorant. The relationship between our Sky Law Pavilion and White Sun Sky City is not something he can imagine. Yun is Tian Tian, the Chiu Tianta said. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, I heard that Prince White Sun once defeated Heaven Law Pavilion Xinyu Tianlong. I never thought that White Sun Immortal would be afraid of a mere Heaven Law Pavilion's devil court. Bastard, don't try to sow discord between Heaven Law Pavilion and White Sun City, a divine general furiously shouted. Xianxia looked at Bai Suxin behind the curtains and roared with laughter. King White Sun, if the fellows from the Heavenly Dharma Pavilion's demon court were to plunder White Sun City, would you sit back and watch? Furthermore, would you treat them as esteemed guests? This matter is clearly Heaven Law Pavilion's devil court overstepping their bounds. Moreover, they are acting under the prince's banner. Bai Qiangshu suddenly said, Great King, you did not handle this matter well. You did not properly establish your prestige. Bai Qiangshu, don't think that just because you opened that box, you are qualified to criticize the great king. Shut up. A divine general is very angry and said, The great king is so wise, it is not your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Because Bai Qiangshu clearly wants to drag those 3 divine generals into the water. Xianxia continued to ridicule, Wise my ass. I want to see if she doesn't even know that you formed a clique to play her in circles. Enough. Bai Suxin shouted coldly. Her tone became very ice-cold, it even contains a trace of anger. It is unknown who her anger is directed at. Everyone immediately shut up. Even those divine generals and Ling Lei's group admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. He actually dared to criticize the powerful White Sun Prince like this. Yuemei, come in. Bai Suxin said softly. Xiao Yuemei promptly ran into the curtain. 3i King of 3i Heavenly City is about to arrive. I will go out and welcome him. You all wait here, I will handle the matter from just now. Bai Suxin finished speaking, got up and walked out of a door inside the curtain. Not long after she left, Ling Lei said with smile, 3i King is coming? This is great, our Devil Court's relationship with 3i King is very good. Now, no matter if it's the White Sun King or the 3-eyed King, both of them need our help. Ling Lei is the Dean of Devil Court. It is unknown what he has in his hands, but it caused Bai Suxin to be very afraid of him. Xianxia saw through it with just a glance. A divine general angrily said to Bai Qiangshu in cold voice, Bai Qiangshu, you are just a little city master, you only opened the king's small treasure chest, yet you think so highly of yourself? No matter how strong your inscription technique is, you are still low in our eyes. Ling Lei said with sneer, it's just a little trick. If his inscription technique was so awesome, White Sun Prince would not have come to our Heavenly Law Pavilion for help. Indeed, Heavenly Law Pavilion is the strongest in inscription technique. Even if it's the 3i King from the 3i Divine World, their inscription techniques are nothing in front of the Heavenly Law Pavilion. Fan Family's patriarch promptly flattered. 3i Divine World's people all have 3 eyes. Those eyes are inscription sacred pupils, they can make their inscription Tao even more powerful. Yet they are still helping Heavenly Law Pavilion to solve the problem of Heavenly Law Divine Runes, a divine general said with bright smile. The most proficient in Heavenly Law Divine Runes is still Heavenly Law Pavilion. In the Heavenly Law universe, no one dares to offend Heavenly Law Pavilion. Ling Lanyu fiercely looked at Xianxia and said angrily, but this guy actually attacked me, I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Ling Lanyu and Xianxia's life divine crystals have been destroyed by Xianxia, they can only cultivate from the beginning. If they had enough resources, they could still grow to their former peak, it would only take some time. Thinking of this, they hated Xianxia even more. Ling Lanyu and Xianxia have recovered quite well. Although their life divine crystals have been destroyed, they are still in good spirits and can loudly curse Xianxia. Therefore, they all walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia is covered by the crystal bowl Bai Suxin released. He can't fight out and the outside can't fight in. Ling Lanyu stood beside the big bowl and looked at Xianxia through the transparent crystal wall. He said with evil smile, do you really think that just because you have a good relationship with the princess, I can't do anything to you? Just you wait and see. Xianxia said with sneer, bastard brat, White Sun Prince has a request from Heavenly Law Pavilion. As long as Heavenly Law Pavilion asks, she will definitely hand you over to Heavenly Law Pavilion, ha ha ha. Humph. Xiao Yuemei lightly snorted, she doesn't believe that Bai Suxin will hand over Qin Yun. Ling Lanyu said, we will promise White Sun Prince that we won't kill this brat but we will torture him and destroy his life divine crystal. Ling Lei said, White Sun Prince will definitely promise us. She has no other choice, if we don't help her solve the problem she is facing, she won't be able to become White Sun Prince. Xianxia laughed loudly at Qin Yun and said, did you hear that? We will return the pain you made us suffer 10 times. Return 10 times? I think you won't have the chance. Qin Yun's 2 fingers joined together and condensed incomparably formidable 9 meridians divine power. Heaven-severing finger is brewing. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Ling Lanyu laughed loudly and said, just wait and see, White Sun Prince will definitely hand you over to us. Qin Yun condensed enough 9 meridians divine power and absorbed enough space divine power. He suddenly pointed his fingers and unleashed space-piercing finger. Space-piercing finger can attack through space. At this moment, Qin Yun shot out 2 powerful finger power through the crystal wall and instantly exploded Zhang Anxiao and Ling Lanyu's heads. At this moment, masked by Suxin and 3-eyed middle-aged man walked in. They just happened to witness this scene. Qin Yun, who was trapped inside the crystal bowl, directly exploded Ling Lanyu and Zhang Anxiao's heads through the thick crystal wall. These 2 people don't have life divine crystal. They don't have any divine power to defend themselves. After being hit, they died on the spot, their souls scattered. The main hall is in an uproar. Especially Ling Lei, Devil Court's dean, he immediately flew into a rage and roared at Qin Yun. No one expected that Bai Suxin's powerful crystal bowl would not be able to completely seal Qin Yun. Bai Suxin slowly inhaled a mouthful of air and stared blankly at Qin Yun inside the crystal bowl. Only Xiao Yuemei is not surprised at all, she guessed that Qin Yun is about to attack. Bai Qiangshu is also sweating profusely, he feels that Bai Suxin is about to get angry. White Sun Prince, please hand this person over to our Heaven Law Pavilion to deal with. Otherwise, there will be nothing to discuss about our cooperation. Ling Lei said in deep voice. What happened? The 3-eyed middle-aged man was the 3-eyed king. 3-eyed king has 1 eye on his forehead, other than that he is the same as a normal person. Ling Lei said, 3-eyed king, you come and judge. Soon after, Ling Lei roughly explained the situation to 3-eyed king. After 3-eyed king heard this, he said with sneer, this brat is indeed too arrogant, dying 10 times is not enough. After learning of the heavenly Dharma inheritance bead, Qin Yun knew that it was definitely a mysterious inheritance of the heavenly Dharma universe. He had never heard Bai Qiangshu or Granny Tang mention this before. It could be seen that this kind of thing could only be mastered by very powerful people. Xiao Yuemei is the 9-sun divine maiden, her entry into the heavenly law universe is a reward from the myriad realms divine sons. After entering the heavenly law universe, she must have obtained something and become even stronger. She also did not mention this matter to Qin Yun. When she mentioned the heavenly technique inheritance pearl, Bai Suxin hesitated a little, because it was very important to her. White Sun King, you should have 2 or 3 beads of heavenly law inheritance, right? You must have obtained the heavenly law inheritance bead for a very long time, but you still haven't been able to break the seal. Only our heavenly law pavilion has the secret method to break the inheritance bead. Ling Lei said proudly. Is the heaven law pavilion really capable of breaking the heaven law seal? A divine general asked. It can be broken, but it won't be a complete success. Half and half. Even though it might fail, there's still hope. It's better than having no clue at all, right? Ling Lei said. After saying that, he looked at Qin Yun, who was covered in the big bowl. His eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Qin Yun alive. Qin Yun was also very interested in the heavenly Dharma inheritance bead. If it landed in his hands, he might have a way to open it. Bai Suxin also looked at Qin Yun. Her mask did not have any holes, so her eyes could not be seen, but everyone knew that she was hesitating. Xinyang, he is my little big brother. Xiao Yuemei walked out from behind the curtain and said in low voice, my little big brother is very awesome. Of course I know he's very powerful. There was a hint of bitterness in Bai Suxin's voice. If Qin Yan had not killed people here, she would not have landed in such a conflicted situation. My king, the little treasure chest you gave me was opened by this little brother Qin. Bai Qiangshu suddenly said. You weren't the one who broke it? A divine general asked in shock. Did I say I opened it? Bai Qiangshu snorted coldly. I only said that the small treasure chest was opened. I never said that I opened it myself. He really opened it? Bai Suxin asked in slight shock. Your Majesty, that small treasure chest has been there for many years. It is normal for the runes inside to fail. The old divine general said in a low voice, don't listen to them. Hurry up and hand this kid over to the Heaven Law Pavilion. Three-Eyed King shook his head and said, King White Sun, you should be clear about my inscription level. Within the Heavenly Law universe, I am one of the best inscription masters. Even I am unable to break the Heavenly Law seal, let alone this little demon. Qin Yan suddenly said, King White Sun, did you obtain your Heavenly Dharma inheritance pearl from Xinyu Tianlong? When everyone heard Qin Yan's question, they were secretly alarmed. The powerful warriors here more or less knew that King White Sun and Xinyu Tianlong had fought, and in the end, Xinyu Tianlong had lost something to Bai Suxin. That's right. Why are you asking about this? Bai Suxin asked in puzzlement. Can Xinyu Tianlong break the seal of the laws of heaven? Qin Yan said with a faint smile, I, a profound god, can enter the Heaven Law universe Earth because the divine universe Heavenly Dragon let me in. Do you know why? Then how did you get in? The Three-Eyed King sneered, don't tell me you crawled in like a rat. A thing like you can't even last 5 breaths in front of the divine universe Heavenly Dragon. You understand Xinyu Tianlong's strength? Qin Yan asked. Of course I understand. I met Xinyu Tianlong a few times, my strength is far below his. You can't even last 3 moves in front of me, don't even talk about Xinyu Tianlong, the Three-Eyed King said with sneer. My strength is indeed below Xinyu Tianlong's, but because I helped him break the Heavenly Law seal, he let me in. Qin Yan looked at Bai Suxin and said, King White Sun, seeing that your relationship with Yueme is pretty good, I won't ask for anything in return, I will help you break the Heavenly Law seal. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Ling Lei, Three-Eyed King and the few divine generals suddenly burst into laughter. Others also roared with laughter. Only Bai Qiangshu and Xiao Yueme know that Qin Yan is not trying to impress the crowd, he can really do it. Bai Qiangshu is very clear about Qin Yan's inscription level, it is unfathomable. Three-Eyed King looked at Bai Suxin and said with smile, King White Sun, you are a meticulous woman, surely you won't believe this brat's nonsense? Your Majesty, he is deliberately deceiving you. Quickly hand him over to our friends from Heavenly Law Pavilion. An old divine general shook his head and said with smile. Still not asking for anything in return? This is too funny, you are talking as if it is the truth, then tell me, what did you ask Xinyu Tianlong to help him break the Heavenly Law seal? Ling Lei laughed loudly and said. Xinyu Tianlong gave me a dragon pearl. Qin Yan earnestly said, he gave me his divine universe Heavenly Dragon Pearl. This caused Three-Eyed King and Ling Lei to burst into laughter again. You motherfucker, you are truly a genius, you can even speak this kind of nonsense with a straight face. Xinyu Tianlong gave you his dragon pearl? Ha ha ha. Three-Eyed King is grinning from ear to ear. Do you know how important Xinyu Tianlong's dragon pearl is? Not to mention you, even Heavenly Law Pavilion's Grand Elder, such a powerful existence, cannot obtain Xinyu Tianlong's dragon pearl. Ling Lei is about to cry from laughing, apparently he forgot that his son's head was exploded by Qin Yan. This is indeed Qin Yan's nonsense, he is saying this to make White Sun King believe him. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, then said, White Sun King, do you think this broken bowl can trap me? The reason why Yueme brought me to see you is because I know you need help and I can definitely help you. Finished speaking, he used Transcending Void Step and came out of the crystal bowl in a flash. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. Even experts like Bai Suxin and Three-Eyed King feel that this is inconceivable. After Qin Yan came out, he immediately took out Xinyu Tianlong's dragon pearl. Xinyu Tianlong's dragon pearl is flickering with intense blue light. The Heavenly Dragon's tyrannical aura is like raging sea and stormy sea, it is whistling through the palace hall. Everyone present inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Even Xiao Yueme is extremely shocked. Everyone knows how powerful Xinyu Tianlong is. Especially Bai Suxin, she fought against Xinyu Tianlong before, but at that time, Xinyu Tianlong let her win. Of course, the person who understands Xinyu Tianlong the most is none other than Ling Lei, Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Quartz Dean. After staying in Heaven Law Pavilion for so long, he is very clear about Xinyu Tianlong's strength. Qin Yan stored away Xinyu Tianlong's Dragon Pearl, but everyone is still looking at him in shock. Xinyu Tianlong's Dragon Pearl is actually in the hands of a young boy. Qin Yan looked at Ling Lei and said with smile, "Your Heaven Law Pavilion's inscription technique is the strongest, right? But in my eyes, it is only SOSO. Otherwise, a guy like Ling Lanyu would not have been so easily killed by me." You. Ling Lei immediately became furious. He suddenly raised his hands, his 10 fingers moved at lightning speed and drew a group of runes in a flash. This group of runes is very special. The frame is a hexagonal star and there are all kinds of complicated runes inside. Ling Lei directly used inscription battle technique and drew a group of powerful runes, then enveloped Qin Yun. Bai Suxin lightly shouted, "Dean Ling, what are you doing?" She raised her lily-white hand and shot out a white and formidable divine power, wanting to destroy the inscription Great Formation enveloping Qin Yun. This inscription Great Formation is very formidable. Bai Suxin's formidable divine power can only penetrate the formation and hit the stalactites. It is basically unable to damage the formation. The red inscription Great Formation enveloped Qin Yun's body. It is as if a net is wrapping around Qin Yun and divine power gushed out. This is a kind of magic? Qin Yun immediately sensed a divine power madly drilling into his body. Ling Lei laughed loudly and said, "This brat is dead for sure. This is our Devil Quartz Heavenly Witch puppet formation. He is trapped and will soon become my puppet. Just this little trick is not enough to take me down," Qin Yun said with sneer. Qin Yun's body trembled. The magic formation on his body suddenly dispersed, turned into a burst of wind and was blown away. He fused with magic bloodline before and cultivated magic body, so he is not afraid of this kind of magic. So he very easily got rid of the magic formation. Ling Lei saw Qin Yun easily got rid of his magic formation and immediately cried out in fear. He retreated a few steps, his expression is very unsightly. And now, Qin Yun immediately used Transcending Void Step and returned to the crystal bowl. It is safer inside. Bai Suxin feels very helpless looking at this. Her crystal bowl is very powerful, it is a formidable divine tool she brought from White Sun Divine Realm. Yet Qin Yun can enter and exit it as he pleases. My cultivation is low, my foundation is shallow, I am not an opponent of old things like you. I can't provoke you, but can't I just hide? Qin Yun slowly sat down inside the crystal bowl and looked at Ling Lei with smile. Ling Lei gritted his teeth in anger, he really did not expect that this little youth would be so powerful. Qin Yun also sensed that Three-Eye King condensed a very formidable divine power and wanted to attack. That is why he immediately entered the crystal bowl. Many people suspect that they saw wrongly. Ling Lei, the Dean of Devil Court, released a magic formation, but it was directly broken. Qin Yun has the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Pearl, it proves that he made a deal with Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon. Therefore, no one dares to doubt his words. Xianxia, he can truly break the Heavenly Law Seal. Xiaoyuemei pulled Bai Suxin's lily-white hand and said with light smile, "Let him try it now." Ling Lei also doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He said with sneer, "How can the Heavenly Law Seal be so easily broken? Even if he can break it, it will only be a fluke. White Sun King, you must think carefully, if you fail, your Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl will be damaged." Bai Suxin is indeed hesitating. "White Sun King, if you don't trust me, then I won't help you. It is truly a waste of my good intentions." Qin Yun is holding his head, lying on the ground. He leisurely said, "Hand me over to that guy, he can't do anything to me anyways." "Alright, I will let you try." Bai Suxin finally agreed. "But I don't want to help you now." Qin Yun sighed and said, "Just now, that old man broke my magic formation and hurt me a bit. You, White Sun King, didn't protect me at all." Bai Suxin gently lifted the crystal bowl and walked inside with Xiaoyuemei. Although no one can see Bai Suxin's expression under the mask, they can imagine that she must be very angry and her expression must be ice cold. When Qin Yun was attacked by Ling Lei, although Bai Suxin attacked, she was unable to block Ling Lei's magic formation. After Qin Yan broke Ling Lei's magic formation, he thought that Bai Suxin would attack Ling Lei, but she did not, so he is somewhat dissatisfied. Ling Lei attacked in this palace hall. Why is nothing happening to him? And he, Qin Yan, is being pointed at by everyone. Bai Suxin really wants to kick Qin Yan. She wants to leave in anger, but she has no other choice. Those heavenly law inheritance pearls are very important. They have been away from their homeland for many years. It is very difficult for them to return. And the reason why they entered the heavenly law universe was to obtain heavenly law inheritance pearls. Only by obtaining this kind of heavenly law inheritance can they become stronger and break through their bottleneck. Otherwise, when they go to divine desolate later, they will not have enough strength and will not have a foothold. Bai Suxin cannot hand Qin Yan over to Ling Lei, so she can only choose to believe Qin Yan. This is mainly because she believes in Xiaoyuemei. Where are you feeling unwell? Bai Suxin felt conflicted and asked in low voice. This caused many people to be very dissatisfied, especially those divine generals and seniors of the royal palaces. They immediately let out all kinds of angry voices. King, this brat is clearly playing with you. This kind of little hoodlum should be killed with one palm, an old man said. Quickly hand him over to Dean Ling, let him help you break the heavenly law seal. Why do you have to suffer? That bastard brat has divine universe dragon pearl, but it doesn't mean he can really break the heavenly law seal. It is very likely that he used some evil method to obtain the dragon pearl. The royal palace's divine generals are all biased towards heavenly law pavilion because they all want to curry favor with heavenly law pavilion. Ling Lei said, King White Sun, don't suffer. As long as you hand over that brat to me, everything will be fine. Three-Eye King shook his head and said with smile, King White Sun, you are a grand and powerful queen, yet you actually humiliate yourself like this. It is truly laughable. Bai Suxin did not pay attention to those people. Instead she squatted down and asked in soft voice, little brother, quickly tell me where you feel unwell, I will help you massage it. Qin Yan, who was lying on the ground, sat up and said with smile, my back is uncomfortable, help me massage it. Bai Suxin really massaged Qin Yan's back. Qin Yan also smiled with a look of enjoyment. It made the people outside jealous as they let out all sorts of curses. Big brother, you have to promise me that you can break the seal of the laws of heaven. If you can't, I'll be angry. Bai Suxin's voice was very gentle, but there was a bone-chilling coldness hidden within it. I have full confidence in breaking the heavenly law seal, and I won't fail. He didn't even have full confidence in that old fellow from the magic court, so why bother looking for him? If you fail, wouldn't you lose the rare heavenly Dharma inheritance beads? Said Qin Yan. That's good. Bai Suxin trusted Qin Yan mainly because of the treasure chest. The small treasure chest was sealed very well. Without a specialized key, there was no way to open it. However, it was broken by Qin Yan. Therefore, she felt that Qin Yan had the ability to break the heavenly law seal. The dignified queen of White Sun Heaven City is now massaging the back of a young boy. If people did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Especially Three-Eye King, he knew that Bai Suxin is very strong, yet she did this kind of thing. It shocked him and made him feel very uncomfortable. My thigh is also uncomfortable, quickly help me massage it. Qin Yan said again. Humph. Bai Suxin grumbled with hidden bitterness, she can only go over and massage Qin Yan's thigh. Qin Yan took a whiff of the fragrance on Bai Suxin's body, he is very much enjoying her massage. There is a smile on his face, it made people want to beat him up. Ling Lei suddenly said, Three-Eye King, I will help you break the heavenly law seal now. Take out your heavenly law inheritance bead, I will help you break it for free. You only need to promise me that you will help me capture that little demon in the future. No problem, I promise you. That despicable little demon is clearly not a good person. From now on, he will be my greatest enemy. Three-Eye King very straightforwardly agreed and then took out a heavenly law inheritance bead. Heavenly law inheritance bead is blue, it looks like an apple. Heavenly law divine runes have appeared on its surface. These heavenly law divine runes are bright runes, they are flickering, they are very complex. What kind of inheritance is inside? Ling Lei took it and said in amazement, this heavenly law inheritance bead is not small, it is obviously of very high quality, it must be an exceptional inheritance. He finished speaking and took out a golden writing brush. The tip of the writing brush is very sharp, it looks like a needle. The brush is moving like dragons and snakes on the heavenly law inheritance bead, it looks like it is carving runes. Fan Family Master said, Heavenly Law Pavilion has many heavenly law inheritances, magic should be one of them, right? Indeed, our magic is very strong. Ling Lei proudly smiled and said, it is because I have mastered powerful magic runes that I can break this heavenly law seal. Bai Suxin is helping Qin Yin massage his legs. She also looked at Ling Lei and said in low voice, my heavenly law inheritance bead is bigger than his. Anne, help me massage my shoulders. Qin Yin said again. How long do you want to massage? Bai Suxin said in low voice, for Yueme's sake, can't you just let it go? Who told you not to help me beat up that old man just now? He attacked you in your great hall and you didn't beat him to death. Then I'll punish you by massaging my back. Qin Yin curled his lips and said, this King White's son, he doesn't have any imposing manner at all. Everyone is now seriously looking at Ling Lei. Seeing how smoothly he is using the inscription brush to draw the bead, they are all praising him and flattering him in all kinds of ways. Dean Ling, we are all willing to treat that brat as a great enemy. You should also help us break the heavenly law seal for free, a divine general said. Aren't you afraid of King White's son? After Ling Lei was flattered, his face is filled with pride. He proudly said, if you are not afraid of King White's son, then capture that brat and I will help you. No problem, a divine general said with smile, no matter what, we will capture that brat. They all have heavenly law inheritance bead in their hands. Ling Lei said before that if he helps them break the heavenly law seal, he will receive a lot of rewards. Qin Yin is sitting in the large crystal bowl, he is using his heavenly eye to carve runes on Ling Lei's heavenly law inheritance bead. Then he said in low voice, little queen, that old man is about to fail. Just wait and see. The crystal bowl is being controlled by Qin Yin, it is sealing the sound so that it cannot be transmitted out. Bai Suxin can also sense that the bowl is being secretly controlled by Qin Yin but she did not say anything. She asked in doubt, how can you tell? Will he really fail? That old man only has a smattering of knowledge regarding the heavenly law seal. It should be said that the entire heavenly law pavilion is like this. Qin Yin said. Brother, you already have a very good understanding of the heavenly law seal? Xiao Yuemei said in shock. I can tell with one look. Qin Yin said with smile. If he truly fails, Three-Eye King's 3 eyes will cry until they go blind. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said. Little queen, if something happens to Three-Eye King's heavenly law inheritance bead, you must think of a way to get it. Qin Yin said again. Don't call me little queen. Bai Suxin said in low voice, you are clearly a child, why are you always pretending to be an adult? It was Yuemei who turned me into a child. Qin Yin said with smile. At this time, Ling Lei's expression changed, his forehead is filled with sweat. Seeing his appearance, Bai Suxin, who is currently massaging Qin Yin's back, is secretly happy in her heart because Qin Yin's words are correct. What made her even more happy is that Qin Yin truly has a high level, otherwise he would not be able to tell that Ling Lei is about to fail. The heavenly law inheritance bead in Ling Lei's hand is blue, it is originally emitting blue-colored light, the heavenly law divine runes on its surface are flickering. But now, the entire bead suddenly became dim, those heavenly law divine runes also disappeared. Ling Lei's expression is unsightly, he wiped his sweat, shook his head with frown and said, Three-Eye King, there is a big problem with your heavenly law inheritance bead, it caused me to fail and almost injured my soul. Then what about now? Three-Eye King is very anxious and asked. This is a dead heavenly law inheritance bead, it is completely useless. Moreover, there is a very strong evil spirit inside, I was almost possessed by the evil spirit just now. Ling Lei's expression is that of someone who just escaped death. Bai Suxin lightly groaned because she knew that Ling Lei would fail but pretended to say that there is a problem with the heavenly law inheritance bead. If Qin Yin did not tell her that he would fail, she might have also believed Ling Lei's nonsense. Ling Lei's expression suddenly became deathly pale, he said, Three-Eye King, I am sorry, I tried my best but was unable to expel the evil spirit inside, this heavenly law inheritance bead is dead. This. Three-Eye King's expression is also very unsightly, he is cursing in his heart. As everyone knows, there are Heavenly Law Divine Runes outside the Heavenly Law Inheritance Bead, and Heavenly Law Divine Runes can easily give birth to self-awareness. The self-awareness that appears inside the Heavenly Law Seal will gradually turn into a soul and become an evil spirit that hides inside the Inheritance Bead. Ling Lei spouted nonsense with a deadpan expression. He repeatedly sighed and said, "What if you are not careful and get possessed by the evil spirit?" a divine general said with a face filled with worry. "Then the Heavenly Law Divine Runes will definitely invade your body and turn you into a Heavenly Law Divine Rune monster. This is also the reason why our Heavenly Law Pavilion is not 100% sure of success," Ling Lei said. Ling Lei saw 3i King holding the Heavenly Law Inheritance Bead with a pained expression and hastily shouted, "3i King, quickly throw away the Heavenly Law Inheritance Bead. The evil spirit inside the bead will be reborn because of the negative emotions in your heart and devour your soul. It is very dangerous." Ling Lei is the dean of the Magic Academy. Everyone naturally believes him. 3i King also promptly threw away the Heavenly Law Inheritance Bead. Bai Suxin also walked out and picked up the Heavenly Law Inheritance Bead. "White Sun King, this is very dangerous, quickly throw away the Inheritance Bead," Ling Lei hastily shouted. "This hall is my territory, you are randomly throwing away dangerous things. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Bai Suxin coldly snorted, "Since this dangerous thing has been thrown away, I can only personally take care of it." When they saw Bai Suxin pick up the black pearl, many of the powerful fighters in the area became incredibly worried, especially the divine generals. They are worried that after Bai Suxin is possessed by the evil spirit, she will start a massacre. At that time, they won't be able to deal with her and will be seriously injured. "Dean Ling, what will happen if someone is possessed by the evil spirit?" someone anxiously asked. "The consequences will be very serious. Evil spirit is very evil. Once it is possessed by an expert, it will start a massacre." Ling Lei shouted in panic, "White Sun King, quickly destroy that pearl." Bai Suxin has already entered the crystal bowl. She handed over the pearl to Qin Yun and said, "Didn't you all want this guy to die? I will give him the pearl and let him die." Qin Yun received the Heavenly Dharma Inheritance Pearl and immediately injected powerful blood soul powers into it to stabilize the Heavenly Dharma Divine Runes that were gradually self-destructing. Qin Yun has cultivated blue heavenly blood and also has the Empyrean inscription spirit. In addition, he has the 10th Heavenly Tao image as well as the Imperial Heaven diagram that allowed him to cultivate a very special blood soul power. When his blood soul power entered the pearl, he sensed the Heavenly Law Divine Rune inside regenerating. Bai Suxin said, "Little brother, you said that your inscription technique is very strong, far superior to Heavenly Law Pavilion. Now let's see whether or not you can revive the pearl and break the Heavenly Law Seal." Ling Lei's expression slightly changed. He thought not good in his heart. Because he realized that Bai Suxin does not believe the evil spirit. The evil spirit's words are not made up by itself, the entire Heavenly Law Pavilion is making it up to deceive people. Because they are not 100% sure that they can obtain the inheritance. 3i King felt very sad just now. Now that he saw Bai Suxin's action, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Ling Lei. Ling Lei promptly explained, 3i King, that Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl is truly dead. Everyone saw that the runes on the pearl's surface have disappeared. Moreover, the pearl has also become dim. He is very certain of this because every time they failed, the pearl would become like this and explode. Even all the genius inscription masters of Heavenly Law Pavilion could not figure out the reason. They also could not restore the pearl. The three-eyed king suddenly felt more at ease. This was because Ling Lei was not the only person in the upper echelons of the Heaven Law Pavilion that he had come into contact with. Ling Lei shouted, "White Sun Duke, you also have the pearl of Heavenly Law Inheritance, right? I won't ask for anything in return. I will help you break the Heavenly Law Seal." At that moment, the Heavenly Law Inheritance bead in Qin Yun's hand suddenly lit up. Just like before, it shimmered with a blue glow. Seeing this scene, everyone present cried out in alarm and hurriedly approached the crystal bowl. Especially Three-Eyed King, he instantly flashed to the side of the crystal bowl. Separated by the crystal wall, he widened his three eyes and looked at the Heavenly Law Inheritance pearl in Qin Yun's hand. Even Bai Suxin cried out in surprise. He's alive. The Three-Eyed King cried out, "What's going on? My bead of Heavenly Law Inheritance is alive." Bai Suxin immediately said, "Three-eyed king, you threw the heavenly technique inheritance pearl away, and you threw it in my hall. I was the one who picked it up. That pearl is mine now, not yours." Three-eyed king's expression changed, it became extremely unsightly, then he fiercely looked at Ling Lei. Ling Lei is also standing outside the crystal wall, his face is filled with disbelief. His old mouth is wide open, he is firmly staring at the heavenly law inheritance pearl in Qinyan's hand. Ling Lei is very clear that the heavenly law inheritance pearl doesn't have any evil spirit. The reason why he said that is because he doesn't want people to question his level. Qinyan said with a smile, "There is no evil spirit at all. It was just that my technique was wrong and triggered the heavenly law seal self-destruction rune. Fortunately, I saved it in time. Otherwise, this pearl would have exploded and maybe even destroyed this tree." You are talking nonsense. Even if it exploded, the power would not be that great. Ling Lei shouted. "Dean Ling, what's going on? You don't understand anything, are you trying to destroy my tree?" Bai Suxin said in deep voice. "No. I failed to break the heavenly law seal, even if the pearl exploded, the power would be very small." Ling Lei promptly explained, "Don't believe that little demon who doesn't understand anything." Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "My brother doesn't understand, but how did he make the pearl come alive?" "You understand very well, yet you said that there is some evil spirit inside the pearl and that the pearl is already dead. You scared the Three-Eye King so much that he threw the pearl away." Three-Eye King looked at Ling Lei with an expression as if he wants to eat someone. He said in deep voice, "Dean Ling, please explain." Those divine generals, Fan family's patriarch and others are also looking at this scene with dumbfounded expression. They did not expect that this little youth Qin Yun would have true ability. Moreover, he is even more awesome than Ling Lei. At this time a few inscription masters let out a burst of cry of alarm, because a large number of heavenly law divine runes appeared on the surface of the pearl in Qin Yun's hand. Heavenly law divine runes originally have very strong regenerative power and Qin Yun's blood spirit power can accelerate the regeneration of those heavenly law divine runes. Ling Lei is unable to explain, he said hesitantly, "That brat is very strange, he must have used some kind of method to deceive us. He is inside White Sun King's sealing magic tool, maybe it is an illusion, he is deliberately sowing discord among us. There is no evil spirit inside the heavenly law inheritance pearl. The reason why that old man spouted so much nonsense is to cover up his own lack of skill." Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, "Otherwise, everyone would question his skill." Qin Yan said with serious expression, "This heavenly law inheritance pearl is not small, the energy inside is very abundant. If the self-destruction great formation inside is activated, the power will be very strong, it will not be a small explosion, according to the energy fluctuation I sensed, it is enough to destroy this tree." Ling Lei's expression changed again because he somewhat believes in Qin Yun. The one who is the most furious is Three-Eye King. His gloomy expression looks like he wants to gnaw Ling Lei's old bones off at any moment. Ling Lei doesn't dare to look at Three-Eye King. Now he feels extremely guilty because he truly deceived Three-Eye King. If Qin Yun can break the heavenly law seal and obtain the heavenly law divine runes inside the pearl, Ling Lei feels that he might not be able to return to heavenly law pavilion safely. Three-Eye King is after all the king of Three-Eye Heavenly City. Although he is not the strongest in heavenly law universe, if he goes all out, he is still very dreadful. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud divine needle, his expression is very grave as he said, "Little Queen, Yuemei, you two go outside." "Why?" "I will stay beside you, if something unexpected happens, I will be able to protect you." Bai Suxin promptly said. "If something unexpected happens, I will be fine but you two might be injured. Quickly go out." Qin Yun urged, "Hurry up." This huge inverted crystal bowl looked like a very powerful magic treasure but Qin Yun knew that this thing was not very reliable. "Xinyang, let's go out." Xiao Yuemei promptly pulled Bai Suxin and said in low voice, "Little brother is very reliable, don't worry." Bai Suxin can only trust Xiao Yuemei and leave together with her. After leaving, Qin Yun took out the 9 altars and activated the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Seeing Qin Yun activate the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, Xiao Yuemei realized that the heavenly law inheritance pearl is very dreadful. Qin Yan can truly sense the formidable energy inside the Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl. If it suddenly explodes, the might will be hard to imagine. There is indeed a soul inside. If we carelessly awaken that soul body, it will activate the self-destruction formation. Qin Yan took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. He can sense that the soul body is very formidable. It is equivalent to the soul inside the self-destruction formation. It seems like the inheritance sealed inside this heavenly law seal is very strong. Why is it sealed like this? Qin Yan is even more curious about the inheritance sealed inside. He placed the heavenly law inheritance pearl inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron, refined the consciousness of the soul body inside and then took out the pearl. Soon after, he began carving nether sun totem on the pearl's surface. He wants to borrow the nether sun totem's devouring power to steadily devour the runes inside and remove the seal. His idea is the same as when he opened the small treasure chest. Although he refined the consciousness of the self-destruction soul body, Qin Yan is still very careful because he doesn't know what is inside the heavenly law seal. He could sense that there was a space within the inheritance pearl, and that the heavenly method inheritance was stored within the pearl. Everyone is surrounding the pearl and looking at Qin Yan through the crystal walls. Bai Suxin is very nervous. She is very worried that Qin Yan will be injured. She can see that Qin Yan is very capable and also knows that he is Xiao Yuemei's big brother, so she doesn't want anything bad to happen to him. And the one who is even more nervous is Ling Lei. He can sense Three-Eye King's formless fury. Three-Eye King is constantly cursing that old bastard Ling Lei in his heart. He knows that he was tricked. If Ling Lei said that he failed, he would not have thrown away the pearl and it would not have fallen into Bai Suxin's hands. If Bai Suxin did not give the pearl to Qin Yan, he would not have known that the pearl can still be saved and would not have regretted it so much. If not for so many people watching, Three-Eye King's 3 eyes would have already shed tears like rain. Qin Yan's progress is very fast. After carving the nether sun totem, he poured in formidable energy and activated the nether sun totem to devour. Very soon, the runes on the pearl's surface gradually disappeared. It was also like this before, so after Ling Lei saw this, he revealed a happy expression. As long as Qin Yan does not succeed, he can still deceive him. Ling Lei's happiness did not last for long. He felt very sad in his heart. Because after the heavenly law divine runes on the pearl disappeared, the pearl is still flickering with blue light. If the heavenly law inheritance pearl dies, it will become very dim. But the pearl in Qin Yan's hand is emitting even stronger blue light. It is a sign that he is about to obtain the inheritance. It's coming out. Qin Yan hastily shouted. The pearl suddenly burst out with blue light and rushed out a very strong blue light wave. Boom! With a loud explosion, the pearl exploded, and the inside of it flickered with an intense golden light. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is operating. Everyone cannot see Qin Yan's figure within the intense light. It is as if he suddenly disappeared. Bai Suxin wanted to rush in but was suddenly pulled back by Xiao Yuemei. Xinyang, he is fine. Xiao Yuemei knows that Qin Yan is still here and his condition is very stable. She just doesn't know where he is for now. The center of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is emitting glaring light rays and burning blue flame. After Bai Suxin's crystal bowl was shattered, the formidable energy still rippled inside the hall but soon it was sealed by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Everyone sensed the rippling energy wave and realized that what Qin Yan said before is true. The energy inside the inheritance pearl is very strong. If they did not stop it when it exploded, the entire hall would have been destroyed. Everyone is very curious. What kind of inheritance is this? How can it be so dreadful? Three-Eye King's heart is aching to death because this inheritance was originally his but because of Ling Lei, he lost it in vain. That brat is done for. Ling Lei said in low voice. That bastard has some skill but he is too confident. He clearly knows that there is a very strong energy inside the pearl but he still wants to stay inside. He is definitely not willing to let go and is afraid that someone else will snatch the inheritance. The multicolored light within the 9 dragons heaven origin formation was very dazzling, but the experts here could see what was going on inside through the blinding light. They can't see Qin Yan, they all believe that Qin Yan is done for. Only Xiao Yuemei knows that Qin Yan's soul is still here and he is not injured at all. Bai Suxin is very worried. She tightly held Xiao Yuemei's hand and said in low voice, Yuemei, will your little brother truly be fine? I can't see him. Of course he will be fine. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Xinyang, why are you so worried about him? If not for him, the pearl would have exploded and destroyed this tree. Tree lady would also have been destroyed. Bai Suxin is still very worried. She is looking at the center of the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation with frown. The energy inside is very strong, but because it is sealed inside, it is not rushing out. The nine-dragon heavenly origin formation is still operating. It is being controlled by Qinyan secretly. The formation is formed by 9 small altars. Inside each altar there is a very big space. Qinyan is now hiding inside one of the altars and operating the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. Xiao Yun, what kind of inheritance is it? Why is it so dreadful? Ling Yin'er said. I don't know what it is for the time being. I only know that it is a very powerful flame. If I had been a bit slower, I would have definitely been burnt. Qinyan's body is still feeling some burning pain. If he had not cultivated the powerful heavenly blood, he would not have been able to withstand the heat wave that had just erupted. He was currently controlling the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, slowly absorbing the energy into the altar and storing it. The reason for the current situation was mainly because the bead contained a lot of energy. It was a self-destructive force. Qinyan's method of breaking the heavenly law seal is mainly to devour all the sealing runes. Therefore, it will also cause the sealing runes that self-destruct energy to be damaged. Will the heavenly law inheritance be destroyed because of this? Ling Yan'er asked worriedly. It can't be. The heavenly law inheritance and the formidable destruction power are sealed inside the pearl. If it was destroyed, it would have already disappeared. Qinyan is inside a small altar, sensing the situation outside. What exactly was the heavenly method inheritance in that bead? Everyone present was extremely curious. Only Heavenly Law Pavilion's people roughly know what the inheritance is, but they are treating it as a secret. Ling Lei is also very curious because the situation before his eyes is something his Heavenly Law Pavilion has never encountered before. Dean Ling, you must compensate me with a Heavenly Law inheritance bead. Three-Eye King looked at the dazzling burning energy ball and said in deep voice, this matter was originally your fault. Three-Eye King, we have something to talk about. No matter what, our Heavenly Law Pavilion is the only one that can break the Heavenly Law seal. Although that evil little demon is very capable, he is already finished. Ling Lei said in low voice. Three-Eye King coldly groaned and said, I don't care, you owe me a Heavenly Law inheritance. If you don't return it, I will fight you to the death. He entered Heavenly Law universe for so many years just to obtain the Heavenly Law inheritance. Although Heavenly Law Divine Rune is very powerful, it is very inferior compared to the mysterious Heavenly Law inheritance. It can be said that Three-Eye King has stayed in Heavenly Law universe for a very long time. It is almost impossible for him to return to his hometown Three-Eye Divine World. He sacrificed so much just to obtain a Heavenly Law inheritance bead, and that bead has been swindled by Ling Lei. If he cannot obtain the Heavenly Law inheritance, Three-Eye King will be disheartened and will fight Ling Lei to the death. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation operated for a while and absorbed enough energy. The light from the center of the formation gradually weakened, it is no longer as intense as before. Is it going to appear? Everyone is filled with anticipation. Majority of the people here are experts. But they have never seen what kind of inheritance Heavenly Law inheritance bead looks like. Not long after, something gradually appeared in the center of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. It is a very fine rune. After the light completely disappeared, an ancient character fire appeared in the center of the formation. This character is like rippling water, it is blue in color and is formed from many complex runes. This is Heavenly Law Divine Rune transformed into a character? Bai Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. It is actually Heavenly Universe Divine Mantra. Ling Lei's eyes are filled with greed, he shouted in alarm, Heavenly Universe Divine Mantra. So it is actually inside that big inheritance bead. What is Heavenly Universe Divine Mantra? Three-Eye King already took out a black spear, he is preparing to fight. A crystal whip appeared in Bai Suxin's hand. Ling Lei is also holding 2 sabers in his hands. These experts are preparing to fight over the Heavenly Universe Divine Mantra. That is a very powerful Heavenly Law Divine Rune, a character condensed from Heavenly Law Divine Rune. That fire character should be the earliest fire attribute Heavenly Law Divine Rune. Ling Lei said in low voice, Three-Eye King, let's join hands and capture him. Bai Suxin shouted coldly, you want to snatch it? Don't forget, this is my territory. Also, this heavenly universe divine mantra is not mine. She believes that even if Qin Yun is no longer here, it should belong to Xiaoyuemei. That brat is already finished, this fire character is an ownerless object, we will obtain it based on our own ability, how about it? Ling Lei said, White Sun King, my son died here and this is all because you sheltered that brat. I will settle this debt with you. At this moment, everyone suddenly cried out in alarm. Qin Yin appeared inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. Just as he came out, the fire character suddenly became small, then turned into a light beam and entered his forehead. Ah! Qin Yin let out a loud cry. Brother! Xiaoyuemei hastily shouted, are you all right? I'm fine. In that moment of pain, Qin Yin completely mastered the heavenly universe divine mantra. He discovered that his heavenly blood and heavenly Tao are very similar, they are very compatible with the heavenly universe divine mantra. With just a thought, he saw a blue fire character appear on his palm. This fire character can burst out very strong flame power. Old bastard, I will use you to test the heavenly universe divine mantra. Qin Yin attacked Ling Lei from inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. A blue fire character instantly flew out and branded on Ling Lei's body. Ling Lei's body suddenly ignited with intense blue flame. After Qin Yin used this character, his body swayed a bit, he almost couldn't stand steadily. This move consumed a lot of blood spirit power, it almost drained his entire body dry. This heavenly universe divine mantra is truly a ghost thing that sucks blood and devours soul. Qin Yin felt that the blood in his body was almost sucked dry just now. Ling Lei's entire body ignited with blue flame, he loudly screamed in pain. Three-Eye King gnashed his teeth as he watched. This formidable heavenly universe divine mantra originally belonged to him but now it is in someone else's hands. This caused him to feel very sad in his heart. Pa, Bai Suxin suddenly lashed out with her whip. When the crystal whip lashed out, the end of the whip turned into a sharp knife and crazily hacked Ling Lei's body. The whip and knife madly danced and let out shwa 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 sound. It is like cutting vegetables high up in the air, cutting Ling Lei's body into pieces. After being cut into pieces, Ling Lei's body started burning even faster. What caused people to be shocked is that Bai Suxin's crystal whip is also burning with this kind of blue flame. Quickly give me the whip. Qin Yun lightly shouted. Bai Suxin immediately threw the whip to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun caught it, he absorbed the blue flame back into his body. Otherwise, the runes inside the whip would be damaged. Bai Suxin saw that her whip is fine and Qin Yun is still alive and relaxed a lot. Then she looked at Three-Eye King and said, Three-Eye King, do you still want to take back your inheritance? Three-Eye King is now scared to death. Ling Lei is dead, if he is surrounded and attacked, he will die without a doubt. That inheritance is not fated with me, it is not mine. Everyone also saw that if it was not for this expert, we would not have been able to witness the appearance of the heavenly universe divine mantra. Three-Eye King calmly said. Those divine generals don't even dare to let out a fart. Even those divine generals who rebuked Qin Yun earlier want to kneel down and admit their mistake. Three-Eye King said again, in comparison, Heaven Law Pavilion's people are simply trash. It is still this expert who is awesome, although I have 3 eyes, I have eyes but can't see, I look down on people with my snobbish eyes. I ask this expert to forgive this humble one, a great person will not stoop to petty people's offenses. The Grand Three-Eye King is apologizing to this extent, people feel that it is inconceivable. So long as this matter doesn't spread out, you can all leave. Qin Yun indifferently said. He has consumed a lot of energy, he doesn't have any power to kill. After all, he killed Heaven Law Pavilion's Devil Quartz Dean. If this matter spreads out, Heaven Law Pavilion might declare war on White Sun Heavenly City. Naturally, the main person who killed them is Bai Suxin, so Qin Yun is doing this out of consideration for her. Majority of the people here are divine generals and older generation experts of the King Mansion, they naturally won't spread this matter. But to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Bai Suxin made them sign soul contract one by one before letting them leave. Qin Yun is now completely powerless, he fell into Bai Suxin's delicate and fragrant embrace. He wanted to struggle but he felt that Bai Suxin is hugging him very tightly. Bai Suxin held Qin Yun and floated behind the curtain. She sat on a large chair and let Qin Yun sit on her lap. Why are you so weak? Bai Suxin's soft and urgent voice sounded, her lily-white hands promptly reached under Qin Yun's clothes and pressed on his abdomen. Xiao Yuemei is watching from the side with smiling face, apparently she is very happy. That white sun war god has left the hall, only Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and Bai Suxin are left in the hall. Mother Xian, how can you let him sit on your lap? Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, he is my little big brother. Yuemei, no matter how I look at him, he is younger than you, he should be your little brother. Bai Suxin said with gentle smile and then took off her mask. Under the mask is a beautiful face like fine jade, delicate and elegant, soft and beautiful like water. Seeing this, Qin Yun secretly praised a few times in his heart. Her beautiful eyes flickered, they are as beautiful as a breeze passing through a lake. Now she is also staring at Qin Yun. Little queen, put me down. Qin Yun recovered a bit of strength and promptly shouted, he wanted to struggle. Little big brother, you helped me a lot this time, if not this place would have been destroyed. Bai Suxin said with gentle smile, her lily-white hands are still pinching Qin Yun's abdomen. Qin Yun is now in the appearance of a young boy, so Bai Suxin doesn't have any ill feelings towards him. Qin Yun cursed Xiao Yuemei in his heart, if he had changed back to his original appearance earlier, White Sun King would not have taken advantage of him. Little queen, I am actually an adult, you are making me very embarrassed. Quickly put me down. Qin Yun said again. After turning into a young boy, he is 2 heads shorter than the tall Bai Suxin, his body is also a bit smaller. He doesn't know if Bai Suxin is overflowing with love or not, she actually warmly hugged him in her bosom. It's all right. Bai Suxin said with gentle smile, how about this, you call me Mother Xian like Yuemei. Go away. Qin Yun rolled his eyes. Xinyang, my brother is an adult, I turned him into a youngster. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, you better put him down. Stop fooling around. Your big brother is really weak right now. I'm helping him recover. Bai Suxin's eyes were as gentle as water, and white light shone on her hands. Qin Yun also felt a very warm and special energy enter his abdomen. Bai Suxin came from the White Sun Divine World, so she definitely grasped the White Sun Divine World's special heritage. It's the power of the sun. Could it be the White Divine Sun? Qin Yun suddenly found it somewhat familiar. He had come into contact with the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, the Divine Universe Purple Sun, and the Myriad Realms Divine Sun, so he was more familiar with the energy of the various suns. He could immediately sense that there might be a very strong little Divine Sun in Bai Suxin's body. He quickly controlled the Nether Sun to absorb the Divine Sun power Bai Suxin sent over. Big brother, what's your name? Bai Suxin looked at Qin Yun's handsome face and smiled gently. Then, she touched it gently. Qin Yun feels that he, a grand 9-sun palace king, is lying in a woman's bosom, it is very improper. He has an indescribable feeling of resistance. Remember, don't call me little queen from now on. You are a naughty child, why do you like to pretend to be an adult? Bai Suxin said. Little queen, you will regret what you did just now. Just wait and see. Qin Yun said with smile. What? Didn't I just kill Devil Quartz Dean Ling Lei? Didn't you say before that I was not domineering enough? I will show you how domineering I am. Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes are full of resentment, she said with slight annoyance, why can't you be like Yuemei and be a bit more obedient? Qin Yun finds this somewhat funny, how is Xiao Yuemei obedient? He thought that he would need to rest for 2 to 3 days to completely recover, but Bai Suxin sent over White Sun divine power, allowing him to recover very quickly. In less than half an hour, he has already recovered to his peak. During this time, he tried to struggle free from Bai Suxin's fragrant bosom several times, but she held him tightly. Xiao Yun, if you don't take advantage of her, you will be letting me down. Ling Yun'er urged him several times, she also felt very uncomfortable. Great beauty Yun'er, do you really think this woman is a silly and sweet girl? Qin Yun lightly snorted in his heart and said, just now, she probed my body many times, she is very shrewd. Qin Yun has already recovered, but he is still being hugged by Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin poured a lot of White Sun divine power into his body, at the same time she secretly used very strong mental power to probe his body. Fortunately, his nether son has enough defense to block Bai Suxin's mental power probing. Ah? I thought she really likes you, that's why she is so good to you. Turns out she was just pretending? Ling Yan'er is very surprised. This woman is King White's son, she is not easy to deal with. Qin Yan feels that if this continues, Bai Suxin will really probe something, so he can only place his hand on Bai Suxin's thigh. Qin Yan lightly pinched Bai Suxin's thigh through her thin gauze long skirt. He originally thought that after doing this, Bai Suxin would throw him away. He did not expect that she would only lightly frown. Bai Suxin's lily-white hand is still pressed on Qin Yan's abdomen. It seems like she is not willing to give up, she wants to probe something. Little queen, do you want me to give you a knife and let you cut open my stomach? You can take a good look at what is inside my stomach. While speaking, Qin Yan secretly exerted force again and pinched her thigh. Little big brother, I am just a bit curious about you. Bai Suxin lightly smiled and said, alright, you have recovered. Bai Suxin finally let Qin Yan leave her embrace. Qin Yan feels like he just escaped from death. He said with smile, little queen, what are you looking for in my stomach? Xiao Yuemei also smiled, then used her small mirror to change Qin Yan's appearance back to normal. Bai Suxin really did not expect that the young man she just hugged would now become tall and handsome. Seeing Qin Yan looking at her with grin, a faint blush appeared on Bai Suxin's beautiful and gentle face. Humph, you brother and sister are bullying me, I will ignore you. Bai Suxin curled her lips and lightly pouted. Then she turned her head away, her face is filled with hidden bitterness. I already told you to let me go. Little queen, thank you very much for your considerate care. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Bai Suxin's cherry lips slightly curled up and said in annoyance, then how are you going to thank me? Are you just going to say it? You have heavenly law inheritance pearl, right? I will help you break that heavenly law seal. Qin Yan said. You said before that you would help me break it. That doesn't count. Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes flashed with mischievousness as she said. Alright, then how do you want me to thank you? Qin Yan said, speak. Just as Bai Suxin was about to speak, Xiao Yuemei suddenly said, brother, big sister, and others are coming. They should be near White Sun Heavenly City, I will go pick them up. How do you know they are coming? Qin Yan asked. I can sense it. They came very quickly. They should be together with those little sisters from Divine Moon Race. Xiao Yuemei said. Yuemei, take 20 White Sun War God with you. I also want to see Divine Moon Race as soon as possible. Bai Suxin said. Alright. Xiao Yuemei bounced and jumped out of the palace hall. After Xiao Yuemei left, Bai Suxin's eyes flickered with charming intent. She elegantly stood up and arrived beside Qin Yan. She suddenly poked Qin Yan's abdomen with her slender jade finger and said with smile, I want to see what is hidden inside. What can be inside? Qin Yan dryly laughed a few times. Bai Suxin suddenly took off the clothes covering her abdomen, revealing her jade-like beautiful and slender waist, even her small belly button can be seen. Qin Yan jumped in fright, he promptly took 2 steps back and said in deep voice, Queen, please behave yourself a bit, I am a married man, what are you thinking? Bai Suxin pursed her lips into smile and said, look at how scared you are. You are really afraid of your wife. As she spoke, her belly button flickered with white light, a ball of white light gradually became bigger and finally a fist-sized white light pearl appeared. This. What is this? Qin Yan's brows jumped, he knows what this is, it is a very small white sundae, my life divine crystal, this is a white sun, I cultivated it. Bai Suxin's jade-like beautiful face suddenly became solemn, I can sense that you also have a similar life divine crystal. This. I don't have the same life divine crystal as you. Qin Yan indeed has a nether sun, but it is completely different from a white sundae, I can sense it very strongly. Quickly let me see. Maybe we can cultivate together and become stronger. Bai Suxin urged, little brother, be a bit more aware, don't force me to take action. Qin Yan dryly laughed a few times, little queen, I do have a very special life divine crystal, but I am certain that we are not on the same path. It is impossible for us to cultivate together, so let's forget about it. Humph, when I helped you recover just now, you absorbed it very quickly, it means that you are not resisting, yet you still say that we are not on the same path. Bai Suxin rebuked, "What, are you afraid that I will take advantage of you?" Qinyan nodded and said, "Yes, I am afraid that you will take advantage of me." Bai Suxin bit her lips and said with light smile, "What kind of advantage do you have to take? You won't die even if you let me see it. Retract your Baiyang first." Qinyan said, "I'll let you investigate. Is that okay?" "All right." Bai Suxin pressed the white sun on her stomach and then took it back. Then she arrived in front of Qinyan and put her hand under Qinyan's clothes. Qinyan took 2 steps back and shouted, "You don't need to put your hand inside, you can see through clothes." "But I just want to put my hand on your stomach." Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes seemed to contain a mischievous smile. "Haven't you touched enough?" Qinyan curled his lips and said, "You were just a young boy just now, I still haven't touched you yet." While speaking, she lifted up Qinyan's clothes and placed her lily-white hand on Qinyan's stomach. Bai Suxin's lily-white hands are rubbing Qinyan's abdomen, she is still smiling sweetly. "Little big brother, you asked me to massage you before, what do you think of my technique?" "Little queen, quickly check." Qinyan said with smile, "Honestly speaking, your technique is pretty good, I am very satisfied." Bai Suxin's soft hands suddenly overflowed with white light, causing Qinyan to feel a gentle warm current fiercely entering his abdomen. "What are you doing?" Qinyan doesn't know why but he is feeling somewhat panicked. "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. If I truly wanted to harm you, with my strength, you would not be my opponent." Bai Suxin said with smile. Qinyan's nether sun is very important. Even now, he is doing his best to protect it, not letting any external power attack it. Nether sun has also formed a very strong defense, it can block or even absorb all kinds of energy. But facing Bai Suxin's energy, nether sun did not defend at all, instead it allowed the energy to enter its body. So it is nether sun. It actually appeared inside a person's body, how rare. Bai Suxin's beautiful face is filled with shock, she feels very surprised. "Then what did you think I would have? Compared to your white sun, my nether sun should be nothing, right?" Qinyan said with smile. Bai Suxin's hand has not left Qinyan's abdomen, it is still moving upwards until it arrived at Qinyan's heart. Just like before, Qinyan very quickly sensed a very warm feeling rushing into his heart, this is Bai Suxin's energy pouring into his body. It is a very strong yang heart. Bai Suxin feels very surprised again. "Little queen, this shouldn't be considered rare, right? You have white sun and I have nether sun, you shouldn't be surprised." Qinyan said. "No. Nether sun is very difficult to control." Bai Suxin shook her head and said, "Although some people captured nether sun and fused it into their body, no one has been able to completely control it. Those people were all devoured by nether sun in the end." Qinyan could not completely control nether sun before but now he can. Along with his body and soul becoming stronger and stronger, he is no longer afraid of being devoured by nether sun, he can stimulate the formidable power of nether Sunday. "Little queen, you can take your hand away." Qinyan could sense Bai Suxin's gentle hands moving about under her clothes. She was groping and pinching everywhere, so he quickly said, "What are you doing?" Bai Suxin said with serious expression, "I will continue probing, maybe I will discover something." "No, you have already discovered nether sun and my sun core. You said before that you can help me cultivate and become stronger, what is going on?" Qinyan said. Even though Qin asked her to take her hand away, she is still touching Qinyan's body. Bai Suxin said, "I think that my white sun and your nether sun can be cultivated together, it will be beneficial for both of us." Qinyan suddenly patted his chest and slapped Bai Suxin's hand. He said with a smile, "Take your hand away first, then we'll talk." Bai, Yun said Bai, I said. Suxin said, Bai Suxin said, I said, Bai. Qinyan looked at Bai Suxin's impressive body and said, "You think I don't dare?" Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes are filled with charm, there is a hint of playfulness in them. She said with a gentle and charming smile, "Of course you don't dare, I can tell. Little queen, I will give you one more chance, quickly take your hand away, otherwise I won't be polite." Qinyan doesn't understand why there are so many female hooligans and why he always runs into them. He can't help but suspect that these female hooligans think he is easy to bully, that's why they want a foot after giving him an inch. Bai Suxin's jade-like beautiful face has a complacent and charming faint smile. Her eyes are filled with ridicule as she looked at Qin Yun. Her hands are pinching even more wantonly. I want to see how you will be rude to me. Bai Suxin is truly not afraid of Qin Yun, she believes that Qin Yun won't dare to do anything to her. Qin Yun inhaled a deep breath and quickly used the consummate skill he has not used for many years, Dragon Claw Hand. He used just the right amount of power to grab Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin was hit, she is immediately stunned, her mind is blank. She really did not expect that Qin Yun would be rude to her. After being absent-minded, she became extremely embarrassed and angry. Her delicate body trembled and a white energy wave surged out. She pushed with her jade-like palm and sent Qin Yun flying. Qin Yun was sent flying, his body heavily crashed on the wall of the hall and then fell on the ground, motionless. Ah! Little big brother! Bai Suxin saw Qin Yun lying on the ground motionless and immediately realized that her attack was too heavy. She quickly rushed over and arrived beside Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes are closed, although he is still breathing, his aura is very weak. Moreover, blue blood is flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Bai Suxin quickly checked Qin Yun's body situation and immediately her beautiful face turned pale in fright. Especially when she checked Nether Sun, she discovered that it has disappeared. Moreover, she can't check Qin Yun's meridians, she can't even sense any soul fluctuation. Little big brother, don't scare me, I was wrong. Bai Suxin's mood is very bad, she is very sad. She quickly channeled a large amount of white sun divine power into Qin Yun's body, hoping that it can help Qin Yun recover faster. I am very cold. Qin Yun suddenly said with trembling voice, his body is also shivering non-stop. I will help you drive away the cold. Seeing that Qin Yun can still speak, Bai Suxin felt relieved. She once again channeled warm white sun divine power into Qin Yun's body in a flurry. My little wife, quickly hug me, I am very cold. Qin Yun's eyes are closed, as if he is in a nightmare, he is babbling nonsense. Little wife? Bai Suxin immediately thought that Qin Yun might be missing his wife. Qin Yun continued to keep his eyes closed, saying that he is very cold and that he wants a hug. Bai Suxin can only carry Qin Yun and leave the hall. She arrived at her fragrant room and placed Qin Yun on a large soft bed. Then she also laid down and tightly hugged Qin Yun, channeling white sun divine power into him. Little wife, my soul is about to scatter. I am very sad. Qin Yun said in pain, I can't kiss you anymore, don't, hold on. Bai Suxin said anxiously. Then she probed Qin Yun's soul but she couldn't find anything. This made her even more anxious. She bit her lips and pretended to say, you can't leave me. Husband, you must always accompany me. After saying that, her heart immediately hardened and she kissed Qin Yun. She also wanted to use this kind of method to help Qin Yun stabilize his soul. Because she accidentally injured Qin Yun, she felt extremely guilty. Just like that, she, the high and mighty White Sun Duke, kissed a person she just met not long ago in a daze. After kissing for a while, Bai Suxin felt that Qin Yun's body is no longer trembling, so she slowly got up and looked at him. Qin Yun opened his eyes and said with a smile, Little Queen, thank you for saving me. Seeing Qin Yun's smile, Bai Suxin was startled. She immediately thought that Qin Yun might be pretending. You. Bai Suxin waved her hand, wanting to attack again. I am going to die, my soul is going to scatter. Qin Yun immediately covered his heart and shouted, Little wife wants to kill me, it makes my heart hurt so much, you scoundrel. Bai Suxin snorted coquettishly, then vigorously pinched Qin Yun's waist, gritted her teeth and said, How can you tease me like this? Qin Yun felt a little pain from being pinched, he quickly shouted, If you pinch me again, I will counterattack. When she thought of Qin Yun's counterattack, Bai Suxin immediately withdrew her hand. She bit her lips with a bitter expression and wanted to get off the bed. Qin Yun quickly grabbed her hand and said with a smile, Little queen, you took advantage of me so many times before, yet you still want a foot after giving me an inch. Do you really want to leave like this? Bai Suxin also knew that she went too far. When she saw how Qin Yun was so resistant to contact her, she thought that Qin Yun was really afraid of her. She felt that Qin Yun was an honest person. She felt that it was very interesting to tease this kind of good-looking honest person, so she could not stop. She really did not expect that when this honest person was not honest, he would be so hard to guard against. Little brother, I was wrong. You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Bai Suxin could only admit defeat. Xianxia let go of her and said with smile, Little queen, will we still cooperate and cultivate together? Of course we will cooperate. Bai Suxin said with light anger, I suffered a great loss just now, I want to get it back from you. Xianxia lied down on the bed and said with mischievous smile, I won't cooperate with you to cultivate, who knows what kind of sneaky attack you will use. If you damage my nether sun, I won't even have a place to cry. Is your nether sun really alright? Bai Suxin thought about how she did not hold back just now and felt very apologetic. It's alright, if you don't believe me, you can touch it. Xianxia lifted up his clothes and revealed his lean and muscular abdomen and said with smile. Bai Suxin originally wanted to reach out her hand and touch it, but recalling what happened just now, she became timid. It's good that you are fine. You scared me to death just now. Bai Suxin said with light anger, you are truly a scoundrel, you pretended so well and you even teased me like that. Xianxia said, who was the one who played rogue with me first? Just let bygones be bygones, don't mention this to Uma. Bai Suxin warned and then took out her white sundae. Xianxia looked at her little white sun and said, I already said, I won't cooperate with you to cultivate. Bai Suxin said with light smile, if my white sun works with your nether sun, maybe it can make your nether sun even stronger and even increase its special ability. Oh? Really? Don't lie to an honest person like me. Xianxia feels that his nether sun still has a lot of room for improvement. Really, I won't lie to you. Bai Suxin very earnestly said, quickly come, if everything goes smoothly, my white sun can use your nether sun to evolve, it will be very beneficial to both of us. Xianxia is still somewhat hesitant, he is worried that some problem might occur. Xianxia's heart is somewhat moved. He truly hopes that his nether sun can become stronger. If it also has some special ability, it would be for the best. If my nether sun evolves, what kind of special ability will it have? Xianxia asked. He doesn't want to casually cultivate together with Bai Suxin before he is clear about it. Bai Suxin shook her head and said, I really don't know. Because it is two different divine suns cultivating together. Different divine suns will evolve and produce different abilities. Xianxia has never heard of this kind of thing. He doubtfully asked, is nether sun also a kind of divine sun? There are many kinds of divine suns. Nether sun, white sun, primal chaos divine Sunday. There is also myriad worlds divine sun from divine desolate. They are all kind of divine sun. Bai Suxin nodded and said, my white sun can only evolve by cultivating with different divine suns. There won't be any problem, right? My nether sun has accompanied me for a very long time. If there is a problem, I don't know how many years it will take for me to cultivate it back. Xianxia has never cultivated like this before, so he is very worried. There won't be any problem. Little big brother, don't forget that my white sun has very strong recovery ability. If there is any accident, I will definitely let your nether sun recover immediately. Bai Suxin said with smile. Alright. Xianxia also feels that he should give it a try with Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin suddenly revealed a kind of charming and bashful appearance. She looked around with moving infatuation and said with low laugh, we kissed just now, don't be afraid that I will harm you. Little queen, just now I kissed you, you don't understand anything. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Humph. I have never kissed anyone before, naturally I don't understand. Bai Suxin rebuked and looked at Xianxia with hidden bitterness. Both of them are sitting on the bed. Bai Suxin has already released her white sun and it is floating in front of her. It's your turn, release your nether sun. Bai Suxin said. Xianxia stored all the spirit Xian Dao images inside the nether sun and then released it. Those divine profound Dao images also needed to be cultivated further. If he could become stronger in this kind of special cultivation, that would be for the best. Xianxia's nether sun is black. After it came out, it released a very weak twisting power that caused the surrounding space to sink into slight distortion. Furthermore, the nether sun has a very strong devouring power. When the white light released by the white sun shines on the nether sun, the white light directly distorts and coils around the nether sun before being slowly absorbed. After Qin Yan released his nether sun, it was much smaller than Bai Suxin's white Sunday. This is also the reason why their cultivation levels are different. You're just a profound god, and you're already so powerful. So it's related to this. Bai Suxin exclaimed in surprise, if you become a great god, a heavenly god, or a sacred god, how strong would it be? I don't know, I am currently stuck at this stage, temporarily unable to break through. Qin Yan sighed and said. He was unable to open the 10th profound god Dao meridian, which was the profound god meridian of the heavenly Dao statue. Reportedly, he needs the help of Divine Moon Clan's great emperor to fuse with formidable Divine Moon bloodline divine origin to make his body even stronger. Only then would he have enough conditions to open 10th mysterious divine Dao vein. I will eventually break through, it is just a matter of time. I will begin. My cultivation is higher than yours, let me do it. Bai Suxin lightly smiled. Qin Yan nodded and warned, be careful, don't cause any big problem. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Bai Suxin is very confident and then controlled her white sun to become bigger. After the white sun became bigger, it floated towards Qin Yan's nether Sunday. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Yan saw the white sun become bigger and suddenly shouted in worry. Cultivate. Bai Suxin said. Calm down. After the white sun arrived, it collided with the nether sun and fused together. Finally they turned into black and white. Dual colors and started slowly revolving. It looks like a black fish and a white fish are revolving around each other. As it spun, a very special energy aura appeared. Is this cultivation? Qin Yan said with frown. Your nether sun and my white sun are cultivating. We can't sense it for now. Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes flickered with happiness. She said with light smile, looks like it is going very smoothly. Little queen, don't you need to do anything else? Qin Yan is still somewhat worried. No need, next white sun and nether sun will cultivate by themselves. When we take them back, we will be able to sense any change. Bai Suxin said. Then when can we separate? Qin Yan is sitting on the bed, propping up his chin and looking at the floating black and white suns intertwining. He is very worried. Bai Suxin is also on the bed. She crawled to Qin Yan's side and said with smile, what are you worried about? Look at me, I am not worried at all. I am worried that we won't be able to separate at that time. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. If we really can't separate, then I will give white sun to you, is that okay? Bai Suxin poked Qin Yan's waist and said with smile, Yuemi's little brother, you are a very interesting man and also very awesome. Qin Yan rolled his eyes at her and said, don't touch me randomly, don't forget the pain after the scar has healed. I am prepared this time, I am not afraid of you. Bai Suxin sat in front of Qin Yan, straightened her back and said, I, Bai Suxin, will never fall in the same pit twice. Qin Yan's attention is completely focused on white sun and nether sun, yet Bai Suxin seems to want to tease him. He really can't understand why this white sun king is so senseless that he keeps teasing him. Then what do you want to do? Qin Yan glanced at her and asked. I will definitely go to God Desolate in the future. Do you have territory in God Desolate? How about you take me in? Bai Suxin said. Take in the entire white sun heavenly city? Qin Yan shook his head and said, my small temple can't accommodate so many people. Taking me in is enough. After Blue Heavenly Universe is finished, White Sun Heavenly City will also be gone. Bai Suxin suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's hand and said with smile, you must be a very powerful person in God Desolate. I will follow you for a period of time. Qin Yan held her hand and gently pulled her over, letting her lean on his body. Little queen, do you really want me to take you in? Qin Yan suddenly felt that it is not bad to take Bai Suxin back to Ninyang Divine Palace. If he doesn't want Bai Suxin, she will definitely be roped in by Guanghan Palace. Although Bai Suxin looks charming and mischievous now, when she is serious, she is a very strong woman. Her strength is unfathomable. Little brother, we must keep our distance. Bai Suxin leaned into Qin Yan's embrace, her beautiful green eyes flickered with a flirtatious feeling. Then she promptly struggled free from Qin Yan's embrace. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, I am willing to take you in. But if we have any problems in the future, just say it directly, don't get touchy. Bai Suxin suddenly took out a large blue pearl, it is as big as a watermelon, and said, "This is my heavenly law inheritance pearl. I have a total of 3, this is the biggest. It is much bigger than that idiot three-eyed king's." Xianxia looked at the inheritance pearl and said in amazement. "Indeed?" Bai Suxin giggled and said, "Quickly help me open it." "Not now, I need Nether Sun's power." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Let's wait." Bai Suxin looked at Nether Sun and White Sun and said with smile, "Then let's wait. Anyway, this kind of cultivation won't last for long." "Won't last for long? What's the use?" Xianxia thought it would be very long. "We will often have to cultivate like this, so I plan to go to God Desolate and stay by your side for a period of time." Bai Suxin said with smile. "So that's how it is." Xianxia also understands why this little queen wants to follow him. He lightly groaned and said, "You won't suck my Nether Sun dry, right?" He did have this worry, although Bai Suxin was Duke White Sun, she was still rather open. Perhaps it was because she had never met a man like Qin Yun in many years, so she, who had been bored for too long, dared to tease Qin Yun. "Little brother, why don't you trust me? I gave my very important first kiss to you." Bai Suxin pursed her lips and grumbled with her beautiful eyes. Qin Yun did not say a word, he is earnestly looking at Nether Sun and White Sunday. From time to time, he will release his formidable mental power to probe the mysterious spirit Dao image inside Nether Sunday. He is very worried that an accident might happen because he has many precious mysterious spirit Dao images inside the Nether Sun. After several hours, Nether Sun and White Sun finally separated at night. After separating, the size of the Nether Sun didn't change much. Qin Yun immediately took back the Nether Sun. After the Nether Sun returned to his body, he felt a kind of warm feeling. Moreover, he could also hear his heartbeat. There's a heartbeat inside the Nether Sun. After Qin Yun sensed it, his face became filled with shock because this is something he never felt before. "Little brother, is there any change in your Nether Sun?" Bai Suxin's expression is also filled with astonishment, her White Sun seems to have changed. "My Nether Sun seems to have a heartbeat." Qin Yun's expression is filled with disbelief. My White Sun also has a heartbeat." Bai Suxin said with smile, "Very good, our Nether Sun and White Sun have both cultivated a heart." Qin Yun once again probed deeply and suddenly sensed a warm white divine power rushing out of the Nether Sun. It was actually the White Sun divine power, the kind of White Sun divine power that had a very strong recovery ability. "Little Queen, does your White Sun have any other ability?" Qin Yun asked. "No." Bai Suxin shook her head. "Mine does, but it is only that kind of recovery power." Qin Yun said with smile, "It seems like what you said is correct. Of course, I don't want to lie to you." Bai Suxin also relaxed a lot and said with smile, "Release your White Sun divine power and let me see." Qin Yun promptly controlled the White Sun divine power and condensed it in his hand. He asked, "How is it compared to yours?" Bai Suxin looked at the White Sun divine power, her elegant brows slightly creased, she shook her head and said, "This is not White Sun divine power, are you sure you are not mistaken?" Qin Yun looked at the white energy in his palm and did not discover anything different. It was similar to the White Sun divine power he felt. Bai Suxin tidied up her slightly messy white hair, then used the tip of her hair to touch Qin Yun's palm. After her white hair was stained with a bit of the white energy, it immediately sank into her white hair. "This should be your White Sun divine power?" "I can't tell what's the difference." Qin Yun looked at Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin's beautiful white hair and white eyebrows shone with a gentle white light at that moment. "This is indeed not White Yang divine power, but it's very similar to White Yang divine power. It has the great recovery abilities of White Yang divine power." Bai Suxin said with certainty. "Is that so? I really can't see it." Qin Yun continued to release the white energy that rushed out of his palm. As he continued to release that kind of energy, he also felt that the blood in his body was rapidly draining. "Not good, my heavenly blood is transforming into this kind of energy." He immediately stopped, in case the heavenly blood was used up. At this moment, white water condensed in his palm. It was a very dense white energy. Bai Suxin quickly drew closer. She opened her alluring mouth slightly and licked the white liquid. "So sweet." Bai Suxin. licked her lips and smiled coquettishly. This really isn't my white sun divine power. What is that? Xianxia said, it consumed my blood to condense. That's even less true. My white sun divine power is released directly from white Sunday. I don't need to gather it through blood. Bai Suxin said, try the taste first. Xianxia also tasted the white water on his palm. It was indeed sweet. What about yours? Xianxia asked, what's the smell? There was an aggrieved look in Bai Suxin's eyes. She said softly, you kissed me just now. Don't you know what it tastes like? Is it sour and sweet? Xianxia said with a frown, I didn't pay attention just now, let me try again. Bai Suxin smiled in annoyance and said, dream on. Are you thinking about taking advantage of me again? I never said I would kiss you. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Bai Suxin extended a slender finger, and a white dewdrop gathered on her fingertip. She smiled and said, come, let's try again. Xianxia really went over and bit her finger with a bit of force, causing her to let out a tender cry. After trying it, it was indeed sweet and sour. It is different, but what exactly is it? Xianxia was puzzled. Sweetheart, please sense the change in that energy again. I don't know what it is either. Bai Suxin said. Xianxia closed his eyes and concentrated all of his attention on the inside of the nether sun. He wants to sense how this white energy is produced. As he earnestly sensed it, he gradually discovered that it was produced by the beating of the nether sun heart. He also sensed that there is a faint soul inside the nether sun heart. It seems to be white sun's soul. When Xianxia went to investigate, time passed quickly. It was already daybreak. Bai Suxin is lying on the bed, stretching out her perfect jade legs. She is lying beside Xianxia, waiting for him to discover. At daybreak, Xianxia opened his eyes and said with frown, my nether sun heart has a thread of white sun's soul. This white sun divine power is transformed from that thread of soul. Could it be that your nether sun can duplicate and transform all kinds of divine sun energy? Or even all kinds of attribute energy? Bai Suxin abruptly sat up and said in amazement, if that is the case, then it is very awesome. What do you mean? Xianxia promptly asked. When different divine sun energy fuse together, it becomes even stronger. Bai Suxin said, if you don't believe me, try fusing white sun divine power with your nether sun divine power. I will give it a try. Xianxia immediately tried. He released two kinds of divine power through the nether sun. Black and white divine power fused together and immediately became extremely violent and violent. At the same time, it consumed a lot of his blue heavenly blood, but the divine power released is very dreadful. Indeed very strong. Xianxia said in amazement. You might be able to duplicate other divine suns' divine power. Bai Suxin said with frown, this is too dreadful. According to legend, Nether Sun's nickname is Destruction Divine Sun and at the same time Creation Divine Sun. It is indeed so. In other words, my Nether Sun now possesses a very strong ability to duplicate energy? Xianxia asked. And it should be. It can duplicate many kinds of attribute energy, but you need to test it first. You should know that in this world, there are all kinds of different attribute energy. Some of them are unique and special, but you can duplicate them. Bai Suxin said. How useful is it exactly? Xianxia was also pondering over it. They are very useful, whether it is pills or runes, they are very helpful. Bai Suxin said, some medicinal ingredients possess special energy. You can duplicate that energy and then release a large amount of that energy to plant medicinal ingredients. That way, those medicinal ingredients can grow very quickly. Xianxia nodded his head, he also thought of this point earlier. And there is no need to talk about the convenience of runes. Some runes can produce special energy, you can duplicate that special energy and pour it into blood spirit power. Then you can carve that rune, it is equivalent to it being formed naturally. Whether it is finesse or other aspects, it is very good. Bai Suxin exclaimed in admiration again after she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes are filled with envy. Xianxia said with smile, little queen, you also know a lot. It is all thanks to you that I can obtain this ability. Then how are you going to thank me? Bai Suxin smiled sweetly. She moved one of her very eye-catching legs and touched Xianxia's waist gently. Qin Yan promptly grabbed her lotus leg and said with smile, "Your little white son needs me to be able to improve. I will frequently cultivate with you in the future, consider it as repaying you." Suddenly Miss Tree's voice came from inside the room. Miss Tree is this big tree, it is also one of the complete heavenly law divine runes by Sushin mastered. Sister Sushin, Three-Eyed King is here, he wants to meet you outside. He said he has a very important matter. Miss Tree said. Didn't this guy leave? Why did he come back? He is truly not afraid of death. Bai Sushin promptly got up and tidied up her long skirt to cover her beautiful and slender jade legs. Then she took out her mask and put it on. Qin Yan also got down from the bed and tidied up his clothes. Unknowingly, they have been on this bed for a long time. Little big brother, let's go, follow me to meet that Three-Eyed King. This guy should be very afraid of you. After Bai Sushin tidied up her clothes, she said with gentle smile. Qin Yan also changed into a set of luxurious white inscription master robe. It looks like he is very compatible with Bai Sushin. I still like your little youth appearance. Wait for Yueme to come back, I will let her turn you into a little youth. Bai Sushin said with smile. I won't let her turn me into a little youth again. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, don't play any bad tricks, otherwise I won't be polite. Bai Sushin brought Qin Yan out of the room and arrived at the main hall outside. Three-Eyed King was also led in by Miss Tree, he is waiting inside the main hall. When he saw Qin Yan and Bai Sushin come out together, he cannot help but become stunned because Qin Yan gives him a very familiar feeling. White Sun King, this is. Three-Eyed King looked at Qin Yan with frown. It's me. Qin Yan said with smile, I am the little youth who obtained the Heavenly Universe fire incantation. Earlier, my naughty little sister turned me small, now I have recovered. Ah. The Three-Eyed King could not help but exclaim in a low voice before he hurriedly smiled and said, so it's you, Master Qin. I've been chatting with Governor Bai for a while and I've learned a lot about you. I feel like I've been blinded. Three-Eyed King, what matter do you have with me? Bai Sushin asked. Three-Eyed King has 3 eyes, moreover he is a very strong sacred deity. He can clearly see the subtle change in the relationship between Qin Yan and Bai Sushin. There is a very important matter, I just received news that Heavenly Law Divine Origin is about to appear. That is Blue Heavenly Universe's energy source, Heavenly Law Pavilion has already sent people over. Three-Eyed King said. Heavenly Law Divine Origin? If we obtain it, what kind of benefits will there be? Qin Yan asked. We also don't know, we only know that it is Blue Heavenly Universe's energy source, this kind of thing is very mysterious. Three-Eyed King said, let's go take a look. I heard that many powerful races from Divine Desolate are rushing over. Powerful races from Divine Desolate? Bai Sushin looked at Qin Yan and asked, I heard Yueme say that those races are very strong, they are not below us, how much do you know about them? There are quite a few strong races, they are all my enemies, they are. Indeed very strong. Qin Yan nodded and said, I heard that only their King Ju came, their strongest clan emperor did not come. If they are only King Ju, their strength should be about the same as yours. Three-Eyed King promptly said, Expert Qin, my 3-Eye Heavenly City's strength is also not bad, when the time comes, I will definitely do my best to help. He knows that Qin Yan's cultivation is not high but his inscription level is very high, that is why he wants to curry favor with Qin Yan. Because he feels that he still has a chance to obtain Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl. As long as he can find one and let Qin Yan help him open it, he will be able to obtain a Heavenly Law Inheritance. He also doesn't place much hope on Heavenly Law Pavilion because he knows that they are a group of half-baked people, moreover they are very good at swindling people. Alright, let's go take a look. Yueme is not back yet, maybe she will go and join in the fun. Bai Sushin said. Xiao Yueme said that Divine Moon race is coming, so she wants to go take a look but she has not returned yet. Alright, let's go together. Heavenly Law Divine Origin should be almost exhausted, let's go take a look, maybe we will have a chance to obtain it. Three-Eye King said with smile. Oh that's right, what about Heavenly Law Pavilion? How strong is Heavenly Law Pavilion? Qin Yan doesn't know much about it. Heavenly Law Pavilion has Devil Court, Dragon Hall and Heavenly Law Hall. Among them, Devil Court is the most difficult to deal with because their magic is very strong, moreover they are very sinister. Three-Eye King said. Bai Suxin said, let's go first, Devil Court surely doesn't know how their dean died, no need to be afraid of them. Three-Eye King and Bai Suxin are both big shots of Heavenly Law universe. They have always been searching for Heavenly Law Divine Source. Now that Heavenly Law Divine Source has appeared, although it is about to be exhausted, it is still the source of energy of this huge blue sky. Maybe it is hiding some secret. Who created the blue sky universe? This was a mystery to this day, no one knew at all. Those who have entered Heavenly Law universe all want to know what kind of person created the blue sky. They all yearn for the strength of the person who created the blue sky. After all, it is a very mysterious and powerful existence. The blue sky can pass through different spacetime and pass through different god realms. This huge thing has been around for many years and has not been destroyed by all kinds of powerful attacks. Now it is going to be destroyed by themselves. This is something that people can't understand. It is very difficult to fly in Heavenly Law universe. Only those people from Heavenly Law Pavilion have the secret to fly in Heavenly Law universe. Therefore, no matter if it is Three-Eye King or Bai Suxin, even though they are very powerful people, they are still running on the ground. Three-Eye King is running at the very front, scouting the way ahead. Bai Suxin is following behind Three-Eye King. These two kings are running very fast. Although Xianxia can keep up, the difference in cultivation is too big, so he will consume a lot of energy. In order to not let Xianxia tire himself on the road, Bai Suxin is very considerate. She carried him on her back and ran on the road. Three-Eye King, who was running at the very front, would turn his head to look and feel extremely envious. Because Xianxia, who is only at the profound god realm, is being carried by a powerful great beauty. This kind of feeling makes people yearn for it. Xianxia is indeed enjoying it. He is leaning on Bai Suxin's back, sucking in the enchanting fragrance on her body. His hands are wrapped around her delicate and slender waist. Although Bai Suxin is running very fast, it is very stable. Xianxia did not feel any bumps. Xiaoyun, you can lower your hand a bit. Ling Yun'er suddenly said with smile. Xianxia is being carried on Bai Suxin's back. His hands are only wrapped around Bai Suxin's slender waist. If he goes any higher, he might be beaten up by Bai Suxin to the point that he can't take care of himself. Great beauty Yun'er, aren't you asking me to get beaten up? You must remember, this little queen is quite ruthless. Xianxia scolded in his heart, don't worry, your spirit body is about to be cultivated. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. When I fuse with my spirit body, I will definitely not let this little queen go. I will definitely not let you go. Ling Yun'er giggled, her laughter was filled with the aura of a hooligan. Xianxia leaned against Bai Suxin's back and enjoyed it a lot. In fact, he wanted to sleep a little. Bai Suxin's voice suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Big brother, I'm kind enough to carry you on my back. Don't do anything rash. Xianxia, who was drowsy, suddenly shivered and responded with a smile, little queen, what kind of person do you think I am? Humph, I'm just worried that you'll get all touchy and use the chance to do bad things to me. Bai Suxin's coquettish voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. Don't think too much, I won't act recklessly. I am an honest man. Xianxia said. Even if you suddenly get touchy, I can't do anything to you. I won't dare to hit you like last time. Bai Suxin spat in low voice, but if you do that to me, I will be very sad. Xianxia suddenly kissed her earlobe from behind and said with smile, my beautiful little queen, do you think this counts as acting recklessly? Yes. Bai Suxin pouted. Ah? I'm sorry, I made you sad. Xianxia pretended to blame himself and said. Big brother, if you want to act recklessly with me, don't do it in this kind of place. That Three-Eye King has a lot of eyes, he can see. Bai Suxin's shy voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. So that's how it is. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Three-Eye King ran in front, while feeling envious of Xianxia, he also secretly looked at him. A grown man is actually being carried by a woman. The Grand White Sun King is carrying a man on his back. If this matter were to spread out, no one in the Heavenly Law universe would believe it. Of course, this was not suggested by Xianxia, it was Bai Suxin who took the initiative to carry Xianxia. After traveling for more than half a day, it is already afternoon. Three-Eyed King, who was leading the way, arrived at a cool and refreshing forest, suddenly stopped and said, "Let's take a rest first." Bai Suxin put down Qinyun. She did not consume much energy because White Sun inside her body has very strong recovery power. Qinyun is also fine because he has been lying on the back of that fragrant great beauty the whole time. He is enjoying himself very much. Three-Eyed King is very tired. Not only is his body tired, his heart is also very tired. His heart is very tired because of envy. Expert, White Sun King must be very tired on this journey. Let me carry you for the rest of the journey. It will be the same if I carry you. Three-Eyed King said with chuckle. This three-eyed middle-aged man's appearance is rather upright, but now his smile is very vulgar. Fuck off. Qinyun immediately shouted in his heart but did not say it out loud. He revealed a smile and said indifferently, "There is no need to trouble Three-Eyed King, little queen carrying me is very good." Three-Eyed King said, "I think she is very tired, let me carry you." She is a woman, carrying you on her back must be very tiring. He is doing this because he wants to help Bai Suxin, at the same time he does not want to see Qinyun enjoying himself so much. "I am not tired," Bai Suxin said. She is indeed not tired at all because Qinyun does not have any weight. When Qinyun was on Bai Suxin's back, he used gravity to lighten his body by a lot. Moreover, Bai Suxin is a very strong woman. At most she feels like she is wearing an overcoat, there is no pressure at all. Just as Three-Eyed King wanted. To speak, Qinyun suddenly carried Bai Suxin horizontally and carried her like a standard princess carry. He also took out a very large chair and placed it beside the big tree. "Little queen, you are also tired, let me carry you." Qinyun carried Bai Suxin and sat on the chair. Bai Suxin struggled a bit, but when she sensed that Qinyun is pouring Nether Sun divine power into her while carrying her, she realized that they are going to cultivate. So she did not say anything, she sat on Qinyun's thigh and leaned on his chest. This made her feel an indescribable pleasure. Qinyun placed his hand on her abdomen and began channeling Nether Sun divine power into her body. Originally, Nether Sun and White Sun were needed to cultivate, but now it is not convenient. They can use this method to cultivate, even though the effect is very bad, they can still use this method to cultivate. Bai Suxin's White Sun is very eager to absorb Nether Sun divine power because that kind of divine power can help her White Sun break through. She is now stuck at peak sacred god realm. If she wants to break through, she can only rely on Qinyun's Nether Sun divine power. Three-Eyed King's eyes turned red looking at this scene. He really did not expect that White Sun King and a little man are showing off their affection in front of him, whispering sweet nothings to each other. After resting, it is already evening, they continued on their journey. Bai Suxin is still carrying Qinyun on her back. During the night, a blue light beam gradually appeared in front of them. This light beam seems to have come out from the ground and shot towards the sky. The 6 majestic star rivers in the sky have now twisted into a spiral shape. The center of the star rivers is the place where the light beam is connected. The place where the light beam appeared is the heavenly law divine origin. Three-Eyed King said. "It seems like we are almost there," Qinyun said. I can already sense the aura of some old friends, could it be that they fought?" Three-Eyed King said. "What good thing appeared in the world? That's why they are fighting over it," Bai Suxin doubtfully said. Qinyun opened his heavenly eye, his eyes turned blue. He looked at the light beam and said, "Three-Eyed King, inside that blue light beam that connects the heaven and earth, there is a very familiar energy. It is almost the same as the energy inside the heavenly law inheritance pearl." Three-Eyed King said in shock, "Could it be that the heavenly law inheritance pearl appeared in that place? Damn it, why didn't they tell me?" He immediately increased his speed because he really needs a heavenly law inheritance pearl, otherwise he would have wasted so many years in the heavenly law universe. In the blink of an eye, Three-Eyed King's shadow disappeared, he rushed towards the blue light beam. Bai Suxin is not in a rush because she has 2 heavenly law inheritance pearls in her hands. If she was not in a hurry to see the heavenly law divine source, she would have told Qinyun to open it long ago. That hindrance finally left, Bai Suxin said with smile. Not only Bai Suxin said this, Ling Yuner also said the same thing. "What's wrong with him?" Qinyun replied. "You talk too much." Bai Suxin laughed and put down Qinyun. Qin Yan took out Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan's spirit-chasing talisman and said, "That girl Yuemei is indeed here." Then he looked at Lu Yu, Shu Yan and Bing Xing's spirit-chasing talisman. They are also together with Xiao Yuelan. "Over there, let's go," Qin Yan said. "Anne, do you want me to carry you?" Bai Suxin said with smile. "No need," Qin Yan said with smile. "This bit of distance, I can cross it." Bai Suxin slowed down her speed and ran together with Qin Yan. There is a large tall mountain in front of them. After they crossed over those tall mountains, they saw a silver pagoda in front of them. This is Divine Moon Race's pagoda. There is a crescent moon on top of the pagoda. It looks just like a real crescent moon. "It's Divine Moon Race's pagoda," Qin Yan said in low voice. "That pagoda is on top of a tall mountain. The place where the blue light beam is gushing out is still some distance away from that pagoda." Let's go," Bai Suxin said. "I won't go, I will wait for you here." Qin Yan took out a spirit-chasing talisman and gave it to Bai Suxin. "This is a spirit-chasing talisman, it can track my position." "Why not go?" Bai Suxin asked with frown. "I heard Yuemei say that Divine Moon Race has many beautiful women. Don't you like beautiful women?" "It's good to see beautiful women." "You are a great beauty, I just want to see you," Qin Yan said with smile. "Sweet mouth, I like it." Bai Suxin giggled. Although she is wearing a mask, Qin Yan can see the sweet smile under the mask. "You really won't go?" she asked again. Qin Yan promptly shook his head. "I won't go, Divine Moon Race's territory doesn't allow men to enter. I want to find my friends, they are also nearby." Qin Yan thought that after Shinyu Heavenly Dragon went out, he would never return. He did not expect that he would appear in the Heavenly Law universe again. Shinyu Heavenly Dragon originally belonged to Heaven's Divine Desolate. Back then, he entered the Heavenly Law universe because of a coincidence. Now that the blue sky has descended on Heaven's Divine Desolate, only Shinyu Heavenly Dragon can enter and exit freely. After Bai Suxin and Qin Yan parted ways, she rushed towards Divine Moon Race's pagoda. And Qin Yan immediately went to find Xia Wufeng and others. Xia Wufeng, Yunlong, and the Divine Judge were all together. Qin Yan first went to ask them if they had gained anything in the past few days. When they were outside, they found out that there is a very important inheritance from beyond the heavens here. Those powerful ancient races secretly came here to obtain the inheritance from beyond the heavens. The powerful ancient races know a few things about the Heavenly Law universe, but they don't know the specifics. Qin Yan is rather worried that the powerful ancient races obtained formidable inheritance, especially his enemy Primal Chaos race and other powerful races. If they obtained the Heavenly Law inheritance, it would be very troublesome to deal with them in the future. Qin Yan took Xia Wufeng's spirit-chasing talisman and madly ran through the mountain forest. In the middle of the night, the few star rivers in the sky ferociously condensed into a large ball, like a flower blooming in the sky. It is very bright. Heaven's divine moon also appeared in the sky. It is still quite far from the star river. The star river transformed into a multicolored and resplendent giant flower. The center of the flower was shot by a blue light beam from the ground. The direction Qin Yan is currently going is the direction from which the blue light beam came. Xia Wufeng and others are also there. After passing through a large mountain range, Qin Yan arrived at a plain. After arriving at the plain, Qin Yan looked all around and said in shock, "This place was originally a mountain forest." Clearly, this mountain forest was flattened by a formidable power and turned into a plain. Although he arrived at this plain, Qin Yan is still very far away from the place where the blue light beam came from. Xia Wufeng is very close to him. Qin Yan took the spirit-chasing talisman and madly ran. After a short while, he saw a 3-story tall white building. The white building is lingering with white mist. There are many dragon carvings on it. This should be released by Yun Long. Qin Yan walked over, knocked on the door and shouted, "I am Qin Yan." Soon, someone opened the door. It was the divine judge who came out to open the door. After he opened the door, he very quickly grabbed Qin Yan's arm and fiercely pulled him inside. Qin Yan was pulled into a large hall. Yunlong and Xia Wufeng are both here. "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Xia Wufeng promptly asked after seeing Qin Yan. "What can happen to me?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "What are you doing? Why do you look so nervous?" The fact that the Inquisitor had dragged him in so quickly showed that he was afraid of something. Did you discover anything on your way here? Yunlong asked. No, I didn't find anything. Qin shook his head. It's just me, I didn't see anything. That's strange. Why didn't those things appear? The Grand Preceptor looked at Yunlong and Xia Wufeng with a puzzled expression. Qin sat down, crossed his legs and said with a smile, since you came here, what good things did you get? Did you obtain the Heavenly Law inheritance? Yunlong's expression was solemn as he said, let's not talk about this first. The situation outside is very unstable. It's hard to say if we can successfully return to the Divine Desolate. It's not that serious, right? When I came here, I didn't encounter anything. Moreover, I ran here. Qin said with smile, I caused such a big commotion but nothing appeared. Xia Wufeng said with frown, there is a very powerful creature in the vicinity. I can't determine if they are humans or beasts. In short, they are very strong. Before we figure out their situation, we cannot act carelessly. I still don't know what it is. Since you are so cautious, it must be very strong. Qin's expression also became grave. The Grand Preceptor, Yunlong and Xia Wufeng are not weaklings. Something that even they are so cautious about must be very dreadful. The Grand Preceptor said, we all obtained the Heavenly Law inheritance. After we came here, we received guidance and found a suitable inheritance for us. Guidance? Is there such a good thing? You three have it? Qin is very surprised. He thought that he would have to find the Heavenly Law inheritance himself. Xia Wufeng said, the Heavenly Law inheritance I obtained is a sword transformed from runes. That sword itself is a rune. After I encountered it, it very smoothly fused with my origin sword. The Grand Preceptor took out his myriad heaven's divine punishment flag and said, I also obtained a kind of rune. It is a kind of rune with thunder and lightning, it looks like a chain. After speaking, he waved the small golden flag. As the small flag danced, several black chains appeared. The chains are covered with thunder and lightning. Qin can tell that it is a Heavenly Law divine rune. Moreover, it is a very complete one. Heavenly Law divine rune can transform into beasts and humans. It can also transform into some weapons. The Heavenly Law divine rune they obtained is a complete set. Moreover, it is the kind that they obtained voluntarily. Qin looked at Yunlong and asked, Head shopkeeper, what about you? Yunlong waved his hand and a small white dragon appeared on his arm. There is a pair of white wings on the small dragon's back. It looks like a small snake coiling around Yunlong's withered arm. That small dragon is also formed from Heavenly Law divine rune. As soon as it appeared, it released a very strong dragon power. Brother Yun, what about you? What kind of Heavenly Law inheritance did you obtain? We obtained it very easily. Xia Wufeng asked. Obtained it very easily? Qin opened his eyes wide, he doesn't dare to believe it. Even for old experts like Bai Suxin and Three-Eye King, it is not easy for them to obtain Heavenly Law inheritance. The complete set of Heavenly Law divine runes that they had collected was obtained by chance after many years. There are good and bad inheritances inside the Heavenly Law inheritance pearl. Heavenly Law Pavilion's Ling Lei said before that only relatively large inheritance pearls have powerful Heavenly Universe divine incantation. The Heavenly Law inheritance I obtained is like this. Qin spread open his palm, a blue fire character appeared on it. What is this? Is it also a kind of Heavenly Law divine rune? Yunlong asked. You can say so. After I came in, there was no guidance for me to find Heavenly Law inheritance, I relied on myself. Qin curled his lips and said, your luck is really good. Divine Chief sighed and said, Palace King, you don't know, the reason why we can easily obtain Heavenly Law inheritance is because we have to complete our mission. Mission? Who gave you this mission? Qin said in shock. After Xiao Yuemei and the other 9 Sun Divine Daughters came in, it would be very easy for them to obtain Heavenly Law inheritance. Then who gave it to them? Heavenly Law Universe is a space, this space has its own soul, naturally it is the soul that gave us the mission. Yunlong said with smile, don't forget what kind of existence I am. Yunlong is originally the spirit of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Hearing his words, Qin immediately understood. He nodded and said, then what is your mission? Speaking of their mission, Xia Wufeng and the others' expression became grave. Some very strong creatures have appeared at the location of the heavenly law divine origin. Our mission is to get rid of those creatures. If we can't get rid of them, the blue sky will self-destruct to prevent those creatures from going out and harming the divine desolate. Divine Chief said. Ah? Then did the other ancient powerful races receive this mission? Qinyan asked. They all received it, but it seems like they don't want to do it because it will make them face those powerful creatures. Only Divine Moon Race and Divine Sun Race are taking action. After the other ancient powerful races obtained the inheritance, they are watching from this region. Yunlong said. Brother Yun, the three of us obtained the heavenly law inheritance very easily, so we want to stay here. Xia Wufeng said, you obtained the heavenly law inheritance by yourself, so you don't need to take risks here. Qinyan said, I am already here, I will stay here to help you. Oh, that's right, those other ancient powerful races didn't complete their mission, won't they be punished? Precisely because they don't know, they are too lazy to do it, they just left after obtaining the heavenly law inheritance. Divine Chief cursed in low voice, these bunch of irresponsible bastards. Qinyan said, things can't be that simple. I feel that if we do it well, we might get even better rewards. Divine Chief said, we also think so. Divine Moon Race and Divine Yang Race have the same thoughts as us, so they are participating. On the way here, I didn't encounter anything, why don't I go out and take a look? Qinyan said. Brother Yun, those things are just balls of blue light. Not long after we go out, those blue balls of light will appear from the ground. If we can't block them, we will be seriously injured. Xia Wufeng said. How powerful are those things? Can they injure you? Qinyan recalled his journey here and did not discover anything. A duke from the Divine Yang race was seriously injured, how terrifying do you think those things are? Divine Chief said, the Divine Yang race told us that there are living creatures inside those blue balls of light, those balls of light are just their outer shells. Qinyan said, then I still have to go out and take a look. If there are any rewards, I will get my share, right? You will definitely get your share, but this is really dangerous. Yunlong said, although I don't know why you didn't encounter those things, I still suggest that you don't go out and wait for news from the Divine Yang race. Qinyan had already walked to the door and smiled, there is no need to wait for them, I will go out and take a look. Don't worry about me, I am the 9th Yang Palace King. With that, he opened the door and walked out. The plain outside was completely empty. The sky was filled with stars that formed a giant flower, illuminating the plain. There were no blue balls of light at all. Qinyan had just come out when he sensed a familiar aura. The three-eyed king is here. Qinyan looked to the side and saw that the three-eyed king's face was covered in blood, and his body was stabbed with a few short swords. The three-eyed king was running madly towards him. Qinyan saw three-eyed king rushing over and cursed in low voice, this stupid bird, how did he end up in this kind of situation? Is he really three-eyed king or not? Whether it is by Sushin, White Sun King or Three-Eyed King, they are all overlords here. Yet now Three-Eyed King is in such a sorry state. Three-Eyed King's body has been stabbed by several short swords. Those short swords look like blue crystals and are flickering with blue light. The frequency of the blue crystal short swords flickering with blue light is the same as the blue light ball flying behind them. Although Qinyan secretly despises Three-Eyed King in his heart, he still stepped forward. After all, he is already in front of him, it would be inexcusable if he doesn't save him. Three-Eyed King originally thought that there would be some heavenly law inheritance pearl at the place where the blue light came from, so he rushed over in excitement. How could he have known that there would be such a powerful thing hidden there? Qinyan originally planned on going out to investigate, but now he can only stop temporarily. He has to save Three-Eyed King first. Seeing Three-Eyed King rushing over, Qinyan used Heavenly Eye to look at the blue light ball and discovered that there is a person inside. He can't clearly see what that person looks like, he can only see a person's silhouette and that person is sitting inside. Don't tell me that blue light ball is some kind of defensive thing? Qinyan thought. Yunlong's building is a very powerful defensive magic tool. It was obtained by Yunlong from the Heavenly Law pawn shop, so he is not afraid of that thing's attack. It's that kind of thing. Yunlong opened the door and shouted, quickly come in. Xianxia retreated to the door and shouted at Three-Eye King, quickly run in. Three-Eye King saw a place to hide and immediately sped up. He is somewhat worried that the Cloud Dragon building is not strong enough, but he can't care about it now. In the blink of an eye, the Three-Eye King charged over and charged through the gate. At the same time, Yunlong closed the door. Boom, the Cloud Dragon building was rammed by the blue thing. The building let out a burst of rumbling sound, it even began to shake violently. Boom, another loud noise was heard. The blue light ball outside rammed again, it wants to destroy the building. Manager, is your Cloud Dragon building reliable? Xianxia asked. Don't worry, we were besieged by several of those things before, but they could only leave in the end. Yunlong said. The blue orb that attacked us before was a lot bigger than the one outside, the Grand Inquisitor said. The Three-Eyed King sat on the ground while the Divine Judge and Yunlong went over to treat his injuries. Expert, this time it is all thanks to you, otherwise I would have been finished. Three-Eyed King is very grateful towards Qin Yun, then he immediately thanked Yunlong and the others. Qin Yun and Xia Wufeng took out the 5 blue short swords from Three-Eyed King's body and began studying them. Three-Eyed King, how did you encounter that thing? Qin Yun said, did you not resist? Three-Eyed King was very powerful. When Yunlong and Shenting were healing him, they felt the powerful divine power in Three-Eyed King's body. They were shocked. What shocked them the most was that this powerful fellow was actually chased by the blue ball of light to the point that he had to flee in a sorry state and was almost killed. Resist? I don't know how to resist, I can't break that blue energy barrier. Three-Eyed King said, through the eye on my forehead, I can see that there is a person inside. I can also see it. That person's body is very big. Qin Yun said. Indeed. Three-Eyed King wiped the blood off his face and said, that blue energy barrier is made of a blue crystal, it looks like the material of blue sky cosmos. Qin Yun looked at the blue short swords and said, this kind of blue crystal must have come from inside a formidable divine sun. He is not unfamiliar with this kind of material, he often saw this kind of crystal material in White Sun Heavenly City, it also came from inside a formidable Sunday. In that case, this kind of creature was born from inside a certain type of divine sun? Yunlong said with frown, this kind of creature is not easy to deal with. Primal Chaos race is a similar race, Primal Chaos race people are born from Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Xia Wufeng said, this kind of short sword is formed from energy. Through a kind of profound sword rune, it can be quickly condensed into shape. Qin Yun vigorously pinched the short sword in his hand and said in amazement, it has just been condensed and it is already so sturdy, this kind of energy is truly dreadful. My guess is that their blue balls are condensed from their energy, so they are very sturdy and difficult to penetrate. Three-Eyed King said, I used my weapon to attack it but it was directly destroyed. Qin Yun's heart is stirred, he very much wants to master this kind of strange blue energy. It must be known that his nether sun has the ability to duplicate all kinds of attribute energy. If he can absorb enough of this kind of blue energy, maybe he can also master this kind of technique. Normally, many people can use divine power inside their body to condense materialized weapons but they are not sturdy enough. The short sword in his hand is condensed from special divine sun power, it directly transformed into sturdy crystal, it looks just like the sturdy material inside a sundae. That thing is still outside, I want to go out and meet it. Qin Yun made up his mind and said. This is very dangerous. Palace King, don't go out and take risks. Divine Judge said. That thing is not easy to deal with, I used my origin sword to attack it but it was very difficult to break it. Yunlong shook his head. Xia Wufeng said, Yun old boy, you have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, I don't know whether or not this formation can take down that thing or not. Qin Yun also has this kind of plan, he said with smile, we will know after we go out and give it a try. Three-Eyed King is very startled seeing that Qin Yun really wants to go out. He knows that Qin Yun's cultivation is not high, although he is quite strong, he is not as strong as him. Great shopkeeper, open the door. Qin Yun said. Yunlong immediately opened the door. Qin Yun used light transformation sacred pupil and rushed out in a flash. After he went out, he immediately released 9 altars. The 9 altars became as big as mountains and surrounded all around. Qin Yun is at the center of the altar. Yunlong and others are inside the room, looking outside through the window. Expert is truly awesome, his great formation is very strong. Three-Eye King has 3 eyes, he can see many complex and formidable runes inside the altars. Xianxia is standing inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, he suddenly sensed a very formidable aura rushing over. Xiaoyun, that thing is coming. Ling Yuner yelled. Let's not attack. Xianxia used transcending sky step and immediately left this place. The blue light ball suddenly dropped down from the sky, like a meteor, it ruthlessly smashed on the ground. Just as Xianxia dodged, the ground trembled and burst out a burst of blue light rays. At this moment, everyone can feel that the blue light ball is very violent, it seems like it is very angry. The blue light ball ruthlessly smashed down. If one cannot dodge in time, even a powerful expert like Three-Eye King would be smashed to death. Open! Xianxia opened the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is operating and releasing very strong sealing power. 9 gigantic chains that looked like dragons flew out of the 9 altars that looked like mountains. The 9 dragon heads locked onto the blue sphere of light in the middle of the formation. Roar, 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 dragon roars vibrated out, 9 colored light rays burst out and wrapped around the blue light ball. The 9 dragons' chains circled around the blue ball of light, binding it tightly. However, the blue light ball is still very violent, it is trembling up and down. Xianxia can only control the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to continue operating, it consumes a great amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy. Just a moment ago, he used up quite a few Divine Universe Golden Stones. But even so, it is not enough to completely suppress the blue light ball. Palace King, quickly stop! Yunlong suddenly shouted, that thing can't be suppressed, it is about to explode. Divine Judge also hastily shouted, quickly come back. Other guys are coming over. Three-Eye King cried out in fear, there are at least 10 of those things rushing over. My house's defense is very strong, it is something from the Heavenly Dao pawnshop, it has a Heavenly Dao barrier, so it can block. Yunlong continued shouting from inside the Cloud Dragon brothel, come back and hide first. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Yunlong just mentioned Heavenly Dao barrier, this reminded Xianxia. A very complex rune formation appeared in Xianxia's mind, his eyes turned blue, he completely opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye could release the runes in his mind. If his blood soul power was strong enough, he could release an even stronger rune formation in an instant. A huge blue net suddenly appeared in the sky, it is formed from densely packed runes. There are many light dots in the net, between these light dots, there are many constantly changing rune threads connecting them. The entire net is slowly revolving, it looks like the stars are moving. This is the Heavenly God Seal restriction. Xianxia was sealed by the Heavenly God Sealing restriction before, so he has a very good understanding of the Heavenly God Sealing restriction. Combined with the Heavenly Eye and the Heavenly Blood in his body, as well as the blood soul power transformed from the Heavenly Dao image, he can create a simplified version of the Heavenly God Sealing restriction. The Heavenly God Seal restriction enveloped the blue light ball in the middle of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The originally crazily struggling blue light ball suddenly became very quiet, as if it has been suppressed. Xianxia immediately withdrew the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After the 9-dragon chain disappeared, the thing under the blue light ball can be seen, it is a very heavy blue crystal ball. Inside the blue crystal ball, there is a person with a large head and thick neck. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, put the sealed blue crystal ball into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and rushed back to the Cloud Dragon brothel. Indeed there are more than 10 of those blue light balls outside. After Xianxia entered the Cloud Dragon brothel, Divine Judge and others became very excited because Xianxia has truly caught one of those things. Head shopkeeper, can your brothel hold on? Xianxia asked. Three-Eye King's injuries have not healed but he is very excited now because Xianxia has truly obtained this mysterious thing. He stood to the side, kicked the blue crystal ball hard, and cursed in a low voice, this damn thing, as soon as it saw me, it directly attacked me without saying a word. Hurry up and get rid of that damn thing inside. Xianxia and Three-Eye King can see that there is a rather large person sitting inside. This person is still struggling inside. He is constantly releasing formidable energy to try and break Xianxia's heaven sealing restriction. The surface of the blue crystal ball is covered with a layer of net condensed from runes. This is the heaven sealing restriction. It is flickering continuously. These runes are flowing at a very fast speed. These runes were formed by Xianxia's blood soul power. These runes won't last very long. This is the heaven sealing God forbidden land? Yunlong said in shock after seeing it. You have mastered the legendary heaven sealing restriction? Divine Judge's face is filled with shock as he looked at Xianxian. He also knows how dreadful the heaven sealing restriction is. Xianxian's expression is grave as he said, we must quickly get that guy out of there. First we must break this crystal ball. Although the crystal ball is condensed from energy, it can transform into a very solid blue crystal. It is not easy to break it. Three-Eye King is a formidable old expert, but when he was being chased before, he was unable to break the crystal ball's defense. Expert, I don't have any method to break it. Three-Eye King shook his head and said with sigh, when I was being chased before, I used very formidable power and damaged 2 divine weapons, yet I still couldn't break it. Divine Judge and Yunlong also shook their heads. Xia Wufeng took out his origin sword and said, I will give it a try. My sword has fused with heavenly law inheritance before, it is time to test its might. Xianxian's cultivation is too low, moreover, he wants to preserve his power to strengthen the heaven sealing restriction. Therefore, he cannot take action unless he has no other choice. Xia Wufeng took out his origin sword. It has undergone a great transformation, its surface is flowing with faint blue light, giving people a kind of indescribable formidable might. As soon as he took out his origin sword, Xianxian and Three-Eye King who are standing near him cannot help but take 2 steps back, they are scared by the dreadful sharpness of the sword. Indeed very strong. Xianxian exclaimed. Good sword. The eye on the forehead of the Three-Eyed King gazed at the divine life sword and exclaimed in admiration. Xia Wufeng said, Brother Yun, if I stab with my sword, I might destroy the heavenly god sealing prohibition. Therefore, my sword must stab accurately. Three-Eye King, we have determined that guy's head and marked a point. Xianxian said. All right. Three-Eye King and Xianxian went over together. After discussing for a while, they finally confirmed one thing. If Xia Wufeng's sword could break through the solid blue crystal on the surface of the crystal ball, it could pierce through the head of the person inside. Get ready. Yunlong said. A small white dragon appeared on his arm. In the hands of the Grand Inquisitor, I was only holding the enlarged deity's punishment flag. The Three-Eyed King hid to the side because he was already injured. Boom boom boom, just as Xia Wufeng was about to draw his sword, the Cloud Dragon restaurant suddenly suffered a frenzied attack. More than 10 blue crystal balls are flying over from outside, they are now ferociously attacking the Cloud Dragon restaurant. I am starting. Xia Wufeng's expression is solemn, he lightly shouted and then stabbed with his sword. Formidable sword intent is like a furious roar, it gives people a feeling of majestic aura. Xia Wufeng's origin divine sword very smoothly stabbed into the blue crystal ball and pierced through the head of the person inside. However, the person inside did not die. Xianxian is tightly holding the myriad heaven divine saber, he suddenly feels somewhat nervous. Xia Wufeng pulled out his sword, a light silver liquid is flowing on the sword's blade, it seems like the blood of the person inside. Xianxian thought that the person inside would have blue blood, he really did not expect it to be silver. Blood. That guy is still alive. Three-Eye King said with frown, it seems like the head is not his vital point. Xianxian used his heavenly eye and saw that the person inside has become very manic and is constantly struggling. Boss Xia, continue stabbing. Xianxian said. All right. Next, Xia Wufeng stabbed the crystal ball dozens of times. What caused Xianxian and Three-Eye King to be shocked is that the person inside can still move. It's about time, cut it open. Xianxian is tightly holding the divine saber, if the person inside is still very strong, he will immediately take action. Yunlong and Divine Judge are also very strong, with them by his side, Xianxian feels a lot more at ease. The reason why Xia Wufeng's sword can pierce through the blue crystal ball is because he obtained the heavenly law inheritance. He said that the heavenly law inheritance is a sword condensed from runes and fused with his origin divine sword. And now he wants his origin divine sword to release that kind of blue light, it consumes a lot of energy. This consumes a great amount of blood and mental power. Therefore, if Xia Wufeng cuts open the blue crystal ball, he will become very weak. Next, he can only rely on Qin Yun and others. Xia Wufeng gritted his teeth and cut open the blue crystal ball with great difficulty. The person inside finally appeared. Qin Yun and 3-Eye King could only see the person's silhouette before, they could not clearly see what kind of person he is. Now they can clearly see it. That person's whole body is silver, his head is very big, his neck is very thick, his body is short and stout. Looking at his body shape, he is very suitable to hide inside the crystal ball. "You bunch of skinny monkeys, die for me," that silver-skinned person bellowed, his body flickered with blue light. A kind of stinging pain suddenly enveloped Qin Yun and others. It made them feel as if their skin and flesh are being crushed by someone. It is very painful. Divine Judge brazenly waved the myriad heaven divine punishment banner in his hand, boundless power violently rushed out, accompanied by several chains that tied up the silver-skinned person. Roar! The small white dragon on Yunlong's arm burst out a deafening roar, then flew out like a white lightning and tied up the silver-skinned person. "Palace King, quickly attack!" Divine Judge yelled. Qin Yun promptly rushed over, one hand pressed on the silver-skinned person's head, the other hand on his heart. He promptly urged the Nether Sun and burst out an incomparably formidable devouring power. In the blink of an eye, Yunlong and others can see the silver-skinned person's energy frantically rushing into Qin Yun's arm. Qin Yun's arm swelled up, blue veins popped out on the back of his hands, silver and blue energy can be seen flowing through them. Hoo! Qin Yun's sleeves have been torn apart by the energy rushing out. Silver and blue light can be seen flowing through his swollen arms. "You bunch of wretched monkeys! I will eat you," that silver-skinned person bellowed. That silver-skinned person's body was originally short and stout, but now his swollen body is becoming thinner and thinner. Qin Yun did not expect that this guy's body would contain such dreadful energy. This kind of energy entered his body and caused him to feel a stinging pain. Luckily his body is very tough, he can endure this kind of energy. The silver-blue energy did not linger in Qin Yun's body, instead it directly rushed into the Nether Sun. If it remained inside Qin Yun's body, it would cause him great pain. Nether Sun is frantically devouring the silver-blue energy. As for whether or not it can be duplicated, Qin Yun is not sure. His grasp of Nether Sun's newly formed ability is not very good. Moreover, it is only by Sushin's analysis and guess. He will know the specifics after testing. The Cloud Dragon restaurant is being crazily attacked by many blue crystal balls. It makes people feel as if the restaurant will break at any time. After that silver-skinned person madly screamed for a while, he suddenly stopped because his soul has been completely devoured by Qin Yun's Nether Sunday. Qin Yun can also sense that there is another kind of soul body inside the Nether Sun. He promptly closed his eyes and earnestly probed the Nether Sun's situation. Very soon, he sensed that there is a blue soul body inside. What kind of energy is this? Qin Yun is very doubtful in his heart. When he opened his eyes, the silver-skinned person has already become very shriveled, he has been completely devoured. Yunlong and the Divine Judge also put away their things and let out a long sigh of relief. 3-Eye King is standing on the side, not daring to breathe loudly. He can clearly see that Qin Yun has devoured the silver-skinned person. "Palace King, are you all right?" Divine Judge asked. "I'm fine." Qin Yun's face is filled with pain just now, but now he is full of energy. He said with laugh, "Great shopkeeper, it seems like your Cloud Dragon restaurant is very dangerous." Yunlong also relaxed and sat down on a chair. He said with smile, "Rest assured, we were besieged before, this Cloud Dragon restaurant can withstand it. There are many blue crystals on the ground, they are all very sturdy. I wonder if these things can be used to refine tools or not." Qin Yun picked up a broken crystal and said with frown, "We can't carve runes on it, moreover it is very difficult to forge." 3-Eye King said, "What kind of thing is this? How can it be so dreadful? Even if we joined hands, we could only kill one with great difficulty." Everyone immediately became silent, just one silver-skinned person is enough for them to toss and turn. Qin Yun closed his eyes, he wants to try whether or not he can condense that kind of blue crystal. He originally thought that he could only use the blue soul body to try, he did not expect that White Sun's energy would suddenly join in and then add in Nether Sun's energy. Very soon, a small black knife appeared in Qin Yun's hand. This is not a blue crystal, rather it is a black crystal. After Qin Yan took out this small black knife, his face became deathly pale. Just now a great amount of heavenly blood was sucked out of him. What is this thing? Xia Wufeng promptly asked. I don't know. Qin Yan took out the small black knife and threw it at a blue crystal on the ground. He used it as a throwing knife. When the knife stabbed at the blue crystal, it very easily pierced through it. So strong. Xia Wufeng lightly cried out, I have to use very formidable power to pierce through that blue crystal. Qin Yan is still unable to determine whether or not the black crystal he condensed can truly break those blue crystals. Because those blue crystals on the ground were attacked before and sealed by the heavenly god sealing restriction. Boss Xia, look at these blue crystals, are they as solid as before? Qin Yan said and then looked at the small black knife in his hand. In order to condense this small black knife, he consumed a great amount of heavenly blood and blood spirit power to condense this small knife. If he can truly deal with those blue crystals, then after he recovers, he will be able to condense 2 or 3 more. Xia Wufeng, the Cloud Dragon, and the Three-Eyed King all picked up larger pieces of blue crystals and began to probe them carefully. Those blue crystals dropped down from the blue crystal ball, it turned into a shell and protected the silver-skinned man inside. Qin Yan feels that if his cultivation was higher, he would be able to condense even more black crystals and turn them into a shell just like the silver-skinned man. These blue crystals are still as solid as before. Three-Eyed King said with certainty because he desperately attacked these blue crystals before. Qin Yan is now very weak, Yun Long and the others can also see it but they don't know why he is like this. Qin Yan wants to take this opportunity to test out the small black crystal knife. He took the knife and arrived in front of a relatively large blue crystal. Although he is very weak, he used the small black knife to cut the surface of the blue crystal and left behind a scratch. Seeing how Qin Yan easily left behind a scratch on the blue crystal, Three-Eyed King and the others are extremely shocked. Even Xia Wufeng had to use a great amount of strength to leave behind this kind of scratch. Yun, old boy, how did you do it? You look very weak, it seems like you didn't use much strength to leave a scratch on the blue crystal. Xia Wufeng curiously asked. The reason why Qin Yan is very weak is because he used the ability he just devoured and copied, so he consumed a great amount of heavenly blood. It's because I use this saber. Qin Yan handed over the knife to Xia Wufeng and said, Boss Xia, try using this knife. Xia Wufeng took the knife and immediately tried using it. But no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't even leave a scratch on the blue crystal. Strange, why can't other people use it? Qin Yan is very surprised. You should be the only one who can use this, right? I feel that there is a very strong energy inside this knife but when I use it, the energy is not active at all. Xia Wufeng said. Qin Yan received it and roughly understood the reason. He felt that whether it was the knife or the blue crystal, they were all made of special energy. The energy turned into a solid and was very strong. Coupled with the power bestowed by the invisible runes, it was able to cut through the blue crystals. Just like those Divine Universe divine weapons. Divine Universe metal stone or Divine Universe amethyst could be ground into powder and added into the refinement process, making those divine artifacts very strong. However, the Divine Universe metal stone and Divine Universe amethyst were formed from energy. Once they were exhausted, the Divine Universe divine weapon would return to its original form. Only I can use this kind of thing. Wait until I recover, I will think of a way to deal with those guys outside. Qin Yan said. There were still more than 10 blue crystal balls outside. If they could kill them all, they would be able to leave this place. We're all tired. Let's go and rest. The Cloud Dragon restaurant is very safe. Wait until we recover. Yun Long said. Qin Yan took the blue crystals and went to a room upstairs. Xiao Yun, these blue crystals must have some use. Ling Yin'er said, we must make good use of them. Qin Yan nodded and said, I think so too. I will use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to practice. Xiao Yun, wait. Ling Yin'er saw Qin Yan take out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and hastily shouted. What's wrong? Qin Yan took away the blue crystals. There are also quite a few of them. They piled up beside him. Only you can use those black crystals. And the black crystals you condensed used the power of the blood soul. This means that your soul power has been injected into the black crystals, so that means that it is a strand of your soul. Ling Yun'er said. Qinyan immediately understood what Ling Yun'er said. This meant that the remnant soul of the mysterious silver-skinned eccentric is inside the blue crystals. Qinyan promptly took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and placed a large number of blue crystal fragments inside. Sure enough, he refined a lot of soul power. After the soul power inside the blue crystals was refined, Qinyan placed the blue crystal fragments into the pale transformation heavenly furnace. The pale transformation heavenly furnace is absorbing the energy of the divine universe golden stone and is currently refining the blue crystals. I wonder what will be refined. Qinyan is very much looking forward to it. Only by consuming a large amount of divine universe power can I refine it. The things refined will definitely be very strong. The pale transformation heavenly furnace refined for an entire night before stopping, consuming the energy of a divine universe golden stone. This made Qinyan's heart ache. In the past, a divine universe golden stone was enough to use for a long time, but now, it has been used up in a single night. He excitedly opened the pale transformation heavenly furnace and a blue light immediately burst out from inside. What is this? Qinyan only saw a squarish crystal. It looked like a miniature version of the blue sky cosmos. It's not round, it's really strange. Most of the things Qinyan refined with the pale transformation heavenly furnace were round. The square crystal is as big as a die and is very heavy. After Qinyan took it out, he secretly probed the energy inside and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This aura seems to be similar to heavenly blood. Qinyan's heavenly blood is blue, but it is only light blue, meaning it is not pure enough. Xiaoyun, try and see if you can absorb the energy inside. Ling Yun'er said. Alright. Qinyan used the nether sun to try and absorb the energy inside the crystal but failed. This won't do. I will put it inside the nether sun and give it a try. Qinyan said with frown. He placed the small crystal inside the nether sun. The nether sun revolved and began to refine the small crystal. It was able to slowly refine out the blue energy. What surprised Qinyan is that the heavenly Tao image is actually absorbing this energy. Strange, could it be that this blue energy is heavenly power? Qinyan is very suspicious in his heart. Why can only the heavenly Tao image absorb it? Ling Yun'er hastily shouted, Xiaoyun, quickly stop. Your body is not strong enough. If the heavenly Tao image opens the 10th mysterious divine Tao meridian, you won't be able to endure it and you will be done for. After Qinyan heard this, he immediately took out the blue square crystal from the nether sun. Although he can't use it now, it will definitely be very useful in the future. I want to collect more of them. In the future, when I cultivate the heavenly Tao image, I will have to rely on these things. Qinyan feels that the heavenly Tao image is becoming more and more mysterious. After resting for a day, Qinyan finally recovered. He went downstairs and arrived at the hall on the first floor. Xia Wufeng's spirit is very good, he has also recovered. Three-Eye King's complexion has improved a lot. There are still some injuries on his body, but it is not a big problem. Those things are still outside. They seem to know that one of their companions has been killed, so they haven't left. Yun Long said. Don't tell me they want to trap us here until we die? Divine Judge said with frown, this is not the way to go. Even if we can't complete our mission, we have to leave this place and return to Divine Desolate. If they don't return to Divine Desolate, the blue sky will self-destruct and they will all be finished. Qinyan's harvest this time is quite plentiful. He learned many heavenly law divine runes and also obtained the inheritance. He also got to know the interesting little Queen White Sun King. Don't worry, the heavenly law inheritance you obtained should be used to deal with those things. Qinyan said, this means that the heavenly law inheritance can restrain those silver freaks to a certain extent. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, it's precisely because I obtained the heavenly law inheritance that my sword can pierce through those blue crystals. Three-Eye King said with an envious expression, I don't have any heavenly law inheritance. Qinyan also obtained a heavenly universe fire mantra. It should be a very strong heavenly law inheritance. If you believe me, I have a way to bring you guys out. After careful consideration, Qinyan said with a confident smile. Brother Yun, of course I believe you. Xia Wufeng smiled slightly, I'll listen to you. Your cultivation is not high but your ability is not small. We are all very clear about this. Divine Judge said with a smile, Palace King, you have the final say. Yunlong chuckled and said, Nine Yang Palace King, you are still a profound god, right? Could it be that you have broken through and become a great god? Three-Eye King shrugged his shoulders and said, Expert, I don't have any heavenly law inheritance. I am just messing around. Of course I want to follow you guys. I will go out first and release the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After that, you guys will come out again. You will use the heavenly law inheritance to seal those guys and I will also use the heavenly god seal restriction. As long as I can seal them, I can kill them. Xianxia took out the small black knife. The key to success or failure is this mysterious and powerful small black knife. All right. Yunlong nodded and said. Three-Eye King, you stay here and pay attention to the situation in the distance. Xianxia said again. I am good at this. My third eye can see very far. Three-Eye King said with smile. After they finished discussing, they began to take action. Xianxia was the first to rush out. The moment he went out, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation appeared. The 12 blue crystal balls outside immediately concentrated their attacks on Xianxia. They condensed all kinds of blue crystal weapons and randomly flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia used Void Step to quickly dodge and released 2 Heavenly God Seal restriction at the same time. He used Heavenly Eye to condense 1 Heavenly God Seal restriction and the other one used Body Condensing Rune technique to hide inside his body. 2 Heavenly God Seal restriction fell down like a large net, suppressing more than 10 blue crystal balls, causing them to be unable to move for a moment. Yunlong, Xia Wufeng and Divine Judge immediately rushed out and used the heavenly law inheritance they obtained to release their strongest power to further suppress those blue crystal balls. With so many blue crystal balls, Xianxia's 2 simplified versions of Heavenly God Seal restriction are not enough to suppress them. Yunlong, Divine Judge and Xia Wufeng's cultivation are very high and their divine power is even stronger. With their heavenly law inheritance, they can suppress them for a period of time. Xianxia threw the small black knife with all his might. Xianxia's small black saber very easily pierced through those blue crystal balls. It looks very sharp, it smoothly pierced through the solid crystal balls. Yunlong, Divine Judge and Three-Eye King are old generation experts, they know very well how powerful those blue crystal balls are. Seeing how Xianxia easily pierced through them, they are filled with admiration and also deeply shocked. Xianxia used his mental power to control the small black saber, it is as easy as controlling his own hands and feet. After all, the small black saber is condensed from a large amount of blue heavenly blood and blood spirit power, it is very easy to control. When the small black saber is flying, it is indeed releasing internal energy. This means that the small black saber is burning its own energy. Once it consumes enough energy, the small black saber will gradually become weaker. Divine Judge, Yunlong and Xia Wufeng all moved to the side and watched as Xianxia controlled the small black saber to pierce through the blue crystal balls. Xianxia's expression is very grave. Because after he opened his heavenly eye, he saw that although the small black saber has pierced many holes on the bodies of those people inside the blue crystal balls, their power has not weakened at all. Those blue crystal balls are exploding with even more intense blue light. When the blue light shone on Xianxia and the others, they can feel a kind of pain. Yun old boy, what is the situation? Xia Wufeng can also see that something is wrong and promptly asked. Those guys are very hard to kill. Xianxia said with frown, everyone, prepare yourselves. Those silver-skinned freaks might come out and attack us. Yunlong's expression slightly changed, he hastily said, Palace King, that heavenly god sealing restriction can't seal them? If those guys come out of those crystal balls, how strong will they be? I don't know, so we must prepare ourselves. I have a premonition that those things are about to come out. Xianxia said. Divine Judge firmly held the heavenly divine punishment flag in his hand, waved it a few times and yelled, I am ready. Three-Eye King suddenly yelled from inside the Cloud Dragon restaurant, I can see that those guys are quickly recovering, do they have undying bodies? How are they recovering? Yunlong asked. It seems like they are absorbing the blue crystal ball's energy to recover. Three-Eye King said, the holes on their bodies are quickly healing. Qin cursed in low voice, "These things are too strong, they are indeed very difficult to deal with. If we let these things escape to Divine Desolate, it will bring about a great disaster." Xia Wufeng said, "Those blue crystal balls should have taken a very long time to condense a protective shell. At the same time, they can store energy. Right now, they are absorbing the energy of the protective shell to recover." "That's right. These fellows are really hard to deal with when they launch a group attack." Qin nodded and said, "We need to take advantage of this opportunity to find a way to deal with these guys. These guys might become our powerful enemies in the future." Qin continued to control the black saber to stab at the blue crystal balls. Although he could pierce through them, it was difficult for him to kill the silver-skinned monsters. Bang! Suddenly, a blue crystal ball was split in half. A short and fat silver-skinned monster with a slightly larger head ran out. The silver-skinned man had a pair of silver eyes. After he ran out, he condensed a blue crystal broadsword in his hand and pounced towards the nearest holy judge. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the other blue crystal ball suddenly split in half from the middle, and the silver-skinned monsters inside all ran out. What caused Qin to be alarmed is that his heavenly god seal restriction has been broken through in a short while. The holy judge's myriad heaven's divine punishment flag madly danced and released a large area of intense golden light. A few large golden chains flew out of the flag and wrapped around a silver-skinned monster that pounced over. After the other dozen or so silver-skinned monsters broke through the crystal ball, they seemed to have gone mad and broke through the second layer of heavenly god seal restriction in a short while. Qin's heavenly god seal restriction is a simplified version. It is not the real heavenly god seal restriction, therefore its power is very limited. Yunlong's small white dragon flew out. As it roared, it spouted out a large amount of white light storm with runes on it, forcing the silver-skinned monsters to retreat. Xia Wufeng used his origin divine crystal to coordinate with his exquisite movement technique to rush over and hack at those silver-skinned monsters. Qin doesn't dare to approach them. He can only control his small black saber to pierce the bodies of those silver-skinned monsters and disturb them. His small black saber can easily pierce through those silver-skinned monsters, but it can't kill them. Xia Wufeng also tried to cut those silver-skinned monsters into 8 pieces, but those pieces quickly reassembled and formed another silver-skinned monster. The silver-skinned man they killed previously was devoured by Qin. They did not attempt to kill the silver-skinned man. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, try using the Heavenly Universe Fire Curse. Heavenly Universe Fire Curse consumes a lot of energy, moreover it will also consume my heavenly blood." Qin Yun used it once before. With his current cultivation, he cannot use it continuously. However, he feels that the Heavenly Universe Fire Curse should have a great effect. After all, it is the strongest type of heavenly law inheritance. Qin promptly sent voice transmission to Yunlong and others and said, "Think of a way to gather them together." He also controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and released a whirlpool at the center of the formation. Yunlong, Xia Wufeng and the Holy Judge also promptly sent the fleeing silver-skinned monsters back. More than 10 silver-skinned monsters are now gathered in the middle. The Holy Judge's forehead is filled with blue veins. The myriad heaven's divine punishment flag in his hand surged out chains that look like angry dragons and tied up more than 10 silver-skinned monsters together. Yunlong's small white dragon has also become very big. Like a white rope, it tied up more than 10 struggling silver-skinned monsters. "Head shopkeeper, withdraw your white dragon. I am worried that it will be injured," Qin said. "All right." Yunlong shouted, "I will shout 3 times and withdraw." That small white dragon is the heavenly law inheritance Yunlong obtained. Its strength is also very formidable and it can suppress the silver-skinned monsters to a certain extent. Yunlong shouted 3 times and retracted his little white dragon. Soon after, Qin pushed forward with his palm and used the Heavenly Universe Fire Curse. A huge blue fire character formed from all kinds of complex and profound runes appeared. It is like a mountain moving forward along with a huge wave. It has an ancient aura of vicissitudes, as if it came from the mysterious ancient times. The most dreadful thing is the heavenly might that suffocates people. Boom, the fire character rushed over and enveloped more than 10 silver-skinned monsters. At the same time, blue flames surged out, more than 10 silver-skinned monsters immediately roared in anger. Their bodies are being burned by the blue flames, causing them to struggle and roar in pain. The scene is still very frightening. The Holy Judge has already retracted the power of the myriad heaven's divine punishment flag. He looked at the terrifying blue flames in front of him in shock. What a terrifying flame! Yunlong's old eyes are filled with doubt because he has a familiar feeling towards this kind of flame. Xianxia let out a long sigh, his face is somewhat pale. Just now, the heavenly blood in his body was almost sucked dry. Fortunately, he obtained Bai Yang's ability before, so he has a very strong recovery ability. He absorbed the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy into his body and converted it into White Sun Divine Power through Bai Yang to quickly recover. Although his recovery speed is very fast, he can't recover immediately. It requires a process. The silver-skinned monsters' bodies are covered in blue flames, causing them to howl and roll on the ground in pain. Even so, these silver-skinned monsters still have a very strong berserk power within their bodies. After Xianxia recovered a bit, he quickly picked up all the blue crystals on the ground. They are things that are very useful to him. These guys are really hard to kill. Yunlong looked at the silver-skinned monster and sighed in fear. If it weren't for you, Nine-Yang Palace King, we really wouldn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. Xianxia looked at the small black saber in his hand. He originally thought that the black saber could break through the blue crystals and easily kill the silver-skinned monsters inside. However, he was gravely mistaken. The small black saber could not kill the silver-skinned monsters. It could not even seriously injure them. It could only easily break through the blue crystals. He felt that his mastery of the Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation was not enough because every time he released it, he would release the strongest Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation. He wanted to release a weaker one so that the consumption wouldn't be too great. If I can use the Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation to release enough Heavenly Universe Blue Flame and hide it inside the small black saber, when the small black saber pierces the silver-skinned monsters, I can set them on fire. Xianxia thought for a bit and thought of a way to deal with the silver-skinned monsters. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, go and devour them. Is there any use in devouring their power? I don't know, I will give it a try. Xianxia wanted to go over but Yunlong pulled him back. You are very weak now, don't go over. Yunlong said. Help me catch one. Xianxia nodded. Yunlong and Divine Judge cooperated and sent a silver-skinned monster whose entire body is on fire over. Xianxia went over to devour and discovered that he can only devour the blue flame and not the energy inside the silver-skinned monster's body. It seems like Nether Sun doesn't need this kind of energy, so it stopped devouring. Xianxia devoured most of the blue flame and unexpectedly recovered very quickly. Three-Eye King, who was in the Cloud Dragon restaurant, suddenly shouted, I saw many blue specks of light in the distance. What he is looking at is the direction of the blue light beam. Then let's quickly leave. Xianxia said. These guys are not completely dead yet. Yunlong looked at those silver-skinned monsters and said. Let's go so that we won't be besieged again. Divine Judge said. Three-Eye King ran out of the Cloud Dragon Manor. Yunlong put away the building, and then they started to run together, wanting to get away from this area. When Xianxia left, he took back a lot of blue flame. The flame entered his body and transformed into heavenly blood, allowing him to recover a lot. Although this time it was rather smooth, it was very thrilling and their consumption was not small. While they are madly running, they sensed an indescribable pressure rushing over from behind. When Xianxia took back the flame, he kept a portion of it and sent it into the small black saber. There are many blue crystal balls chasing after them. Xianxia noticed that there are more than 100 of them. The aura they are releasing is filled with fury, giving Xianxia and others a very strong oppressive feeling. No wonder the other strong races are not taking action to fight those things. Xianxia looked behind him and said. Indeed, it is very difficult to fight. Moreover, those strong races obtained the heavenly law inheritance, they won't suffer any retribution even if they don't take action. Divine Chief sighed and said, actually, if we join hands, we might be able to win. Xianxia said, who obtained those heavenly law inheritance? About 100 people obtained heavenly law inheritance. You also saw that our heavenly law inheritance is very effective in dealing with those monsters. Yunlong said. Just now, Yunlong, Xia Wufeng, and the Grand Inquisitor had used their heavenly law inheritances to suppress the blue crystal balls and the silver men within them. They just could not completely exterminate them. If they were besieged, they would not be in such a sorry state like Three-Eyed King. More than 100 people obtained heavenly law inheritance. If we join hands, we will have a very good chance of victory, Three-Eyed King said. His heart is filled with regret because he has been in this heavenly law universe for so long, yet he has not obtained any heavenly law inheritance. Indeed. But now only Divine Sun Race and Divine Moon Race are willing to participate. Our numbers are too few. Yunlong shook his head and said with sigh, many people from other strong races have obtained heavenly law inheritance. Qinyan also wants to know what kind of heavenly law inheritance Xiao Yuemei and others have obtained. Xiao Yuemei, Yu Shi, Xian Rujing, Luiwa Shuyan and Star God have all arrived together with Divine Moon Race inside that pagoda. Qinyan now knows that this pagoda is used to defend against those blue crystal balls. What about Nine Sun Heavenly Race? Did they not take action? Qinyan asked. His relationship with the nameless old man of Nine Sun Heavenly Race can be considered good. They slipped away. Divine Chief said with disdain, these guys are all greedy for life and afraid of death. The blue crystal balls chasing after them have slowed down a lot, they are also a bit less, they must have gone to help those silver men extinguish the fire. The dozen or so silver men that Qinyan had ignited were not dead, so they could still be saved. As the Three-Eyed King ran, he turned his head to look at the blue light beam behind him and said, even though it's daybreak, that blue light beam is still very dazzling. What exactly is that? Everybody wanted to know what was at the location of the blue light beam. Why did the huge light beam shoot into the sky connect to the center of the few Milky Way in the sky? Qinyan said, in the Heavenly Law universe, there are 6 powers from the God world. Adding the Heavenly Law Pavilion, their overall strength is also not bad. Three-Eye King said, no matter if it is White Sun Heaven City or my Three-Eye Heaven City, there is no way to deal with those guys. Heavenly Law Pavilion might be able to do it. Unless, we also possess the Heavenly Law inheritance. I sensed Xinyu Heavenly Dragon's aura over there, I wonder what he is doing inside. Qinyan also looked at the blue light beam behind him. What? Xinyu Tianlong is over there? Yunlong asked in shock, is he alright? I don't know either. Qinyan shook his head. At this time, a burst of dragon roar suddenly came from the blue light beam behind them. Qinyan and others looked at each other in shock. Just as they were talking about Xinyu Heavenly Dragon, they heard Xinyu Heavenly Dragon roar. Yunlong's expression changed, he said in deep voice, this roar is made because of pain. Could it be that Xinyu Heavenly Dragon is fighting over there? Roar, soon after, another burst of roar came out. Qinyan and others can only keep running because there are still powerful enemies chasing them. They want to stop and see what is happening behind them, they want to understand what Xinyu Heavenly Dragon is doing. At noon, the weather is very good, there are no clouds in 10,000 li. 2 myriad worlds divine suns, one big and one small, are hanging in the azure sky. And behind Qinyan and others, not only are powerful enemies chasing them, from time to time a very strong energy wave is attacking them. Xinyu Heavenly Dragon is very strong, apparently he is in a bitter battle, the battle is very intense, roars and roars are unceasing. Qinyan met Xinyu Heavenly Dragon before, he knows that Xinyu Heavenly Dragon has become very strong, his strength is unfathomable. And at this time, Xinyu Heavenly Dragon is bitterly fighting behind them, he is letting out bursts of frantic roars. We must run out. Yunlong said. They are now in a plain, they have already arrived at the edge of the plain. So long as they rush out and enter the mountain forest, it will be equivalent to leaving this region. What is that? Yunlong suddenly looked at the sky ahead, a golden cloud is floating over. Someone is flying over. Three-Eyed King shouted in alarm, could it be Heavenly Law Pavilion's people? Within the Heavenly Law universe, only Heavenly Law Pavilion's people can fly with relative ease. Qinyan and Three-Eyed King immediately used heavenly eyes to look and saw that there is indeed a large group of people inside the golden cloud. There are indeed people inside the golden cloud, moreover, their strength is not weak. Three-Eyed King somewhat happily said, if they are truly Heavenly Law Pavilion's people, then it is not bad, these guys are very strong. Behind Qinyan and others, there are many blue crystal balls chasing them. Although they can't catch up to them, they are still giving them great pressure. Three-Eyed King, do you know which faction of Heavenly Law Pavilion it is? Xianxia asked. It should be the strongest Heavenly Law Hall. Three-Eyed King said, Dragon Hall's people are mostly dragons. Devil Court's aura is not like this, so it can only be Heavenly Law Hall. Heavenly Law Pavilion's Heavenly Law Hall strength is very formidable. Xianxia heard Bai Suxin mention it before. Heavenly Law Hall's people are riding clouds and mist, they are coming over in a grandiose manner, they are bringing along very formidable aura. Tens of people wearing golden cloaks and gorgeous golden soft armor flew out of the golden cloud. The men are handsome and martial, the women are tall and beautiful. Among these people, only a few of them are middle-aged, the rest are all youngsters. After they saw Xianxia and others, they directly flew over and landed in front of them. Three-Eyed King? A middle-aged man shouted when he saw the Three-Eyed King. I am Three-Eyed King of Three-Eye Heavenly City. Everyone must be friends of Heavenly Law Pavilion, right? Three-Eyed King promptly cupped his hands and said with smile. Yun Long said with frown, Everyone, we are being chased by powerful enemies, now is not the time to chat, we must quickly leave. Leave? Not so easy. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier said with cold smile, You are all food, how can we let you leave just like that? Xianxia and others are startled, these Heavenly Law Hall's people are actually calling them food, they suddenly thought of something, Heavenly Law Hall's people might know the origin of those silvers. Attack, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. Those few Heavenly Law Hall's middle-aged men flew back and let the youngsters attack. It seems like this is their experience. What are you doing? Yun Long said in cold voice, We don't know each other, this is the first time we meet, yet you want to attack us? A youngster said with sneer, We want to see the process of you being eaten by a 9-heaven divine demon. When a 9-heaven divine demon eats a human, there will be changes, it will be helpful for our research. Another woman's face is filled with ruthlessness, she said with cold voice with sneer, Your strength is pretty good, if a 9-heaven divine demon eats you, there should be some changes, right? Xianxia and others' strength is indeed pretty good but they consumed a lot of energy just now. And now, although the dozens of people surrounding them are very young, they are all from Heavenly Law Pavilion's Heavenly Law Hall, their strength must be very strong. Xianxia promptly sent voice transmission to Xia Wufeng and others, telling them that he will use the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation to suppress the Heavenly Law Hall's people and then let them leave. Xianxia doesn't plan to risk his life because those 9-heaven divine demons are still chasing them. The Divine Judge is the first to attack, Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag suddenly swayed, Myriad World's divine sun in the sky suddenly dropped down golden light. Crash, at the same time the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag fluttered, a large amount of berserk divine power transformed into a tide and rushed forward. The golden tide brought along berserk lightning, the huge tide and lightning fused into one, filled with the might of heavenly punishment, it seems like it wants to destroy everything, this move caused those Heavenly Law Hall's people to be shocked. At the same time, Xianxia released 9 altars. 9 altars as large as mountains suddenly appeared all around. The 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation immediately activated and produced a powerful pressure. Under Xianxia's control, the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation suppressed all the Heavenly Law Hall's people. All. The Heavenly Law Hall's people were submerged by the lightning wave released by the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag. After the large wave passed, golden barrier appeared on the bodies of the Heavenly Law Hall's people and blocked the Divine Judge's attack. Xia Wufeng's origin divine sword appeared in his hand, as if it has fused with him. The sword pierced through the barrier like a light beam. Boom, his origin sword pierced a young man's golden barrier but was unable to pierce through, it only caused a loud explosion. Quickly leave! Xianxia hastily shouted. They immediately rushed out of the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. At this time, those Heavenly Law Hall's people inside the formation released a mysterious and formidable power, they want to struggle free from the formation. You guys leave first, I will block them. Xianxia yelled. No way. Xia Wufeng immediately refused. Quickly, split up and run. Xianxia yelled, Don't worry about me, I have a way to throw them off. Boss Xia, when you see Huimei and others, remember to be on guard against Heavenly Law Hall. Because Xianxia learned from Bai Suxin that they have contact with Heavenly Law Hall, divine moon race also contacted Heavenly Law Hall. "Alright, be careful." Xia Wufeng nodded and said. Soon after, Xia Wufeng and Divine Judge ran in one direction, Three-Eyed King and Yun Long ran in another direction. Qin Yun is doing his utmost to control the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Qin Yun's Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is very strong. These powerful middle-aged and young geniuses from Heavenly Law Hall have experienced it firsthand. Even for their Heavenly Law Hall, it is not easy to create this kind of great formation. They need to prepare meticulously and set up many formation pillars. As for the 9 mountain-like altars that Qin Yun released, they were able to instantly form such a massive array. This made the Heavenly Law Hall's people wonder. Qin Yun finally knows that those things are called 9 heaven divine demons. Heavenly Law Hall knows that they are 9 heaven divine demons and has been researching them for many years. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, do you think these guys have secretly joined hands with the 9 heaven divine demons?" That middle-aged man also said that the 9 heaven divine demons will not eat them. The 9 heaven divine demons are flying over from the distance. The 9 heavens god demons were all in that blue crystal ball. Not only was the crystal ball very strong, the 9 heavens god demons inside were also not weak, and they were very difficult to kill. I don't know. In short, my great formation can't hold on for much longer. Qin Yun already knew that the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is not strong enough. Previously, those strong races used a kind of heavenly talisman to make his 9-dragon heavenly origin formation lose effectiveness. The Heavenly Law Hall's people who are temporarily suppressed by him are constantly attacking the great formation. It won't take long for them to break the formation. Quickly leave. Ling Yun'er anxiously shouted, "If they break it and join hands with those 9 heaven divine demons, you will be in danger." Qin Yun gritted his teeth and used the last bit of spatial divine power. He condensed the last bit of spatial divine power and quickly stored away the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After storing away the 9 altars, Qin Yun immediately used void transference step to travel through space. He did not leave the plane, instead he rushed towards the blue light beam in the middle of the plane. Xinyu Tianlong is still there. He thinks that Xinyu Tianlong might have been swindled by Heavenly Law Hall. After all, he and Xinyu Tianlong have some friendship, so he must go and take a look. Over there, quickly chase. We must capture that great formation, a middle-aged man from Heavenly Law Hall shouted. What about Three-Eye King and the others? A youth looked outside the plane. Don't care about those guys, that great formation is very important. I have never seen such a convenient and powerful great formation. As long as we can obtain it and hand it over to Hall Master, we will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Our status will also rise because of this. A middle-aged man excitedly rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun used void transference step to travel a long distance, but Heavenly Law Hall's people can still sense where he is. More than 109 heavens divine beasts had already flown over, but now they were chasing after Qin Yun with the people from the Heavenly Law Hall. Little Queen Ant, quickly condense the space divine power pearl, it doesn't matter if it's small. Qin Yun contacted the 9 sun divine souls Little Queen Ant. The Little Queen Ant could absorb the energy of the divine universe purple sun, so it was rather fast for her to condense spatial divine power beads. Qin Yun wanted to avoid being caught by the powerful enemies behind him before the spatial divine power pearl was condensed. The divine universe heavenly dragon's roar could still be heard from time to time from the blue beam of light, but it was much weaker. Is Xinyu Tianlong unable to hold on any longer? Qin Yun felt rather worried. Clan's god divine spirit is also divine dragon. Divine spirits and dragon Yun is Ming. And god. Yun heaven and Tao sect. Qin Yun's heart is heavy. If Xinyu Tianlong is already dead by the time he arrives and he is surrounded by powerful enemies, it will be very dangerous. It's up to the Little Queen Ant now. Qin Yun said, Yun'er, hurry Little Queen Ant and tell her that the situation is very urgent, tell her to hurry up. The spatial divine power pearl allowed him to traverse through space. As long as he found Xinyu Tianlong, he would be able to escape with him. The reason why Qin Yun suddenly wanted to save Xinyu Tianlong is because he discovered the arrival of the Heavenly Law Hall's people. He suspected that the people from the Heavenly Law Hall had come to see Xinyu Tianlong being eaten by a 9 heavens divine demon, Now that he saw the people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the 9 Heavens divine demons pursuing him, Qin Yun was even more certain that the Heavenly Law Hall and the 9 Heavens divine demons were involved in some shady business. Even Xinyu Tianlong doesn't know about this. Hearing Xinyu Tianlong's sorrowful and angry roar, Qin Yun can't help but increase his speed. The divine universe sky dragon came from the divine wilderness after all. He had entered the blue sky by chance and drifted with the blue sky for many years. Just as he was about to return to his hometown, he had fallen into such a desperate situation. Furthermore, he had fallen into a trap set up by others. When Qin Yun thought of this point, his heart is filled with pity towards Xinyu Tianlong. Therefore, he wants to do his best to save him and return to the divine wilderness together. Little Queen Ant did not disappoint Qin Yun. Instead, she made him pleasantly surprised. Because the serious little Queen Ant condensed the spatial divine power pearl very quickly. Now she can already condense a small pellet. Although it is a very small pellet, it is enough for Qin Yun to use transcending void step and traverse a great distance. After increasing the distance between him and the powerful enemies chasing him, Qin Yun immediately relaxed a bit. The people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the 9 Heavens divine demons can fly, so their speed is very fast. Qin Yun can only run on the ground. If he doesn't use spatial travel, he will be caught very quickly. At low altitude, a middle-aged man from the Heavenly Law Hall is flying very quickly. He is holding a compass in his hand and cursed in low voice, "Motherfucker, is my heaven-chasing compass broken?" That guy suddenly rushed forward a great distance. Just now, he suddenly took away the formation and then disappeared. He must have used spatial travel, another middle-aged man said. This evil guy seems to be only at the profound God realm. How can he have so many tricks? Luckily his cultivation is not high. If he had the cultivation of heavenly God or sacred God, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Is he from the Divine Desolate? The Divine Desolate is truly a good place. If we join hands with the 9 Heavens demon race, we will definitely be able to take down the Divine Desolate. The few middle-aged men from the Heavenly Law Hall suddenly became excited. It is as if they will be able to dominate the Divine Desolate very soon. After Qin Yun distanced himself from the people behind him, he still increased his speed and rushed towards the blue light beam. His eyes are emitting blue light rays. This allows him to see if there are any 9 Heavens divine demons hidden inside the blue crystal ball. Along the way, he really saw many 9 Heavens divine demons under the sacred land. They are like eggs hidden underground. Could it be that this area is the place where 9 Heavens divine demons are born? Where did these 9 Heavens divine demons come from? Qin Yun is extremely alarmed. As he gets closer and closer to the blue light beam, he discovered even more 9 Heavens divine demons underground. Majority of these 9 Heavens divine demons don't have blue crystal ball shell. They all have silver skin and are sleeping underground. The commotion caused by Xinyu Tianlong is so big, but it did not awaken the sleeping 9 Heavens divine demons. This caused Qin Yun to feel somewhat puzzled. Qin Yun told Ling Yuner about his discovery. After Ling Yuner finished listening, she said, "Xiao Yun, I suspect that the 9 Heavens divine demons you saw were all sealed. Now only a few of them can be unsealed. Then what is Xinyu Tianlong fighting with? Could it be an even stronger 9 Heavens divine demon?" Qin Yun said in his heart. Xinyu Tianlong is so powerful, if he is eaten, then the overall strength of the 9 Heavens divine demons will become even stronger. Maybe after eating Xinyu Tianlong, those stronger 9 Heavens divine demons can help even more 9 Heavens divine demons unseal. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and said, "Those 9 Heavens divine demons all have very strong blue crystal shell. If the blue sky self-destructs, it will not be able to destroy the 9 Heavens divine demons. At that time, the 9 Heavens divine demons can still appear in the Divine Desolate." Ling Yuner's voice is also very solemn as she said, "Xiao Yun, there are many 9 Heavens divine demons here, they are also very strong. It seems like we will not be able to stop them from entering the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun can only first save Xinyu Tianlong." Evening, a few star rivers formed a whirlpool in the sky. It looks like a beautiful giant flower. Qin Yun looked at the star river whirlpool in the sky and felt even more puzzled. He also doesn't know what those star rivers are doing. At this moment, Qin Yun is already near the location of the blue light beam. There is an incomparably large crater there. There are many cracks all around the crater and blue light is emitting from them. The blue light beam is very thick, otherwise it would be impossible to see it from far away. Qinyan also saw Xinyu Tianlong. The blue dragon scales on Xinyu Tianlong's body are scattered all over the place. His huge dragon body has many cracks and light blue blood is flowing out. Xinyu Tianlong also has heavenly blood. After Qinyan saw Xinyu Tianlong, he is secretly alarmed. Xinyu Tianlong is crazily flying within the blue light beam, apparently he is fighting something. Qinyan used heavenly eye but still can't see what Xinyu Tianlong is fighting with. He thought that Xinyu Tianlong is fighting with a huge nine heavens divine demon. But after approaching, he can't see any other huge thing. Xinyu Tianlong is being trapped by a very strong guy inside the blue light beam. Qinyan can see that Xinyu Tianlong is unable to break through the blue light beam and is being attacked by an invisible power. Xinyu Tianlong, I am Qinyan. Qinyan released formidable mental power, condensed a light beam and shot it through heavenly eye. Quickly leave. Xinyu Tianlong immediately responded. What happened? How can I save you? Qinyan hastily asked. There is an ancient and powerful divine demon devouring the Star River's energy. Once the Star River is devoured, the sealed divine demon group won't be able to be suppressed. Quickly leave the heavenly law universe. I will self-destruct along with the blue heavenly universe and exterminate the divine demon group. Xinyu Tianlong said. Qinyan finally understood why the Star River gathered together. He said with sigh, even if the blue heavenly universe self-destructs, a large number of nine heavens divine demons will survive. Soon after, Qinyan informed Xinyu Tianlong about the blue crystal ball. Damn it! Those bastards from Heavenly Law Hall helped a portion of the nine heavens divine demons unseal. Xinyu Tianlong furiously cursed. At this time, Qinyan saw a silver figure inside the blue light beam. This silver figure is very tall, his body is like a normal person. His face is very long, he has silver skin, he is a very handsome man. This person is floating inside the blue light beam, his long silver hair is fluttering, he is holding a long sword in his hand. Previously, Qinyan and the others saw the nine heavens divine demons inside the blue crystal ball. However, those nine heavens divine demons looked rather abnormal. They were all short and muscular silver men with large heads and thick necks. As for the one beside Xinyu Tianlong, he was tall and slender. His face was slender and handsome, and he also had a head of soft silver hair. While Qinyan was feeling dizzy, his divine moon Dao image surged with power and eliminated the mental attack. I was so far away from that guy and I still suffered from this mental attack, let alone Xinyu Tianlong. Qinyan finally understood why Xinyu Tianlong was in so much pain. It was clearly a very powerful mental attack. This won't do, if this goes on, Xinyu Tianlong won't be able to hold on, his mind will be confused and he will sign a master-servant contract. Qinyan thought of a way to help Xinyu Tianlong escape. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, don't even think of enslaving me. Xinyu Tianlong roared. That's not up to you. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor sneered, a silver light beam shot out from his forehead and entered Xinyu Tianlong's huge dragon head. Xinyu Tianlong roared and frantically struggled. He was trapped inside the blue light beam and could not break free. Fight! Qinyan gritted his teeth and suddenly fused his nether moon and nether Sunday. After the nether moon entered the nether sun and fused with it, a very powerful and terrifying power burst out. Sun and moon shine together. Qinyan's nether sun and nether moon have been greatly improved compared to before. Moreover, they have cultivated the corresponding divine Tao image and opened the divine Tao meridian. The sun and moon shine together power he released now is even more powerful. Qinyan held the God King spear tightly and inserted the small black knife into the spear barrel. He poured in the sun and moon shine together power and shot the small black knife out. The small black knife is like a bullet, it hit the blue light beam barrier. The sun and moon shine together power has Qinyan's mental power and nether sun's formidable power. Even if Qinyan is very far away, he can still control that power. Qinyan controlled the small black knife and stabbed at Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor sensed something stabbing at him. He was surprised and subconsciously dodged. However, under Qinyan's control, the little black saber quickly changed its trajectory and pierced through the Nine Heavens demon monarch's throat. As it pierced through, the celestial flames within the little black saber burst forth and ignited the Nine Heavens demon emperor's neck. "Who is it?" The Nine Heavens demon emperor was enraged, and his voice was filled with pain. It was clear that the flames could hurt him. Xianxia could not retract his little black saber. He felt that it was a pity, but seeing that the flames were effective on the Nine Heavens demon emperor, he felt much better. After the Nine Heavens demon emperor was hit, his body burned with the blue flames. He wanted to extinguish the celestial fire, but it was not easy. Back when Xianxia ignited the Nine Heavens divine demons, the divine demons found it difficult to extinguish the flames. All they could do was roll on the ground and scream. But the Nine Heavens demon emperor was different. His strength was terrifying, and the celestial fire could not destroy him. What surprised Xianxia was that after the Nine Heavens demon emperor was hit, the blue light beam suddenly disappeared. The beam of light was released by the Nine Heavens demon emperor. At this moment, he had to deal with the celestial fire on him, and could only stop for a while. Xinyu Tianlong finally broke free, but he was already covered in injuries. He was not the Nine Heavens demon emperor's match. After breaking free, he wanted to fight the Nine Heavens demon emperor to the death, but he knew that he was not strong enough. He did not want to let down Xianxia's good intentions of risking his life. Therefore, Xinyu Tianlong immediately transformed into a middle-aged man and rushed towards Xianxia. "Let's go." Xinyu Tianlong landed beside Xianxia, grabbed Xianxia's shoulder, and flew through the air. "Who the hell attacked me?" the Nine Heavens demon emperor roared. Suddenly, a large swath of blue light spots spewed out from the huge pit. The blue light spots were all blue crystal balls, and there were thousands of them. Thousands of Nine Heavens demon emperors appeared, and immediately rushed in all directions. Most of them rushed towards Xinyu Tianlong. "Tianlong, how long can the blue skies last?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know either. Those guys from the Heavenly Law Hall told me that the Nine Heavens demon emperor had come out, but was very weak, and asked me to suppress him." Xinyu Tianlong cursed softly. "Who knew that I would be trapped the moment I arrived?" The Nine Heavens demon emperor might have been released by those bastards from the Heavenly Law Hall. "Is that the place where the Heavenly Law divine source is stored?" Xianxia looked back and saw many blue light spots following behind. The Heavenly Law divine source released a powerful energy to suppress the Nine Heavens demon emperor. That seal was destroyed by those bastards from the Heavenly Law Hall. Xinyu Tianlong was very angry. He was almost killed by the Heavenly Law Hall. "Those bastards from the Heavenly Law Hall are really despicable," Xianxia said worriedly. "Will the Nine Heavens demon emperor chase after us?" "Not for now, we just need to leave this place. The star river in the sky has formed a seal, even the Nine Heavens demon emperors can't escape." Xinyu Tianlong's angular face was filled with coldness. He looked at the sky and said, "The star river grand formation won't last long." Xianxia frowned. "Doesn't that mean that the Nine Heavens demon emperors will appear in God Desolate?" Xinyu Tianlong sighed. "This is something that cannot be stopped." After the Nine Heavens demon emperor dealt with the flames on his body, he chased after Xinyu Tianlong. Xinyu Tianlong's flying speed is very fast, the Nine Heavens demon emperor chasing after him is not slow either. Xinyu Tianlong is seriously injured but he can still fly very fast. This made Xianxia feel a lot more at ease. If Xinyu Tianlong can't hold on any longer, he can still use Void Step. "Xinyu Tianlong, quickly hand that person over to me. Otherwise, the next time I catch you, I will make you taste all kinds of pain." The Nine Heavens demon emperor's cold and angry voice reverberated from behind, bringing along a gale. Although the distance is very far, that voice still gives people a soul-captivating power. "This guy's mental attack is very strong," Xianxia said in low voice. "I won't hand you over to him." Xinyu Tianlong saw how Xianxia saved him. First, Xianxia pierced the Nine Heavens demon emperor's throat, then released a powerful flame. Xinyu Tianlong can see that Xianxia's cultivation is not high but he can pose a threat to a powerful existence like the Nine Heavens demon emperor. What are the Nine Heavens demon emperors? The blue crystals they can condense are very strong and their recovery power is also very dreadful, Xianxia said. This is a long story. Wait until we are safe, I will tell you. Palace King, this time it is all thanks to you, if not I would have become a sinner. Xinyu Tianlong said. Sinner? Qin Yin doesn't understand. If I am eaten by the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, that guy will become even stronger, he will be able to resurrect even more Nine Heavens Demon Emperors. It will be a great disaster for the newly born Divine Desolate. Xinyu Tianlong said. Qin Yin recalled that on the road, he discovered many Nine Heavens Demon Emperors sleeping underground. If they all woke up, the consequences would be unthinkable. Divine Desolate is not as weak as you think. Qin Yin said, there must be even more powerful races hiding in Divine Desolate. Xinyu Tianlong sighed and said, I hope so. Anyway, this time, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperors will appear in Divine Desolate. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor shouted again, Xinyu Tianlong, quickly hand over that human to me. He is very dangerous, he can easily kill you. As a Xinyu Tianlong, you are a member of the dragon race, how can you join hands with a human? Xinyu Tianlong trusts Qin Yin very much, otherwise he would not have handed over his dragon pearl to Qin Yin. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, I will never hand him over to you. I will help him become stronger, then he will kill you. Xinyu Tianlong said with sneer, I know very well that he will bring disaster to your Nine Heavens Demon race. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor furiously roared, the heaven and earth trembled. Xinyu Tianlong has already flown out of the plane, rumbling sounds can be heard coming from behind. It is easy to imagine that the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is frantically attacking the formation sealing him. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is indeed sealed by the Star River Great Formation, he can't come out for now. After Xinyu Tianlong brought Qin Yin out of the plane, he did not go far because he has to pay attention to the situation inside. They landed on a mountain peak, Qin Yin took out the floating cloud pagoda. Xinyu Tianlong entered the floating cloud pagoda, took out a large pill, put it in his mouth and began healing. Your blood is also blue. Qin Yin said with smile, this is heavenly blood, right? Indeed, this is a very mysterious and powerful inheritance. This inheritance comes from the soul. Xinyu Tianlong said. Qin Yin heard from Qin Clan Emperor that he can cultivate this kind of heavenly blood because of the soul. As for why it is like this, Qin Clan Emperor is also not clear. Xinyu Tianlong said, Palace Kings, you must quickly leave Heavenly Law Universe and return to Divine Desolate. Some people have obtained the Heavenly Law inheritance, do your best to protect them. Later on, when we deal with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, we will have to rely on them. Is there a spirit inside Heavenly Law Universe? Is it the spirit that provided the Heavenly Law inheritance? Qin Yin asked. That is the Heavenly Law Divine Spirit. He is very old, that is why he is unable to control everything. Before he left, he passed down the Heavenly Law inheritance to the people of Divine Desolate. The Heavenly Law Divine Spirit does not trust Heavenly Law Pavilion and the humans here, that is why he passed down the Heavenly Law inheritance to outsiders. Xinyu Tianlong said with sigh. Now Qin Yin also understands why Three-Eye King and the others could not obtain the Heavenly Law inheritance. Instead, more than 100 people from Divine Desolate were able to obtain it. Not many people who obtained the Heavenly Law inheritance are willing to deal with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Only Divine Moon Race and Divine Yang Race are willing. Qin Yin said. It doesn't matter, as long as there are a few people, Heavenly Law inheritance from Heavenly Law Divine Spirit should be very strong. After obtaining the inheritance, they can suppress the Nine Heavens Demon Race. Xinyu Tianlong said. Qin Yin took out a few soul-chasing talismans, they are used to track by Sushin and Xiaoyueme. Now that they are together, Qin Yin feels a lot relieved. Bai Sushin still has 2 Heavenly Law inheritance pearls, he wants to quickly help her open them and let her master a Heavenly Law inheritance, that way she can deal with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Qin Yin is not at all relieved seeing Xinyu Tianlong's injuries. He said, Tianlong, I can't abandon you. Why don't we go together? What are you worried about? As long as I am not facing a Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, I am not afraid of anyone. Even if those bastards from Heavenly Law Hall surround and attack me, they won't be able to take me down. Quickly go find those powerful races from Divine Desolate and warn them. Xinyu Tianlong urged. Xinyu Tianlong is worried that those powerful races will become food to feed the Nine Heavens Divine Demons. There are still many Nine Heavens Divine Demons who have not awakened yet. This is mainly because they need a large amount of powerful blood. The powerful races from Divine Desolate have powerful blood and can be said to be the best food for the 9 heavens divine demons. Is there really no problem? Xianxia said with bitter smile, I saved you with great difficulty. If you die, then wouldn't I have saved you for nothing? Don't look down on me. 9 heavens divine demons can't come out yet. Within the heavenly law universe, I am invincible. Xinyu Tianlong laughed loudly. All right. Xianxia spread out his hands. Xinyu Tianlong seemed to be in pretty good condition, but it was hard to say how his internal injuries and soul injuries would be. Xianxia and Xinyu Tianlong walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Xinyu Tianlong directly entered the mountain and hid himself to heal. Xianxia used the soul-chasing talisman to find Xiao Yulan and others. On the way, Xianxia also took out Xiao Wufeng and other soul-chasing talisman. They seemed to be in the same direction. Soon after, Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman from the nameless old man and Mo Dutian from the heavenly devil god race. He discovered that they are all together. Could it be that those powerful races have gathered together? Xianxia really wants to know why they have gathered together. He was a little worried that those ancient races would be roped in by the heavenly law hall. Xiaoyun, there are so many powerful races, they can't all be deceived by the heavenly law hall. At least Divine Moon race and Divine Yang race won't. Ling Yuner said. Divine Heaven race and 9 Sun heavenly race won't either. Xianxia said, others are hard to say, after all heavenly law hall's strength is not weak, moreover they have grasped many heavenly law divine runes. Xianxia had previously instructed Xiao Wufeng and company to inform the Divine Yang race and the Divine Moon race to guard against the heavenly law hall. The Divine Judge and the others must have met up with those 2 powerful races. Thinking of this, Xianxia is not as worried as before. The direction he was running in was still quite far away from the plains, not at the edge of the plains. It could be said that it was a good thing to stay away from the area where the 9 heavens god beasts were sealed. Xianxia ran for almost an entire day before he got closer to Xiao Yulan and company. This area is still filled with overlapping mountains. From afar, he could see a tall silver tower on the top of a huge mountain. There was a silver crescent moon at the top of the pagoda. It was the pagoda of the Divine Moon race. In the night, the pagoda and the crescent moon were particularly dazzling and could be seen from far away. The Divine Moon clan is over there. Xianxia took out a few soul-chasing talismans and discovered that Xiao Yulan and the others are in that direction. Sister Rujing is not here. Xianxia looked at Xian Rujing's soul-chasing talismans and frowned. Soon after, he sensed a familiar aura. This aura is faintly ice-cold, it is Xian Rujing's aura. Behind me. Xianxia was delighted. He hurriedly turned around and saw a woman in a white dress. She was riding a tiger made of ice and snow as she ran over. Ice Mother Tiger. Xianxia cannot help but laugh in his heart. Xian Rujing is riding a tiger condensed from ice and snow and rushed towards the mountain peak in a short while. After she saw Xianxia, the ice and snow tiger turned into white gas and returned to her body, causing her snow-white skirt to flutter in the wind. Xian Rujing's exceptionally beautiful face is as cold as ice and frost. But after seeing Xianxia, her ice-cold eyes became as tender as water. This ice and snow goddess suddenly became gentle and graceful, her entire person appeared extremely gentle and charming. The glamorous and charming goddess is not reserved at all. After seeing her sweetheart, she threw herself into his bosom. Xiaoyun, I was very worried about you. Xian Rujing's jade-like face is very close to Xianxia's chest, she softly muttered. I am fine now. Xianxia said with smile, his hand is gently caressing the beauty's exceptionally beautiful face. Xian Rujing raised her head and said with elegant smile, although I know you will be fine, I am still worried that it has been like this for so many years. Xian Rujing was deprived of her emotional thread before, then it was born again. Moreover, the emotional thread was born for Xianxia. Adding the emotional thread that was originally recovered, it caused her emotions to become even more intense. Especially after reuniting with Xianxia for so long, this kind of emotional outburst became even more intense. She is now tightly hugging Xianxia, it seems like she wants to melt into Xianxia's body. Oh, that's right, did you see Boss Xia and the others? Xianxia embraced the fragrant and soft beauty in his bosom, feeling the boundless tenderness under her ice-cold appearance. I saw them, we more or less have grasped the situation. Xiaoyun, you don't need to worry about these things. Divine Moon Clan's Wanjue and Divine Judge have already met. Divine Moon Clan already has a general understanding of the situation. They will be on guard against Heavenly Law Hall. Xian Rujing gazed at Qin Yun and softly smiled. Her beautiful eyes are flickering with charming waves, her blurry expression is filled with charm and flirtatious feeling, filled with boundless allure, it is very enchanting. Are Yuelan and others all right? Did they obtain Heavenly Law inheritance? Qin Yun looked at the beautiful woman before him and cannot help but become infatuated, he can't help but hug her even tighter. Xian Rujing's charming eyes are filled with smile, they are all 9 Sun Divine daughters, naturally they have Heavenly Law inheritance, no need to worry. What about my most beautiful ice snow big sister? Did you obtain Heavenly Law inheritance? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Take out the floating cloud pagoda, I will tell you inside. Xian Rujing smiled gently. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda, they have not seen each other for many days, now they are deeply reunited inside the pagoda, they are not holding back their longing for each other. After a night, Qin Yun and Xian Rujing woke up from their warm and tender state. After waking up, Qin Yun hugged the beautiful woman beside him and said with smile, Sister Rujing, it seems like you still haven't told me what kind of Heavenly Law inheritance you obtained. It is not too late to tell you now. Xian Rujing gently smiled, then sat up, she pulled up her beautiful long hair and let it hang in front of her. Qin Yun also saw that ice and snow goddess totem slowly appeared on Xian Rujing's snow-white beautiful back. However, the totem is different from before. This is Heavenly Law Divine Rune? Qin Yun said with frown. Heavenly Space Cold Curse. Even though I obtained it, I cannot use it now. Heavenly Space Cold Curse has fused with my totem. Then what about Yueme and others? Did they also obtain Heavenly Space Divine Curse? Qin Yun said in amazement. Qin Yun gently caressed Xian Rujing's back. Even though he has Heavenly Space Fire Curse, he cannot understand Xian Rujing's Heavenly Space Cold Curse. 9 Sun Divine Maiden's Heavenly Law inheritance is very special, they are keeping it a secret and can't tell anyone, so I also don't know. Xian Rujing lightly flung her beautiful hair to her back. The ice and snow goddess totem on her body also gradually disappeared into her snow-white skin. No wonder when I saw Yueme before, she did not mention this matter to me. Qin Yun laughed. Xiaoyun, can I give you the Heavenly Law inheritance I obtained? Xian Rujing said, Yueme said that you obtained a very strong Heavenly Space Fire Curse, you can use it very well. No need to give it to me, keep it for yourself. Qin Yun hugged Xian Rujing, gently caressed her back and said in gentle voice, you still can't use Heavenly Space Cold Curse because you don't have enough heavenly blood. Xian Rujing said with frown, heavenly blood? I heard Muyu mention it before. Muyu said that we should cultivate in Moon Heart and use Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. This will lay the foundation for cultivating Moon Heavenly Blood. So it is like this. It seems like this matter of heavenly blood is worth deeply researching. Qin Yun also sank into contemplation. He already used Nether Sun, White Sun, and blue-colored 9 Heaven Demon races' energy to use Heavenly Universe Divine Curse, all of them consumed a great amount of heavenly blood. Moreover, the blood spirit power condensed from heavenly blood has very good effect on heavenly runes. Xiaoyun, I saw by Sushin, what is the relationship between you and Yueme Xinyang? Xian Rujing said with ambiguous smile. There is no relationship, there was some misunderstanding and then I helped her, that's all. Qin Yun pinched Xian Rujing's face and said with smile, Sister Rujing, what are you thinking about? Don't try to deceive me, when this Sister Sushin talked about you, whether it is her expression or her tone, there is a big flaw. Xian Rujing pursed her lips and lightly smiled, then pinched Qin Yun. Just as Qin Yun was about to kiss Xian Rujing's forehead, he suddenly saw a white crescent moon appear on her forehead. Aya. Urgent matter. Xian Rujing promptly got up and quickly put on white clothes. Her expression is very flustered. What is it? What urgent matter? Qin Yun is also wearing clothes, he asked, what is that small moon on your forehead? It is a kind of technique, Divine Moon Clan people taught it to us. It allows us to sense each other's urgent situation, especially in close distance, we can quickly gather together. Xian Rujing very quickly put on clothes. Can I learn it? Qin asked. You can't, only women can learn it. Xian Rujing simply tidied up her hair and said somewhat anxiously, Xiaoyun, wait here for me for now. Divine Moon Clan's pagoda does not allow men to enter. I will go with you. Qin said. No need, you stay here. Xian Rujing said, that pagoda is not far from you. All right. Qin wants to know what urgent matter it is, he can only wait here for news. Xian Rujing walked out of Floating Cloud Pagoda and immediately rushed towards Divine Moon Clan's pagoda. The reason why she is outside is to find Qin Yan. Qin Yan is standing beside Floating Cloud Pagoda and looking at Divine Moon Clan's pagoda. Qin Yan understands Xian Rujing very well. The reason why Ice and Snow Goddess is not letting him go is most likely because there is some danger. Or maybe she is afraid that he will cause some trouble. Xiaoyun, don't go too early, she will discover you. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan can see that Xian Rujing is rushing towards Divine Moon Clan's pagoda. Since he knows the location, he is not in a hurry to go. I am full of energy now, I will take out a small black saber first. Qin Yan released Floating Cloud Pagoda and then entered it. He controlled Nether Sun White Sun and the blue energy to condense a special black crystal and then transformed it into a small black saber. Just like last time, after it condensed, it extracted most of his heavenly blood. Truly annoying. Qin Yan looked at the small black saber and felt extremely distressed. It is condensed from a large amount of heavenly blood. Next, he continued to rush forward while recovering the heavenly blood he consumed earlier. With White Sun's formidable recovery power and his heavenly Tao image, the speed at which he replenishes blue heavenly blood is very fast. Qin Yan arrived at the foot of the huge mountain and took out the spirit-chasing talisman. He discovered that Xian Rujing is not there. Not inside the pagoda? Where did she go? Qin Yan also took out the spirit-chasing talismans of Bai Suxin, Xiao Yuelan, and others. They are also not inside the pagoda. Instead, it is pointing towards another direction. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, I think many strong races are gathering together. You should quickly go and take a look. After Qin Yan determined the direction, his expression changed because the direction is pointing towards the Nine Heavens Divine Demons territory. A huge red light beam is shooting towards the sky from the center of the Nine Heavens Divine Demons territory. It looks devilish and dreadful. The Star River Great Formation in the sky is revolving very quickly, apparently it is doing its utmost to suppress the seal. Qin Yan increased his speed and rushed towards Xian Rujing and others. He discovered that Divine Judge, Yunlong and others are also there. Have the various powerful races really gathered together? As Qin Yan gradually approached, he sensed many powerful auras. Among them, the most obvious is Three-Eye King's aura. It seems like he is very high profile. What is Three-Eye King doing? Qin Yan did not approach too closely, he is now on top of a tall mountain, he is looking at an open space in the distance. Qin Yan carefully looked around and saw many familiar faces. For example, the Sky Demon Celestial races Mo Fanshan and Mo Dutian, the Divine Yang races Marquis Suchuanqiu, and the Nine Suns Heavenly races Nameless Old Man. The Divine Star race, the Divine Sword race, and the Chaotic race were all powerful races that were his sworn enemies. The Mystic Moon Clan, the Divine Moon Clan, the Nine Shades Clan, the Nine Suns Heavenly Clan, and the Divine Sky Clan had quite a number of people, but they didn't seem to have as many as the other three clans. Wang Ju didn't come? Qin Yan took out a telescope tool and looked around. Soon, he found Bai Suxin and Xiao Yuelan in the crowd. Xiaoyun, did you see the Divine Moon Clan's king? Ling Yin'er asked curiously, is she beautiful? I don't know which one is. Qin Yan saw that there are many graceful women from the Divine Moon Clan. They are all wearing snow-white dresses. Some of them have white veils covering their faces, while others are wearing masks. The distance was too far. Even if Qin Yan used his heavenly eye, he could not see their faces. Of course, this is not what Qin Yan is paying attention to. He is paying attention to the Heavenly Law Hall, as well as the people from the other god realms other than the White Sun Divine Realm and the Three-Eye Divine Realm. The people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the Devil Academy have arrived and are standing together. The people from the Heavenly Law Hall are all wearing gorgeous soft golden armor. The people from the Devil Academy are all wearing magic robes and magic hats, so it is very easy to distinguish them. As one of the Heavenly Law Pavilion's factions, the Dragon Hall has also arrived. They are very close to the people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the Devil Academy. Xianxia carefully observed and discovered that when the people from the Dragon Hall are looking at the people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the Devil Academy, their expressions are very unfriendly and filled with hostility. The White Sun Divine Realm has 5 divine generals and a group of elders, led by the Little Queen. Xianxia said in low voice, Three-Eyed Divine World also has a large group of three-eyed experts, Three-Eye King is leading them. The powerful races of the Divine Desolate, the 3 sects of the Heavenly Law Pavilion and the people from the other 6 God realms. Xianxia only saw the people from the White Sun Divine Realm, the Three-Eye Divine Realm and the people from the Golden Wing Divine Realm. The people of the Golden Wing Divine World all had a pair of wings. Their wings were different from each other. There were butterfly wings, dragonfly wings, sparrow wings, eagle wings, bat wings, and so on. Although they were all different, they were all golden. The Golden Wing King is an old man, his wings are very domineering golden eagle wings. In the Heavenly Law universe, other than the Heavenly Law Pavilion, he is the only faction that can fly freely. 3 people from the God realms are missing, where did they go? Xianxia is puzzled. Normally speaking, this kind of convention should not be missing the other 3 God realms because they are also very strong. Xianxia believes that this kind of convention cannot be missing him, the 9 Sun Palace King. After all, he has a powerful Heavenly Law inheritance. He also saved Xinyu Tianlong and injured the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor. This kind of convention must be to discuss how to enter the Divine Desolate, as well as the imminent destruction of the Blue Sky universe. Therefore, he decided to go and infiltrate one of the powerful races to participate. Xianxia immediately went down the mountain. When he was about to reach the 9 Suns Heavenly Clan, Xianxia was shocked to see several blue balls of light flying over from the sky. The moment he saw the blue balls of light, he knew they were blue crystal balls. The 9 Heavens Divine Demons were inside, the 5 9 Heavens Divine Demons flying over gave Xianxia a fright, but when he thought about how many experts there were, he quickly relaxed. What puzzled him was that the 9 Heavens Divine Demons shouldn't be able to fly out of the barrier, but now they have escaped. Xianxia concealed his aura and carefully approached. He messed up his hair to cover one side of his face, and at the same time, smeared his face a little black. He successfully infiltrated the 9 Suns Heavenly Clan group. The 5 9 Heavens Divine Demons hovered in the sky, circling non-stop. Xianxia originally thought that the people here would fight the 9 Heavens Divine Demons, but when he arrived, he discovered that the 5 9 Heavens Divine Demons were called over by the Heavenly Law Hall. The Heavenly Law Hall even said that the people inside the 5 balls of light came from the Heavenly Law Universe's sacred land, and that they were all Heavenly Law sages. Xianxia, the Divine Inquisitor and the others who knew the inside story immediately knew that it was a lie. We are in the middle of a ceremony to welcome the arrival of the Heavenly Law sages, please wait patiently. An old man from the Heavenly Law Hall said in a clear voice. Bullshit Heavenly Law sages, they are just a bunch of demons. Xianxia cursed in his heart. At this time, someone hammered his back. Xianxia turned his head and saw the nameless old man looking at him with a beaming smile. 9 Sun Palace King, you are from the 9 Sun Royal Family, not our 9 Sun Heavenly Clan. The nameless old man secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. He didn't dare to let others know that the 9 Sun Palace King was here. If this news spread, it would set off a huge wave. Xianxia replied, we all have the words 9 Sun in our names, don't regard me as an outsider. Besides, I also have the bloodline of the 9 Sun Heavenly Clan in my body. He did fuse with the divine origin of the 9 Sun Heavenly Clan's bloodline before. The nameless old man knows very well that as long as Xianxia is present, he will most likely turn the world upside down. Therefore, he is very worried that Xianxia will use the name of the 9 Sun Heavenly Clan to cause trouble here. 9 Sun Palace King, when did you enter this Heavenly Law universe? The nameless old man stood beside Xianxia and communicated with him mentally. Xianxia secretly admires this nameless old man. Because so many of his acquaintances did not sense his arrival, yet this nameless old man did. I came here very early. Moreover, I obtained a very powerful Heavenly Law inheritance and became friends with the Three-Eye King and White Sun King. Xianxia said with a smile. Stop bragging. How powerful are the Three-Eye King and White Sun King? Not to mention you, even the dukes of my Nine-Sun Heavenly clan would find it difficult to speak with them. Only our kings can stand on equal footing with them, the nameless old man said. Qinyan acknowledged the strength of Bai Suxin, White Sun King. However, in his eyes, the Three-Eye King is just a trash. He remembered that the Three-Eye King was chased by a ninth heaven divine monster to the point that he cried for his father and mother and was almost killed. Of course, now the Three-Eye King is in high spirits, he looks very handsome and brave. The eye on his forehead flickered with cold arrogant light, giving people a very unique cold arrogant aura. Old man, are you looking down on me, the Nine-Sun Palace King? Qinyan secretly stepped on the nameless old man's foot. It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that you still haven't reached that kind of position. The nameless old man also feels this way. He said with sound transmission, look, Heavenly Law Hall, Devil Academy, and Dragon Hall are all powerful existences of Heavenly Law Pavilion. That Heavenly Law Saint that is about to descend is even more dreadful. That is not Heavenly Law Saint, it is a scoundrel. Qinyan very seriously transmitted his voice to the nameless old man, wait a moment, watch how I expose them. Qinyan calculated and felt that Xinyu Tianlong should have recovered from his injuries. It is very likely that he is on the way. With Xinyu Tianlong's explosive temper, if he rushed over and saw Heavenly Law Hall and Devil Academy's people working together with the ninth heaven divine monster to cause trouble, they might immediately start fighting. Don't act recklessly, this is Heavenly Law Universe, not Divine Desolate. In this place, even Divine Martial Judge's divine punishment flags can't protect you. The nameless old man promptly stepped on Qinyan's foot and said with sound transmission, we are friends, I don't want you to die here. Heavenly Law Universe's strongest ninth heaven's demon emperor had a hole in his head but he could still escape unscathed. Therefore, he is not afraid at all. At this time, Heavenly Law Hall's old man shouted, Heavenly Law Saint, appear. The light around the 5 balls of light suddenly disappeared, and 5 blue crystal balls appeared. The blue crystal balls slowly landed on the ground and released a burst of formidable aura, causing many people present to feel apprehensive and let out a burst of cry of alarm. Heavenly Law Saint doesn't want to show himself but he is willing to communicate with everyone and provide everyone with Heavenly Law divine weapons. Moreover, he will directly refine divine weapons on the spot and give them to everyone. Heavenly Law Hall's old man loudly said. Among the big shots here, which one of them doesn't have 1 or 2 powerful weapons? Now that they heard that Heaven Law Saint wants to refine weapons for them on the spot, they all feel disdain. Only Three-Eye King and Divine Judge know about the situation, so they know that the weapons made from the blue crystal ball are very strong. Those 9 heaven divine demons hiding inside the blue crystal ball don't seem to know what is happening inside the sealed territory. Otherwise, they would definitely attack Three-Eye King. Those Heavenly Law Hall youngsters who attacked Qinyan and the others have not come out yet. Qinyan suspects that they have already been eaten. Heavenly Devil God Race's Mo Fanzhan said, divine weapon? And it is being refined on the spot. How long will it take? Do they have any conditions for giving us divine weapon? Heavenly Law Hall's old man said with smile, there is no need for any conditions. The reason why they are giving it to you is because Heaven Law Saint and the others think that your weapons are too weak. Too weak? Are they looking down on us? A middle-aged man from Divine Sword Race is very unconvinced. They are all powerful races from Heavenly Law Universe. Even if they came to Heavenly Law Universe, they have pretty good strength compared to the people here. How can they endure being looked down on by others? Heavenly Law Hall's old man seems to be very happy, he laughed heartily and said, it is not that we are looking down on you, it is just that Heaven Law Saint's weapon is very strong. Even our Heavenly Law Pavilion can only concede defeat. Oh? Then we can compare. Divine Star Race's old man said. Heavenly Law Hall's old man patted the blue crystal ball and it suddenly condensed into a blue light ray. Not long after, the blue light ray transformed into a long sword. Qinyan is hiding in the crowd, he is secretly amazed. He condensed a small black saber and it took half his life. And those 9 heaven divine demons can casually and very quickly condense such a big sword. Qinyan copied the ability of the 9 heaven divine demons but his weapon condensing speed is not very fast. Xiaoyun, your small black saber should be a lot stronger than those blue crystal balls. Moreover, your cultivation is not high, so it is not as easy and fast as them. Ling Yin'er said. The 9 heaven divine demons should not dare to come out, their appearance is very scary. Qin Yan had seen ordinary 9 heavens divine demons before. He could tell at a glance that they were nothing good. Therefore, they hid in the crystal ball to create a sense of mystery. The old man from the heavenly law hall held the blue crystal sword and said with a smile, "Who wants to try this sword?" A sword condensed directly from energy, yet it called itself a divine weapon. This caused many of the magnates present to be filled with doubts. The middle-aged man from the immortal sword race stood up and said, "I'll do it." The destiny sword of the immortal sword race was still very strong. He summoned a golden sword and said, "Let me slash with all my might." Your distinguished self is a sword cultivator. If your natal sword is damaged, we won't be able to forgive you, so your distinguished self should just forget about it and let someone else do it. The old man from the heavenly law hall advised. How can other people's weapons be as strong as our divine sword clan's natal sword? Our origin swords are formed after many years of tempering. The middle-aged man from the sword god clan said with a proud smile. Many people present sneered disdainfully. They were not convinced by this statement. Alright, then let's do it. The old man from the heavenly law hall held his sword straight and let the immortal sword race man slash at it. The middle-aged man from the immortal sword race shouted loudly. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at the blue crystal sword. Bang! The moment they collided, a loud explosion rang out. The origin sword of the middle-aged man from the immortal sword race was actually unable to cut the blue crystal sword. What was even more shocking was that the natal sword had actually suffered serious damage and was directly shattered. Very strong, the middle-aged man from the immortal sword race said with an ugly expression, "This sword is truly terrifying." Here you go. The old man from the heavenly law hall laughed loudly and threw the blue crystal sword. The middle-aged man from the immortal sword race caught it in panic and said with wild joy, "Many thanks to the heaven law saint for gifting me the sword." Soon after, the blue crystal ball condensed a few more blue crystal swords. The person from the heavenly law hall held the swords and said, "If you want to obtain the divine weapon gifted by the heaven law saint, then come and take it." They must have some other purpose for giving away this kind of weapon for free. Very soon, a few people rushed over to fight over those few swords. To condense this kind of divine weapon, heaven law saint needs to consume his own blood essence. Everyone here is a very strong person. If you want to obtain a divine weapon, you only need to provide enough blood, the old man from the heavenly law hall suddenly said. Blood is nothing to these experts, they lost a lot of blood. As long as they rest for a few days and absorb all kinds of energy, they can quickly regenerate. Even so, many experts here are very vigilant because they don't believe that the blue crystal divine weapon is very strong. Heaven Law Saint's blue crystal shell is also made of the same material. Everyone who has a divine weapon, why don't you come and give it a try? You won't be able to break this blue crystal shell, the middle-aged man from the heavenly law hall said with smile. Soon after, a few middle-aged and old men went over to try. They fiercely hacked at those blue crystal balls but they couldn't even leave a single mark. Qin Yin finds this very funny. If he went out and used the little black saber, he would be able to easily cut those blue crystal balls. He now knows that the heavenly law hall is collecting the blood of experts. That blood can help more 9 heavens divine demons awaken. In addition, if those strong races lost too much blood, their strength would also weaken. At that time, it would be much easier to deal with them. The nameless old man is about to excitedly go over and exchange his blood for the blue crystal divine weapon, but Qin Yin pulled him back. Old man, that kind of blue crystal divine weapon is formed from energy. Once the energy is exhausted, it will become a useless rock. Qin Yin transmitted his voice to the nameless old man and said, "And they swindled your blood, maybe they want to use it to do something." The nameless old man carefully thought about it and also felt that something is amiss. At this moment, the old man from the heavenly law hall looked at Bai Suxin and said, "King White Sun, I heard that your White Sun divine power can quickly restore blood. Can you help everyone quickly restore blood so that they can obtain even more blue crystal divine weapons?" "I can't." The masked Bai Suxin coldly replied. "King White Sun, this is a rare opportunity for us. We have enough blue crystal divine weapons, this is a good thing. It's not like you will die if you help us, an old man from the devil court said. Golden Wing Divine Realm's Golden Wing King also said, King White Sun, help us restore blood so that we can exchange for more blue crystal divine weapons. If you need help in the future, we will definitely be duty-bound. Divine Sword Race has already obtained a few swords. Among the ancient races, other than Divine Sun Race, Divine Moon Race and Divine Heaven Race, all the other races have obtained blue crystal divine weapons and tested them. They are indeed very powerful. Primal Chaos Race's middle-aged man said, King White Sun, help me quickly restore blood. I want Heavenly Law Saint to help me become a shield. In the future, when you go to Divine Desolate, my Primal Chaos Race will definitely protect you. I also want a shield. Divine Star Race's old woman chuckled and said, King White Sun, we are both women, you will definitely help me, right? When you go to Divine Desolate, my Divine Star Race will protect you. And if I don't help? Bai Suxin's voice is ice cold, it is clear that she doesn't want to help at all. If you don't help, then when you go to Divine Desolate, you will have a good time. Divine Star Race's old woman said with evil smile. On Divine Moon Race's side, a masked woman said in cold voice, King White Sun has a good relationship with my Divine Moon Race, what do you want to do? Primal Chaos Race said, Divine Moon Race, do you really think we are afraid of you? At this time, a voice came from inside a blue crystal ball, King White Sun, you are such a selfish woman. You have benefited so much from Heavenly Law Universe for so many years, yet now you don't have the heart to contribute. Our Heavenly Law Saint will definitely not let you have a good time. Bai Suxin is very angry but she can't attack now because those blue crystal balls are very sturdy. Just now, many experts tried to attack them but they were unable to break them. Xianxia suddenly walked towards the blue crystal ball, he is holding a small black saber in his hand. Brat, what are you doing? An old man from Heavenly Law Hall shouted. I want to test how strong that blue crystal shell is. If it's very strong, I'll bleed in exchange for a divine weapon. Xianxia replied. Xianxia's hair is messy and his face has been smeared black. Those who can recognize him are all acquaintances who have a good relationship with him. For example, Bai Suxin, Xiao Yuelan and the others immediately recognized that it is Xianxia. Xia Wufeng is very familiar with Divine Martial Elder and the others. When they saw Xianxia appear, they began to prepare because it means that the battle is about to begin. You are only at the profound God realm, your blood is useless. Heavenly Law Hall's old man looked at Xianxia with disdain but he still waved his hand and said, go ahead and give it a try. Which family's little demon is it? He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, a voice came from inside the blue crystal ball. A nine heavens divine demon said, those with low cultivation can easily be devoured by the Heavenly Law blue crystal during the test. Don't blame us for the consequences. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. They all want to see whether or not Xianxia will be devoured. Xianxia also knows that the nine heavens divine demon wants to devour someone with low cultivation like him. He walked towards the blue crystal ball, tightly held the small black saber in his hand and vigorously threw it. With a xiao sound, the small black saber flew out and pierced through the 5 blue crystal balls, piercing through the heads of the 5 nine heavens divine demons. Although it did not kill them, it made them extremely furious. Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Academy's people are all stunned. The people who used their blood to exchange for the blue crystal divine weapon are also dumbfounded. That kind of solid blue crystal ball was easily pierced through. You! Heavenly Law Hall's old man furiously roared at Xianxia, what kind of evil technique did you use? Divine Martial Elder and Yunlong jumped out and stood in front of Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia say 9 heavens divine demons, Heavenly Law Hall's people are very surprised. Because even Magic Institute's people don't know about them. Even in the Heavenly Law Hall, there were not many people who knew about the 9 heavens godly demons. Only the core members knew about the existence of the 9 heavens godly demons. Heavenly Law Hall's old man said in deep voice, don't talk nonsense, you just angered Heavenly Law Saint. Xianxia said with sneer, bullshit Heavenly Law Saint. They are just a bunch of evil demons, if you have the guts, tell them to come out, everyone will know what they look like. Are you courting death? A spear suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Law Hall's old man's hand. He vigorously threw it at Xianxia. Xianxia controlled the small black saber to fly over and split the blue crystal spear in half. The blue crystal divine weapon that Heavenly Law Hall bragged about is now so weak that it was cut in two by someone's small black saber. Even Heavenly Law Hall's people are scared by Xianxia's small black saber. They believe that Xianxia is very strong. Everyone, don't believe his nonsense. Heavenly Law Saints protect Heavenly Law Universe. They have been cultivating inside Heavenly Law Divine Origin all along. Now that they have come out, they want to pass down even more Heavenly Law inheritances to everyone. The Heavenly Law Hall's old man saw that the situation is not right and wants to rope in people from other strong races. Xianxia glanced at those big shots and said, "Let me tell you, Heavenly Law Universe is about to be destroyed." Xinyu Tianlong was swindled by Heavenly Law Hall and was almost eaten by Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. And they want your blood to resurrect more Nine Heavens Divine Demons. Divine Judge said, "We saw it with our own eyes. We were besieged by Heavenly Law Hall's people and were almost killed to feed the Nine Heavens Divine Demons." Xia Wufeng said with sneer, "Heavenly Law Hall's people deliberately gathered everyone here so that they can kill you and send you to the Divine Demons' territory." The expression of those strong races and people from other God worlds people changed. Their expression suddenly became very bad as they looked at Heavenly Law Hall. At this time, an old man from Dragon Hall who has been silent all this time walked over and asked, "Friend, this old man is Dragon Hall's Vice Hall Master. Have you seen our Hall Master Xinyu Tianlong?" The Dragon Hall had always been at odds with the Heavenly Law Hall. Now that they knew that their Hall Master, Xinyu Tianlong, had been tricked to be fed to some Nine Heavens Demon King, they immediately drew their weapons and prepared for battle. The Heavenly Law Hall's old man laughed and said, "Vice Hall Master Long, you're an old fox in any case. How can you so easily believe this guy's one-sided words? It's not just his side of the story. There are other witnesses." Vice Hall Master Long's ice-cold eyes revealed a sharp expression as he glared at the old man from the Heavenly Law Hall. The old man from the Heavenly Law Hall also knew that a great battle was unavoidable. He shouted, "Everyone, if you are willing to follow the Heavenly Law Hall, stand behind us. I guarantee that you will obtain more Heavenly Law inheritances. If you don't want to fight alongside us, nor do you want to be our enemy, then please stay away and don't get involved." The people of the Chaos Clan immediately sided with the Heavenly Law Hall. Soon after, the Divine Sword Race, Divine Star Race, and Golden Winged God Worlds people also walked over. As for the Sky Demon Race, the Nine Sun Sky Race, the Divine Sky Race, and the Nine Shades Race, they stayed far away, not helping anyone. The people from the Dragon Hall, the Divine Moon Race, the Divine Yang Race, the White Sun Divine World, and the Three-Eye Divine World did not leave. It was clear that they wanted to fight the Heavenly Law Hall together. The old man from the Heavenly Law Hall said, "There are no Nine Heavens Demon Gods. They are all Heavenly Law Sages now. They are the strongest race in the Heavenly Law Universe and control the Heavenly Law Divine Source. Right now, they are devouring the galaxy in the sky." The Divine Judge said, "Everyone, we have all received Heavenly Law inheritances before. We also have a mission, and that is to destroy some powerful beings. And the Nine Heavens Demon Gods are that kind of evil beings. All the powerful primordial races had received Heavenly Law inheritances before." When they heard the Divine Judge's words, they all secretly believed that the Nine Heavens Demon Gods really existed. But they were not afraid of the Chaos Clan, because they really wanted to cooperate with the Nine Heavens Demon Race. The Nine Heavens Demon Race's blue crystal was very powerful, and they all wanted to control it. On top of that, they all believed that the Nine Heavens Demon Race would definitely descend into the Divine Desolate and become a powerful faction. If the Primordial Race and the Nine Heavens Demon Race had good relations with them, they would be able to take care of each other in the Divine Desolate. The Heavenly Law Hall's elder said with sneer, "You bunch of people who don't know what's good for you. Don't worry, we won't fight you. Next, it will be time for the Heavenly Law Sages to display their strength. 5 Heavenly Law Sages are enough to kill you all." The moment he finished speaking, the 5 blue crystal balls suddenly floated up. 2 of them rushed towards Qinyun. The other 3 floated in the sky and started spinning frantically. As the large crystal ball spun, it shot out blue light rays. Those blue light rays condensed into many blue crystal arrows that shot towards the ground and enveloped the people of the Dragon Hall and the other factions. The Divine Yang Race and Divine Moon Race's kings are very powerful. They raised their hands and jointly released an extremely large barrier. Their divine power surged out like a giant umbrella opening to block the countless blue crystal arrows. Xianxia shouted loudly, "Everyone, use the heavenly law inheritance to suppress them." There are a few old and middle-aged men in the Dragon Hall who have heavenly law inheritance. The divine power they released is very strong and can block the blue crystal balls. Xianxia suddenly disappeared and flashed behind a crystal ball. He controlled the small black saber to stab the blue crystal ball back and forth. In a blink of an eye, he stabbed the blue crystal ball several hundred times. Seeing the blue crystal ball turn into a beehive in an instant, everyone is horrified. Just now, many experts tried to break the blue crystal ball but they were unable to leave any mark on it. And Xianxia's small black saber just casually stabbed the crystal ball several hundred times. Roar! The Nine Heavens divine demon inside the crystal ball let out an unpleasant-to-hear roar and then came out of the blue crystal ball. Now everyone can see that the Nine Heavens divine demon is completely silver in color. He doesn't look like a heavenly law sage at all. Moreover, his entire body is filled with evil aura. The Nine Heavens divine demon has appeared, his body has many holes, even his head has many holes, but he is still very powerful. Moreover, the wounds on his body are healing at a very fast speed. Although the heavenly law hall's old man is shocked by Xianxia's power, he laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, did you see that? This is the power of our heavenly law sage. They have undying body, we will also have it in the future." Nine Heavens divine demon's recovery power is indeed very dreadful. It must be known that the stronger the body, the harder it is to recover from damage. Because it requires even more energy to recover. And this Nine Heavens divine demon has this kind of recovery power, it is indeed very heaven-defying. Bai Suxin, Xiao Yuelan and the others want to send voice transmission to Xianxia to ask if he needs help. But Xianxia is flashing back and forth, they are unable to send voice transmission. Xianxia is now using very fast footwork to deal with those Nine Heavens divine demons. He is controlling the small black saber to stab their shells into beehives, forcing them to jump out. Very soon, 5 Nine Heavens divine demons came out, their bodies are filled with holes but their power has not weakened a bit. One divine demon punched towards the divine judge and the others, the fist wind brought along a large number of blue crystal needles and enveloped them like a tide. The divine judge and the Dragon Hall's vice hall master joined hands and used their strongest heavenly law inheritance to form an energy wall to block the dreadful fist wind. If they were hit, those blue crystal needles would pierce their entire body. Just thinking about it makes them feel very scared. The divine moon race, the divine yang race, the Dragon Hall, and the white sun god domain all launched powerful attacks, and a few formidable martial artists even used their heavenly techniques. However, they were unable to suppress the 5 Nine Heavens god demons. Heavenly law inheritance is very useful to Nine Heavens divine demons but they have just obtained it not long ago. They are still unable to comprehend the essence of heavenly law inheritance, so they are unable to unleash its might. The heavenly law hall's old man is very proud of himself, he laughed loudly and said, "Did you see that? This is the result of standing on the wrong side." Primal Chaos race and Divine Star races people are secretly happy because they believe that they will be able to grasp the recovery power of Nine Heavens divine demons. Bai Suxin is very puzzled, if Nine Heavens divine demons have such strong recovery power, why don't they help others recover their blood but force her to? Xianxia also thought of this point, this might be the key to unraveling the recovery power of Nine Heavens divine demons. But they need to capture a Nine Heavens divine demon to research the reason. Xianxia is also among the crowd, just like the other juniors, he is looking at the powerful seniors taking action. This can't go on, those Nine Heavens divine demons are very difficult to deal with. Xianxia looked at the red light beam, it was created by the Nine Heavens demon emperor. The number of stars in the sky is decreasing, it means that the seal is about to be broken. Once the seal suppressing the Nine Heavens demon race is broken, they will be killed by the demon emperor who rushed out of the seal. Xianxia took a deep breath, closed his eyes and used the body condensing rune technique. Through his powerful consciousness, he controlled the blood-soul power and condensed a large number of runes in his body. These runes are used to seal the heavenly blood in his body, using the heavenly universe fire curse will consume all the heavenly blood in his body. Therefore, he wants to seal a portion of the heavenly blood so that it won't be consumed completely. Xianxia controlled the seal and allowed 10% of the heavenly blood to be lost. Then he used the heavenly universe fire curse, his body flashed and approached a 9 heavens divine demon. While using the heavenly universe fire curse, he also used the heaven explosion finger. He condensed the heavenly universe divine flame from the heavenly universe fire curse and shot it out through the heaven explosion finger. Xianxia pointed with 2 fingers, blue flame shot out and hit the body of a 9 heavens divine demon. Boom! The body of the 9 heavens divine demon was hit by the finger power and suddenly exploded into many pieces, burning with blue flame. Xianxia's move caused all the experts present to feel fear and trepidation. That 9 heavens divine demon has been smashed into pieces, but Xianxia is not sure if it is truly dead because those pieces are still moving. The other 9 heavens divine demons want to kill Xianxia even more. Xianxia is a great threat to them. Whether it is that small black saber or that flame, they are the bane of the 9 heavens divine demons. Xianxia controlled the seal inside his body and released 10% of his heavenly blood to activate the heavenly universe fire spell. Boom! Exploding heaven finger shot out and another 9 heavens divine demon exploded. Heavenly Law Hall's people originally planned to watch the battle from the side. They believed that the 9 heavens divine demons would be able to defeat the Dragon Hall and the other major factions. But Xianxia's appearance caused the 9 heavens divine demons to suffer a setback. 2 of them were killed in an instant. Protect him! Bai Suxin suddenly shouted. Soon after, Divine Judge and Yin Long rushed towards Xianxia to prevent the Heavenly Law Hall from attacking him. And the Dragon Hall's experts also prepared to defend. Heavenly Law Hall's old man said in deep voice, "We should also take action. We must capture that evil guy as soon as possible." Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Academy's people rushed to the front. Xianxia continuously used Exploding Heaven Finger and Transcending Void Step to nimbly shuttle back and forth, killing the remaining 9 heavens divine demons one by one. The 9 heavens divine demons that were praised by the Heavenly Law Hall have now been turned into pieces. Xianxia only consumed half of his heavenly blood after killing those few 9 heavens divine demons. After this, his usage of heavenly blood and heavenly universe fire spell has greatly improved. It is not like before where his heavenly blood would be used up in one use. After killing the 9 heavens divine demon, Xianxia retreated and immediately retreated. He left the rest of the battle to Long Tang and other powerful factions. Xianxia became invisible in the chaotic battle and disappeared in an instant. The Heavenly Law Hall's people are unable to lock onto him. Xianxia quietly left the battlefield. He wants to quickly recover the heavenly blood he consumed earlier. He wants to maintain his peak condition as much as possible. After leaving the battlefield, he arrived at a mountain forest and released the floating cloud pagoda. Just as he was about to enter the floating cloud pagoda, he sensed a familiar aura behind him. It brought along a faint cold fragrance. Xianxia immediately turned around and saw a woman dressed in a plain white dress. The woman was cold and alluring. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Her beautiful eyes looked calm, but they exuded a bone-chilling killing intent. "Yuelan." Xianxia immediately ran over and hugged her. He said with a mischievous smile, "My little wife, I missed you so much." Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold aura disappeared in an instant. Her face was filled with hidden bitterness and gentleness. She said lightly, "You really make people worry." Xianxia carried her into the floating cloud pagoda and said with a smile, "How is it worrying? Did you see how strong your little hubby was just now? I know you're amazing." Xiao Yuelan's charming and limpid eyes rippled with a kind of captivating charm, causing Xianxia's heart to thump loudly. Xianxia said with a smile, "Yuelan, those 9 heavens divine demons are very powerful. It was not easy for me to kill them." Xiao Yuelan pinched him and curled her lips, "You're amazing." Currently, the divine moon race and the divine yang race could not do anything to those 9 heavens divine demons. Unless we have a more thorough understanding of the heavenly law inheritance. Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan kissed each other and exchanged information about the heavenly law universe. Long Tang has already contacted the divine moon race and the divine yang race and secretly discussed some matters. However, only Wang Ju knows the specifics. "Yuelan, it is very difficult for me to break through now." Xianxia sighed and said, "If I can break through this hurdle, I might be able to become a heavenly god very quickly." "Xiao Yun, you need to fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. Only the divine moon race's emperor can help you." Xiao Yuelan lightly frowned and said, according to what I know in the Divine Moon Race, the Divine Moon Race's emperor is very mysterious. How can the Divine Moon Race's emperor help me? Don't tell me I really have to. Qinyan felt a headache just thinking about this. If you want to break through, you can only deal with her. Xiao Yuemei lightly shook her head, I don't know the specifics. Unless you talk to her face to face, maybe you don't need to talk to her. I will talk to Hua Xue. I will talk to the Divine Moon Race's emperor through her. Qinyan said. He has no other choice. He originally thought that he would be able to find an opportunity to break through in this heavenly law universe. This way, he wouldn't need to look for the Divine Moon Race's emperor. Xiao Yuelan said, the blue sky cosmos can't hold on any longer, the Nine Heavens demon race will definitely descend upon the Divine Desolate. We must prepare for a long period of time to fight against the Nine Heavens demon race. At that time, the Primal Chaos race, Divine Sword race and Divine Star race will also be our enemies. Yuelan, what is Sister Kiru doing? I really want to see her. Qinyan has not seen Xia Kiru for a long time. She is busy with important matters, those matters are not something we can touch. When the time comes, we will naturally be able to see her. Xiao Yuelan grabbed Qinyan's hand and said, Xiao Yun, what Sister Kiru is doing is for you and us. I know. Qinyan nodded and sighed. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a burst of loud noise came from outside. Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan immediately walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. They saw that the Star River Great Formation in the sky is dropping down huge stars. Oh no, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is about to break the seal. Qinyan's expression changed greatly, he said, Yuelan, we must quickly leave this place. At this moment, an angry dragon roar echoed. It is the roar of the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon. A formidable dragon power suddenly rushed towards the direction where the red light beam came from. The Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon flew over, a crescent moon suddenly appeared on Xiao Yuelan's forehead. She used her finger to press the crescent moon imprint and said in low voice, I will contact my sisters and tell them to leave immediately. The battle between Heavenly Law Hall and Dragon Hall is not small. After the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon appeared, it became even more intense. Qinyan closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding situation. He only sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Xiao Yun, did you discover anything? Xiao Yuelan saw Qinyan's tightly knitted brows. Not good, the space inside the blue sky universe is about to be destroyed. Qinyan opened his eyes and said, I have to inform them and tell them to leave before the space collapses, so that they won't be injured. Just as he was about to go over, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated and an old man wearing a white robe appeared. The space god has appeared. Brother, why are you here? Qinyan said in alarm. I came in earlier than you. The space god said, let me inform them, Heavenly God Desolate is going to be very lively. Xiao Yuelan asked, if the blue sky universe is destroyed in Heavenly God Desolate, will it be a good thing or a bad thing for Heavenly God Desolate? There are still many Heavenly Law inheritants inside the blue sky universe. When the time comes, a large number of Heavenly Law inheritance beads will be scattered all over Heavenly God Desolate. From this point, it is a good thing for Heavenly God Desolate. However, there is also a bad thing, it is that group of 9 heavens divine demons that are very difficult to deal with. The space god said. Will a large number of Heavenly Law inheritance beads really appear? Qinyan said, if that is really the case, then even more people will be able to master Heavenly Law inheritance. It will not be that difficult to deal with 9 heavens divine demons. The space god nodded and said, I will go find the divine chief and the others. It is also time for me to report to the divine chief. He looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said, put away your pagoda, I will send you back to Heavenly God Desolate. You can directly send us back? Qinyan is somewhat amazed, he promptly put away the floating cloud pagoda. The space god waved his hand, opened a space crack and said with smile, old brother, we will meet again. Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan entered the space crack. They returned to Heavenly God Desolate. They appeared in the sky of Heavenly God Desolate, the blue sky universe is far away in front of them. The surface of the blue square body is actually cracking, Qinyan said, with this old brother space god here, Yuemei and others will be able to come out very soon. The space god must have obtained a very strong heavenly law inheritance, moreover it is related to space. Not long after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei found out through the soul-chasing talisman that Xiao Yuemei and others have arrived at Heavenly God Desolate. Boss Xia and others have come out. Qin Yan felt a lot relieved. What about Xinyu Tianlong? He shouldn't be fighting Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, right? Xiao Yuelan asked. Very likely. Qin Yan looked at the blue sky universe and saw many people rushing out from the crack. There are many people inside, moreover they are from different god realms. They realized that Heavenly Law universe is finished and fled in fear. Heavenly God Desolate is very big, accommodating these people is not a problem. The biggest problem is the Nine Heavens Demon race, Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Academy's evil people. It seems like the blue sky universe's self-destruction is unable to exterminate the Nine Heavens Demon race. Xiao Yuelan looked at the blue sky universe, her expression gradually became ice-cold. Because she saw many silver figures rushing out from the blue sky universe and landing on the ground. Those silver figures are Nine Heavens Divine Demons. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor has awakened even more Nine Heavens Divine Demons. Many people from all over the world are watching from the blue sky universe. Some busybodies approached those silver Nine Heavens Divine Demons to see the situation. They did not expect that they would be directly grabbed, torn to shreds and gnawed. Nine Heavens Divine Demons are very cruel, especially those who have just awakened after being sealed for many years. They directly grabbed people and ate them. This immediately caused a large group of people to flee in fear. Lui Shuyan and Yuxi arrived beside Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan. We should quickly leave, the Nine Heavens Divine Demon Army is simply unable to resist. Yuxi said in deep voice, I am the Emperor of Moonshi race, it is time for me to lead the Nine Sun Royal family. Lui Shuyan said, White Sun Divine Realm and 3i Divine Realms people have run out, this is worth roping in, Divine Grand Inquisitor will do this. What about Yuemei and Sister Rujing? Xiao Yuelan asked. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan returned to Ninyang Divine Palace. Liu Shuyan and Yuxi still have things to do. Nine Heavens Demon race has appeared in Divine Desolate. Liu Shuyan is a slaughter god, she wants to go to Myriad Realms Divine Court. And Yuxi, as the Nine Sun Royal Family's clan empress, is also responsible for leading the Nine Sun Royal Family and making preparations to deal with this crisis. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, they still need some time to return to Ninyang Divine Palace. Lan Tianyu is very far from Ninyang Divine Palace and Myriad Realms Divine Court. Xiao Yun, Sister Su Xin said that she wants to follow you for a period of time. She will arrange her subordinates and then go to Ninyang Divine Palace to find you. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan are sitting on the same chair, she is leaning on Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly, from time to time passing through space. He embraced Xiao Yuelan's fragrant and soft body, his thoughts are also multitudinous. He almost forgot about his agreement with Bai Suxin. I did have this agreement with her. Qin Yan said, the current situation is so chaotic, I almost forgot about it. Xiao Yun, Sister Suxin has a very big secret. Xiao Yuelan smiled mysteriously, only our Nine Sun Divine Maiden knows about it. What secret? Qin Yan pinched her face and said with smile, quickly tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Qin Yan already knew that Bai Suxin is very fond of Xiao Yuemei because of her identity as Nine Sun Divine Maiden. She cultivates a small sun, a white divine sun. Xiao Yuelan said. I know that. Qin Yan said with smile, I thought it was some kind of secret. Xiao Yun, have you seen her white sun? Xiao Yuelan's face is still filled with a mysterious smile. Qin Yan thought about it, of course he has seen Bai Suxin's divine Sunday. Moreover, his nether sun is still entangled with that white Sunday. It is also because of this that his nether sun obtained white sun's formidable recovery power, as well as grasped that heaven-defying duplication power. Of course I have. Qin Yan said. Her secret is inside that white sun. Inside her white sun, there is a sun seed. That sun seed is very important. Xiao Yuelan said, you have to think of a way to get it and let her give it to you. Sun seed? Why do you want to come here? Qin Yan had previously obtained the sun seed and it was still in the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the function of the yang seed. He only knew that it could be used to refine a sun. Of course it's to let you cultivate a Baiyang. The best state of your 9-sun divine spirit is to cultivate 9 different divine suns. Primal Chaos Divine Sun, Myriad Realms Divine Sun, White Sun, Nether Sun, and so on. Xiao Yuelan said, "Don't worry, if you take away her sun's seed, nothing will happen to her." Qin Yun was puzzled. What kind of sun was the yang seed I obtained previously? It should be the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Cultivate a Myriad Realms Divine Sun in the 9-sun Divine Spirit. As for what to do, you will know once you see Sister Kiru, she will help you. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yin originally believed that one divine cosmos purple sun was sufficient, but from the looks of it, it would not be bad if he had the power of more divine suns. If there is no harm to her, then she will definitely be willing to give it to me. Qin Yin feels that this is not difficult. Really? It seems like you are very confident that you can deal with her. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "Little husband, you are becoming more and more awesome. This is good, I don't need to take action." Qin Yin pinched her thigh and said with smile, "Yuelan, you still want to take action? You are underestimating me too much. The sun seed in your hand should be able to let you cultivate Myriad Realms Divine Sun and Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. Adding White Divine Sun, you have 3. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yin retracted the smile on his face and said seriously, "Yueme said that she is some Heavenly Moon Snow Palace's Heavenly Moon Divine concubine. Heavenly Moon Divine Palace is located in the Heavenly Moon Divine World above the 9 heavens. I thought she was just making it up, but now that the 9 heavens divine demon appeared, it made me recall this matter. Previously, Xiao Yueme turned him into a young boy and took him to swindle." She said this. Qin Yin thought that she was making it up. Now that he thought about it carefully, he feels that the 9 heavens divine demon might have come from above the 9 heavens. And what kind of existence is this 9-sun divine maiden? Qin Yin still does not know. This wretched girl. Xiao Yuelan groaned and said, "I'm not too sure about this matter. When I see her in the future, I'll ask her again." Qin Yin pinched Xiao Yuelan's waist, causing her to scream. "Yuelan, we are husband and wife, don't lie to me." Qin Yin puffed up his cheeks and looked at Xiao Yuelan. "You 9-sun divine maidens are all mysterious." Xiao Yuelan said with smile, "I didn't lie to you, I really don't know." "Don't lie to me." Qin Yin curled his lips and said. "My mouth lied to you, then punish my mouth." Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "Come." "Humph." Qin Yin snorted and kissed Xiao Yuelan's small mouth. Qin Yin is very clear in his heart that if Xiao Yuelan wanted to tell him, she would definitely not hide anything. Even if he continued to ask, he would not be able to get anything out of her. A few days later, Qin Yin and Xiao Yuelan returned to the 9-sun divine palace. The 9-sun divine palace has become very lively. Originally, the 9-sun divine palace had absorbed many good seedlings from the various clans of the 9-sun royal family. Now, with the addition of the Jian family and many of Qin Yun's old friends, they have all come here. And the arrival of the divine inscription mountain made the 9-sun divine palace even more lively. One must know that there are many powerful inscription beasts and inscription masters in the divine inscription mountain. If they cultivated in the 9-sun divine palace and obtained those inheritances, they would be able to improve even faster. Qin Yun is very happy to see his old friends whom he has not seen for many years. Bai Si is still the White Commander. He and the elders of the other palaces manage the 9-sun divine palace. They joined hands with everyone to obtain all kinds of resources and then distribute them. What made Qin Yun pleasantly surprised is that Qin Long, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Divine Universe Ice Dragon have returned. They found 2 divine space dragon balls. This is something Qin Yun did not expect. One must know that Qin Yun is now missing 2 divine space dragon balls. The divine space dragon balls Qin Long and the others found are divine space moon dragon balls and divine space yang dragon balls. They are all very powerful. And among them, the divine space moon dragon ball was found by Long Yuqing. Long Yuqing met them on the road. She is also helping Qin Yun find the dragon race. Qin Yun suspects that the reason why Long Yuqing was able to find the divine space moon dragon ball was because of Xie Qiru's secret guidance. The 9 divine space dragon balls are all gathered, but Qin Yun does not know how to use them for the time being. His plan is to refine the dragon balls into the altar. Qin Yun returned and spent the night with everyone. They ate and drank until daybreak. Then they began to talk about Lan Tianyu and the Nine Heavens demon race. Hearing about the alliance of the powerful Nine Heavens demon race, Primal Chaos race and other powerful races, everyone's mood became very heavy. Because in this period of time, they have come into contact with more and more powerful races and they know how terrifying they are. Divine Universe Ice Dragon was originally very happy when he learned that Xinyu Tianlong is still alive. But when he heard that Xinyu Tianlong is fighting with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, his mood gradually became heavy. Divine Universe Ice Dragon, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother, these powerful dragons also plan to stay in the Nine Sun Divine Palace's Dragon Palace. As for Qin Long, he wants to find Yun Long, but he did not say why. In the next 10 days, Qin Yun carved all kinds of runes for the young geniuses who passed the selection, helping them become stronger. For those with good aptitude, he also helped refine their souls, helping them become stronger in all aspects. The Nine Sun Divine Palace has a cohesive force. It has many inheritances to begin with, and with the addition of many geniuses, as long as they have enough resources, they can develop very quickly. The news of the Nine Heavens demon race appearing in the Divine Wilderness also gradually spread. The Myriad Realms Divine Court has already gathered all the heroes of the Divine Wilderness and invited them to the Myriad Realms Divine Court to form a Divine Court army. Cultivating in the Myriad Realms Divine Court allows them to absorb the energy of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun faster. The result of the battle between Xinyu Tianlong and the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor also spread. Xinyu Tianlong was defeated and could only escape with serious injuries, his whereabouts unknown. Although the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor won, it was not an easy victory. The race emperors of the Divine Star race, Primal Chaos race and Divine Sword race have already set off to make contact with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. And the race emperors of the Divine Sun race and Divine Moon race will go to the Myriad Realms Divine Court to form an alliance. At that time, they will discuss the matter of fighting against the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. At night, Qin Yan stood at the top of the Nine Sun Divine Palace, holding a golden invitation card in his hand. Xiao Yuelan suddenly appeared behind him and hugged his waist from behind. She said with smile, "Xiao Yun, are you not happy? The Divine Judge invited you to the Myriad Realms Divine Court. This is an acknowledgement of your position. My cultivation is too low." Qin Yan sighed, "Although I have a method to deal with the Nine Heavens Divine Demons, only I can use it." According to the news, there are more than 100 million Nine Heavens Divine Demons. The race emperors of the Divine Sun race and Divine Moon race will go. This is your chance to come into contact with them. Xiao Yuelan said, "Your cultivation is low, but who dares to look down on you? You are the Nine Sun Palace King, the person who makes the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor gnash his teeth in anger. You are also his #1 enemy." Because of this, the people of the Nine Sun Divine Palace are very careful when they go out. Not only the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor has his eyes on Qin Yun, Primal Chaos race, Divine Sword race and Divine Star race have all suffered great losses at Qin Yun's hands. Their marquis were killed by Qin Yun, but the three races have never made Qin Yun pay the price. As a result, the three races have lost all their face. Today's Myriad Heavens Divine Moon is very big. Qin Yun raised his head and looked at the mysterious Myriad Heavens Divine Moon. When he felt the moonlight shining on him, he vaguely felt a wonderful gentleness. This gentleness reminded him of Xiaqiru. At this moment, a beam of moonlight shone down and landed on Xiao Yuelan's body. Xiao Yuelan immediately frowned and said, "Guanghan Palace sent news that more than 100 people from the Divine Moon race and the Divine Sun race were being chased when they went out. It was the Primal Chaos race and the Divine Star race, as well as a small number of Nine Heavens Divine Demons who were chasing them. Do you want to go and help?" "I will go and call people," Qin Yun said. Qin Yun must follow, he is the only one who can restrain this kind of Nine Heavens Divine Demon. Only those who obtained the Heavenly Law inheritance and mastered it to a certain degree can suppress the Nine Heavens Divine Demon. When the blue sky was destroyed, the entire Divine Desolate Heavens shook. The Divine Desolate Heavens trembled for an entire day before coming to a stop. The shockwave created terrifying gales in all directions. Following the destruction of the blue sky, a large number of Heavenly Law inheritance beads scattered all over Divine Desolate. According to the information Qin Yun has, these Heavenly Law inheritance beads are very strange. They can drill underground and fly everywhere aimlessly. If one wants to obtain the heavenly law inheritance, they can only leave it to fate. After obtaining the heavenly law inheritance, one can have the power to destroy the 9 heavens divine demon. This kind of saying spread throughout the entire divine desolate. Therefore, all the major powers publicly announced very generous conditions to collect a large number of heavenly law inheritance beads or rope in the people who obtained the heavenly law inheritance. The influence of the myriad realms divine court is very great. It is said that they have already made good progress. And those powers led by the heavenly law hall are not to be outdone. They are openly recruiting people who obtained the heavenly law inheritance or buying the heavenly law inheritance beads. Although they are allies with the 9 heavens demon race, they also need the heavenly law inheritance. Not only can the heavenly law inheritance restrain the 9 heavens divine demon, after cultivating it, one can obtain even more formidable power. Xianxia and Xiaoyuan are inside the heaven leaping shuttle, flying towards the direction where they need support. Not only the two of us, there are also others who received a distress signal. Xiaoyuan said, "Xiaoyun, you don't need to rush to take action, just act according to the situation." Xianxia has already returned from the blue sky for a period of time. During this period of time, his mastery of the heavenly universe fire incantation is getting better and better. It is not like before where it consumes a large amount of heavenly blood. Furthermore, he has a total of 5 small black sabers in his hand, all of them are filled with heavenly universe divine fire. If it was just to deal with ordinary 9 heavens divine demon, he would directly use the small black saber. There is no need to use the heavenly universe fire incantation. 2 hours later, Xianxia and Xiaoyuan arrived. It is now late at night, the forest in front of them is flashing with red blood light, accompanied by a burst of roars. It is the roar of the 9 heavens divine demon. That red light is also the demonic power released by the 9 heavens divine demon. After Xianxia and Xiaoyuan walked out of the shuttle, they did not see anyone else. "Yuan, let's hurry over. The divine moon race and the divine yang race can only rely on their enchantments to hold on. Their enchantments will be broken very soon," Xianxia said. "And, let's be careful." Xiaoyuan took out a long saber. Xiaoyuan was inferior to Xianxia in terms of mastery of the heavenly law heritage. Not only Xiaoyuan, even Yu Shi and the other 9 sun divine maidens are unable to skillfully use the heavenly law inheritance they obtained. They are also very puzzled as to why Xianxia, who just obtained the heavenly law inheritance not long ago, is able to skillfully use it and release such powerful divine power. Xianxia himself could not explain it clearly, he just used it very naturally. He saw Xian Rujing's heavenly space frost curse before. Xian Rujing is still unable to comprehend the crucial point and is unable to release the formidable heavenly space frost power. It wasn't just them. Those who had obtained the heavenly law inheritance from the universe of heavenly law were all confused. Only a small portion of them were able to unleash a bit of their power by accident. Xianxia quietly flew over and saw more than 100 short and stout silver-skinned people surrounding a group of people and frantically attacking them. Those people are divine moon race and divine yang race's people. They are inside an array pillar, tightly holding their weapons. Their faces are filled with fear as they look at the ferocious divine demons surrounding them. They don't have blue crystal ball to protect their bodies, they should be low-level divine demons, they should be easy to deal with. Xianxia used Transcending Void Step and did not wait for Xiaoyuan. After he arrived, he used super gravity and released 5 small black sabers. Although the small black sabers are small, they are very sharp when they fly over. 5 black beams of light flew over and with a few swoosh 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 swoosh, they pierced through the heads of many 9th heaven's god demons. Xianxia released his mental power to the extreme. Through the imperial heaven art, he accurately controlled the small black sabers to fly around. 9th heaven divine demons' heads were destroyed, it will interfere with their vision and mind, it will immediately reduce their battle strength. More than 100 heads of 9th heaven divine demons have been smashed by Xianxia in a short while. The people inside the formation saw the heads of more than 100 9th heaven divine demons suddenly burst like watermelons, their hearts became even more alarmed. They fought with these 9th heaven divine demons before, it is already very difficult to destroy their thick skin and flesh. Because as soon as they are destroyed, they will recover, not to mention destroying their sturdy heads. And in front of them, someone can do it. Xianxia floated in the air, a large black whirlpool suddenly appeared around him. That black whirlpool has extremely strong devouring power, even if a light beam shoots over, it will be distorted and devoured. Xianxia released Nether Sun domain and released Nether Sun's devouring power to the extreme. Then combined with gravity, he locked onto those ninth heaven divine demons. After the ninth heaven divine demons' bodies were controlled by gravity, they became weightless and were immediately sucked into that dreadful devouring whirlpool. Nether Sun whirlpool is very big and incomparably black. Any light that shines on it will be devoured, so no one can see that whirlpool. They can only see that after those ninth heaven divine demons floated over, their bodies suddenly distorted and then disappeared along with the whirlpool. They are also unable to see Xianxia, who is in the middle of the whirlpool. Xianxia did not devour the ninth heaven divine demons, he only melted them into a kind of blue ash. This kind of ash has very strong regenerative power, it is very suitable to be used as fertilizer to plant medicinal herbs. These ninth heaven divine demons are relatively low level, they have no research value, so Xianxia did not capture them alive. He wants to capture those ninth heaven divine demons who can condense blue crystal ball and figure out the reason why they can quickly recover. The ninth heaven divine demons have been killed and Xiaoyuan just flew over. She landed beside that group of people and lightly shouted, "You are all safe now. Big Sister Yuan, did you kill all of them? You are so awesome, I heard that you are Nine Sun Divine Maiden. The mysterious Nine Sun Divine Maiden is indeed very strong." A divine moon race woman said with face full of admiration. "Big Sister Yuan, how did you deal with those ninth heaven divine demons? Can you teach us?" "That requires heavenly law inheritance, it is very difficult to spread heavenly law inheritance," a divine sun race middle-aged man said. Xiaoyuan lightly shook her head and said, "I did not kill those ninth heaven divine demons. I only just arrived. Even if it was me, it would be very difficult to eliminate so many ninth heaven divine demons." "Ah? Who is that? Who is so powerful?" He actually grasped a method to completely eliminate ninth heaven divine demons. A divine moon race woman looked around in shock. "This kind of expert? Is he from Guanhan Palace? Why didn't we notice anyone else?" Xiaoyuan lightly smiled and said, "It was Nine Sun Palace King who took action, you should have heard of it." Nine Sun Palace King, everyone is stunned. The Nine Suns Goddess Maiden was rather mysterious to them, but the Nine Suns Palace King was different. He was an influential figure in the divine wilderness. Everyone knows that when the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor descended into Divine Desolate, he shouted that he would exterminate this person. Divine Moon Race and Divine Sun Race are both powerful ancient races. They all know that Nine Sun Palace King used profound god cultivation to kill marquis of powerful races, and he even killed many of them. "Big Sister Yuan, can you let him appear for us to see?" a woman said in a low voice. "He is up there, preventing other ninth heaven divine demons from coming over," Xiaoyuan said with smile. At this moment, a few middle-aged and old men arrived. "They have come to support. All of you should leave quickly, maybe even stronger ninth heaven divine demons will come over soon," Xiaoyuan said. The people who had been saved also hurriedly left. Xianxia landed from the sky, his expression is somewhat solemn. "Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Is there a powerful ninth heaven divine demon coming over?" Xiaoyuan saw Xianxia's expression and felt rather worried. "The ninth heaven divine demon I killed just now is a very low-level one. This kind of ninth heaven divine demon was just born not long ago." Xianxia exclaimed, "The ninth heaven demon race has begun to reproduce in Divine Desolate, their growth speed is very fast." Xiaoyuan's eyebrows twitched and said in a deep voice, "This is not a good situation. I need to return to Guanhan Palace. I need to go into seclusion inside Mother Moon for a period of time and comprehend the heavenly law inheritance as soon as possible." Xianxia nodded. Regarding the heavenly law inheritance, Xianxia is unable to guide Xiaoyuan, she can only rely on herself to comprehend it. Facing a ninth heaven divine demon, even Xiaoyuan would not be able to relax, let alone easily exterminate them. "Yuan, do you know where the Divine Moon Clan's great emperor is?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "I have to go talk to her." "I still don't know. Wait until I return to Guanhan Palace, I will find out her whereabouts as soon as possible. Remember to contact Little Phoenix, after there is news, someone will tell her and let her pass it to you," Xiaoyuan said. All right. Qin hugged Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan flew towards Divine Moon while Qin rushed back to Ninyang Divine Palace. He wants to quickly create an even stronger Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. This time, he wants to fuse Heavenly Law Divine Runes into the formation. Heavenly Law Divine Runes can also restrain Ninth Heaven Divine Demons, especially those complete Heavenly Law Divine Runes. Qin is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He quickly flew towards Ninyang Divine Palace. Just as he was about to travel through space, many stars suddenly appeared from all directions. Those stars are very large. They formed a large semicircle cover, like a large net, suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped a radius of 100 miles. Qin gave it a try. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle can open a spatial passage. After all, it is the Little Ant Queen's spatial divine power. He did not leave immediately because he can see that this is a great formation set up by the Divine Star Race. It is definitely aimed at him. Xiaoyuan previously received news that Primal Chaos Race, Divine Star Race and a group of Ninth Heaven Divine Demons are besieging that group of people. Within the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Qin smiled calmly. Is the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor not around? What a pity. I thought he was here, so I killed him along the way. In the surroundings, there were many people from the Divine Star Race and the Chaos Race. There were also some Nine Heavens Divine Beasts. Hearing that Qin wanted to kill the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, the Divine Star Race and Chaos Race roared with laughter. The laughter reverberated from all directions. Hall King Ninyang, do you really think that you can kill the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor just because you have some heaven technique inheritance? You're overconfident, not to mention the Nine Heavens Demon King, even the 10 Great Demon Generals and the 4 Great Demon Dukes under the Nine Heavens Demon King can easily take you down. And you can't even kill them. When Qin heard that, he roughly knew who the strongest members of the Nine Heavens Demon race were. The 4 Demon Dukes were definitely the strongest beneath the Nine Heavens Demon Monarchs, and then there were the 10 Demon Generals. Palace King Ninyang, you killed a Marquis of the God Star Race. Now it is time for you to pay with your life. The angry voice of an old man from the God Star Race was heard. This was a duke from the God Star Race. Pay with my life? With just the likes of you? Qin sneered. He was observing the stars around him. There were bands of light connecting them, forming a very sturdy barrier. This kind of barrier was very difficult to break from the inside, but attacking from the outside would be much easier. This was an inward-facing enchantment that only targeted attacks from the inside. On the outside, the Divine Star Race, the Chaos Race, and the Nine Heavens Godly Beasts were there. If anyone attacked, they could immediately take action. Damned human, the Spirit Demon Emperor saw through our eyes that you have just killed our comrade. You are about to die without a complete corpse. Before you die, apologize to the Spirit Demon Emperor, and we will let you die more comfortably. The one who spoke was a Nine Heavens Divine Monster. Qin was secretly alarmed. The Nine Heavens Demon Sovereign could actually see him through the lesser demons. He suspected that some of the lesser demons were the doppelgangers of the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, or perhaps they had a spiritual connection with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Qin laughed and said, "The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor wants me to apologize to him? Didn't I punch through his head back then? He's the one who's too weak and got his head pierced by me. Who can he blame? Furthermore, he is a demon emperor from above the Nine Heavens. He was injured by a mere profound god like me, yet he still has the face to live. If I were him, I wouldn't have the face to continue living." His words were meant for the Nine Heavens Demon King. Since the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor could see the situation here through the small demons, he would definitely be able to hear the sounds. "You dare blaspheme the Demon Emperor, we will make you die a painful death." The Nine Heaven Divine Demon shouted in anger. "Attack! Kill this man! Open the formation!" The old man from the Divine Star Race shouted. Their formation was really huge. Hundreds of thousands of stars formed a cover, like a huge net covering a radius of 100 miles. The speed at which the formation was activated was rather slow. Those stars were currently revolving as a whole, and the energy they absorbed also came from the divine moon of the heavens. This formation is quite powerful. If I can't escape, the sky-leaping shuttle will be instantly destroyed if I'm attacked. Qin secretly sensed the energy slowly erupting from the array. It was indeed extremely terrifying. The land that was enveloped by the array was cracking. Lava spewed out from the ground like a huge fountain, rushing into the sky. Not long after, the soil on the ground gradually melted into lava, and the temperature within the array rose rapidly. Boom, 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 lightning suddenly exploded, and the array was filled with a powerful pressure. It made people feel as if doomsday had arrived. Open! An old man shouted. Hundreds of stars suddenly flashed. At the same time, several lightning bolts surged out from each star, striking at Xianxia's sky-leaping shuttle. In an instant, the lightning bolts formed densely and gathered together. They were like countless raging rivers that suddenly crashed together. At that instant, Xianxia also controlled the sky-leaping shuttle to jump through space. Within the array, there was an intense explosion. As if the world was about to be penetrated by that explosion, an old man from the divine star race laughed loudly. Dead, dead, that bastard is finally dead. A nine heavens divine demon also laughed loudly and said, the demon emperor's worry is finally over. Great, great. The divine star race, primal chaos race and nine heavens divine demons all raised their arms and cheered. They are extremely excited. The Nine Yan Palace King was someone who dared to provoke the dignity of powerful races. The various powerful races had appeared in the Divine Desolate, thinking that they could establish their prestige in the Divine Desolate and intimidate the experts from all sides. However, when the myriad heavens divine sword appeared, these powerful races were ruthlessly trampled by the Nine Yan Palace King, whose cultivation was not high. Many of them even died, causing their prestige to fall to the ground. It was also because of this that the Nine Yan Palace King had an extremely high reputation in the Divine Desolate. Later on, the Nine Heavens Demon race appeared. The powerful Nine Heavens Demon Emperor had actually suffered at the hands of the Nine Yan Palace King. Now, the Divine Star race had killed the Nine Yan Palace King, which was enough for them to brag for tens of thousands of years. Xianxia has already arrived high in the sky. He stood on the large white jade gourd and looked down at the star array with his hands behind his back. These guys are afraid that I won't die thoroughly enough, so they didn't stop the formation? This is also good. When I use the Nine Sun World Extermination scripture, the power will be even greater. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned deep blue like the sky and sea. He has now entered a state where his body, mind and soul are completely immersed in the heavenly eye. Back then, when he first obtained the heavenly eye, once he entered this state, he would become extremely powerful. Later on, he rarely used it because he was worried that he would lose himself. But now, he has grown a lot. He can completely control his nether sun, possess a powerful body and even cultivate the heavenly Tao image. He is no longer afraid of losing himself in this state. This state was named Imperial Heaven State by Xianxia. Entering this state, being able to control powerful heavenly power is also related to the Imperial Heaven diagram. Xianxia is very cautiously exploring this Imperial Heaven State. And when he entered the Imperial Heaven State, even Ling Yuner doesn't know his current situation. Currently, only he knows about this state. From his point of view, this state is very risky, so he rarely uses it and also doesn't let the people around him know. After Xianxia entered the Imperial Heaven State, he can use the Nine Sun World Extermination scripture and use even stronger heavenly power to summon the Great Tribulation. 9 huge golden light balls suddenly appeared high up in the sky. It looks like the sun is about to explode. Moreover, it is accompanied by a berserk dragon might. The people below also discovered it very quickly. What is that? Divine Star people said with frown. Very strong dragon might? Could it be that dragon race has arrived? Dragon race? Or Dragon Hall? I don't know. Roar, a dragon roar shook heaven and earth. 9 light balls suddenly exploded. Berserk heavenly punishment tribulation power violently rushed over from all direction. 9 huge blue heavenly dragons appeared within the exploded light balls. They look like divine universe heavenly dragons, however, they are not divine universe heavenly dragons. 9 huge blue heavenly dragons furiously roared, bringing with them a berserk heavenly power that looks down on heaven and earth. They attacked from the sky. This is 9 dragon brilliant sun tribulation. Moreover, it is a very strong one. 9 dragon brilliant sun tribulation appeared, crazily devouring the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the tribulation power. There are so many stars below, all of them contain formidable energy. As the 9 dragons swooped down, they crazily devoured the energy of the stars and then bombarded the earth. 9 huge heavenly dragons poured into the earth, stirring the earth as if it was seawater. Heavenly punishment tribulation thunder burst out from their bodies. 9 huge dragons crazily roared, they intertwined together and stirred the earth. Violent thunder surged in all directions like a huge wave, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Those stars were all destroyed, the fragments fell in the distance and turned into mountains of various sizes. Divine star race, primal chaos race people and those 9 heavens divine demons are all screaming miserably, enduring the terrifying heavenly punishment tribulation thunder. Xianxia originally planned to use Breaking Sun heavenly dragon tribulation, but now he is very tired. Not only did he consume too much heavenly blood, his soul has also withered a lot. The divine profound Tao image and Xian God Tao veins within his body also seem to be slumbering, causing his entire body to look very weak. Under Imperial Heaven State, using 9 Sun World Extermination scripture is really good. Xianxia returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to absorb the Little Ant Queen's spatial divine power and returned to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Ling Yuner yawned and said, "Xiao Yun, what happened just now?" "I suddenly fell asleep." "Nothing, I am also very sleepy, I want to quickly return to the 9 Yang Divine Palace to rest," Xianxia said with a smile. After daybreak, many experts finally arrived. Last night, there were so many huge stars here and the commotion was so big that it alarmed the experts in the distance. And when they arrived, they only saw a large number of star fragments in this area, as well as the remnants of a berserk heavenly punishment aura. An old man from the divine sky race said in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "This is the divine star race's great formation, it requires at least 2 dukes to activate and now it has been destroyed." An old man from the 9 Yang heavenly race also revealed an expression of shock, "I can sense the aura of at least 4 dukes. 2 dukes from the primal chaos race and the divine star race were killed?" "Killed? Who killed them? Heavenly tribulation?" A middle-aged man from the divine Yang race looked down and exclaimed. "We received news last night that the disciples of the divine moon race and the divine Yang race were surrounded here. In the end, it was the 9 Yang Palace monarch who saved them," a woman from the divine moon race said, and all the experts present shuddered. "The 9 Yang Palace monarch has passed the profound God stage?" The old woman from the 9 Shades race said in horror, "This fellow might be someone from the 10 gods mystic Tao image. It is impossible for him to have passed this stage." The old man from the 9 Yang heavenly race said in a deep voice, "It cannot be the 9 Yang Palace monarch. This kind of powerful divine power is not the divine power of a profound god. Also, this heavenly punishment aura is the power of the heavens. This should be a real heavenly tribulation." 9 Sun World Extermination Sutra. The old man from the divine sky race's eyes narrowed as he said in a low voice, "Who used the 9 Sun World Extermination Sutra?" Soon, the people from the divine star race and the primal chaos race rushed over. 2 9 heavens divine demons also followed. "Don't look at us, we just arrived too," the old man from the 9 Yang heavenly race said. The strength Xianxia displayed shocked the elders of the ancient races once more. Especially those powerful races that are enemies of Xianxia. While they are furious, they also feel a trace of fear. He also did not dare believe that Xianxia could have such powerful strength at the Xian God realm. If he were to break through in the future, wouldn't that be amazing? If the 9th Yang Palace monarch is really someone with 10 images, then we don't have to be afraid. An old man from the divine sword tribe smiled calmly. We all know what this means. Having 10 divine profound Tao images was indeed very rare, but it also meant that one would be restricted to a single stage, unable to break through. He previously collected the bloodline divine source of many powerful races. He should be trying to strengthen his body by fusing with our bloodline divine source. The old man from the divine sky race nodded and said, "It seems like he has mastered a method to fuse many kinds of bloodline divine source." A middle-aged man from the chaotic race sneered. "So what? It's impossible for him to open 10 profound God Tao veins, he can only open 8 at most, this is already his limit, right? Divine star race, divine sword race, control your bloodline divine source. He seems to still lack the bloodline divine source of your 2 races." The old man from the chaotic race said solemnly, "If he doesn't have the divine source of your 2 races, then it will be even more difficult for him to improve." The people of the divine star race sneered. You want to obtain the divine star bloodline divine source? How could it be so easy? Even if he gets it, he won't be able to go up. The elder from the divine sword race looked at the lady from the divine moon race and said, "Did that fellow ask for the bloodline divine source from the divine moon race?" Those powerful ancient races all learned that Qin Yan's wife, Xiao Yuan, as well as the woman beside him, all came from the Guanghan Palace. The Moon Palace was located in the Mystic Moon realm, so it naturally had a good relationship with the Mystic Moon clan. "Men are unable to use our divine moon bloodline divine origin," that woman said coldly. "I actually hope that he uses it. That way, he will die even faster, ha ha ha." A middle-aged man from a mortal sword race laughed. "Don't underestimate that palace king Nine Yang. What if he really succeeds?" The elder from the Nine Sons Heavenly Clan laughed. "You will be crying then. It won't work, it won't work. The 10th God profound way is either the heavens or the earth. It would be very difficult to cultivate it, let alone open up the profound God veins. His body won't be able to support the 10th profound God Dao vein." "That's right, our divine sword clan also had such a guy in the past. When we created the 6th bloodline, we were done for. Those of us from the primal chaos race can hold on until the 7th meridian, but in the end, we can't control that power and explode." The elders of the powerful clans began to talk about the many similar people in their clans. "Let's tell the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor about this, and tell him not to worry. There's no need to be afraid of the Hall King Nine Yang. After this battle, our conjecture is confirmed. The Hall King Nine Yang really is someone with 10 Dao images. If we exert pressure on him and force his cultivation to go berserk, he'll play himself to death sooner or later." The old man from the primal chaos tribe breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Palace King Nine Yang's strength should be about the same as our King Ju's, maybe even weaker. The reason why he is so strong is because of his powerful equipment, the Godly King Heavenly Seal, and the formation. But we don't have to be afraid. He has reached his limit. He will not be able to open the 10th divine meridian. Our king will be able to take him down easily. Our losses are not small, but we have also found out more about the Nine Yang Palace King. This is not a small gain." The people of the Divine Star race and the Primal Chaos race consoled each other. Their losses were so great that their hearts ached. One had to know that the dukes of their powerful races had extremely high statuses in their races. There were not many of them. The death of one or two was a huge loss. If they lost too many dukes, their overall strength would seem weak compared to the other powerful races. After the people of the powerful races left, they had to return to report the situation. This was very important news. Although Qin Yan had only made enemies with the Divine Star race and the Divine Sword race, the other powerful ancient races were wary of Qin Yan. This was because Qin Yan was the Nine Yang Palace King and had the Godly King Heavenly Seal. If he became strong in the future, he would be able to suppress the powerful ancient races. Also, Qin Yan had the Nine Yang royal family behind him. Although the Nine Yang royal family had just been reborn, they would still be favored by the myriad realms' divine sons. Their growth would be very fast. Qin Yan had the bloodline of the Nine Yang royal family. If he helped the Nine Yang royal family grow stronger in the future, it was very likely that he would appear again. He would be as powerful as when the Nine Yang royal family swept through the 3,000 heavenly regions. Most of the powerful ancient races did not think much of the Nine Yang royal family. However, the upper echelons of the powerful ancient races did not think so. In the long run, the Nine Yang royal family would be favored by the myriad realms' divine sons. If they could grow steadily, they would definitely become a powerful race in the divine desolate. Some of the kings of the powerful ancient races had secretly contacted the Nine Yang royal family and wanted to suppress the growth of the Nine Yang royal family. Qin Yan returned to the Nine Yang divine palace. In the Heaven Palace Tower, he did not know that the news of him using the Nine Yang World Extermination Sutra to kill a powerful race's duke was quickly spreading. He planned to enter seclusion for a period of time to improve the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. He would refine the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl into the altar and carve the Heavenly Law Divine Runes into it to fight against the Nine Heavens Divine Demons. Big Brother Palace King, the Divine Judge requests an audience, the young Palace Spirit's voice transmitted into Qin Yan's mind. Invite him to the Heaven Palace Towers. Guest Hall. I will go see him immediately. Qin said. The young palace spirit often talked with White Death about managing the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin experience in managing the Nine-Yang Divine Palace has been recorded in many books. The young palace spirit has read all of them, so he has many insights. The young palace spirit and White Death both know that Qin's cultivation is not high, so he needs to cultivate in seclusion frequently. He definitely does not have enough time to manage the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin arrived at the guest hall of the Heaven Palace Tower. The Divine Judge is drinking tea here. When he saw Qin, he immediately stood up. Divine Judge, please sit. How is the Myriad Realms Divine Palace? Qin said with a bright smile. After the Divine Judge sat down, he said with smile, Palace King, you really hid yourself well. As far as I know, you killed the Divine Star Race and Primal Chaos Race's Duke. This is the news I received not long ago. You are really well informed. Qin's brow slightly creased and said, this matter spread really fast. The space god is here, it is also a lot more convenient for us. The Divine Judge laughed loudly and said, this old brother is truly capable. The Divine Judge is very clear that the reason why the space god is willing to go to the Myriad Realms Divine Palace is most likely because of Qin. Divine Judge, what important matter do you have here? Qin is in a hurry to modify the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Important matter, the Divine Judge took out a golden token and handed it to Qin. This is the Divine Sun token. Qin took it and looked at it. He discovered that the material is very good and asked, what use does it have? The Divine Judge said, I asked for this from the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. It is very suitable for you. The Divine Judge can communicate with the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin previously promised the Divine Judge that he would help him pass on the divine position. Therefore, the Divine Judge also said that he would help him obtain resources through the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Very suitable for me? Qin is even more puzzled because he did not find anything special about the Divine Sun token. It is just that the material is very good. I heard that you are a 10-image person, the Divine Judge said. Are you currently stuck at some stage? Qin is startled and said, who did you hear this from? Those guys from the ancient powerful races all know, they are the ones who speculated it. The Divine Judge patted Qin's shoulder and said, Palace King, the Divine Sun token can't help you break through, but if one day you can open the final Xian Divine Vein, the Divine Sun token will be of great use. Qin is very surprised. He just returned and all kinds of news has already spread. He looked at the Divine Sun token and doubtfully said, great use? I still don't know what the final situation will be. The Divine Judge said with smile, I only know that when the time comes, the Myriad Realms Divine Sun will descend with divine power. When you break through, just take out the Divine Sun token. If it was anyone else, I would think that they would never be able to break through, but you are different. I believe that you will definitely have a way to break through all of this. Many thanks. Qin said with smile. Don't worry, my Myriad Realms Divine Court will also support the development of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Divine Judge said, Palace King, I will take my leave first. Qin sent the Divine Judge out of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and saw him use a heavenly talisman to teleport away. Teleportation Heavenly Talisman? Qin is somewhat astonished. The space god has already comprehended the operation of the space law of the Divine Desolate. He has a new understanding of space. Qin also plans to make a trip to the Myriad Realms Divine Court in the future to learn from the space god. Qin returned to the Heavenly Palace Pavilion. In a very large secret room, he looked at the Divine Sun token in a daze. Then he shook his head and smiled, sure enough, I can't hide it from those powerful races. They know that I am a 10-image person. Xiaoyun, they must think that you can't break through. The nameless old man said before that those with too many Dao images will be abandoned by the powerful races. It means that their growth space will be limited and they will also self-destruct. Ling Yin'er said. I also don't know if I can break through or not. This is indeed a headache. Qin took out the 9 altars and began modifying the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Regarding the matter of 10-image person, in the Divine Desolate, only the elders of the powerful races know a little bit. Most people don't know about it. And now, this matter has spread out and many people have some understanding. From top to bottom of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, this matter has spread like wildfire. The disciples and many upper echelons of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace all feel pity for the palace king they admire. Shen Ruoming is standing at the entrance of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, guarding the entrance together with Shen Changhao. Shen Ruoming had wanted to say something, but he suddenly sensed that the Heavenly Lion King was behind him, so he didn't dare to say anything. Even though the Heavenly Lion King was in human form, his afro looked very ferocious, like a lion's head. After he walked over, he snorted, "You guys only know how to speak ill of others behind their backs." The Heavenly Lion King naturally heard what Shen Ruoming had said. Everyone in the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace knew that Qin Yun's cultivation situation wasn't very optimistic, but they all hoped that Qin Yun could break through his bottleneck. Only then could the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace become stronger. Shen Changhao laughed and said, "Heavenly Lion King, with us watching over you, you can rest assured and go rest. Don't worry." The Heavenly Lion King had joined the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace long ago. Moreover, there was an old friend like the inscription gate here. The Heavenly Lion King was mainly in charge of patrolling and guarding the gate. "I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to fend off a strong enemy," the Heavenly Lion King said with disdain. "Our palace king has offended the powerful Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Are you guys scared to death?" Shen Changhao and the others had lost to Qin Yun and had to guard the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace. They could only leave at the appointed time. Therefore, whenever Qin Yun offended a strong enemy, Shen Changhao and the others felt very tired. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Our divine sky race is not to be trifled with," Shen Ruoming said. "Our heavenly sword Marquis might come over in a while," Shen Changhao said. "To be honest, with the Nine-Yang Palace King's current strength, he doesn't need our protection." The Heavenly Lion King asked curiously, "Your heavenly sword Marquis is coming? Is he also here to guard the gate?" Shen Ruoming said, "Of course not. The Heavenly Sword Marquis is here to talk to your palace king and cancel our agreement, so that we can leave the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace. It seems like you guys are really afraid." The Heavenly Lion King shook his head and smiled. "Indeed. After all, you guys are timid like mice. It's normal for you guys to be afraid when facing the powerful Nine Heavens demon race. Fear is something that only the weak have." Shen Ruoming and Shen Changhao were very displeased by the Heavenly Lion King's mockery, but they couldn't retort. It was true that they had a lot to worry about. Previously, they had to face the Primal Chaos race, the Divine Star race, the Divine Sword race, and the Divine Star race. Now, with the addition of the Nine Suns demon race, the Divine Sky race wouldn't be able to hold them off. "Your Nine-Yang Divine Palace is the strongest, that's enough, right?" Shen Ruoming said. "Of course." The Heavenly Lion King laughed out loud. Inside the secret room, Qin Yun is busy modifying the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. He added the Vibration Heavenly Law Divine rune he obtained before. This was a very complete Heaven's Law Divine mark. The power of the vibration was very strong. After that, he inscribed a few scattered Heavenly Law Divine veins, all of them in small segments. Granny Tang and Bai Changshu had given him those divine runes. The main purpose of adding these divine runes was to increase the killing power of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation. The power released by the Heavenly Law Divine rune could slightly restrain those Ninth Heaven Divine demons. Even if he couldn't kill the Nine Heavens demon gods, he could suppress them and prevent them from recovering so quickly. Qin Yun felt that it was still insufficient. He needed better Heavenly Dharma Divine runes. Only then could he suppress the stronger Nine Heavens Divine demons. The strongest Nine Heavens Divine demon was the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Qin Yun did not expect to be able to suppress him. But he must be able to suppress the demon lords and demon generals under the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Only then could he deter the Nine Heavens demon race and stop them from being so arrogant. The Dragon Heavenly Rune and Sun Dragon Totem were integrated into the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl. The runes Qin Yun carved this time are blood soul power condensed from heavenly blood. These runes are even stronger than the ones before. The Divine Universe Dragon Pearl could better absorb Divine Universe power and quickly transform it. Through the Dragon Heavenly Rune and other runes, it could release even more power. From time to time, Qin Yun used the formation to contact the Moon Palace above the Divine Moon. He asked Little Phoenix about some matters and the whereabouts of the Divine Moon Emperor. The Divine Moon Emperor's whereabouts are still unknown. Xiao Yuelan and the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens are doing their best to find out where the Divine Moon Emperor is so that Qin Yun can talk to her. The meeting of the Myriad Realms Divine Court will be held half a year later. Qin Yun plans to find the Divine Moon Emperor before then. The meeting is very important. The Myriad Realms Divine Court will gather the leaders of many factions to have a good discussion. If the discussion is not good, they will have even fewer members in the alliance. Later, they will have to declare war on the 9 Heavens demon race. Hence, the Grand Inquisitor had given the various major powers enough time to consider. Qin Yun modified the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. About 10 days later, he learned that the Divine Sky Race's Heavenly Sword Wanjue has arrived. The little palace spirit told him this. Because it is an important stage, Qin Yun did not go out to meet the Heavenly Sword Wanjue. The Heavenly Sword Wanjue's purpose is very clear. He wants to talk to Qin Yun and cancel the soul contract with Shen Changhao. He wants to let Shen Changhao and the others leave the Nine Yang Temple. In the eyes of those powerful races, the Nine Yang Temple is a very dangerous place. Because the Divine Star Race, Primal Chaos Race, Divine Sword Race, as well as many 9 Heavens Divine Demons are always watching the temple. The Divine Sky Race disciples stationed in the Nine Yang Temple do not dare to go out casually. They are worried that they will be killed by the people of the Nine Yang Temple. The Heavenly Sword Wanjue has a very high position in the Divine Sky Race. It can be said that he is one of the strongest people below the Divine Sky Emperor. Wanjue coming personally is giving him a lot of face. But Qin Yun did not appear, so he can only wait. A few days after the Heavenly Sword Wanjue arrived, Bai Suxin also came. The difference is that Bai Suxin came secretly. Qin Yun let the little palace spirit bring her to the Heavenly Palace Lodge. Bai Suxin previously made arrangements for her people in the White Sun Divine World. The Myriad Realms Divine Court also helped them build a big city. The Three-Eye King also received help from the Myriad Realms Divine Court because they are now considered allies. Bai Suxin previously said that after coming to the Divine Desolate, she will stay with Qin Yun for a period of time and cultivate together. During this period of time, she has heard many things about Qin Yun in the Divine Desolate. When she met Qin Yun in the White Sun Heaven City, she knew that Qin Yun is a famous person in the Divine Desolate. Even so, after she has a certain understanding of Qin Yun, she is still shocked. In the Divine Desolate, Qin Yun can be said to be a legendary person. After Bai Suxin learned of Qin Yun's 10 images, she was very worried for Qin Yun. Because in the White Sun Divine World, there are many examples of such failures. When the number of images reaches a certain level, it is not a good thing. Whether it is the White Sun Divine World or the Three-Eye Divine World, it is the same. Qin Yun went into seclusion for more than a month before he finished modifying the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. The 9 Divine Universe Dragon Pearls finally formed a new 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. This new 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation will be even stronger. Even if those powerful races use mysterious heavenly talismans, they will not be able to easily suppress it. Qin Yun's modified 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation has a rather big flaw. It is too powerful. Once it is used, the commotion will be very strong. Furthermore, it will erupt with even stronger divine universe power. Bai Suxin has been here for more than 10 days. She has been strolling around the Nine Yang Divine Palace. When Bai Si and the little palace spirit learned that Bai Suxin will be staying, they were overjoyed. During this period of time, Bai Suxin, King White Sun, has become quite famous. Bai Suxin's White Sun Heavenly City's overall strength is very strong. It is mainly because of the strength accumulated in the Heavenly Law universe for a very long time. Furthermore, Bai Suxin has the Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl. The inscription masters under her command are very good, they all have some Heavenly Law divine runes. As for Bai Suxin and Qin Yun's relationship, no one is very clear about it. Furthermore, Bai Suxin secretly came to the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Her activities inside the Nine Yang Divine Palace are very secretive, no one knows about it. Only Bai Si and the little palace spirit know about it. However, they won't say anything. With such a strong expert overseeing the Nine Yang Divine Palace, they can feel more at ease. Heavenly Sword Wanju has been here for a long time. He became impatient and left, then came back again. He has been back and forth like this for several times. After Xianxia finished the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, he comfortably took a bath and had a good sleep. Then he put on his blue inscription master robe and arrived at the Heavenly Palace Pavilion's guest hall. "Little Queen, I made you wait for a long time." Xianxia arrived at the guest hall and saw the domineering beauty with a head full of white hair. Bai Suxin's body has the aura of a king, so it makes her look very natural and cold, elegant and noble. Many people who have come into contact with her don't know that this seemingly dignified White Sun King also has a gentle and charming side. When Bai Suxin saw Xianxia come out, she smiled gently, "Little big brother, I am indeed tired of waiting for you." When he came into contact with Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes, Xianxia's heart fiercely jumped a few times. "What were you waiting for me for? Did you miss me?" Xianxia walked over with a smile and directly held Bai Suxin's delicate and soft, lily-white hands. Bai Suxin coquettishly pouted and wanted to retract her hand, but Xianxia grabbed it. She could only puff her cheeks with hidden bitterness and say in a low voice, "Little big brother, you bullied me. I want to tell you Alon. My White Sun Queen, stop pretending." "Who can bully you?" Xianxia said with smile. "Heavenly Sword Wangju is still in the hall, why don't you go see him first?" "Little Palace Spirit said that he has been waiting for you for a long time." Bai Suxin said with smile. "I haven't seen my beautiful little queen for a long time. Wait until I've seen enough of you, then I'll go see that guy." Xianxia directly squeezed into Bai Suxin's chair, causing Bai Suxin to pout coquettishly again and again. Xianxia is very clear that if he doesn't bully this White Sun King, he will be bullied by her instead. "Little big brother, I heard about your situation. 10 statues are indeed unsolvable." Bai Suxin is somewhat sad, her beautiful eyes are filled with worry. "Not necessarily." Xianxia is very open-minded, he smiled and said, "Take out your Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl, I will help you undo the Heavenly Law Seal." This matter has been on Bai Suxin's mind for a long time. She urgently needs this kind of Heavenly Law inheritance to fight against those 9 heavens divine monsters. The main reason Bai Suxin came to the 9 Yang Divine Palace was to gain a better understanding of Xianxia. This was because the 9 Yang Divine Palace contained many of Xianxia's memories. She plans to use her White Sun and Xianxia's Nether Sun to cultivate together for a long time, so she wants to understand Xianxia better. "I'm meeting Heavenly Sword Wangju here. Do you want to join me?" Xianxia smiled. "I don't want anyone to know that I'm in the 9 Yang Divine Palace." Bai Suxin looked at a door and said, "I'll hide inside." Xianxia grabbed her lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Why, are you afraid that others will gossip?" Bai Suxin stomped her feet and snorted. "Of course not. I just don't want anyone to know that I'm here. I've handed White Sun City over to City Lord Bai and the others. If they find out that I'm slacking here, they'll scold me." "You're cultivating here. How are you slacking off? Stealing someone is more like it." Xianxia chuckled and let go of her hand. Bai Suxin rolled her eyes at Xianxia and quickly entered the room. She leaned against the door to eavesdrop on Xianxia and Heavenly Sword Wangju's conversation. Xianxia sat at the seat of honor and said, "Little Hall Spirit, call those guys in." Above the main hall of the 9 Yang Divine Palace was the entrance to the Sky Hall. Only with the permission of the Little Hall Spirit could others enter. The people Xianxia wanted to see stood in the middle of the palace. Then, the Little Palace Spirit controlled the entrance and sent them into the sky, allowing them to enter the Heavenly Palace. Many people came to the Heavenly Hall. Shen Ruoming and Shen Changhao came as well. Xianxia sensed many powerful auras, they are all stronger than Shen Changhao. The Little Palace Spirit secretly communicated with Xianxia and said, "Big Brother Palace King, the Dukes of the Heavenly Fiends Celestial Race, 9 Shades Race, and 9 Suns Heavenly Race are also here. What are so many of them doing here? Could it be that you want to strengthen your reputation?" Xianxia found it somewhat funny. This was his territory. No matter how many people came, it would not be enough to kill them. The door to the living room opened automatically when it sensed someone approaching. Sky Sword Wangju walked in front, carrying an unsheathed sword on his back. The sword was pressed against his back. Some sword cultivators liked to show their swords, while others hid them very well, such as Shen Ruoming. Sky Sword Wangju was an elegant middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe and had a thin mustache. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. However, the sword on his back had an overbearing aura, which did not match his humble scholarly appearance. Behind him were 8 people. 2 of them were Shen Ruoming and Shen Changhao. The other 6 were dukes from the Heavenly Demon race, 9 Shades race, and 9 Suns Sky race. "Everyone, please have a seat." Qin Yan stood up and said with a bright smile, "I was cultivating in seclusion and it was an important moment. Therefore, I had no choice but to make everyone wait for a long time. Please forgive me." Sky Sword Wangju smiled faintly. "Palace King Nine Yang, we understand your cultivation situation." "We can understand." Shen Ruoming asked, "Have you broken through?" Qin Yan said with smile, "Of course not. If I broke through, everyone would be able to see it." Everyone could indeed feel the aura of the Xian divine power from Qin Yan's body. "This time, I came to discuss with Palace King Nine Yang to cancel the soul contract he signed with Marquis Changhao. I want them to return to the Divine Sky race as soon as possible." Sky Sword Wangju went straight to the point. "No problem, 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones and I will agree." Qin Yan also stated his condition. "That's a bit much," Shen Changhao said with a frown. "Can't do anything about it. My Nine Yang Divine Palace has been lacking resources recently. If Marquis Changhao had not agreed to stay behind to protect the Nine Yang Divine Palace, I would not have caused trouble everywhere." Qin Yan sighed. Shen Changhao and the others cursed in their hearts. The protection provided by the Divine Sky race was just SOSO in Qin Yan's eyes. If it was before, it would have been useful. But now, it would be useless against the Nine Heavens demon race. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the situation and ask for some Divine Universe Golden Stones. His new 9-dragon heavenly origin formation consumed a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. A very young duke from the Nine Yang heavenly race sneered and said, "Palace King Nine Yang, you should know your current situation. Don't be so arrogant." "Arrogant?" Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "How am I arrogant? When I am arrogant, people will die. You have never seen me arrogant, right? Do you want to see it?" The Duke of the Nine Shades race said, "Palace King Nine Yang, in your current situation, it is best not to make enemies with strong races. Regarding Marquis Changhao's matter, you should be more generous. This way, you can make friends with the Divine Sky race and look after them in the future. You strong races are dispensable in my eyes. There is no meaning in making friends with you." Qin Yan sneered and said, "Just 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones." The Duke of the Heavenly Devil God race said, "Palace King Nine Yang, I think you are very curious as to why we are here, right?" "I am not curious at all." "Don't tell me." Qin Yan looked at the Heavenly Sword Wangjue and said with a smile, "Wangjue, quickly make your decision. My time is very precious, don't waste it." The Heavenly Sword Wangjue hesitated and did not reply. The Duke of the Nine Yang heavenly race said coldly, "Palace King Nine Yang, do you think that the Heavenly Sword Wangjue's time is not precious? He has wasted many days to see you, and yet you speak to a Wangjue with such an attitude? What does it have to do with me whether his time is precious or not? He is the one who needs my help. Isn't it only right for him to sacrifice some time?" Qin Yan said unhappily, "All of you shut up. The Divine Sky race has not even let out a fart, and you are already in such a rush to suck up to them?" These dukes wanted to help the Heavenly Sword Wangjue lower the price and curry favor with him. How could Qin Yan not see through it? "Even if I give you 500 Divine Universe Golden Stones, it will be useless. Your Nine Yang Sacred Hall will be destroyed." The Duke of the Nine Yang heavenly race sneered. "Once Marquis Changhao and the others leave, the Primal Chaos race, Divine Star race, and Divine Sword race will definitely attack." The Duke of the Nine Shades race also said, "Palace King Nine Yang, you cannot break through. Don't struggle. It would be best if you disband the Nine Yang Sacred Hall and leave the Nine Heavens demon race. Just obediently hide away." Qin Yan suddenly said, "All right, I don't want 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones." The dukes immediately smiled, thinking that their words had an effect. The Heavenly Sword Wangjue revealed a trace of joy. Qin Yan said with a smile, "I regret it now. I want 100 Divine Universe Golden Stones." Without 100 divine universe golden stones, I will not break the soul contract with Marquis Cheng Hao. It's settled. The faces of the people present changed instantly. This was especially true for the dukes. They were embarrassed because Qin Yun had suddenly increased the price. Clearly, the words they had just spoken had made Qin Yun very unhappy. 100 it is. The heavenly sword Wanjue sighed. Palace King Nine Yang, your actions will only make the divine sky races the arch have an even worse impression of you. Whatever. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's impression of me is even worse. I am not afraid of him. Qin Yun said indifferently. I don't care what others think of me. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is very strong. The race emperors of the various races do not dare to easily fight him, but Qin Yun pierced through the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's head, so he has nothing to fear. The heavenly sword Wanjue said, this time, the divine sky races the arch sent me here to test your attitude. If you are willing to break the soul contract peacefully, you will leave a good impression on the arch. The Nine Yang heavenly races young duke shook his head and smiled. The arch gave him a chance but he doesn't know how to cherish it. Shen Ruoming also said, Qin Yun, don't miss the chance to get to know the arch just for 100 divine universe golden stones. I know many experts of the same level as him. If I get to know him, will he give me 100 divine universe golden stones? If I get to know him, will he be willing to fight the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, less nonsense. Hurry up and give me 100 divine universe golden stones. If you don't, I will raise the price. Enough. The heavenly sword Wanjue said, I don't have that many. I need the race emperor's permission. I will go back and report to him. Qin Yun sneered and said, Wanjue? You can't even take out 100 divine universe golden stones? How wretched. The Nine Yang heavenly race's young duke suddenly stood up and shouted, don't be arrogant. 100 divine universe golden stones is not a small number. Let alone a Wanjue, even you can't take out that much in a short time, right? Why can't I take it out? Qin Yun laughed and took out a box. Then, he used powerful gravity to make the 200 divine universe golden stones float out. With his current strength, he can easily make the divine universe golden stones float. Seeing the 200 divine universe golden stones, the dukes are dumbfounded. Qin Yun put away the divine universe golden stones and said, the discussion is over. You can leave now. When you give me the divine universe golden stones, I will break the soul contract. So what if you have more divine universe golden stones? You missed the opportunity to get to know the divine sky races the arch. No amount of divine universe golden stones can buy that. Moreover, you left a very bad impression on the divine sky races the arch. The young duke sneered. You really don't know how to manage your connections. The heavenly sword Wanjue was about to turn and leave when he suddenly saw a door. He frowned and said, someone's behind that door? The Nine Yang heavenly race's duke was immediately enraged. Palace King Nine Yang, what is the meaning of this? How can you let someone eavesdrop on us at this kind of occasion? We're all people of status. Could it be that the person behind the door who's eavesdropping is a servant? Lowly servants are not qualified to listen in on our conversation. The heavenly demon celestial race's duke looked coldly at the door. Hurry up and have that person come out. The Nine Yang heavenly race's young duke shouted coldly. This duke will never let lowly fools eavesdrop on me. Behind the door was Bai Suxin. She was on the same level as the race the arcs. Qin Yun looked at the door and said, all right, then go and capture the person who is eavesdropping. You guys who think that your status is high and mighty, if you can defeat her, I don't want those 100 divine universe golden stones. Really? The Nine Yang heavenly race's duke had already taken out his weapon. Don't act recklessly, the heavenly sword Wanjue suddenly said in a deep voice. End of chapter 2282. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.